Sue, get ready, you're up next. Su Chong felt as though he had been abruptly awakened from a deep slumber, only to find himself not in his bedroom, but within the confines of a colossal basketball arena. As he surveyed the court and the immense blue logo at its center, an involuntary gasp escaped his lips. Wow, it's the Oklahoma City Thunder. He quickly rose to his feet and noticed a limping figure making his way toward the sidelines. Recognizing him, Su Chong rushed over, grasping his hand in excitement. "What happened to you?" "My left knee is in excruciating pain. I can't go on," he replied. Well, Su Chong followed his gaze to the injured knee and, brimming with enthusiasm, exclaimed, "Then please, give me your autograph first." "Su, what are you talking about? Get in there." The head coach yelled in frustration from the sidelines, and it dawned on Su Chong that he was indeed being called to play. Glancing down at his vibrant red jersey, he felt a surge of adrenaline, akin to a bull roused from slumber. With a wide grin, he shouted, "All right, Coach Mantu." "What?" "All right, Coach Adelman." He was at the Houston Rockets game against the Thunder. Su Chong was so overwhelmed with excitement that he inadvertently shouted out his nickname for Adelman. But it didn't matter, it was just a dream. After all, was he expected to act humble in a dream? Experiencing a Rockets-Thunder match firsthand was a dream come true for a basketball enthusiast who had never even made it onto a team. He saluted the departing Tracy McGrady. "Show them what you've got." Adelman, positioned behind him, firmly clapped his hands and shouted, "Hurry!" Contain that sophomore rookie on the opposing team. "Got it," Su Chong cheerfully responded, only to realize he hadn't fully grasped Adelman's intent and turned back to inquire, "Which sophomore rookie?" Adelman pointed, "That number 35. Su Chong followed the direction and, to his astonishment, recognized the fresh-faced sophomore wasn't that Durant. With the determination of a martial artist preparing for battle, Su Chong clenched his fists and rolled his neck as he sprinted towards the center of the court, mentally chiding Adelman. That old man sure had a strong grip. His clap had stung. "Su Chong, hurry up." At the sound of a familiar voice, Su Chong's excitement reignited, and he dashed over, laughing. "Brother Yao, is that really you? What year is it? You're not injured, are you? Be careful. Don't let it be a stress fracture. Get on defense." Yao Ming shoved him from behind in irritation, and Su Chong found himself propelled like a discus beyond the three-point line. Before him stood Durant, who would later dominate the league. Su Chong, without raising his hands, boldly declared, "Little do, listen up, you won't find success with the Thunder. If you're going to leave, do it quickly, or else." Swish. Durant leapt, and the ball swished through the net. Su Chong grumbled, "I was trying to help you," but Durant merely retreated to his half of the court with a nonchalant smile. Su Chong was about to follow when he felt a sharp tap on his shoulder, causing him to turn around in annoyance, only to find it was Yao Ming. Yao scolded, "Get in position." "What are you thinking? Do you want to get benched right away?" "Benched?" Su Chong echoed, momentarily stunned. He thought to himself, why must even a dream be so tumultuous? Yet, he remained unfazed, assuring himself that he had a knack for dominating in dreams. He hurried to the front court, eager to showcase his skills. The Rockets set up their play, and Alston bounced the ball energetically past half court before passing it to Yao Ming. Yao positioned himself against the Thunder's Robert Swift, made a few moves, and executed a beautiful half-turn hook shot, successfully scoring. As Thunder's point guard Earl Watson brought the ball across half court, Su Chong suddenly realized where was Westbrook. He glanced down the bench to see a shifty young man eagerly awaiting his turn. Su Chong suddenly recalled that Durant had entered the league in 2007, and since Adelman had mentioned he was a sophomore, it must be the 2008-2009 season. Westbrook was also just a rookie. As he reveled in this significant realization, Watson had already passed the ball back to Durant. Su Chong lowered his center of gravity, extending one arm and blocking Durant's path, preparing himself. Durant faked a shot and then drove past Su Chong with swift strides. He made the layup, and the crowd erupted in cheers. "Su, what are you doing? If you can't play, then get off the court." Adelman shouted furiously from the sidelines, resembling a general barking orders. Su Chong waved dismissively at him, awkwardly nodding. "No problem." He glanced at the scoreboard with just over a minute into the third quarter. The score was 55-58. At halftime, the Rockets led the Thunder 56-50. Only 20 seconds into the game, McGrady had sustained an injury, and Su Chong was subbed in. In just 3 short possessions, the Thunder had scored 5 points, all from Su Chong's defense against Durant. Su Chong felt a surge of anger, cursing under his breath at how unsporting this young player was. As Durant passed by him, he flashed a shy smile and shook his head. Su Chong, infuriated, shouted, "Are you serious? I won't go easy on you." Suddenly, someone struck him hard on the back of the head, prompting Su Chong to turn around, ready to unleash a tirade. Upon seeing the well-built figure, he recognized it was Arteist, who said, "What's going on? Does only Yao know how to play basketball in Donghua? Be tough." Su Chong echoed enthusiastically, "Right? Be tough. He'll show you I can be even tougher." Ding, at that moment, a realization struck Su Chong, and he exclaimed, "System? Ding! System loading complete. Is it really an Intel system? System version 202.310.01 trial version. System date November 18th, 2008. So that means I've crossed over to 2008 with the 2023 system? Holy cow, the unforgettable 2008. I'm going to help Yao win the championship." Su Chong was so exhilarated he nearly leaped from his feet, only to hear the system announce, "Ding! System activated. Now randomly selecting star signature skills. Obtain corresponding star skills, and rewards will follow upon completion." Though Su Chong didn't fully comprehend the implications, he gathered that he could utilize star players' signature techniques and receive rewards for doing so. For instance, acquiring Allen Iverson's crossover skill would yield rewards upon execution. This was exceedingly straightforward. While it wasn't the instant max attributes or a composite of every star's strengths he had hoped for, it was certainly better than nothing. The system continued to provide prompts. Say start to begin the skill selection. Say stop to choose a skill. If start. Su Chong had no time to listen to its lengthy explanations and urged it on. Sure enough, a kaleidoscope of colors began to swirl in his mind, making it impossible to discern anything clearly. Stop. As Su Chong mumbled to himself, he could not help but pay attention to the situation at hand. If he continued to perform poorly, not only would he be unable to utilize his skills, but he might also miss future opportunities to participate altogether, which would be utterly absurd. At last, the system responded, presenting the message, "Congratulations, you have selected Jordan's shot. Would you like to use it?" Yes. Jordan's shot, a divine presence. Only a fool would choose not to seize it. Chapter 2. Is that really Jordan? Su rushed in and selected Jordan's jump shot, seemingly on the verge of divinity. This journey was indeed worthwhile. With the skills of a deity at his disposal, he thought, "Hey, little do, my apologies, but you'll have to play the supporting role today." As Su contemplated, he became increasingly active on the court, deftly maneuvering past Scola and leaving Durant behind, eagerly raising his hands to request the ball. Unbeknownst to him, the commentators watching the live broadcast from Donghua country were nearly losing their minds. The moment Su entered the game, excitement surged among the crowd. Su-kun eagerly shared Su's statistics. Su boasts remarkable static talent, standing at 2.03 meters tall, weighing 100 kilograms, with a wingspan of 2.16 meters and a standing reach of 2.73 meters. He is practically a template modeled after McGrady. And he is only 20 years old. Young, chimed in, "Indeed. He merely needs to refine his skills. Look. Su has found an open spot." Yu Jia exclaimed with excitement. Seeing Su break free, Alston raised his hand to shoot, but ended up throwing the ball himself. The basketball clanged against the rim, bouncing high, and Thunder's mini power forward, Jeff Green, leapt mightily to secure the ball. The Rockets quickly retreated to defend. Yang Yi lamented, "That should have been a pass. Perhaps it would have led to something." Su-kun added, "From this, we can observe that Su's basketball IQ is quite high. It's just that Alston has fallen into his old habits again naturally." Su was more anxious during the game than they were watching it. He had just gained divine skills and was eager to showcase them. Yet Alston was inexplicably hogging the ball. As Su passed by Alston, he couldn't help but complain, "Tong, can you pass me the ball when I'm open next time?" Alston rolled his small eyes and said, "Su, you're just an undrafted two-way contract rookie. You don't have the standing to speak to me like that." Su was infuriated, feeling as if his very soul was vibrating with anger. He finally grasped the meaning behind that restless spirit. It was enough to make one's spirit leave their body. Su had no choice but to wait for another opportunity. After all, he had become a deity, and chances would surely come. He glanced at Adelman, who had become quite serious, realizing that his time was running short. If he were substituted now, who knew when he would get back on the court again? The Thunder had already retreated to their formation, and the Rockets began to understand the situation. Arteis stepped up to guard Durant, his beast-like physique pushing the slender Durant off balance. Durant quickly passed the ball, and after a few exchanges, they still couldn't find an opportunity. Eventually, Jeff Green shook off Scola and launched the ball upwards. Suddenly, a towering figure leaped low, swatting the ball away with a resounding rejection that nearly sent it flying to the Sichuan-Chongqing region. Su, with his nerves taut, saw the ball soar and leapt to catch it, initiating a fast break. However, Durant, with his long, giraffe-like legs, sprinted back to the basket, aiming to reciprocate with a grand gesture. But Su knew well that although he had become a deity, he had yet to master all the skills. He feigned a drive inside, but suddenly jumped, elbowing and wristing the ball towards the hoop. Swish-o as the basketball grazed the net. A wave of inexplicable cheers erupted from the crowd. The ball skimmed the rim and landed directly in the hands of a spectator. An airball? What in the world? Yu Jia, commentating the game, adjusted her glasses, bewildered as she glanced at Su-kun and Yang Yi. Yang Yi explained, this was Su's first touch. He is still a bit tense, but I find his movement rather peculiar. Su-kun, however, discerned something amiss. Su felt the oddity too, puzzled within. Why did my elbow instinctively flare out? Is the movement of a deity this challenging? Just then, the system chimed in. DeAndre Jordan's jump shot missed. Congratulations on completing the task and earning a skill point. What the? It turned out to be little Jordan playing center. Damn this system. Why didn't you clarify earlier whether I'm a god or a lunatic? Can these two even be compared? Amid the laughter of the surrounding spectators, Zhang Hong quickly fell back to defend. What worried him more was the thought, what if I'm stuck with this guy? How will I survive in the future? He muttered to himself while retreating. System, can I swap skills? Just as he pondered, the thunder pressed forward. Before Arteis could close in on Durant, he had already slipped past him, breaking straight to the basket and soaring up. The crowd began to gasp in anticipation of this hopeful star's spectacular slam dunk. Just as it seemed that Yao Ming would face humiliation, a shadow suddenly darted out from the side, leaping high to pin Durant and the ball down. Amidst the uproar, a bewildered Durant stared incredulously at the opponent who had firmly wedged the ball against his side. Well done, Su. Alston couldn't help but praise, then gestured for the ball. Su, feeling quite proud, shook his finger at the crowd, which erupted in boos. Uncle Moo's block, successful rejection, task completed. Reward, one skill choice opportunity. Su was elated, not only having served Durant a hefty rejection but also discovering that skills could be swapped. With the chance to actively choose a skill, now he could select Michael Jordan. Beep, 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 the referee's whistle pierced the air. The official crossed his arms, signaling a technical foul with a shake of his finger. One free throw and one shot. Yao Ming Chapter 3, what are you doing? Although Su Chong was acutely aware that with his leaping ability, he stood little chance of receiving an alley-oop from Alston, the streetball king, let alone executing it without being met with a retaliatory block from Durant, his mind commanded him to refrain while his body, however, obediently soared into the air. It was not until he reached the apex of his jump that he heard a voice proclaim, randomly selected half-man half-god dunk skill. Before Su Chong could fully comprehend the situation, he felt as though the very force of gravity had diminished, propelling him higher into the air. He continued his ascent, seeking the basketball, which he ultimately grasped. Facing Durant, he executed a stunning under-the-leg reverse dunk, not only slamming the ball into the hoop, but also sending Durant crashing to the ground. Upon landing, Su Chong could not suppress the urge to shake his shoulders and celebrate wildly, his arms flailing as if he were riding a motorcycle. The crowd erupted in astonished gasps, and Alston rushed over, pushing him on the chest in disbelief, exclaiming, Su, what on earth did you just do? Not only was Alston baffled, but the millions watching the live broadcast were equally perplexed. Was this Carter? Half-man, half-amazing? What did half-man, half-god even mean? That dunk was nothing short of divine. In the studio, Yang Yi shook his head in amazement, remarking, it's hard to imagine that a person of Asian descent, a member of the Eastern race, could perform such a dunk in a real game. Truly incredible. Su-kun glanced down at her notes, confirming, yes. Our data indicates that Su Chong's vertical leap measured at 55 centimeters, with a running jump of 67 centimeters, which is fairly average. Yu Jia chimed in. Su-kun looked back at the camera, her excitement palpable. While these numbers may not stand out domestically in the NBA, they are quite unremarkable. However, today's dunk has undeniably showcased Su Chong's explosive power. What an extraordinary feat. They praised and laughed, but none understood the difficulties Su Chong had faced better than he did himself. It was a manifestation of the function bang, and if he had randomly selected a skill of a formidable opponent at that moment, he might have found himself struggling to rise from the floor. Durant was helped up by his teammates, still bewildered, repeatedly asking, "What just happened? What just happened?" As Suchong jogged back, he discreetly glanced at Adelman, who stood with his arms crossed, watching the game with an inscrutable expression. Suddenly, a large hand patted the back of his head. It was Yao Ming. "Brother, that's how you play." Suchong smiled broadly, but then his expression darkened. "Do you know Jin Billy?" "Huh? Never mind," Suchong muttered, scratching his head, worried that Yao might inadvertently make him bald. The glove's steal has been completed, granting 1 skill point. The half-man half-god dunk has been completed, granting 1 skill point. Suchong cursed inwardly, lamenting the delay in the system's feedback. He awaited the system's next selection with bated breath. True to form, the system did not disappoint. Randomly selected white chocolate as passing skill? Was one Alston not enough? Now he often found himself in 4-on-6 situations, and the system chose this skill for him? The key issue was that he rarely even touched the ball. The Thunder substituted Durant, who had just been knocked down. Perhaps the Thunder coaching staff was unaware that Durant would one day be dubbed Death, but they certainly recognized that he had just faced a near-death experience, almost humiliated. Durant angrily tossed the towel he had received from an assistant coach to the ground, still fuming over the earlier incident. The Thunder brought in Westbrook, hoping to utilize this explosive rookie at shooting guard, aiming to accelerate the pace of play with 2 smaller guards. Upon entering, he immediately drove into the lane and scored. Arteis shouted at Suchong from the sidelines, "Hey, rookie, stop him." Suchong was well aware that this kid's shooting was exceptionally stable and likely to score. He opted to defend against drives rather than shots, but it wasn't merely his inadequacy. This kid was simply too fast. He truly struggled to keep pace. As the game progressed, the score tightened, reaching 65-63 with the Rockets only leading by 2 points. Yet, Suchong's skill task remained incomplete. Westbrook made another aggressive drive, but turned the ball over, allowing Suchong to scoop it up and sprint down the court. Yao Ming and Skola's cuts had never been part of Suchong's considerations. Fortunately, Arteist was right behind him. Suchong faced a defender, cradled the ball with one hand, feigned a move, then gently nudged the ball with his left elbow, sending it flying to the opposite direction towards Arteist. Suchong's previous feint had left Westbrook utterly bewildered. Yet Arteist seemed equally dazed, completely unprepared for the ball hurtling toward him. He dashed out of bounds, and the ball followed suit. Suchong audaciously executed White Chocolate Williams' signature pass. Yang Yi, watching the broadcast, felt a wave of nostalgia. Sukun remained rational, acknowledging that Suchong's pass was exceptionally clever. Albeit Arteist was not the ideal recipient for such a play. To put it plainly, Arteist's basketball IQ, no, his court awareness, was lacking. Yu Jia engaged in casual banter with them. However, as a star player, Arteist felt humiliated by being outplayed by a rookie. He yelled at Suchong, "What are you doing? Can you be a bit more reliable?" Suchong ignored him, waiting for the system's response. But the system remained silent for an extended period. Instead, Adelman seized the opportunity during the dead ball to substitute Suchong for Wafer. Suchong was slightly irked, knowing that Wafer had performed decently in previous games. However, as he passed by Adelman, the coach gave him a pat on the rear with the tactical board, saying, "Well done." Suchong felt a surge of comfort at those words. As the third quarter drew to a close, the score remained tightly contested, ending in a 76-76 tie. Adelman gestured to Suchong, substituting Wafer back out. Suchong wished he could tell Adelman to give Yao a break. If he continued playing like this in the second half, he would risk injury. Moreover, after one more injury, his retirement would be imminent. Suchong thought to himself, "I must help Yao extend his career." But those concerns were for another time. For now, the priority was to establish a foothold on the team. And most importantly, how on earth was he to complete this damn task? In a half-court set, Scola executed a series of flashy moves but ended up dizzy, allowing Westbrook to snatch the ball away. Westbrook sped down the court, with Alston and Arteist sprinting desperately to defend. However, Westbrook, still a rookie, faltered upon seeing Arteist charging at him, losing much of his momentum. He lofted the ball high, which clanged off the rim twice before Arteist secured the defensive rebound. Arteist located Suchong, who quickly advanced the ball. Westbrook, resembling a ninja turtle, had returned to defend, but as he approached Suchong, he turned his head to survey the court, and the ball sailed through Westbrook's legs, landing directly in Yao Ming's hands. He promptly executed a flawless shot, scoring effortlessly. The pass from the White Chocolate has been completed, and a reward skill has been locked in once. Before Su Chong could revel in his joy, the system spoke again. Upon hearing this, Su Chong couldn't help but exclaim, "What on earth is this?" Chapter 4. The Final Opportunity System Prompt. Randomly selected confidence of Agent Zero. Upon hearing this, Su Chong immediately panicked. What on earth is this? He knew Agent Zero was Arenas, but what did his confidence refer to? Was it about showing off? How on earth was he supposed to show off? Neither the teacher nor the coach had ever taught him. Resigned, Su Chong focused on defense. The not fully evolved Westbrook was indeed a formidable opponent. By blocking his driving lanes, Su Chong effectively neutralized half of his threat. He asked Westbrook, "Why don't you go for a triple-double?" Westbrook, mistaking Su Chong's words for mockery, launched a jumper from beyond the arc. Su Chong anticipated the outcome and sprinted towards the other end of the court without looking back. As expected, the Thunder players followed suit, with Alston securing the rebound and sending a long pass straight to Su Chong. To Su Chong's surprise, Alston willingly passed the ball to him. Momentarily taken aback, he quickly realized the shot clock was winding down. 3, 2, 1. Without further thought, Su Chong mimicked Westbrook and took a shot from beyond the arc just as the buzzer sounded. He turned and walked backward, instinctively raising his hands in celebration. A crisp swish echoed as the basketball swirled through the net. The Rockets rushed towards Su Chong, enveloping him in jubilant embraces. Agent Zero's confidence mission completed. Reward: 1 skill selection card. Yao Ming embraced Su Chong, exclaiming in delight, "I knew you could do it. Believe in yourself." The fans of Donghua Kingdom erupted in excitement, although Su Chong did not dominate the game. His performance was nothing short of spectacular. He had become the hope of the entire nation. Su Kun examined the statistical sheet in her hands. This was Su Chong's debut game. He played for over 6 minutes, scoring 5 points, with 1 assist, 1 rebound, 1 block, 1 technical foul, and 1 turnover. Yes, the statistics are impressively balanced. Yu Jia added. Yang Yi watched the thrilling highlights of Su Chong's thunderous dunk and his confident buzzer-beater three-pointer, feeling a surge of exhilaration. What we should focus on is his growth, his confidence, and his resilience. I foresee him becoming a future superstar. The question remains, who will take the baton from Yao Ming? We shall wait and see. However, Su Chong was too preoccupied to contemplate such matters. His sole focus was on getting onto the court. As he listened to Edelman's strategy for the fourth quarter, he pondered why the system had gone silent again. Was the internet coverage in beautiful nation still lacking? The delay was unbearable. Buzzer. The fourth quarter commenced, and Su Chong found himself on the bench. Disinterested in the ongoing game, he delved into the system interface. His personal information appeared. Name: Su Chong. Height: 2.03 meters. Weight: 100 kilograms. Basic info: undrafted, Houston Rockets 2-way contract worth $80,000. Shooting: 60. 3-point: 45. Su Chong swiftly navigated through the interface and discovered a plethora of star skill cards. Dream's footwork, Mailman's elbow, Skyhook, Emperor's layup, on the 3rd page. 3 slots appeared, with only the first unoccupied, while the other 2 were marked with crosses. He tentatively selected the first, prompting a confirmation message. Would you like to use the skill selection card? He quickly selected no. Clicking on the subsequent frames elicited another prompt. Would you like to spend 500 skill points to unlock? Selecting yes resulted in a notification. Current skill points: 3. Required skill points: -497. He turned to the next page, where a dazzling array of function cards caught his eye. One in particular stood out: health card. Upon opening it, he was immediately presented with options: use for self or gift to teammate. Su Chong felt a jolt of excitement. If he could gift this to Yao, wouldn't he that prevent injuries? He promptly selected gift to teammate, only to be met with the message: current skill points: 3. Required skill points: -9,997. Su Chong was taken aback. 10,000 points? Where was he supposed to acquire that? Yet, with the thought of Yao's impending injury in May, he resolved to persevere for the sake of Yao's career and the future of the national team. At that moment, a teammate nudged him forcefully. The coach is calling you. Su Chong quickly turned to Adelman, who gestured for him to enter the game. Su Chong exchanged a high five with the departing wafer and stepped onto the court, just as the system chimed in again. Randomly selected temperament of the roaring celestial being. What? Are you certain this is not a joke? What does the temperament of the roaring celestial being even mean? Am I supposed to request a technical foul like Rashid Wallace? He was already carrying 1 technical foul. Requesting another would mean voluntarily retreating to the locker room. potentially making history as the first player to be ejected for 2 technical fouls in his debut. Before he could voice his grievances, the game intensified. Suchong glanced at the scoreboard, 89-89. With less than 2 minutes remaining, both teams were tied. In this crucial moment, Adelman chose to field him. Suchong couldn't help but admire the coach's keen eye for talent. Yet, he was troubled. How could he leverage the temperament of the roaring celestial being to help the team secure victory? Before he could ponder further, the Thunder surged forward, scoring yet again. With 1:36 left on the clock, the Thunder led the Rockets 91-89. Suchong sprinted to the front court, where Alston passed the ball to Yao Ming. Facing a double team, Yao dished it to the open Arteist. Arteist, confronted by a defender, faked a move and charged into the paint, leaping against Thunder center Robert Swift. He shot. It missed. Just as Suchong intended to protest to the referee about the foul, Yao yelled, "Get back on defense." Suchong suppressed his frustration and hurried back. Yet, the anger simmered within him, nearly spilling over. What was Arteist thinking, squeezing into the paint at such a critical moment? Would it not have been wiser to maintain composure? Had he not known he couldn't overpower Arteist, he might have been tempted to confront him. But the Thunder were relentless, executing a fast break and scoring once more. With 1:14 left, the score stood at 93-89. Suchong, frantic, thought only of performing well. Victory was secondary. As he raced to the front court, the ball was passed between Yao and Alston a couple of times before it found its way back to Alston. Reviving his street ball instincts, Alston spun and dazzled. But as time wound down, he hurriedly leaped and shot, only to clang the rim. Frustrated, Suchong erupted. "Come on, do you even know how to play basketball?" Alston was taken aback by his scolding, staring at him in speechless confusion. With 50 seconds remaining and a score of 93-89, the Rockets found themselves teetering on the brink of disaster. Suchong suddenly recalled, "Of course, I possess a skill selection card." Chapter 5. The Divine Weapon Descends. Now, the time is truly running short for the Rockets, as well as for Suchong. At this moment, if he does not make his selection, when will he? Quickly. I must choose Jordan's skill. No, wait, not Little Jordan, nor Jordan Hill. It is Michael Jordan, Air Jordan, the God. Please choose God's layup, God's dunk, God's shot, God's trash talk. As Suchong anxiously glanced at the myriad skill options emerging, he felt himself nearing a state of frenzy. In the midst of this tension, the Thunder scored again. 42 seconds remaining, 95-89. Suchong could no longer wait. Internally shouting, "God's layup, God's layup." He fixed his gaze on the skill sitting atop the recommendation list and decisively selected it. As he sprinted to the front court, Yao Ming held the ball, while Suchong dashed along the baseline. Yao Ming pivoted and delivered the ball to Suchong. Seizing the moment, he leapt for the layup, only to find Durant, Jeff Green, and Robert Swift soaring high, ready to serve up a rejection. The system promptly notified him, successfully selected God's layup. Suchong's heart soared with joy, but then, a sudden realization struck him. This was not good. His hands moved swiftly while he shouted internally, "Skill locked, skill locked." With a deft maneuver, he flicked his right hand upward, evading the trio of defenders. The basketball ricocheted off the rim before finally settling in. Oh, every spectator in the arena was left in awe. The last time they witnessed such a spectacular layup was in a highlight reel of Jordan. Yang Yi, filled with excitement, proclaimed, "I have always said." Suchong is the type of player who continuously surprises you. You never know what he has in his arsenal. This layup is nothing short of a reincarnation of Jordan. Suku nodded, adding, "Indeed, this play clearly showcases Suchong's remarkable core strength. Even as his opponents descended, he still managed to score mid-air, leaving everyone astounded." Yu Jia chimed in, "I believe this basket has already secured a place in this week's top 10 plays. I can hardly wait to record them." Jeff Green, observing Suchong's relentless defense, could not help but ask Durant, "How did that last shot go in?" Durant, sprinting to receive the inbound pass, was determined to retaliate. However, Suchong stood his ground, preventing him from getting the ball, forcing Jeff Green to pass to Westbrook. Alston, still somewhat aware, committed a foul to halt play. Westbrook stepped to the free throw line, dutifully sinking 1 out of 2 attempts. Suchong glanced at the scoreboard. 32 seconds, 96-91. Hope lingered in his heart, not merely because of the time or score, but because in that critical moment, he had remembered that skills could only be used once, and thankfully, he had employed the skill lock card. Adelman called a brief timeout, gathering his players. "Tracy, can you hold up?" he asked, ready to substitute Suchong panicked, "Coach, Please don't take me out. I'm just getting into the groove. Adelman shot him a glance. At this moment, our best player must be on the court. I am the best player, Suchong retorted boldly. As he sensed Adelman's irritation rising, McGrady interjected, I can't play. Adelman surveyed Suchong, laid out a strategy, and the timeout concluded. As they prepared to take the court again, Suchong shouted, Everyone, pass me the ball. I'm going for a layup. His fervent declaration caught the attention of the Thunder players, who exchanged glances, thinking, at this critical juncture, Adelman must be out of his mind for keeping this rookie on the floor. The Rockets inbound the ball, and Suchong darted around, waiting to receive it. Yet, Scola hesitated to pass, opting instead to give it to Alston. Alston advanced with the ball, while Suchong sprinted ahead, constantly searching for an opening. Tony, Suchong called out. Alston, as if invigorated, delivered the ball straight into Suchong's hands. Suchong surged towards the basket, extending his left hand to fend off Durant, while his right hand executed a swift motion, sending the basketball on a magnificent arc into the net. What a shot! Yujia raised her fist in triumph from the studio, then patted Sukun, exclaiming, I told you so. Suchong must often emulate Jordan's moves. Sukun adjusted her glasses, scrutinizing the data before her. Suchong's hang time is truly exceptional. We used to refer to Francis as the king of hang time, but Suchong surpasses him greatly. Yang Yi remained animated. Indeed, Suchong dons the same number 3 jersey as Francis did, and his performance today, especially these layups, evokes another name, the 23. Yes, LeBron James, Yu Jia added, creating an awkward silence that left even Yang Yi speechless. The tension on the court was palpable, as Durant remained silent, caught between cheers and boos from the audience, feeling a mix of emotions. 26 seconds left, 96, 93. In mere moments, the Rockets had significantly closed the gap, led by this rookie from Donghua Nation, whom he had been tightly guarding. Durant was seething, his frustration boiling over. Not even when the Portland Trail Blazers selected the flawed Odin with the first pick the previous year had he been this enraged. Determined to make a statement, he shouted at Suchong, Hey, rookie, let us go one-on-one. Sure. Suchong surprisingly accepted the challenge. Jeff Green, hearing Durant's call, swiftly passed him the ball. But in a flash, Arteas deftly intercepted it, sending the basketball spiraling away. Suchong, positioned closest, dashed forward, seizing the ball in his grasp and launched himself towards the hoop. Jeff Green, realizing his mistake, rushed in from the sidelines, but as Suchong leapt, an explosive dunk was imminent. He was unprepared for the sheer force with which Suchong soared, and in a stunning display, Suchong was forcibly brought down. Ball and all. Ecstatic, Jeff Green roared in triumph as if he had just denied a dunk from a superstar like Kobe or McGrady. Yet, the ball fell into Yao Ming's hands, who executed a smooth mid-range shot, sending the ball through the hoop. With just 16 seconds remaining, it was 96-95. The Rockets trailed by a single point, and the Thunder held possession. Chapter 6, The Decisive Blow. At this moment, the scattered Rocket fans in the Thunder's home arena, the Ford Center, fell into a hushed silence, holding their breath. Everyone was acutely aware that in this fleeting 16 seconds, with the Thunder holding possession, the pressure to catch up by just 1 point was immense. The players on the Rockets side were engulfed in tension and frustration. Yet, one individual stood apart from the rest. His gaze was piercing, utterly fixated on the basketball. It was not merely calmness he exhibited, but rather an urgent eagerness. Suchong was genuinely anxious. Internally, he was cursing. After all that effort for Jordan's spirit to possess him, would it be in vain? But even Jordan needed possession to score. With the ball in the opponent's hands, how could this divine talent shine? Even Adelman, who had been nervously watching from the sidelines, began to feel the adrenaline surge. He could not bear to witness his team squander a golden opportunity and ultimately lose. However, drawing upon Adelman's years of coaching experience, he understood that the Thunder players were already poised, ready for action. The basketball danced between Durant's palm and the floor as they began to stall for time. 15, 14, 13. Adelman shouted furiously, foul. Forced them to the free throw line. Just when everyone was exchanging bewildered glances, a figure darted forward, charging toward Durant. The Thunder players had anticipated that the Rockets would commit a foul. Upon seeing the approaching player, Durant leaped from beyond the three-point line, knowing that the ensuing 3 free throws could seal the game. Yet, just as he took off to shoot, the newcomer abruptly halted, not committing a foul but instead leaping to swat the ball away. At that moment, Durant was left astounded. The Thunder players were dumbfounded. and even the fans in attendance were bewildered. What on earth was happening? Wasn't a foul supposed to take place? How had this turned into a block? No one could have foreseen that the Rockets would execute such a maneuver, especially from that undrafted player. Suchong, how did he manage to block the enigmatic Durant? This unexpected scene sent shockwaves through the audience, erupting into cheers. Even the previously silent Rocket fans were chanting, MVP. The fervor of their cries seemed contagious, with numerous Thunder supporters joining in the chorus for MVP. A furious Durant quickly regained his focus, but was left even more astonished. Suchong had seized the basketball from behind him and charged toward the front court. Even though the Thunder players were athletically gifted, as they stumbled to halt Suchong, he was already penetrating deep into their territory. Yet, Durant's athleticism was indeed top tier. He managed to reach the paint almost simultaneously with Suchong. However, an even more outrageous spectacle unfolded. As Suchong stormed into the lane, he jumped to perform a right-handed slam dunk. Recognizing this as a prime opportunity for revenge, Durant leaped to block. Seemingly in midair, Suchong switched the ball from his right hand to his left, executing a layup as he descended. The Thunder, led by Durant, were left in awe. They were all thinking, what on earth is this guy doing? Is he filming Space Jam? Moments later, with a resounding swish, the basketball found its way through the net. The audience snapped back to reality, collectively gasping before erupting into a thunderous chant, MVP. MVP. It wasn't he until the other Rocket players rushed towards Suchong that he realized he had scored. Moreover, he had won the game. The crowd's excitement surged to a crescendo, with the shouts of MVP reaching unprecedented heights, resembling a tidal wave. Many Asian spectators took pride in Suchong's remarkable feat, flooding the online streams with comments. Suchong, our pride from the land of the morning calm. The debates online did not dampen the fervent atmosphere in the arena. Fans lingered, eager to learn more about the young man in the number 3 jersey emblazoned with Exio. Who was this remarkable talent who had outperformed their team's chosen star? Durant? Even Adelman couldn't resist rushing onto the court to embrace Suchong warmly. Well done, young man. Suchong intended to respond humbly, but was suddenly jolted by a series of notifications. Congratulations on executing the divine layup, unlocking the trial qualification for the second skill slot. Congratulations on executing the divine layup, automatically selecting the trial qualification for the divine block. Congratulations on executing the divine block, earning 1 skill point. Congratulations on executing the divine layup, earning 1 skill point. Congratulations on winning the game, earning 20 skill points. Facing the relentless barrage of system notifications, Suchong muttered to himself, is this what they call high-tech with such a delay? He further speculated that it must be the lamentable network of the beautiful empire at fault. Cursing, he thought, you'll never figure out 5G at this rate. Meanwhile, the Thunder's atmosphere was starkly different from that of the Rockets. The Thunder had become mere backdrop to Suchong's triumph, particularly Durant, whose expression was blank and forlorn. Just 16 seconds prior, victory seemed assured, yet they were now met with the harsh sting of defeat. Of course, Durant accepted the loss with grace. Suchong had genuinely overpowered him in this match. After the game, as Durant returned to the locker room, he was met with a barrage of scolding from the Thunder's head coach. Durant, what were you thinking? With your high release point, how could you possibly be blocked by that undrafted player? Durant remained silent, knowing deep down that the gap between him and Suchong was insurmountable, akin to the chasm between Harden and Jordan, with countless Westbrooks in between. When pressed by the coach for answers, Durant replied coolly, perhaps it's best to review the game footage. I truly felt powerless. It is said that after Durant uttered this statement, the Thunder's head coach was rendered speechless. For Suchong's skill level surpassed his comprehension. His dunks, blocks, layups, and steals were nothing short of textbook perfection, representing the pinnacle of athletic prowess. After the game, as Suchong returned to the locker room, he found himself the subject of light-hearted jests, though the atmosphere had grown more subdued. Suddenly, an assistant coach rushed in. Su, hurry. The coach is looking for you. Chapter 7. The beautiful reporter looking for me? Suchong moved aside the various items piled in front of him, momentarily escaping the unique rookie pranks typical of the NBA. He glanced at Yao Ming, seeking his elder brother's opinion. Upon receiving a nod, he followed the assistant coach. Why does Coach Adelman want to see me? Suchong pondered aloud while walking, his optimism surging with the thought that perhaps Adelman had suddenly seen Jordan and wanted him to explain. How could he articulate such an explanation? Surely he couldn't admit to having received a system upgrade. Lost in thought, the assistant coach interjected, he didn't specify. Just hurry over. Su Chong sensed a tone of urgency that belied his earlier hopes. What if that old coot thought his playing style was too selfish? But then again, he had tolerated Alston, so surely his own play was relatively selfless. The assistant coach led him to the press conference venue. As soon as he entered, Su Chong was nearly blinded by a barrage of camera flashes. Adelman gestured to an empty seat beside him, saying, "Come on, the reporters are eager to interview you." An interview for me? Su Chong was taken aback that Adelman had summoned him for such a purpose. Yet, the prospect of facing a global audience of media and fans stirred a flicker of excitement within him. He mumbled under his breath, "Don't forget to use the beauty filter." No sooner had he taken his seat than a reporter queried, "Su, this is your first NBA game. How does it differ from your previous experiences?" Gazing at the blonde, blue-eyed reporter whose tall stature made her stand out, Su Chong could not resist making a jest. "I must say, the reporters at NBA post-game interviews are far more attractive than those I've encountered before." Laughter erupted among the journalists, and the beautiful reporter covered her mouth, chuckling softly. She continued, Su Chong, as in Su for West and Chong for rushing. I realize my name is quite a mouthful, so I hope everyone can bear with it." After teasing the reporter, Su Chong felt emboldened by the enthusiastic response. Noticing her struggle to pronounce his name correctly, he decided to offer a mini lesson. "All right, it's Su Chong. You scored 11 points with 2 blocks, 1 steal, and 1 assist in this game. Do you attribute this to skill or luck?" The moment Su Chong heard this question, his previously jovial demeanor turned serious. With Jordan's spirit seemingly possessing him, how could he evaluate his performance? He looked at the reporter, only to see her flash a cunning smile, which indicated she had more in store for him. He quickly deflected, "You should be asking my head coach about my performance." The reporter pressed on, "You made several impressive shots tonight. What are your thoughts on that?" This question struck a chord with Su Chong. The impressive shots were indeed a highlight, but one aspect left him quite dissatisfied. The lag in his system was exceedingly frustrating. He couldn't help but voice his grievance. "I must say, the internet speed in America is rather subpar." Another wave of laughter ensued, as the audience began to appreciate the humor of this yellow-skinned rookie. However, the reporter was relentless, asking, "Are you suggesting that the team and fans lack insight, discovering you too late?" "No, I realized your brilliance too soon. You were born too early. Wait another decade or so, and you would surely thrive in the realm of social media." Su Chong's fondness for the reporter evaporated in an instant. "You're quite the attractive lady, yet why do you keep digging pitfalls for me?" The beautiful reporter caught onto Su Chong's dissatisfaction, but pressed on with her inquiries. However, the Rockets press officer intervened, sensing that the situation was about to escalate. As the Rockets coach and players began to disperse, Su Chong trailed behind, contemplating how to maximize his system's potential. Suddenly, he was pulled back. "Su, wait a moment." Turning around, he found himself face-to-face with the same beautiful reporter. The security personnel, taken aback by the unexpected development, rushed to subdue the reporter, who appeared to be in a heated argument with them. Seeing her embroiled with security, Su Chong quickly stepped in to mediate. Let go. I need to see what she wants." The press officer leaned in, whispering, "Be cautious. Such individuals will do anything for a story." Su Chong flashed a grin. "Don't worry. I've never lost a verbal sparring match. I shall charm her with my eloquence, not merely persuade her." Approaching her, he inquired, "What do you want to discuss?" "I wish to speak with you privately," the beautiful reporter declared, standing tall and assertive. Su Chong glanced at Adelman and Arteist, then, with a slight nod, agreed readily. "All right." The reporter turned and headed outside. Just as Su Chong was about to follow, Arteist called out, "Su." Su Chong turned back, bewildered, as Arteist flexed his muscles and remarked, "Toughen up." Su Chong made a face, ignoring him, inwardly cursing, "This guy is consumed by unhealthy thoughts. He should really change his name." Following the reporter to a secluded corner, she suddenly halted, causing Su Chong to nearly collide with her. With hands on her hips, she regarded him with an air of superiority. "I'm Diana Binwood from ESPN, and I believe you have offended me," she stated. Upon hearing the word offended, Su Chong scrutinized her closely. Beneath her golden waves was a striking visage, with curves that strained against her fitted attire. "I see, Diana. No wonder you speak with a hint of the sun never setting," Su Chong quipped, teasingly. Diana, oblivious to his jest, insisted, "You must apologize." "Why should I apologize to you? I have been a reporter for years, and never has anyone dared to speak to me in such a manner." "Well, now you have," Su Chong replied nonchalantly, having never encountered anyone so audacious. Diana waved her press badge. "Rookie, You ought to learn how to interact with the media. We are the bridge between you and the fans. Su Chong scoffed. Spare me the lecture. I am no assassin in need of a liaison. You will come to regret this, Diana retorted, her tone light yet confident, mirroring her stature. Su Chong observed her unwavering confidence and couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Regret? I spent a lifetime regretting. Can't I enjoy myself a little? Chapter 8. The next battle against the Mavericks, a battle for redemption. Su Chong observed Diana, whose confidence was visibly shaken with anger, and playfully waved his finger at her, as if grasping a wisp of confidence from the void, and remarked, "Doghead bye." Upon returning to the locker room, Arteist immediately approached, mocking, "Rookie, done already?" Su Chong smiled mysteriously, declaring, "This is how one conquers the enemy without a fight." Arteist playfully elbowed Su Chong's shoulder, exclaiming, "Hurry up and grab our stuff, rookie." Su Chong quickly gathered everyone's belongings and rushed out. Arteist continued to question Yao Ming. What does it mean to conquer without fighting in your Eastern Hua country? Yao Ming, observing the robust Arteist, replied with a smile, "It means you're in good shape." Back at the hotel, Su Chong lay down early, feeling as if everything was a dream. He had never even made the college team, yet here he was, with an opportunity to play in the NBA alongside Yao Ming. He promptly checked his system and found he had accumulated 25 skill points. However, he still needed 975 more for the health card prepared for Yao Ming. It felt like a distant dream. Troubled, Su Chong fell asleep. Before dawn the next day, Arteist pounded on his hotel door. Su Chong groggily opened it, resembling a zombie, as Arteist burst in with excitement. "Little rookie, you made the headlines." Su Chong instantly awoke. "Really? Where?" Seeing Arteist's phone, he was taken aback. The headline read, "Rockets rookie dismisses Mavericks fans' ignorance," accompanied by a photo of Su Chong during a game. How could this happen? Su Chong asked in confusion. Arteist, enviously, remarked, "You look quite handsome in that photo." Su Chong quickly realized it must have been Diana's doing, as she had promised to make him regret. The following day, the team boarded a plane to Dallas to face the Mavericks. On the flight, Adelman turned to Su Chong and said, "Su, you need to perform well in this game. If you do, I'll convert your contract to a permanent one." Su Chong was momentarily stunned. He had forgotten he wasn't on a formal contract yet. He hurriedly checked his system and confirmed it. He was merely a temporary hire for 10 days. This meant that if he failed to excel against the Mavericks, his time with the Rockets would come to an abrupt end. Happiness can be fleeting. He must stay with the Rockets. That was Su Chong's greatest wish. However, on game day, Su Chong received a crushing blow. Adelman did not include him in the starting lineup. Wasn't he supposed to perform well? How can I do that without a chance? Frustrated, Su Chong sat in the corner of the bench, resigned to the role of a waterboy. In the TX studio, commentators Yang Yi and Su Kun began announcing the starting lineups for both teams. Welcome, dear viewers, to the 12th round of the 2008 to 2009 NBA regular season, where the Mavericks host the Rockets. They introduced the Mavericks lineup: Jason Kidd at point guard, Josh Howard at shooting guard, Anwar White at small forward, Dirk Nowitzki at power forward, and Eric Dampier at center. Su Kun added, the Rockets have made slight adjustments from their first-round matchup against the Thunder: Rafer Alston at point guard, Aaron Brooks at shooting guard, Arteist at small forward, Scola at power forward, and Yao Ming at center. Notably, Tracy McGrady is absent due to injury, which will significantly impact the Rockets' performance. We hope you can lead the team single-handedly. At 8 p.m. local time, thousands of Mavericks fans eagerly anticipated the showdown at the American Airlines Center. After a recent victory over the Hawks, the Mavericks supporters hoped to secure another win on their home turf. Even before the game began, the atmosphere in the arena reached a fever pitch. Following the jump ball, the excitement exploded as the crowd chanted offensive slogans. Mavericks center Eric Dampier successfully grabbed a rebound from Yao Ming and swiftly passed the ball to point guard Jason Kidd, who halted at the three-point line. According to the assigned defensive matchups, Alston was supposed to guard Kidd, but he appeared distracted, defending Howard instead, gifting Kidd an open shot. Swish. The three-pointer arced beautifully through the air before finding its mark in the net. The Mavericks struck first with a splendid three-pointer. The Rockets' offense, however, was more measured, focusing on interior plays, particularly with the formidable Yao Ming in the paint. Alston showcased his passing skills, driving into the lane before unexpectedly dishing the ball to Yao. With the ball in hand, Yao immediately went to work in the post. Dampier, lacking both height and mass, stood no chance against Yao. Without hesitation, Yao executed a powerful turnaround dunk, emphatically shattering Dampier's defense. The crowd's energy plummeted as Yao's commanding dunk resonated throughout the arena. In the TX studio, Su-kun excitedly exclaimed, "Beautiful. Indeed, in crucial moments, we must rely on Yao to score. In the paint, Yao possesses unmatched dominance." Chapter 9, struck heavily by the Mavericks in the corner of the bench, Su-chung watched with excitement as his elder brother scored, vigorously waving his towel and wholeheartedly embracing the role of a cheerleader. Throughout the majority of the first quarter, the Rockets' offense relied heavily on Yao Ming's performance, while the other four players seemed to merely play supporting roles. In contrast, the Mavericks boasted players like Jason Kidd on the perimeter and Dirk Nowitzki in the paint, both of whom possessed significant scoring abilities. The point difference hovered around 2 points. However, this fortunate state was short-lived. As the first quarter neared its end, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Yao's shooting percentage plummeted dramatically. On the court, his breaths grew increasingly labored, clearly indicating a decline in his physical stamina. In previous matches, the offensive responsibilities were typically shared between Yao and Tracy McGrady, but with McGrady sidelined due to injury, the remaining players were unable to shoulder the burden. Consequently, Yao was left to bear the offensive load alone. Truth be told, Yao found himself in an even more challenging position with the Rockets than he did with the national team, where he at least had teammates like Yi Jianlian to help alleviate some pressure. At this moment, aside from Scola occasionally stepping in to grab a rebound, the other players were of little assistance to Yao. Bang! At the free throw line, Yao received a handoff from Alston and quickly turned. Faced with the dual defense of Eric Dampier and Dirk Nowitzki, he had no choice but to hastily shoot. The outcome was harsh. The ball clanged against the rim. An unwanted rebound was seized by Anwar White, granting the Mavericks a swift counterattack opportunity. Anwar drove down the court, opting for a layup after securing the rebound. In a matter of moments, he successfully penetrated the basket, scoring 2 points. At this juncture, the score stood at 29-25, with the Rockets trailing by 4 points. On the sidelines, Coach Adelman appeared visibly anxious. With just 30 seconds remaining in the first quarter, the Rockets still had a chance. Adelman animatedly gestured from the sidelines, fervently directing his players, yet the strategy remained unchanged. Give the damned basketball to Yao in the post. Rely on Yao's individual prowess to score. On the three-point line, Alston suddenly halted, glancing at the positioning beneath the opponent's basket. Without hesitation, he executed a shot. Instantly, the ball struck the rim, forcing Yao to jump. Under the combined defense of Dampier and Nowitzki, Yao had little energy left to leap. The rebound was snatched by the veteran, leading to yet another counterattack for the Mavericks. In a swift exchange of passes, the ball found its way to Kidd, an outcome the Rockets players dreaded. At the three-point line, Kidd stopped and launched a clean shot. Swish. The ball went through the net, bringing the score to 32-25. The gap had widened to 7 points. On the bench, Su-chung's expression conveyed helplessness. As the team fell behind, his large, watery eyes remained fixated on Adelman. "Let me play." He longed for an opportunity to step onto the court. Yet, Adelman showed no signs of substituting players. Even as the deficit reached 7 points, he remained resolute in keeping the same lineup. Indeed, a man's words can often be deceiving. On the plane, Adelman had explicitly promised Su-chung a chance to showcase his skills, but now, as the first quarter drew to a close, Su could only sit in the corner of the bench. Nonetheless, he played his role as the water boy to perfection, promptly fetching ice water for his teammates whenever they needed a drink. As Alston's outside shot failed to find the mark, the first quarter came to an end. With a score of 33-25, a 7-point deficit is neither trivial nor insurmountable. "Coach, Yao's getting tired. Let me play." At some point, Su appeared unexpectedly behind Adelman, startling him and causing him to forget the strategy he had painstakingly devised. "You, go back to your seat." Adelman snapped angrily, pointing at Su. "Carl, you're in. Replace Arteist." The latter had been utterly lackluster on the court, failing to defend or score, leaving Adelman perplexed about his utility beyond physicality. Indeed, Arteist's performance in the first quarter was disastrous. Initially, the coaching strategy had intended for him to apply pressure on Nowitzki, but Adelman had not anticipated that the Mavericks star player would remain relatively subdued while Kidd assumed the bulk of the offensive duties. Jason Kidd, who had already demonstrated his three-point shooting prowess, successfully made 3 shots from beyond the arc during the first quarter. As the second quarter commenced, Kidd maintained his fiery touch, once again halting at the three-point line. The Rockets defenders quickly recognized the gravity of the situation, with Alston and Brooks sprinting towards Kidd. Unfortunately, Kidd offered them no opportunity. With a swift motion, he executed a clean shot. Swish. This marked Kidd's fourth three-pointer of the game, extending the lead to 10 points. The Rockets were dealt a serious blow. As the team's head coach, Edelman's expression darkened with frustration. In the next possession, Brooks received the ball from Alston and attempted to respond with a forceful shot over Josh Howard. Undeniably, Brooks' shooting form was aesthetically pleasing, but his execution left much to be desired, resulting in a complete airball. It became evident that without McGrady, the Rockets' perimeter offensive capabilities had vanished in an instant. In the corner of the bench, Suchong could no longer remain still. He had anticipated that once the team fell behind, a chance to play would arise. Yet the Rockets were now lagging by a full 10 points. When on earth will I get to play? Chapter 10. The stage is set. The counterattack begins now. Edelman's desire to make substitutions, much like his other desires at this age, is utterly absent. Indeed, it is completely non-existent. This leaves Suchong in a state of sheer helplessness. It is high time for a substitution. If this continues, the gap between the Rockets and the Mavericks will only widen. Suchong wholeheartedly agrees with Yang Yi's sentiment, promptly echoing, "Indeed, a substitution is necessary." Although McGrady cannot take the court tonight, there is still Suchong on the bench. In the last match against the Thunder, Suchong's performance was quite remarkable, achieving 11 points, 2 blocks, 1 steal, and 1 assist in limited time. It would not be unreasonable to let Suchong play. However, the obstinate Edelman refuses to give Suchong the opportunity. As time ticks away, the disparity between the Rockets and the Mavericks begins to grow increasingly pronounced. In the stands of the American Airlines Center, tens of thousands of Mavericks fans seem to have already begun celebrating their impending victory. The score gap has reached 15 points. The scales of victory appear to be tilting in favor of the Mavericks. At this moment, on the three-point line, Jason Kidd receives the basketball in the front court. And upon witnessing this, Edelman feels a sense of impending doom. He signals for his defensive players to disrupt Jason Kidd. However, to his dismay, Kidd passes the ball to the unguarded Josh Howard. The latter also attempts a three-pointer. Despite the awkwardness of the motion, swoosh, another three-pointer hits the mark. The score gap has now widened to 18 points. In the stands at the American Airlines Center, Mavericks fans erupt into a frenzy, all chanting Josh Howard's name in unison. Finally, Edelman can no longer contain himself. He swiftly calls for a tactical timeout, yet it is difficult not to suspect that he has already resigned himself to garbage time. Sue, get in there. Replace Alston. Look for opportunities to shoot. Remember, you must perform well. Otherwise, you may not receive a new contract from the team. Suchong has long awaited this moment. Finally, he steps onto the court. Suchong pays no heed to Edelman. His mind is solely focused on how to score. In the TX studio, head coaches Yang Yi and Suchong are equally exhilarated upon seeing Suchong enter the game. Edelman indeed allowed Suchong to play. Unfortunately, the Rockets' situation is dire. Let us hope Suchong can hold his own. To be honest, Yang Yi harbors little faith in Suchong. Yet, Suchong quickly proves everyone wrong. The system automatically selects the Splash Brothers' three-point shooting ability. As Suchong steps onto the court, the system immediately designates the Splash Brothers' three-point shooting skill, undoubtedly the most fitting ability for him at this moment. Could it be? The system is not setting him up for failure? Upon realizing the appropriateness of the skill selected by the system, Suchong's initial reaction is one of suspicion. However, this time, the system does not ensnare him. On the three-point line, after receiving a pass from a teammate, Suchong decisively takes the shot. Swish. The basketball finds its way into the hoop with a graceful arc. 3 points scored. The Splash Brothers' three-point shot has been completed. Reward, 1 skill point. Is that all? Just 1 shot? Clearly, Suchong feels a sense of incompleteness. In the TX studio, Suchong and Yang Yi are instantly ecstatic upon witnessing Suchong's successful three-pointer. My goodness. If all goes as expected, this should be the Rockets' first three-point shot made in the second quarter, and it comes from Suchong. Truly impressive. On the bench, head coach Edelman appears somewhat bewildered. He did not antic the Rockets can only hope for a remarkable performance in the second half to secure a victory. Chapter 11. Harden's step-back three-point skill card. Following Kidd's successful three-pointer, Rockets coach Edelman decisively called for a tactical timeout. During this interval, it became evident that Edelman recognized Suchong's remarkable shooting ability. In order to allow Suchong to concentrate entirely on his three-point shooting, he strategically paused the game. With such a formidable weapon at their disposal, why not utilize it? From the bench, Edelman clearly outlined Suchong's responsibilities, addressing all the starting players. Su now possesses unlimited shooting privileges. whenever you secure possession. Make it a priority to pass the ball to Su. He will handle the offense while the rest focus on defense. Thus, Suchong instantaneously became the offensive core of the Rockets. This unexpected turn of events was rather sudden. After the game resumed, Alston and Artest entered the game. On the court, Alston swiftly brought the ball to the front court, but at that moment, the Mavericks perimeter players suddenly resorted to a zone defense. In an instant, with Jason Kidd leading and Josh Howard supporting, the two perimeter players appeared right before Alston, causing him to panic. He hurriedly passed the ball to Suchong. However, Suchong was positioned beyond the three-point line. Consequently, upon receiving the ball, Suchong immediately took a step back. This move left the two commentators speechless. Suchong, after receiving the ball, chose not to shoot, but instead retreated? What was he thinking? Young, he couldn't help but mock. Could it be Suchong truly believes he can make a three-pointer? Although Suchong had just made an impressive three-pointer, the circumstances then were entirely different. In the blink of an eye, Suchong's three-pointer soared through the air, tracing a beautiful arc before swiftly sinking into the basket. The score shifted to 56-52, narrowing the gap to 4 points. This three-pointer was undoubtedly a lifesaver for the Rockets. Yang Yi's expression was one of disbelief as he exclaimed, "It went in? What a shot!" Suchong's three-pointer was crucial. He enthusiastically praised Suchong, his demeanor completely transformed. On the bench, Coach Adelman was equally thrilled, pumping his fist in celebration. "Well done, Su." Yao Ming, returning on defense, immediately acknowledged Suchong with a congratulatory clap. "Great job. We still have a chance." On the Mavericks side, stars Jason Kidd and Dirk Nowitzki exhibited faint ripples of concern on their faces. Interesting, Nowitzki smirked, while Kidd dismissively remarked that Asian player just got lucky. In the subsequent possession, the Mavericks regained control of the ball. As usual, Kidd strode confidently to the front court, intending to forcefully penetrate through sheer speed. However, the Rockets' perimeter defense denied him any opportunity. With Suchong's pivotal three-pointer, the morale of the Rockets soared. Alston and Artest also converged on Kidd, creating a tight defense around him. Faced with the double team, Kidd halted his advance. In the next moment, he executed a floater, successfully delivering the ball to his teammate, the towering Dirk Nowitzki. Yet, Nowitzki was not having an easy time either. Both Yu and Suchong, the East China players, appeared before Nowitzki almost simultaneously. The Rockets' defensive rotations were impressively swift. Seeing this, Nowitzki attempted a contested shot. Thud. The basketball ricocheted off the rim. Scola seized the rebound, igniting a counterattack opportunity for the Rockets. On the sidelines, Coach Adelman shouted, "Get that damned ball to Su." Ever since Suchong made that three-pointer, Adelman had resolved to entrust the Rockets' fate to this young East China play. Chapter 12. Skill Lock. LeBron charges in. To be frank, Suchong never anticipated that Dinga's step-back three-pointer would wield such formidable power. Just as Suchong was gearing up for a robust performance in the second half, the system initiated yet another unexpected maneuver. Step-back three-pointer by Harden has been completed. What does this mean? Is it unusable now? Soon, the system provided an answer. The duration of Skill Lock is 1 quarter. The effect automatically dissipates after a single quarter of play. Suchong was taken aback. He had not foreseen such a twist from the system. What should he do now? The third quarter was about to commence, and Coach Adelman had entrusted him with significant responsibilities. With his current state, it would be a miracle if the Rockets could merely maintain their point differential, let alone close the gap. Just when Suchong was at a loss, the system delivered a familiar notification, undoubtedly a lifeline for him. Reward, LeBron James charge. Would you like to lock it in? Lock it in. Lock it in. Without hesitation, Suchong chose to confirm. Although he lost Harden and Oppos, a step-back three-pointer, acquiring LeBron's charge was equally splendid. The reputation of the chosen one was not to be trifled with. After all, in the current NBA landscape of 2008, LeBron James' fame far eclipsed that of Harden. Wait a minute. It was 2008, and Harden had yet to enter the draft. Could it be that this skill is also limited to a single quarter? This skill remains effective for 2 quarters. Upon hearing the system's response, Suchong felt a mix of skepticism and hope. I warn you, do not deceive me. Before long, the third quarter commenced in earnest. In the American Airlines Center, Mavericks fans, refreshed after a nearly 15-minute intermission, erupted into deafening cheers once more. At the three-point line, the Mavericks seized the offensive possession. Jason Terry received a pass from Kidd and, without hesitation, took his shot. Swish, it seemed the Mavericks continued their fiery momentum from the first half. The three-pointer rang true, leaving the Rockets with no opportunity to respond. But it wasn't long before the Rockets decided to make their mark from beyond the arc. Alston swiftly brought the ball to the front court and, without a moment's thought, passed it directly to Soo-Chung. Clearly, Alston believed Soo-Chung possessed the ability to shoot from the perimeter. After handing over the ball, Alston even winked at Soo-Chung. How absurd. At the three-point line, Soo-Chung received the ball. There were no Mavericks defenders in his vicinity, although he had made several three-pointers in the second quarter. It appeared the Mavericks' defense did not regard him as a significant threat. This ignited a flicker of anger within Soo-Chung. He longed to shoot a three-pointer to demonstrate his prowess to the Mavericks players. However, he restrained himself. After all, this game was crucial for his future with the Rockets. He couldn't afford to be careless. In the next moment, Soo-Chung opted to drive. This was his forte, indeed, the method in which he excelled most. Clutching the ball, he charged toward the Mavericks' interior. Soo-Chung, he chose to drive. Commentator Yang Yi was equally astonished. He found Soo-Chung's offensive choice perplexing. As a commentator for TX Sports, he had a fair understanding of the capabilities of basketball players from Donghua, while many prominent interior players, such as Yao Ming and Yi Jianlian, had established themselves in the NBA, no other Donghua players had managed to find a foothold in positions outside the paint. Over the years, aside from Soo-Chung, no perimeter player had captured the attention of NBA teams. There were myriad reasons for this, the most significant being that the fundamental skills and physical attributes of perimeter players from Donghua were worlds apart from those of NBA players. On the court, Soo-Chung, disregarding all caution, barreled straight toward the opponent's basket. In an instant, he bypassed the help defenders Anwar White and Josh Howard. The next moment, Soo-Chung single-handedly surged into the Mavericks' interior. Upon witnessing this, the towering Nowitzki could not suppress a scoff. Truly, he was overestimating himself. With that, Nowitzki lunged forward, positioning himself in Soo-Chung's path. In that split second, the two players collided forcefully. Despite Nowitzki having established his position, Soo-Chung, empowered by LeBron's charge, had reached the peak of athletic prowess. Although Nowitzki was also physically formidable, he paled in comparison to the peak LeBron James. Moreover, Soo-Chung had just come off the bench in the second quarter, brimming with energy. At this moment, Soo-Chung resembled a fierce tiger descending the mountain, leveraging his momentum and core strength to audaciously bulldoze past Nowitzki. Following this, Soo-Chung gathered his strength once more, swiftly arriving beneath the basket. With both hands steady, he placed the ball into the hoop. Buzzing with excitement, the entire American Airlines center fell silent in disbelief. How is this possible? How could this Asian player possess such strength? Nowitzki was dumbfounded, his eyes wide with astonishment as he gazed at Soo-Chung, utterly unable to fathom what had just transpired. In the TX Sports studio, commentator Yang Yi raised his voice in exhilaration. An unbelievable dunk. Soo-Chung has accomplished such a feat on an NBA court. This young man, did he travel? No travel. The chosen one, LeBron James, performs layups like this. Coach Adelman stared at Soo-Chung with wide eyes, his expression shifting from exhilaration to sheer excitement. Alston, who had just passed the ball to Soo-Chung, wore a similarly astonished expression. Wasn't he an undrafted player? This force was terrifying. After witnessing Soo-Chung's drive, Alston began to question everything he knew. Meanwhile, on the Maverick sidelines, Carlisle was equally perplexed. He could not comprehend how a mere 20-year-old player from Donghua could penetrate Nowitzki's defense. This was utterly unfathomable. It is worth noting that even elite NBA players like Kobe and LeBron found it challenging to breach Nowitzki's defense. After the change of possession, the Mavericks seized their offensive opportunity. Jason Kidd brought the ball up the court himself, initially intent on taking the shot. Kidd noticed Nowitzki was aggressively battling Yao Ming for position at the free throw line, raising his right hand high. Give me that basketball. Clearly, Nowitzki was eager to redeem himself, desperately hoping to regain some pride on the offensive end. Observing this, Jason Kidd quickly tossed the ball to Nowitzki. Chapter 13, a shocking moment for American fans. Dunk on him. Smash this Asian. Dunk over his head. Nowitzki, show these Houstonians your prowess. As Nowitzki received the ball at the free throw line, the Mavericks fans in the stands of the American Airlines Center began to roar. He did not disappoint the home crowd. Upon receiving the ball, he immediately turned his back to face Yao Ming. Although Yao possesses extraordinary physical attributes among Asians, it does not imply that he can dominate in the NBA. Moreover, tonight, the Mavericks have Nowitzki on their roster. It's essential to note that Nowitzki has never feared Yao. When Yao matched up against Nowitzki, his physical advantage seemed to vanish. In the paint, Nowitzki relied on his core strength and weight to power through. After Yao resisted 3 attempts, He could no longer withstand the pressure. Buzzing, Nowitzki swiftly pivoted and leaped, executing a magnificent one-leg jump shot, effortlessly sending the basketball into the hoop. Despite being overwhelmed defensively, this time, Nowitzki regained his confidence against Yao. Beautiful. This is the Nowitzki we know, dominating these Eastern countrymen. How dare they attempt to dunk in front of the driver? It's akin to courting disaster. The eternal wall in the paint. Witnessing Nowitzki overpower Yao, the Mavericks fans erupted once more, fervently mocking the Rockets. Suchong, seeing Nowitzki's triumph over Yao, resolved to restore his older brother's honor. In the subsequent play, Suchong received the basketball at the arc of the three-point line. This time, the Mavericks clearly focused their defense on Suchong. In his path, Jason Kidd and Antron White positioned themselves for a double team. Suchong faced a dual defensive effort from the Mavericks. In the TX Sports studio, commentator Yang Yi marveled, "I never expected that the Eastern Country S-guard would be met with a double team from two NBA-level stars. This truly gives Suchong a sense of respect." As Yang Yi's words faded, Suchong suddenly leaped, accelerating with determination. Once again, he drove hard towards the Mavericks' paint. Again? This Asian is courting danger. The Mavericks have prioritized their defense against him. He cannot possibly break through. On the stands of the American Airlines Center, several Mavericks fans muttered in disappointment. Despite their confidence, the Mavericks players' prowess was indeed questionable. Suchong, like a football quarterback scoring a touchdown, exerted all his strength, carving a path through the double team of Jason Kidd and Antron White. Suchong was well aware of Nowitzki's capabilities, so this time, he surged forward with even greater speed, like a gust of wind sweeping across the court. Just as Nowitzki prepared to intercept, Suchong outpaced him, darting towards the basket with lightning speed. Nowitzki's defensive prowess at the rim is indeed among the best in the NBA. However, his speed left much to be desired. This time, Suchong, having accelerated, offered Nowitzki no opportunity. As expected, Suchong once again penetrated to the basket, buzzing, a one-handed slam dunk, scoring 2 points. Instantly, boos erupted from the stands of the American Airlines Center. This guy's speed is astonishing. Is this truly an Asian? Nowitzki, didn't he even manage to defend? Honestly, this is the first time I've seen Nowitzki in such a predicament. Mavericks fans began to chatter animatedly. Meanwhile, Carlisle called for a tactical timeout. As the head coach of the Mavericks, Carlisle could not allow an Asian player to score so easily. On the bench, Carlisle passionately shouted at his players, "Do not let that damned Asian have any opportunities to break through. Get physical with him. If one person cannot handle him, then two must come together." In the TX Sports studio, commentator Yang Yi earnestly expressed, "Suchong must be the most physically gifted Asian player I have ever seen. In terms of physical confrontation and absolute sprinting speed, he has reached the pinnacle of the NBA. He is truly a prodigy. It is hard to fathom that such a player went undrafted." After the timeout, the game resumed. The Rockets made another personnel adjustment. Brooks exited, replaced by the younger Kyle Lowry. Clearly, Coach Adelman intended to build the team around Suchong. On the defensive end, the opponent's offensive opportunities. Veteran Jason Kidd slowly brought the ball up the court, stopping at the arc of the three-point line. The freshly entered Hudson was already in front of Kidd, striving to disrupt his progress. Nevertheless, Kidd remained composed. As a seasoned player, he opted not to force a breakthrough or go solo. His offensive choice was to pass the ball to the interior to Nowitzki. After all, the Mavericks' star player is Nowitzki. In this match, Nowitzki possesses the freedom to shoot at will. Carlisle's strategies have consistently revolved around Nowitzki. Again at the free throw line, Nowitzki raised his right hand, using his robust physique to hold off Yao Ming. Observing this, Kidd wasted no time and instantly tossed the basketball to Nowitzki. However, an unexpected twist occurred. Just as Kidd released the pass, Suchong suddenly stepped forward, perfectly timing his move. Suchong's right hand intercepted the ball mid-air. The next moment, the Rockets had a fast break opportunity. Without hesitation, Suchong passed the ball to the young Kyle Lowry. Having just entered the game, Lowry was brimming with energy. Upon receiving the ball, he burst into action, taking 2 steps in 3 strides, swiftly advancing to the front court, ultimately securing an easy layup. Suchong excelled not only on the offensive front but also showcased his skills on defense. During this period, Coach Adelman specifically instructed the perimeter players to closely guard Kidd, even advising his players to engage in physical confrontations with Kidd whenever possible to wear down his stamina. At 35 years old, Kidd's physical condition and athleticism are no longer at their peak. By continuously targeting Kidd defensively, his performance would inevitably decline significantly. Adelman's strategy bore fruit. In the final minutes of the third quarter, Suchong replaced the player matched up against Kidd. Chapter 14. The Mavericks ignite their comeback under the relentless physical pressure exerted by Suchong. The once dominant Jason Kidd, a formidable force in the NBA, began to falter, frequently committing turnovers. Each misstep by Kidd gifted Suchong an opportunity for a swift breakthrough. Gradually, the visiting Rockets surged ahead, even leading by 5 points as the third quarter drew to a close. Soon, the final quarter commenced with renewed vigor. In the opening attack of the fourth quarter, the Mavericks, playing on their home turf, noticeably intensified their offensive efforts. Particularly, their star player, Dirk Nowitzki, became increasingly assertive in seeking the ball. Undoubtedly, this was not a promising sign for the Rockets. Within the paint, Nowitzki forcefully cleared Yao Ming's defense and, in a sudden pivot, unleashed his signature move. The Golden Rooster stands alone. Swish. The basketball sailed smoothly into the hoop. It must be said that when Nowitzki is fully engaged, the Rockets' interior defense faces insurmountable challenges. It was in this fourth quarter that a genuine showdown commenced. Just as fans eagerly anticipated the clash between Suchong and Nowitzki, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Despite Su's impressive skills, his physical endurance was still a limitation. Having exerted himself too fiercely in the third quarter, he found himself drained. Recognizing the situation, Coach Adelman promptly called for Su to take a breather. In this critical moment, Alston stepped up. Typically a peripheral player, he had yet to score but was due for a change in fortune. Indeed, shortly after the fourth quarter commenced, Alston began to exploit opportunities from beyond the arc. At the top of the three-point line, facing the veteran Kidd's defense, Alston, using a deft change of rhythm, eluded Kidd's interference. With remarkable agility, he glided into the Mavericks' interior. Unlike Su, Alston opted for a sudden pull-up jumper instead of attacking the rim directly. Swish. The mid-range shot found its mark. Meanwhile, the Mavericks maintained their familiar low-post strategy, consistently feeding the ball to Nowitzki and relying on his individual prowess to score. Frankly, this method was painfully slow. Attempting to close the gap solely through dunks was a rather fanciful notion. Carlisle quickly recognized this and called a tactical timeout, urging his players to diversify their shooting options, particularly emphasizing the need for Kidd and Sean Williams to showcase their three-point capabilities. After all, three-pointers were the most effective means of narrowing the deficit. Though Kidd's three-point shooting was average, he had demonstrated a decent touch in the first half. Upon returning to the game, the Mavericks adjusted their offensive strategy, shifting their focus to the perimeter. At the three-point line, the seasoned Kidd took a deep breath and, in the next moment, released the ball. Despite being 35, Kidd's shooting motion remained remarkably swift. In the blink of an eye, the basketball traced a graceful arc above the American Airlines center, perfectly swishing through the net. Following a change of possession, Alston decided to intensify his three-point efforts as well. However, the experienced Kidd was evidently prepared this time. He initiated physical contact with Alston, denying him any shooting opportunities. With time running low on the shot clock, Alston was forced to rush a shot. Bang! The ball ricocheted off the rim, and Nowitzki effortlessly secured the rebound. Immediately, the Mavericks launched a counterattack, with Sean Williams, previously knocked aside by Su, now finding his rhythm. He successfully drained 2 consecutive three-pointers from the right corner, halting the Rockets' momentum. The score now stood at 98-93, with the Rockets' once comfortable lead dwindling to a mere 5 points. In the final 3 minutes, maintaining this slender advantage proved to be a daunting task for the Rockets. The only solution that Coach Adelman could conceive was to reinsert Suchong into the game. After a brief respite of 7 to 8 minutes, Su's stamina had nearly returned. Once back on the court, he resumed his unstoppable drive, successfully executing 3 consecutive breakthroughs from the same spot. Even when physically challenged by Nowitzki in the paint, Su maintained his edge. His presence not only resolved the Rockets' offensive dilemmas, but also showcased his defensive prowess whenever Su was near Sean Williams. The latter transformed into a timid kitten, reluctant to unleash his three-point shooting. However, this did not guarantee a victory for the Rockets on the Mavericks' home turf. Soon enough, the Mavericks began to unveil their offensive talents, particularly through Nowitzki. As the Mavericks' star player, he commenced taking control of the game in the paint. On the sidelines, Coach Carlisle fervently urged his players to channel the ball to Nowitzki, allowing him to operate independently. This was the Mavericks' strategy for the final quarter. The moment of truth had arrived for Yao Ming. Positioned at the free-throw line, Nowitzki received the ball and forcefully pivoted. Ordinarily, it would be Scola tasked with defending Nowitzki, but he was at a significant disadvantage in terms of physical attributes. Nowitzki accelerated past Scola's defense. In the next moment, Nowitzki glanced at the hoop, preparing to shoot. At this critical juncture, Yao understood he had to decisively step up to defend. He lunged forward, successfully contesting Nowitzki's shot just before it was released. Yet, truth be told, Nowitzki was a nightmare for Yao. Upon seeing Yao before him, Nowitzki remained unfazed, executing his shooting motion with ease. Swish! The basketball swiftly nestled into the net. 2 crucial points. In the subsequent possession, Alston of the Rockets committed a turnover, allowing Kidd to seize the ball and initiate a swift counterattack. The Mavericks scored once more. During this period, the Mavericks implemented a full-court zone defense, which undoubtedly placed immense pressure on the Rockets players, who were caught off guard. Consecutive turnovers ensued, particularly from Alston. The Mavericks seemed to have identified the Rockets' vulnerability, relentlessly targeting Alston, who was increasingly prone to mistakes. Chapter 15. Conquering the Mavericks. Securing a new contract in the final moments, the Mavericks relied heavily on swift counterattacks, successfully overtaking the score. Adelman, unable to bear the sight, was fortunate to possess Su Chong, this not-so-secret weapon. He resolutely instructed Su Chong to advance the ball from the backcourt. And thus, at last, Su Chong gained possession of the ball. Simultaneously, the Mavericks defenders grew increasingly tense. This time, Su Chong received the basketball at the free throw line, with Mavericks player James Singleton defending him. Singleton, lacking in defensive prowess, found himself easily surpassed by Su Chong in a mere step. With astonishing speed, he left no opportunity for Singleton to react. With a powerful leap off his right foot, Su Chong surged into the paint, confronting the towering Eric Dampier, who stood at an imposing 211 centimeters. Su Chong executed a thunderous dunk that obliterated his opponent. The deafening roar of the crowd echoed, an unanswerable slam dunk. Once again, the Mavericks center was left utterly humiliated, having no chance to retaliate. Su Chong's speed, bolstered by Singleton's reckless charge, had reached the pinnacle of NBA standards. Utterly unstoppable. Please, do not make me defend against this monstrous Asian. Perhaps this was the most genuine thought nestled in the hearts of every Mavericks fan. In the ensuing moments, Su Chong was a force to be reckoned with. Each offensive play, the Mavericks defenders were acutely aware of his methods. Yet their efforts to thwart him proved fruitless. They could only watch as Su Chong executed yet another emphatic dunk. It was through Su Chong's relentless breakthroughs that the visiting Rockets gradually extended their lead to double digits. To contain Su Chong's advances, Coach Carlisle even deployed Sean Williams to personally guard him. Yet, the outcome was even more brutal. Su Chong, in the midst of their confrontation, sent Sean Williams flying. In the final moments of the match, Su Chong was not content with his own scoring. Instead, he assisted his older brother, Yao Ming, in scoring against Nowitzki's defense. Su Chong penetrated the paint, feigned an attack on the rim, successfully drawing Nowitzki's attention, and then executed a swift handoff to Yao Ming. With no Mavericks players to hinder him, Yao Ming transformed into a towering giant, leaping high into the air. Clutching the basketball with both hands, he executed a powerful dunk right over Nowitzki's head. The resounding cheers filled the arena as Yao Ming's successful dunk extinguished any remaining suspense in the game. As the 4 quarters concluded, the visiting Rockets triumphed over the Mavericks with a score of 101-95, marking a victorious start to the new season. In the post-game statistics, Su Chong, an undrafted player, astonishingly amassed 27 points, along with 3 assists and 4 steals, becoming the pivotal figure in the Rockets' victory. In the post-game interview, Mavericks coach Carlisle expressed considerable admiration for Su Chong's performance. He is a prodigious talent. To be honest, the Mavericks have long desired to recruit several international players, and Su Chong's performance tonight was nothing short of perfection. It is rumored that Su Chong currently holds a short-term contract with the Rockets, but if possible, I hope he could join the Mavericks. We would offer him a remarkably generous contract. Carlisle's comments served as a timely reminder to Adelman. Following the game, Adelman immediately contacted the Rockets general manager and swiftly drafted a new contract for Su Chong. Su, you are the key to our victory tonight. I am genuinely proud of you. This is a new contract prepared by the sports director overnight. Take a look, and if it doesn't meet your expectations, we can negotiate further. Adelman's demeanor had entirely transformed. Clearly, if Su Chong's stellar performance against the Thunder could be attributed to mere luck, then his exceptional display against the formidable Mavericks could only signify one thing. Su Chong is truly extraordinary. 3 years, $10 million? That equates to approximately $330,000 a year. Su Chong was taken aback. He never anticipated the Rockets would be so generous. Overnight, he had become a millionaire. No, A multimillionaire. What's wrong? Are you dissatisfied with the salary? Speak your mind. What is your desired figure? Adelman transformed into a professional salesman, his sole aim being to secure the brilliant Su Chong firmly within the Rockets roster. Previously, the short-term contract Su Chong signed with the Rockets was a two-way contract. This meant that if Su Chong excelled during this period, the Rockets would have the priority to renew his contract, though the renewal amount would undoubtedly be less. After all, one cannot catch a wolf without first letting go of a rabbit. Furthermore, the Rockets' salary cap was relatively healthy, with true superstars in the team being merely Tracy McGrady and Yao Ming. As Adelman contemplated how to secure Su Chong's renewal, Su Chong, in a moment of disbelief, slapped himself across the face. Adelman was astonished by the spectacle before him. He even began to regret renewing Su Chong's contract. Surely, this individual must be mentally unstable. However, Su Chong was in good health. The reason he slapped himself was to confirm the reality of the situation. Once he felt the heat radiating from his right cheek, he regained his composure. All right, you must not go back on your word. Before Adelman could respond, Su Chong decisively signed his name on the contract. Adelman was left in utter astonishment. He could not fathom what Su Chong was truly thinking. Nonetheless, Su Chong ultimately renewed his contract. This was undoubtedly a boon for the Rockets. Following this game, numerous NBA media outlets began reporting on Su Chong's heroic exploits. Su Chong from Donghua dominates, leads the Rockets to victory over the Mavericks, sending Sean Williams flying. Donghua's steel cannon becomes the Rockets' hero. Yao Ming and Su Chong unite, creating the most powerful inside-out combination. McGrady's successor? Su Chong excels in three-point shooting and breakthroughs. Rockets fans have forgotten McGrady. Su Chong was not only an immense sensation in America, but also back in his homeland. Chapter 16. Consecutive Away Games. The Eastern Kingdom. The largest basketball forum in the country, Dog Poo Network. Young Su Chong of Donghua wreaks havoc, becomes the key player in the Rockets' victory. The strongest Asian perimeter player ever? Su Chong overwhelms Nowitzki. Who could have imagined? Young Su Chong dares to dunk over Nowitzki. Articles of this nature abound. And in the blink of an eye, Su Chong's name has spread across the vast expanse of the land. His name even ascended the ranks of Baidu's trending searches. An increasing number of fans began to search for Su Chong. However, far across the ocean, Su Chong himself remained blissfully unaware. Not due to the poor internet speed of the United States, but because he was still reveling in the exhilaration of becoming a millionaire. Gazing at the numbers in his bank account, Su Chong yearned to teleport back home to indulge in the company of models at the club. Yet for now, he decided to reward himself with a villa. After all, purchasing property is a traditional virtue. He spent $2 million. To be candid, this price is not exorbitant in the Houston market. Of course, the quality of the house is fairly mediocre, having changed hands several times. But Su Chong paid it no mind. After all, it was merely a house, not a woman. Who cares how many times it has changed hands? As long as it serves its purpose as a residence. On moving day, Yao Ming and artist came to assist. For Yao, Su Chong's ability to remain with the Rockets brought him joy. After all, there are currently only 3 players from Donghua in the NBA. It feels reassuring to play alongside someone from one's own country. After determining his residence, Su Chong soon faced his 3rd game in the NBA. The Rockets were set to play against the Washington Wizards. This was a spotlight match in the 13th round of the league. The Wizards are no pushovers. Though their most flamboyant star, Arenas, was sidelined due to injury, they still boasted formidable firepower. Their leading star, Anton Jamison, was a 4th overall pick in the 1998 draft, following in the ranks of Vince Carter, Nowitzki, and Paul Pierce. His physical gifts and abilities are evident. Additionally, they had Karen Butler and the ever-quirky JaVale McGee. Overall, their strength was commendable, currently sitting in 5th place in the Eastern Conference, with a solid chance of making the playoffs this season. On game day, at 8 o'clock in the evening, MCI Center, the fans in Washington were eagerly anticipating the start of this clash. In the TX studio, commentators Yang Yi and Su Kun began to announce the starting lineups for both teams. First, for the visiting Rockets, since Su Chong had dominated the last game, leading the team to a hard-fought victory over the Mavericks, Coach Adelman regarded Su Chong with increasing admiration, akin to a mother-in-law looking at her son-in-law, growing fonder with each glance. Thus, this evening, Coach Adelman granted Su Chong the starting opportunity. The Rockets' starting lineup was as follows: point guard, Alston; shooting guard, Su Chong; small forward, Artest; power forward, Scola; center, Yao Ming. It is worth mentioning that the Rockets' backcourt core player, McGrady, was again sidelined due to injury, inadvertently providing Su Chong an opportunity. It was hoped that Su Chong would showcase his true potential tonight. However, the Rockets had been on the road for an extended period, which posed a significant challenge to the player's stamina. It was hoped that Su Chong could maintain his form from the previous 2 games and deliver another stunning performance. This was Su Chong's first start. To be honest, it would be disingenuous to say he was not nervous. One reason was the pressure of making his debut as a starter, and the other was the system's lack of response, which added to his anxiety. What on earth is wrong with this wretched system? Why isn't it responding? Su Chong attempted to activate the system subconsciously, but it seemed to remain dormant, unresponsive. While the system failed to react, Su Chong's own anxiety escalated. In a fit of frustration, he began to pace anxiously. In the TX studio, commentators Yang Yi and Su Kun observed Su Chong's demeanor and could not help but engage in a serious analysis of his state. Su Chong's body language indicated that he was indeed quite nervous about the upcoming game, but that was perfectly normal. Everyone has their first time. As long as he can overcome this challenge, given Su Chong's talent, he could ultimately become an NBA star akin to Yao Ming. After jesting about Su Chong, the commentators proceeded to announce the starting lineup for the home team, the Wizards. The Wizards fielded their strongest lineup for the match. The starting players were point guard, D. Brown, shooting guard, Deshaun Stevenson, small forward, Karen Butler, power forward, and Ton Jamison, center, JaVale McGee. The players shook hands amicably before the game. Yet, truth be told, this friendliness was merely superficial. Deep down, the Wizards players did not regard the Rockets highly, especially Su Chong. Prior to the game, Karen Butler even wagered with JaVale McGee that he would block Su Chong 4 times during the match. Now that is confidence. As the game commenced, the Houston Rockets struck first. Center Yao Ming successfully secured possession of the offensive ball. The basketball was quickly passed to Alston. Without hesitation, Alston seized the opportunity and swiftly advanced to the front court. Eager to prove himself, Alston received a pass from a teammate and, without delay, charged towards the Wizards' interior. Fearless, Alston deftly bypassed the help defense of a Wizards player, accelerating towards the basket. Just as Alston prepared to lay up, JaVale McGee appeared before him. At this moment, McGee was not yet the clumsy player known later. His ability to protect the rim was quite commendable. In the paint, JaVale McGee raised his right hand high and leapt with determination, executing a stunning block on Alston. On the court, Su Chong witnessed this and could not help but exclaim, "What? Is that McGee? Is he really this fierce at such a young age? Such defensive prowess is quite impressive." In no time, the Wizards launched a counterattack. In the blink of an eye, Ton Jamison was racing down the court with the basketball towards the Rockets' half. This player was, in fact, a cornerstone for the Wizards. Last season, Jamison averaged 16, 8 points and 4.5 blocks per game. One might even assert that he is the unequivocal linchpin of the Wizards. Certainly, with Anwar Jamison's current prowess, his performance this season has been nothing short of explosive. Averaging around 20 points per game. Judging by his momentum tonight, he is once again on the path to reach that 20-point mark. Chapter 17. Is it still LeBron's skill? Anwar Jamison stepped onto the court with an abundance of confidence and an insatiable desire to perform. Mere seconds later, he charged into the offensive zone, and to his surprise, his opponent was none other than Su Chong. An Asian? Humph. What audacity. Upon recognizing Su Chong as his defender, Anwar Jamison couldn't resist hurling some trash talk at him. "I'm going to crush you like an eggshell." In Jamison's eyes, Su Chong was merely a rookie with yellow skin. He had heard from his coach and teammates, as well as from the scouts' reports, that this player from Donghua had inexplicably excelled in the previous 2 games, but no one believed that was his true potential. Jamison had casually watched a few highlights of Su Chong's games and deemed him utterly incapable of presenting any challenge to himself. This rookie, merely a product of fortunate circumstances, was destined to be a mere backdrop. Jamison resolved to teach him a lesson. He did not waste much time on Su Chong. Instead, he abruptly accelerated and crashed his shoulder into Su Chong. He anticipated watching Su Chong fly away, giving him a taste of what NBA-level competition entailed. However, at the moment of impact, he felt as if he had collided with a mountain. Su Chong stood firm, unyielding as a rock. Both men were taken aback. Locking on. LeBron James' bulldozing skill activated. What? Again with the Little Emperor's bulldozing? Su Chong, initially bracing for embarrassment in this defensive encounter, involuntarily shrank back. To his astonishment, the system once more locked onto LeBron James' bulldozing prowess. In an instant, Su Chong felt a surge of power coursing through his body, leaving him momentarily bewildered about his own movements. Meanwhile, Anwin Jamison, undeterred, continued his offensive thrust, believing he would prevail. Yet, the outcome remained unchanged. How could this be? Just as Jamison pondered the absurdity of it all, Suchong seized the moment. He crashed into Jamison's shoulder, causing the latter to stumble backward like a young calf, and then executed a successful steel right from Jamison's grasp. What a play! A magnificent move. On the sidelines, Coach Adelman couldn't help but express his admiration. In the next moment, Suchong sprang into action, charging toward the opponent's basket with the grace and speed of a meteor. At that moment, Suchong resembled a bull, his eyes solely fixated on the hoop. Leveraging the speed advantage bestowed by peak LeBron James, he swiftly maneuvered through the defense and penetrated the paint, executing a layup without any hindrance. Buzzing. 2 seconds later, Suchong slammed down a two-handed dunk, marking his first score of the game. Coach Adelman of the Houston Rockets wore a satisfied expression. This was the performance he had hoped for, surpassing all expectations. This young man of Asian descent consistently astonished him at the most unexpected moments. As the game progressed, the Wizards players appeared to be fully engaged. And when Jamison began to realize that this Asian player was not to be underestimated. In the next round, at the three-point line, Jamison opted not to go solo. Instead, he swiftly passed the ball to JaVale McGee in the paint. The joke man stepped up, showcasing his unique flair. Although he was also a rookie, McGee displayed his characteristic decisiveness upon entering the league, unfazed by Yao Ming's imposing defense. He leaped high and emphatically slammed the ball into the basket. 2-2. In the Teague studio, commentator Yang Yi remarked, "Interesting. McGee actually shot in front of Yao, completely unafraid of being swatted." Sukun added, "McGee's athleticism is truly remarkable. Based on that play, he should definitely participate in the dunk contest." However, JaVale McGee's elation was short-lived. Just 10 seconds later, he would encounter despair. The Houston Rockets seized the offensive possession. After bringing the ball up, Alston chose not to drive in further. Clearly, following his initial failed attempt, Alston had recognized McGee's formidable defensive capabilities. Instead, he passed the ball to Suchong, who was also positioned on the perimeter, acknowledging the impossibility of scoring. Alston aimed to accumulate as many assists as possible. He recognized that this Asian player possessed considerable talent. Thus, the ball found its way into Suchong's hands. Anwin Jamison, unwilling to concede, abandoned the shorter Scola to face Suchong directly. "Rookie, this time I will demonstrate what NBA-level defense truly entails." Jamison was determined to reclaim his pride on the defensive end. Without hesitation, he charged towards Suchong, ready for physical confrontation. Yet, unfortunately for him, he had underestimated Suchong and Apos' capabilities. Or perhaps he had simply misjudged LeBron James and Apos' power. Suchong, undeterred by Jamison and Apos' bravado, leaped with explosive force, darting past him like a gust of wind. With remarkable agility, Suchong glided effortlessly toward the basket, preparing for a layup. Suddenly, JaVale McGee appeared before him. At the basket, McGee stepped forward, attempting to obstruct Suchong's path. As a devoted NBA fan, Suchong was well aware of McGee's prowess. Yet he had unwavering faith in LeBron James' impact. This time, Suchong did not hold back. After all, in the lexicon of the Little Emperor, the word stop simply did not exist. He firmly cradled the basketball in his hands and charged toward McGee with unwavering determination. 1 second later, bang! The highly anticipated rookie center JaVale McGee from the Washington Wizards was unexpectedly sent crashing to the ground, propelled out of bounds. Following this, Suchong executed another two-handed dunk, securing his score. My heavens! What just transpired? This Asian player actually knocked McGee down? Impossible. I must be hallucinating. He truly toppled JaVale McGee. The physical prowess of Dong Wat people cannot possibly be this extraordinary. Now, McGee is in a predicament. Let us hope this doesn't adversely affect his future career. In the stands, fans erupted into a whirlwind of discussion. Meanwhile, Coach Adelman of the Houston Rockets was equally astonished. He was aware that Suchong's physical prowess could only be deemed average. However, he could never have imagined that Suchong would be capable of sending JaVale McGee flying. This is truly astonishing. Is it that JaVale McGee is simply inept, or is Suchong exceptionally strong? Chapter 18. Irresistible, no matter who it is. During this period, the competition had become utterly one-sided. Suchong relentlessly scored through his unreasonable breakthroughs, leaving the Wizards utterly powerless. By the end of the first quarter, Suchong had already amassed 13 points. Eddie Jordan, the head coach of the Wizards, wore a look of helplessness. He never anticipated that this Asian player possessed such terrifying physical prowess. When they selected JaVale McGee with the 18th pick, they hardly considered this Asian talent. Had he exhibited even a modicum of athleticism or skill, they would have eagerly signed him for the sake of the Donghua fans. However, now, it was evident how explosive he truly was. In a bid to limit Suchong's impact, Eddie Jordan emphasized defense during breaks. Do not allow that Donghua player to gain easy opportunities for breakthroughs. A new one, focus. Do not let the fact that the opponent is Asian prevent you from giving your all. We must secure victory tonight for the fans at the MCI Center. Jordan's impassioned speech had an immediate effect. The Wizards players, eager to take down the rookie Suchong, were raring to go. As the second quarter commenced, the Wizards took possession. Karen Butler brought the ball to the front court and, disregarding the defense of Rockets guard Rafer Alston, took a shot without hesitation. Swish, the basketball went straight through the hoop. It seemed that Karen Butler was in fine form tonight. When Anuwin Jamison was overwhelmed by Suchong, it became imperative for another player to step up decisively, and that player was clearly Karen Butler. Karen Butler, who was drafted in the same year as Yao Ming, the first overall pick, was selected 10th in the first round, making him quite prominent. Possessing a sharp three-point shot and commendable defensive skills, he could be aptly described as a 3D player. The responsibility of guarding Suchong was entrusted to Butler. Subsequently, possession switched to the Rockets. Alston, after swiftly advancing the ball, opted for a pull-up three-pointer against the defense. Yet, as expected, Alston's shooting percentage remained low tonight, and he missed. The rebound was easily secured by the Wizards' center, JaVale McGee. Although McGee struggled to contain Suchong's scoring, he was adept at rebounding. In an instant, the Wizards organized a counterattack. After 3 passes, the ball found its way back to Karen Butler, who, standing behind the three-point line, took another shot and scored. During this time, aside from Butler's stellar performance, Anuwin Jamison frequently exploited his physical advantages to penetrate the Rockets' interior defense. After being overwhelmed by Suchong, Jamison smartly adapted his strategy, focusing more on the paint. This proved to be a wise decision. The agile and stocky Jamison had the upper hand against the similarly sized Luis Scola. Meanwhile, Suchong, despite channeling LeBron's aggressive style, was still bound by his own physical limits, quickly becoming fatigued. Rockets coach Rick Adelman, fearing that this secret weapon, resembling T-Mac in finesse, might also suffer a sudden collapse, promptly substituted him out. Thus, the Wizards leveraged both inside and outside scoring to swiftly even the score, even taking the lead. The game's tempo was firmly in the Wizards' control. As the point gap widened, Adelman glanced at Suchong and reluctantly sent him back onto the court. However, he had learned from experience, shifting Suchong from the shooting guard position to point guard to minimize physical confrontation. Suchong took control of the ball and advanced to the front court. Soon, Karen Butler appeared before him. Suchong, with the ball in hand, charged toward Butler. Butler did not flinch, he charged back. The outcome was inevitable. Leveraging his unparalleled speed and physique, Suchong sidestepped Butler, driving toward the free throw line. Imagine the elegance of T-Mac playing like LeBron, a sight to behold. The Wizards' interior defenders, recognizing the imminent threat, approached to block, attempting to halt Suchong's advance with a closing defense. Suchong felt a flicker of fear but was unable to stop. Without hesitation, he surged toward the 2 interior players. In a flash, he exerted himself, bursting through the gap between them. Although both Wizards' big men were formidable, particularly McGee, whose athleticism resembled that of a coiled spring, they had no answer to Suchong's relentless charge. With a resounding thud, Suchong concluded the defensive effort with a powerful two-handed dunk. Karen Butler stood dumbfounded, unable to comprehend how an Asian player could possess such extraordinary physical gifts. The last time he felt this way was while defending against LeBron. This was simply unbelievable. Karen Butler was utterly astonished. Was this Suchong? It was as if he were witnessing LeBron James. As the game continued, Alston, realizing Suchong had maintained his exceptional form from the previous match, transformed into Suchong's devoted admirer, frequently assisting him. Thus, in the latter stages of the second quarter, the Rockets, relying on Suchong's relentless breakthroughs, successfully narrowed the score gap. However, the respite was short-lived. With approximately 3 minutes left in the second quarter, the dominant Wizards began to unleash a barrage of outside shots. Karen Butler and Anuwin Jamison rained down three-pointers, rapidly extending the lead once more. Despite Suchong's continued aggressive scoring, this style of play was a tremendous test of stamina. After all, Suchong was not yet LeBron. His endurance had reached its limit. Fortunately, at a crucial moment, Yao Ming finally stepped up. while Alston began to create long-range threats against the opposing basket. In the latter part of the second quarter, Alston found his shooting touch, sinking 4 consecutive three-pointers and successfully halting the Wizards' momentum. Alston, now brimming with confidence, began to prattle incessantly, taking on a coaching role and directing Yao Ming. "Yao, you need to step up, just like your compatriot." Indeed, Yao had yet to unleash his full potential in this match. Returning to the court, Alston feigned a breakthrough, executing a deceptive move before accelerating into the paint. In the next moment, the Wizards no longer dared to underestimate the leaping enigma before them. 3 defenders swiftly converged. Alston, displaying a modicum of wisdom, entrusted the ball to the formidable Yao Ming in the paint. However, at that very instant, JaVale McGee had already leaped high, poised in midair, awaiting Yao's move. Chapter 19. Entering garbage time ahead of schedule. Regrettably, Yao remains Yao. He possesses a profound understanding of how to handle an athletic interior player like McGee. With just a few deft steps, the young McGee, as if commanded, flits left and right, leaping up and down. Although he exerts considerable effort in defense, he is utterly incapable of applying any pressure on Yao. As Yao seizes the opportunity, with a gentle flick of his wrist, the basketball arcs beautifully through the air and swishes through the net. The gap continues to widen. Following a brief respite, Suchong unleashed his full prowess once more, wreaking havoc and drawing fouls from the opposing players. The Wizards were left utterly defenseless. Just when the Wizards were about to concentrate all their defensive efforts on Yao, Suchong on the perimeter would strike unexpectedly. It was an impossible task to defend both ends. The synergy between the Rockets' interior and exterior play showcased the anticipated connection between Yao and McGrady. Meanwhile, a true McGrady sat on the injured list. The Rocket supporters felt as if spring had arrived. However, Wizards head coach Eddie Jordan paced anxiously along the sidelines. He felt helpless against Suchong, who possessed McGrady's physique and James's explosive power, and regretted not selecting him in the draft. Ultimately, after 2 intense quarters, the visiting Rockets led the game 65-54, ahead by 11 points at halftime. Adelman expressed satisfaction with his players' performance, particularly Suchong's. Nevertheless, he chose not to allow Suchong to return for the second half, despite Suchong's explosive showing in the first half. The seasoned Adelman recognized that such a scoring style relied heavily on physicality and posed a significant risk of injury. To safeguard Suchong, he decided to keep him off the court for the remainder of the game. Suchong, feeling in top form and eager to showcase the exceptional skills provided by the system, was on the verge of protesting when he heard the system's voice once again. Skill bulldoze. LeBron James's charge ability has ended. Reward, 20 skill points. What? It's over so soon? Suchong hurriedly probed the system with his subconscious. What about the new skills? Aren't they supposed to be locked? And why did this skill end so quickly? No. It must be the skill chosen in the last game that has expired. Suchong was utterly exasperated by this faulty system. To be honest, since acquiring this system, he had never taken the time to fully understand its mechanics. Moreover, it frequently let him down. This left Suchong with a very negative attitude toward the system. Skill duration is random. It can be adjusted through upgrades. What? Even the duration is random? This is truly outrageous. Suchong felt utterly helpless against the system. 15 minutes later, the second half commenced. Suchong's position was filled by Hayes, a non-drafted player whose background closely mirrored Suchong's. Their skill levels were also comparable, at least to Suchong's pre-skill acquisition abilities. This indicated Hayes' true ability level. As the third quarter began, the game dynamics could only be described as a sudden shift. The Wizards players visibly relaxed upon Suchong's departure from the court. Notably, Anton Jamison, the core of the Wizards, had been thoroughly dominated by Suchong in the first 2 quarters, even developing a case of Suphobia. Whenever Suchong appeared before him, Jamison felt an involuntary tension that adversely affected his shooting. Now, on the 3-point line, after receiving the basketball, Jamison immediately faced Hayes' defense. He exerted minimal effort, taking just a single step. With that simple step, Jamison swiftly broke past Hayes. He then surged toward the opponent's basket with astonishing speed. Scola and Yao, the Rockets' defensive stalwarts, were already in position. Yet, Jamison did not halt his advance. He charged forward recklessly, clearly determined to prove his worth, even at the expense of his composure. Unsurprisingly, Yao successfully blocked the shot. The basketball then landed in Arteas' hands. As a defensive powerhouse and occasional enforcer, Arteas' scoring ability had relied mostly on luck. Throughout the first 3 quarters, he had been a mere spectator. However, at this moment, Artest finally had the opportunity to demonstrate his skills. He sprinted into the front court with breathtaking speed. With no defender in sight, Artest executed a two-handed dunk. The roar of the crowd echoed. When Artest could score with a dunk, it was evident that the suspense of the game had evaporated. In the third quarter, even in X indeed, I recall that Suchong was not particularly strong in physical confrontations. He seemed to favor shooting instead, and often missed. It appears that after undergoing specialized training in the NBA, it is indeed possible for one to become robust over a summer. According to the official website of the Houston Rockets, Suchong has signed a 3-season contract with the team, and his salary is quite substantial. It seems my identity as a Houston Rockets fan for the past 20 years is about to be revealed. When is the next game for the Houston Rockets? I must watch the live broadcast. Yet, Suchong finds no joy in this, for it is that accursed system. How can I ensure that I transform into James with every game? Chapter 20. Increased attention. All kinds of birds. Suchong received a phone call. Sue, I believe you should grant me an exclusive interview. Diana? I'm number 3, not number 47. Why do you keep pestering me? Upon hearing Diana's voice, Suchong felt a twinge of irritation. However, her next statement escalated his anxiety. I can't believe a Donghua player can play like that, and your style varies each time. What is the reason behind it? Suchong was taken aback, then jokingly replied, why not? Just consider me to be possessed by the great soul of Donghua's left back. Xiaoli Fei Dao, Fan Yin Jing, Hui Dong, and Sun Ji Hai have all lent me their spirits. I am not fighting alone. After hanging up, Suchong found it hard to calm his racing thoughts. Could that charming woman have discovered something? The good news was that after a fierce battle with the Wizards, Suchong had not only won over the Rockets fans, but also impressed the head coach, Adelman. Currently, with the Rockets core player, McGrady, injured, Suchong's sudden emergence was perfectly timed to fill the gap in the Rockets' perimeter shooting. According to the team doctor, McGrady would require at least a month to recover, and he wouldn't be back until after the All-Star weekend. This period presented Suchong with a golden opportunity. To secure a primary position on the Rockets, he needed to deliver an impeccable performance during this time. However, to everyone's confusion, during team practices, Suchong reverted to the level of his CBA teammates, which frustrated everyone. They knew he was a player who thrived in competitive situations. A day later, the Rockets faced their next opponent, the Magic, in a back-to-back game. The Magic were currently ranked 3rd in the Eastern Conference, and their star player was the formidable Dwight Howard. To be frank, considering the Rockets' current form, defeating the Magic on their home turf would not be an easy task. The only variable was Suchong. Thus, Adelman placed great responsibility on Suchong once more. On the flight to Orlando, Coach Adelman specifically informed Suchong that he would continue to start in the next game. I believe in your ability, Sue. All you need to do is showcase your previous form against the Magic. If possible, I hope to see you dunk over Howard. Upon hearing this, Suchong's eyes widened in disbelief. Did the coach just suggest he dunk on Howard? He was stunned. After all, Howard was still at his peak this season. To put it bluntly, he was the best center in the NBA, on par with LeBron James. Even Yao Ming would struggle against him. Of course. I believe you have that capability, Adelman said casually, while Suchong could only respond with a wry smile. Indeed, if Suchong could harness LeBron James' bulldozing skill, he might stand a chance against Howard. But the crucial point was, LeBron James' bulldozing ability had expired, and renewal was not an option. On November 23rd, at 8:30 p.m., the Amway Center, home of the Magic, was bustling with fans. The Magic were in excellent form this season, currently sitting 3rd in the East, with a strong possibility of clinching the NBA championship. Their impressive record had made the Magic's fan base quite vibrant. In the players' tunnel, a reporter from ESPN interviewed Howard. As the showdown between the Magic and the Rockets was about to commence, he asked, tonight, you will be facing the Rockets' Yao Ming. Do you believe you can break through the Great Wall's defense? And with Suchong, another player from Donghua, in hot form, do you think he will pose a threat to the Magic? Howard exuded confidence in response to the journalist's questions. Yao Ming indeed possesses remarkable defensive capabilities. He is a worthy opponent. However, I believe I can overcome him. This is the Amway Center, our home ground, and we will exert maximum pressure on the opponent's basket. As for this Suchong, I'm sorry, but I have yet to hear of him. Soon, the mischievous reporter relayed Howard's comments to Suchong. To everyone's surprise, Suchong merely smiled in response, showing no reaction. If he hasn't heard of me, so be it. I'm not a superstar. Suchong had completely let go of the situation. Now, his mind was solely occupied with how to reapply LeBron James' bulldozing skill, while everything else was beyond his consideration. Across the oceans, in the TX studio, commentator Yang Yi began to announce the starting lineups for both teams. Welcome to the NBA regular season matchup as the Rockets visit the Magic. Let me introduce the starting lineups for both teams. For the home team, the Magic. Coach Stan Van Gundy has sent out the absolute mainstays, seemingly eager to secure a victory over the Rockets at home. The starting lineup was as follows: point guard, Jameer Nelson; shooting guard, Michael Pietras; small forward, Bogans; power forward, Rashard Lewis; center, Dwight Howard. On the Rockets side, point guard, Alston; shooting guard, Soo Chong; small forward, Artest; power forward, Scola; center, Yao Ming. Coach Adelman had once again deployed two players from Donghua simultaneously. The moment Soo Chong stepped onto the court, he awaited the familiar, comforting voice to resonate. Unfortunately, when Howard snatched the basketball from Yao Ming's reach, that voice remained absent. At that moment, Soo Chong felt a surge of panic. No way. Hey, the game has begun. Why hasn't the system activated the skills? No matter how much Soo Chong yelled, the system remained unresponsive. Just then, Alston unexpectedly passed the ball to Soo Chong. Soo Chong was utterly flabbergasted. When he asked for a pass earlier, he didn't receive one. But now when he lacked skills, they were passing the ball to him. Soo Chong hurriedly passed the ball back to Alston, not wanting to reveal his true capabilities. But Alston passed it back to Soo Chong again, even signaling for him to drive to the basket. Soo Chong felt desperate. At this moment, the Magic's perimeter defenders had already positioned themselves. Clearly, Stan Van Gundy had meticulously studied the Rockets' game against the Wizards. Thus, he had a fair understanding of Soo Chong's abilities. In this defensive setup, Van Gundy sent two perimeter players to double-team Soo Chong, while Howard was poised to pounce. Their intent was to thwart Soo Chong's drive. In a split second, Jameer Nelson, accompanied by Michael Pietras, suddenly appeared before Soo Chong. Soo Chong found himself utterly cornered. With little time remaining on the offensive clock, he was left with no choice but to take a daring gamble. Chapter 21. Against Soo Chong? Non-existent. The Jade Emperor, the Queen Mother, Guanyin Bodhisattva, the Monkey King, Zhu Beiji, and the likes of Guan Yu, Liu Bei, Zhuge Liang, Zeus, Thor, and Iron Man. Blessings upon blessings. After Soo Chong fervently recited the scriptures, he hastily took action. With a dazzling glare, the system activated the skill, Curry's three-point shot. At the very moment Soo Chong made his shooting motion, a miracle unfolded. Whether it was a domestic deity or an imported one that heard his sincere prayers, the system responded. Moreover, he had acquired Curry's three-point shot. Such fortuitous luck was beyond belief. It was an unparalleled coincidence. Swish, the basketball elegantly swished through the net, marking Soo Chong's first successful shot. What a splendid play! Just as all the Magic's perimeter players anticipated Soo Chong to drive towards the basket, he calmly executed a three-point shot, catching his opponents off guard. Let us not forget, Soo Chong possessed remarkable three-point shooting abilities as well. Yang Yi extolled Soo Chong, as though he were adeptly controlling him in a video game, even likening Soo Chong to the legendary Michael Jordan. If Soo Chong were to hear this, he would undoubtedly blush. At this moment, in the stands of the Amway Center, numerous Magic fans were equally astonished by Soo Chong's remarkable three-pointer. What? This Asian player can shoot three-pointers so well? This is utterly unbelievable. My goodness, has Asian basketball reached such incredible heights? It seems this Donghua man's prowess is not at all inferior to that of Tracy McGrady. As the head coach of the Magic, Stan Van Gundy witnessed Soo Chong's effortless perimeter shot, his eyes dimmed in realization of the grave situation. During the pre-game defensive strategy discussions, Van Gundy had emphasized how to prevent Soo Chong from driving, yet had entirely neglected how to restrict his three-point shooting. On the court, the ball found its way into the hands of a Magic player. After Jameer Nelson brought the basketball to the front court, he refrained from any extravagant maneuvers and immediately passed the ball to Howard in the paint. After all, 80 of the Magic's offense revolved around Howard. The Beast's dominance beneath the basket was unparalleled. Thus, the ball successfully arrived in Howard's possession. At that moment, Yao Ming also appeared before Howard. In the previous match, Yao had not demonstrated overwhelming superiority against JaVale McGee, so today against the Magic, he hoped to prove his worth. After all, with McGrady sidelined due to injury, Yao was now the true star of the Rockets. He could not allow the younger player to overshadow him. Moreover, importantly, Yao was unafraid of Howard's playing style. In their past encounters, Yao had consistently outperformed Howard with relative ease, instilling in him a sense of confidence. Under the basket, just as Howard received the pass from his teammate, Yao instantly positioned himself behind Howard. To be honest, Howard had been harboring a sense of frustration. As the nominal first center in the NBA, he had suffered humiliating defeats every time he faced Yao. Thus, he was eager to dominate Yao in this match and reclaim his pride. When he spotted Yao behind him, Howard felt as if he had seen a beautiful cheerleader. Brimming with excitement, he exerted every ounce of strength, fiercely backing down against Yao. Unfortunately, reality was harsh. Yao's defense was as steadfast as a mountain. Regardless of Howard's aggressive attempts, Yao remained unyielding. With little time left on the shot clock, Howard was left with no choice but to take a desperate shot. Suddenly, he spun around and launched a shot against Yao's interference. While both Howard and Suchong faced their respective challenges, the outcomes were starkly different. Suchong scored with a three-pointer, while Howard was met with Yao's block. Beneath the basket, Yao, with minimal effort, sent Howard a resounding rejection with his right hand. A spectacular block. Yao truly is Howard's nemesis. In the NBA, the mighty Howard was reduced to a mere kitten in the face of Yao. The possession was seized by Scola. At this moment, the Rockets' backcourt players sprinted with all their might. Seeing this, Scola immediately delivered a long pass. As the basketball crossed half-court, it landed perfectly in Alston's hands. However, Alston had learned his lesson and chose not to take the shot himself. Instead, he successfully passed the ball to Suchong amidst the crowd of Magic players. Ever since the game against the Wizards, Alston had been deeply impressed by Suchong's individual prowess. Now, Alston had become a devoted admirer of Suchong. Whenever the opportunity arose, Alston would promptly pass the ball to Suchong. Just as everyone expected Suchong to exploit his unmatched physicality and speed to drive to the basket for a dunk, Suchong once again halted at the three-point line. Then, Suchong raised his hand to shoot. Another three-pointer. Swish, the three-pointer hit its mark again. One cannot deny the effectiveness of Curry's three-point shooting ability. Suchong effortlessly completed 2 shots, netting 6 points with ease. No wonder modern basketball leans towards three-point shooting. The scoring efficiency is truly remarkable. Just as Suchong reveled in his success, a familiar voice echoed in his ear. Dazzling light. Curry's three-point shot concludes. Awarding 1 skill point. Used it only twice? This is too fast. In the previous matches, Suchong had grown accustomed to locking skills. So upon hearing the system's notification, he felt a wave of disappointment wash over him. The next random skill? He was eager for it to arrive. Suchong grew somewhat impatient. To be honest, he preferred selecting skills over random ones, ideally locking in his choices. After all, Suchong could tailor his offensive approach based on the skills he acquired. However, with random skills, each offensive attempt felt akin to drawing from a blind box. He had no idea what would unfold next. This time, it seemed the system had heeded Suchong's summoning. The system's voice resounded once more. Dazzling light. Acquired random skill. Flying pig charge. Flying pig charge? Flying pig? Could it be Charles Barkley? As an avid fan, Suchong was well acquainted with NBA players' nicknames. And he immediately thought of Charles Barkley, the man who once bulldozed Shaquille O'Neal in the paint. He was also O'Neal's lifelong rival. But what on earth is this flying pig charge? Chapter 22. The passing of Magic Johnson. Charles Barkley is indeed a formidable individual, even post-retirement. He and Shaquille O'Neal often engage in verbal sparring within the confines of the studio. Now, having acquired the unconventional skill of the flying pig impact, Suchong is somewhat inclined to give it a try. The Magic team has an offensive opportunity. Howard, having learned from experience, positions himself closer to the hoop to receive the ball. This decision proves to be astute. Michael Pietrus, utilizing a change of pace, aggressively drives towards the basket. Faced with this guard's advance, the Rockets' interior defenders are far from passive. In an instant, Scola and Yao Ming, both defensive stalwarts, appear in Pietrus's path, attempting to thwart his progress. However, from the outset, Pietrus's intention is not to score but to pass. As he approaches a collision with Yao, he decisively tosses the basketball to the awaiting Howard. The latter, unguarded, executes an aerial catch-and-slam. The thunderous dunk ignites the spirit of the Amway Center, elevating the atmosphere to a fever pitch. The Magic fans erupt, chanting Howard's name in unison, accompanied by cries of MVP. Howard, MVP, Howard, MVP. Regrettably, the euphoria is short-lived. In the next possession, Suchong also showcases his newly acquired skill. Positioned at the three-point line, he receives yet another pass from Alston. However, this time, the two Magic defenders, Pietrus and Jameer Nelson, deny him the opportunity to shoot. They close in, their defensive stance is resolute. Undeterred, Suchong charges forward, colliding fiercely with the two Magic players. With the impact of Barkley's power, Su Chong resembles a truck barreling down the highway, knocking aside the defenders as he surges forward. He bulldozes through, providing no opportunity for the Magic to mount a defense. In the next moment, he heads straight for the hoop. Inside, Howard and Rashard Lewis immediately grasp the gravity of the situation. Caught off guard by Su Chong's sudden burst of energy, they are unprepared for his advance. This momentarily blindsides the Magic team. Although they react swiftly, they are ill-equipped to defend against Su Chong's momentum. Su Chong does not hesitate. He barrels into the two Magic big men. Lewis, with his less-than-ideal physique for the power forward position, crumbles under Su Chong's assault, falling to the floor. Howard, though not as dramatically toppled, stumbles backward, momentarily losing his balance. Su Chong leaps, aiming for a two-handed dunk. Yet Howard springs into action, soaring to swat Su Chong down from the air. The ball sails out of bounds. In an instant, the once vibrant Amway center falls silent, only to erupt into a more fervent uproar. In the TX studio, commentator Yang Yi defends Su Chong. His individual prowess is undeniable. Yet, he may have underestimated Howard. As an Eastern player, Su Chong effectively utilized his remarkable physicality to overpower the Magic's interior players. Even Howard could not halt his advance. Nevertheless, Howard's leaping ability is commendable. He delivers an exhilarating block, roaring in triumph at Su Chong. Yet, Su Chong is acutely aware of the system's cruel irony. He has been granted Barkley's impact, but not his dunking ability. Just as he is lamenting this predicament, the system chimes in. Ding. Flying Pig impact concluded. Reward skill selection card. Su Chong curses inwardly. Is this truly completion? It seems the system has no intention of allowing him to score. Yet, the system presents him with the news he longs to hear. Skill selection card. At this moment, Coach Stan Van Gundy calls for a tactical timeout. During this interval, had it not been for Howard's face-saving block, the Magic's defense would have appeared utterly disheveled. Su Chong's dazzling maneuvers have completely dismantled the perimeter defense of the Magic. If this continues, a loss for the Magic would merely be a matter of time. Hence, Van Gundy must call for a timeout. During this pause, Su Chong seizes the opportunity to carefully select a skill. However, when he opens the system panel, he is profoundly shocked by the skills presented to him. Stevenson Shule skill, Shaquille O'Neal free throw ability, JaVale McGee dunk skill, James Harden electric vehicle technique, Magic Johnson passing. What are these first four options? And why is the electric vehicle skill always available? Faced with such astounding selections, Su Chong is left both amused and exasperated. The first four are virtually useless, but thankfully, there is the Magic Johnson passing skill. Without a moment's hesitation, he selects the fifth option, Magic Johnson. Once the star of the Lakers during the late 80s and early 90s, his exceptional passing and scoring abilities made the Lakers perennial champions. Showtime. Who else could one choose? As the game resumes, the Magic sees another offensive opportunity. Once again, Michael Pietrus advances with the ball, but this time he alters his approach. Not every Michael is a talentsu. He refrains from driving inside, and instead halts at the three-point line. In the next instant, with a swift motion, he decisively launches a shot. Clearly, he aims to pose a threat to the Rockets' rim from beyond the arc. Pietrus possesses three-point shooting prowess. As the second option on the Magic roster, with Howard being contained by Yao, it is imperative for him to step up and score. Swish. The ball finds the net. This three-pointer is crucial for the Magic, stabilizing their morale. Soon, the first quarter draws to a close, with only a 6-point margin separating the two teams. A 6-point lead is not insurmountable, yet if the Rockets can maintain this advantage each quarter, it will yield a significant benefit. At the three-point line, Alston, as always, promptly hands the basketball to Su Chong. However, after losing the shooting prowess of Curry and the explosive driving ability of Flying Pig, Su Chong lacked the confidence to undertake solo efforts. Without a moment's hesitation, he opted for a breakthrough. Yet, upon executing the maneuver, he realized it was all over. Chapter 23. Chronic Death. Su Chong surged forward, startling Pietrus, who instinctively puffed out his chest to meet him. Pietrus resembled a formidable horseman, his broad chest making Su feel as though he had collided with a wall. Stumbling slightly, the basketball slipped from his grasp, and Pietrus, quick as lightning, intercepted it. Everyone was taken aback. Just moments ago, Su Chong had been bulldozing through like a tank, but now he was as brittle as a vehicle bearing a rocket sponsor. Before Pietrus could revel in his triumph, he dashed down the court and scored this hard-fought basket. As he returned, he bellowed at Su Chong, who remained unperturbed, harboring a hint of disdain. Was it really necessary to celebrate so extravagantly for just one basket? As the next play commenced, Su Chong, confronted by the inexperienced Pietrus, refrained from forcing his way inside. Instead, he executed a sudden stop followed by a burst of speed, leveraging a change of rhythm to power his way past Pietrus. Having just been bested, Pietrus attempted to replicate his previous interception, but with a deft flick of his wrist, Su Chong sent the ball soaring into Yao Ming's hands. Under the basket, Howard, focused on Su Chong's battle with Pietrus, failed to notice the ball had reached Yao. Seizing the splendid opportunity, Yao turned and, with a deft movement, pulled Howard back before lifting his arm and elegantly executing a hook shot into the hoop. What was happening? The head coach of the Magic, Stan Van Gundy, instinctively glanced at the composed Adelman across the court. Was the Rockets attempting to forge a partnership reminiscent of Magic Johnson and Kareem Abdul-Jabbar? He could hardly believe that this unheralded rookie was the one orchestrating the play. This seemingly ordinary young man was displaying an extraordinary range of skills, dribbling, stealing, shooting threes, and now exhibiting passing prowess. He was nothing short of a phenomenon. Van Gundy marveled while secretly yearning. If only he could acquire a passer of such caliber for Howard, championship glory would surely follow. In the TX studio, commentator Yang Yi could hardly contain his excitement. This was utterly remarkable. Witnessing two players from Dongwon Nation collaborating on an NBA court was simply unbelievable. Su Chong and Yao Ming had flawlessly replicated the peak performance of the Lakers. Apologies, I need a moment to compose myself. Su Kun began analyzing the statistics. Magic Johnson stood at 2.06 meters, and Su Chong is also a tall player on the perimeter, their weights being quite similar. In previous matches, we believed he would become the next LeBron James, but now we realize he possesses boundless potential. As the game continued, the Magic found themselves in a precarious situation. Their entire defensive focus converged on Su Chong, yet they're at 35-20, the Rockets, competing away from home, held a substantial lead of 15 points over their opponents. However, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Chapter 24, The Man Who Dismantled Howard. As the second quarter commenced, Coach Stan Van Gundy swiftly instructed his players to alter their strategy, emphasizing perimeter shooting. In a bold move, he even benched Howard, whose performance in the first quarter had been utterly dismal on both ends of the court. Whenever Howard faced off against Yao Ming, the outcome was invariably a defeat for him. Despite Howard's fervent desire to overpower his opponent, the harsh reality was that he often found himself overwhelmed, unable to retaliate effectively. The only adversaries capable of vanquishing Yao Ming were injuries or his teammates. At the start of the game, Yao Ming twisted his ankle, prompting Arteas to confront the opposing players, flexing his muscles as he declared, "I advocate for world peace, so please refrain from employing underhanded tactics." The opposing players hastily assured him it was merely an accident. Su Chong, however, felt a deeper trepidation, acutely aware of Yao's fragile foot, reminiscent of the delicacy of Donghwa's basketball. Is it fractured? Yao tested his foot and shook his head. Rest assured, I won't retire. Su Chong, hearing this, quickly cautioned, don't jinx it. Retirement would be disastrous, and you'd be mercilessly criticized. Yao was subsequently substituted, and on the Magic's bench, Howard was visibly agitated, hurling a water bottle to the ground to vent his frustration. Indeed, Howard's play that evening had been particularly stifled, especially against Yao, where he exhibited no capacity to respond. Van Gundy promptly reintroduced Howard, deploying J.J. Redick alongside him. Their presence was sufficient to apply pressure on the Rockets' rim. On the perimeter, Redick halted his advance, then decisively launched a shot amid Arteas' challenge. Arteas appeared complacent in defending against such a small guard, failing to impose significant interference. The ball soared through the net, igniting exhilaration among the fans. At the Amway Center, thousands of Magic supporters erupted in unison, chanting Redick's name, momentarily glimpsing the light of victory. Shortly thereafter, Adelman called for substitutions, reintroducing Yao Ming. Su Chong seized the opportunity to impart a lesson to Redick. Upon seeing Su with the ball advancing towards him, Redick instinctively positioned himself to thwart Su's progress. However, as Redick approached, Su executed a behind-the-back dribble, effortlessly evading Redick's defense. With a sudden burst of speed, Su penetrated the Magic's interior, confronting two defenders who were mere obstacles. He gently tossed the basketball toward the hoop, and in the next instant, Yao Ming appeared, catching it with both hands. What followed was a personal showcase for Yao, culminating in a spectacular two-handed dunk that reverberated through the arena. This powerful display shattered the Magic's interior defense, leaving no player capable of halting Yao's advance, especially after Howard had left the court. Yao became an unstoppable force within the Magic's paint, while Redick posed a threat from beyond the arc if the Magic failed to address their interior defense. No amount of three-pointers would suffice. As time elapsed, the point differential between the two teams widened significantly. By the end of the second quarter, the visiting Rockets had stretched their lead to 21 points, establishing a one-sided contest that weighed heavily on the Magic players. During halftime, the Magic's coach, out of options, reaffirmed the offensive strategy centered around Howard. They had to rely on him. Not long into the third quarter, Howard seized an opportunity within the paint. The Rockets had rotated their lineup, with Yao resting on the bench while Carl Landry took over the interior. As a second-round pick, Landry's physicality paled in comparison to Howard's. Finally, Howard regained his confidence, executing a series of emphatic dunks. However, just 3 minutes later, when his nemesis Yao returned to the game, Howard's spirit waned. He hesitated to attack the basket, intimidated by Yao as a mouse would be by a cat. Conversely, Yao thrived offensively, receiving numerous assists from Su Chong, scoring effortlessly through mid-range shots, fadeaways, hooks, and dunks, leaving Howard defenseless. The suspense of the game dissipated gradually, extinguishing all hope. By the conclusion of the third quarter, the visiting Rockets had extended their lead to 30 points, rendering any remaining intrigue obsolete. Given the Magic players' current form, a comeback to win by 30 points in the final quarter was utterly implausible. The Magic resorted to fielding their bench players, marking the onset of garbage time. Thus, as the fourth quarter commenced, the Magic deployed numerous substitutes, and the game officially transitioned into garbage time. The final score settled at 123-87, with the Rockets securing a resounding victory. Post-game statistics highlighted Yao's remarkable performance, amassing 34 points and 18 rebounds, thoroughly dismantling Howard. Su Chong also excelled, contributing 13 points and an impressive 16 assists, a feat unparalleled among contemporaneous rookies. Notably, at least 10 of those assists were directed towards Yao. Following this game, the media began to herald the partnership between Yao and Su as the Donghua duo. Rockets triumph. Yao scores 34, dismantles Howard. Who is the premier center in the NBA? Yao reveals the answer tonight. The mighty Yao meets the prodigy Su Chong. The Rockets' future shines bright. Rockets eye playoff aspirations. Su Chong showcases assisting prowess. However, Su Chong could not feel any joy at all. Chapter 25. The agent within the Houston Rockets fan forum. A multitude of enthusiasts fervently discussed Su Chong's performance from the previous night. After many years, we have finally witnessed the emergence of an exceptional guard. The Rocket scouts have never failed to impress. Su Chong, this extraordinarily gifted undrafted player, truly astounds. With an incredible 16 assists in a single game, achieved by a player from Donghua, it is simply astonishing. To be candid, Su Chong is undoubtedly the most talented guard I have ever encountered. He possesses the ability to penetrate defenses and shoot three-pointers, and he showcased his assist skills magnificently last night. Su Chong is indeed a formidable player. Across the ocean, on the Donghua fan forum, Su Chong's name once again ascended to the pinnacle. Fans continuously engaged in discussions regarding his performance, with many already deeming him the premier star of Donghua in the NBA, even surpassing the legendary Yao Ming. Frankly, last night's game was, without a doubt, the most thrilling NBA match I have ever witnessed. Watching the Rockets play is akin to watching a national team compete. Ha ha ha. After so many years, we have finally produced a superstar guard in Donghua. Su Chong's basketball IQ is truly remarkable. His various drives and passes are nearly always the optimal choice. His gameplay is not only rational, but his scoring ability is also extraordinary, indicating a boundless future for Su Chong. What constitutes a genius? This is what it means to be a genius. I can hardly articulate Su Chong's brilliance. I would wager that if he continues on this trajectory, he will undoubtedly surpass Yao Ming in the future. After observing Su Chong's playing style, I realized that McGrady is hardly anything extraordinary. Not only do fans praise Su Chong's individual capabilities, but numerous players within the Rockets also acknowledge his talent. Particularly, head coach Adelman has taken Su Chong under his wing, almost wishing to marry off his daughter to him as a testament to his admiration. Adelman, with his extensive coaching career in the NBA, has never before encountered a player of such prodigious talent. In fact, during a press interview, Adelman openly lauded Su Chong, declaring, without a doubt, Su Chong is the most gifted player I have ever seen. His skill set is remarkably well-rounded, and achieving 16 assists in his debut season speaks volumes about his cerebral approach to the game. I am confident that Su Chong's future is bright and may even eclipse McGrady. This statement left McGrady feeling somewhat uneasy. He had assumed that after his injury, the Rockets' performance would inevitably plummet, yet unexpectedly, they continued to secure victories. Su Chong had become the most sought-after player in the NBA during this period, which rendered McGrady nearly invisible. When Adelman further proclaimed that Su Chong might surpass him in the future during another press interview, it undoubtedly instilled a profound sense of urgency within McGrady. Consequently, McGrady diligently engaged in rehabilitation training, striving to return to the court as soon as possible. Meanwhile, Su Chong was not idle. He was diligently researching ways to stabilize the system. With his rising prominence, he feared that if he were to select an unreliable skill in any game, it would be nothing short of disastrous. However, amidst the recent exuberant celebrations, Su Chong found himself somewhat disoriented as various trivial matters began to accumulate. One day, the head of his domestic team informed Su Chong, "Su, we have arranged for an agent from the Atlanta Hawks to assist you with your affairs abroad and take care of your daily needs. He should be contacting you today." Feeling somewhat isolated in a foreign land, Su Chong welcomed the prospect of having someone to assist him. He fantasized about a fair-skinned, beautiful, long-legged Western woman, clad in professional attire by day and in maid's clothing by night, attending to his every need, accompanying him and managing various issues both on and off the court, as well as in his personal life. That afternoon, as the team prepared to embark on their journey to Miami, someone approached the team. Upon seeing Su Chong, he enthusiastically introduced himself. "Hello, Su. I'm Dan Fagan, your agent here. I'll be responsible for everything concerning you." Su Chong, observing the balding, long-faced, middle-aged Caucasian man, felt a tinge of disappointment. "Dan Fagan, hello." Su Chong found him somewhat familiar but could not place him, so he engaged in polite small talk. Noticing Su Chong's apparent skepticism, Fagan asserted, "I represent many players, and you should trust my capabilities. Moreover, to demonstrate my sincerity, I bring you both good news and even better news." Su Chong, upon hearing this, instantly lost interest, lazily responding, "Are you sure it's good news?" "Yes, the good news is that I've arranged several media interviews for you, which will undoubtedly increase your following immensely." Su Chong chuckled at this. "Increase my following? Does that mean I can start live streaming and selling products?" Despite Fagan's business-savvy mind, he failed to grasp the concept of live stream selling, attributing it to a language barrier, and replied, "Indeed. And the even better news is that there are several sneaker sponsors currently in discussions." This revelation took Su Chong by surprise, igniting his excitement. Really? He envisioned brands like Adidas, Nike, and Air, thinking of the freedom he would have to wear whatever he pleased once he signed a contract. Fagan continued, "Be ready at any moment. Especially in these upcoming games, it's crucial to perform exceptionally well to secure a favorable deal." At this point, Su Chong began to feel that this middle-aged man was not inferior to those long-legged beauties after all. At least he proved to be quite reliable. He had traveled all the way to Orlando to meet him and even brought significant opportunities, exhibiting a commendable level of professionalism. As the team was about to board the plane, Su Chong hurriedly bid farewell to Fagan. Just before leaving, he suddenly inquired, "Which players do you represent? We should all gather for drinks sometime." He employed the subtlety of Eastern social etiquette, especially the concept of sharing a meal, which excited Fagan immensely. "Your compatriot, is also under my representation." Su Chong was taken aback, realizing that this man was indeed ES agent in the United States. No wonder he looked so familiar at first glance. The tactics employed by this fellow were truly beyond words. Yet, Fagan remained oblivious to Su Chong's myriad thoughts and continued, "When we find the time, I'll take you both for a drive." Su Chong quickly waved his hands. No. I wouldn't dare to ride in your car." He took the opportunity to caution Fagan, "Our meeting is fortuitous, so I must remind you to drive less in the future, particularly in SUVs. Do you hear me?" Su Chong hoped to avert any potential tragedies, regardless of who the individual was. As he settled into the plane bound for Miami, Su Chong couldn't help but feel anxious. "I must perform well in this game, especially for the sneaker contract. But how do I ensure I perform well? System, could you be a bit more dependable?" Chapter 26. The system has stopped responding. The Rockets face their next opponent, the Miami Heat. November 24th, 2008. 8:30 in the evening. The American Airlines Arena, home of the Heat, is packed to the brim. Fans have long anticipated this monumental clash. Despite the myriad changes this season, new head coach, new players, the Heat have performed admirably, currently holding the 5th position in the Eastern Conference. A playoff berth seems well within reach, igniting hopes of resurgence among both the team and its supporters. If they could crush the Rockets, who are struggling with injuries, it would be a sweet victory indeed. Moreover, the Heat's roster boasts a superstar, Dwayne Wade. It is likely that Sue Chong will have the opportunity to directly confront Wade in tonight's game, a prospect that incites a mixture of admiration and trepidation within him. To go head-to-head with Wade is a dream come true, yet his agent, Fagan, has emphasized the need for a stellar performance. Wade is known for his dual-threat capabilities and high intensity, leaving Sue uncertain about his own potential to shine. Under the cheers of the arena's DJ, the starting players from both teams make their way onto the court. On the Rockets' side, the cautious Adelman, having discovered Sue Chong's potential, opts to maintain the previous lineup. After all, whether through skill or sheer luck, the Rockets have not lost a game since Sue became a starter. The Heat, too, are keenly aware of the importance of this match, especially since it marks the inaugural season for head coach Spoelstra, with every game infused with determination. Although point guard Mario Chalmers and small forward Michael Beasley are both rookies this year, Beasley, as the 2nd overall pick, possesses remarkable talent, while Chalmers, a 2nd-round pick, recently set a franchise record with 9 steals in a game against the Philadelphia 76ers. Additionally, there is Sean Marion, acquired earlier in the year in a trade for the legendary Shaquille O'Neal. Along with Wade and Haslam, this lineup has already bested several formidable teams. Before the game, Yao Ming exchanges a brief word with Wade, after which the players from both sides step onto the court, ready for battle. Yao Ming and Haslam vie for possession. And as expected, the towering Yao effortlessly secures the ball without much of a jump. Arteist receives the basketball and advances it, instinctively passing it to Sue Chong. Understanding the gravity of the moment, Sue quickly redistributes the ball, not out of reluctance, but due to uncertainty regarding what skills he might acquire. Moreover, he harbors a deeper fear that the system might fail to respond altogether. True to Murphy's law, his anxiety manifests, the system remains unresponsive. However, his teammates react, passing the ball back to Sue. As he stands momentarily bewildered, the Heat's star player, Wade, appears before him, holding the basketball gracefully, reminiscent of Tracy McGrady. Sue smiles and addresses Wade. D. Wade, I know this is your domain. Have you ever considered inviting LeBron to join you? Evidently, the Heat star has done his homework and is aware of Sue's prowess. He bends slightly at the waist, clapping his hands. Enough talk. Show me what you've got. Wade's intense defense of Sue, coupled with his earnest engagement, grants Sue a semblance of respect. Yet, at a critical juncture, Sue falters, or perhaps it is the system that falters. Regardless of how fervently Sue calls upon the system from within, it remains obstinately silent. Sue clutches the ball, oscillating between facing away and adopting a triple threat stance. Even the live commentator, Yang Yi, cannot contain his excitement. Do you see this? This is confidence. Sue isn't rushing. He's waiting for the right moment. Sue-kun concurs. Indeed. We've seen Sue execute stunning three-pointers and incisive drives in previous matches. He is currently employing a strategy of non-action, leaving Wade uncertain about his defensive approach. Yet, the clock is ticking down to 24 seconds. Yuju, observing the situation, points out the looming problem. Sue, too, recognizes that only 3 seconds remain on the shot clock. Reluctantly, he steels himself to take a shot, simultaneously praying for the system to deliver a skill enhancement as it had in the last match. However, as the basketball strikes the rim with a resounding thud, the familiar yet teasing sound from the system remains absent. Damn it, Sue exclaims. Fortunately, at this crucial moment, Yao Ming steps up. Both Yu and Haslam leap for the rebound almost simultaneously. Though neither jumps particularly high, Haslam, at around 205 centimeters, falls short by nearly 20 centimeters compared to Yao. Yao seizes the offensive rebound, pivots, and leaps, executing a powerful two-handed dunk right over Haslam. The Heat fans, witnessing their captain being utterly dominated by Yao, erupt in discontent, feeling personally insulted. Inspired, the Heat players respond with fervor. After receiving the ball beyond the three-point line, Wade, despite Sue's interference, unfazed and confident, launches a shot without even a blink. The ball swishes through the net. On the bench, Adelman immediately senses the gravity of the situation. Shouting an alarm, "What is happening? Apply pressure." Meanwhile, Wade exuberantly exclaims, "This is my domain. This is my domain." Sue, infuriated by Wade's bravado, internally curses, yet feels helpless, recognizing the challenge of overcoming Wade's skill. Thankfully, he has the system at his disposal. But where is the system? Soon enough, Su encounters another opportunity on offense. Alston, a loyal fan of Su, brings the ball up the court and unhesitatingly passes it to him. The Rockets bench erupts in excitement, waving towels and chanting, "Su! Su!" Su is invigorated by their enthusiasm. The last time he heard such fervent cheers for Su, it was followed by Cohen, positioned at the three-point line. Su finds Wade darting toward him like a flash of lightning, with Chalmers joining in a double team. Two Heat defenders now stand before Su, testing his shooting prowess. Given Su's prior demonstrations of skill, making this shot should pose no significant challenge. The commentators in the studio brim with confidence in Su's abilities, eagerly anticipating a repeat of this village's hopes manifesting in a grand display. Su rises steadily, elbow up, wrist firm, and then he waits for the system's sound. Chapter 27. A critical situation. The system seemed utterly unresponsive, as if drained of power. Just as the ball was about to soar away, Suchong noticed that Alston was surrounded by no defenders. In midair, he altered his posture and hurled the basketball decisively towards Alston. However, his pass lacked the necessary force. Michael Beasley evaded Arteist and sprinted over, completing the steal. This 2008 second overall pick was no novice. He possessed explosive physical prowess and offensive talent, not to mention his distinctive hairstyle, which earned him comparisons to the next Carmelo Anthony. Upon seizing the ball, Beasley swiftly advanced, penetrating straight to the Rockets' basket for a thunderous dunk. This electrifying display instantly ignited the American Airlines Center, with cheers and shouts erupting in admiration for both the spectacular dunk and the team's decision to select this young talent. Adelman, however, was left bewildered. He could hardly believe that Su Chong, who had been a formidable force in the previous game, was now performing so poorly, as if he had transformed into an entirely different player. Not only was he failing to exert pressure on the opponent's basket, but he was also plagued by frequent mistakes. From the sidelines, Adelman clapped and shouted, "Su, don't be nervous. Just play your game." Yet, as Su Chong listened to Adelman's words, he could only muster a bitter smile. "I am playing my game," he thought, internally screaming, "System, come quickly. Hurry. Arrive." Even invoking fantastical incantations yielded no response. Reluctantly, Su Chong followed his teammates forward, refraining from making his presence known or demanding the ball. Once Alston brought the ball up court, he wisely chose not to pass it to Su Chong. Instead, relying on his own rhythm, he deftly maneuvered past Chiamos and successfully penetrated the paint. Subsequently, he spun the ball at his waist and delivered it into Yao's hands. Acknowledging that Su Chong was unlikely to be of assistance that evening, he placed his hopes on the steady presence of Yao. Indeed, Yao possessed undeniable advantages. With Haslam's interference, he executed a two-handed dunk that reverberated through the rim. Commentator Yang Yi praised, in crucial moments, Yao steps up. As the Rockets' star player, Yao's dominance in the paint was indeed unparalleled, especially given that the Heat's average height was considerably lower, with center Haslam standing at only 2.05 meters, making him no match for Yao. This reality underscored the Heat's most significant flaw, their lack of height in the paint. Sean Marion, pushed into the power forward position, stood at only 2.01 meters, rendering him incapable of restraining Yao's scoring. Yet, this was also the Heat's strength. Where height fell short, speed compensated. In the ensuing 2 decades, this would undoubtedly become a trend. The Heat's fleet-footed players excelled in fast breaks. Whether it was Wade or Beasley, both possessed explosive athleticism and formidable individual skills, posing significant threats to the Rockets. In the next possession, the Heat showcased their exceptional offensive talent. Wade, with swift strides, brought the ball up court, creating a mismatch. Ignoring Alston's interference, he launched a pull-up jumper from beyond the arc. Swish. The ball found the net once more, leaving defenders helpless. Not content with merely shooting from the perimeter, Wade began to exploit his unparalleled speed, driving forcefully to the basket. Faced with Yao's help defense, he opted for a fadeaway shot. During this period, the Heat players maintained complete control of the game. Su Chong's selective absence left the Rockets in a perpetual 4-on-5 situation. He was entirely detached from the team's tactical framework. Passing him the ball was akin to handing it over to the Heat players, utterly ineffective. Alas, Su Chong's performance today was indeed subpar. Yang Yi astutely observed. Su-kun, reviewing the statistics, noted, thus far, Su Chong has committed 5 turnovers. Perhaps the consecutive away games have unsettled him. Yu Jia, however, was unyielding, asserting that in such circumstances, Adelman needed to be decisive and remove Suchong from the court. No sooner had Yujia's words left her lips than, as if transmitting the message across miles, the head coach made a substitution. Aaron Brooks entered the game, replacing Suchong. Nevertheless, even with Su's departure, the Rockets faced formidable challenges. For the Heat's rising star, Michael Beasley had begun to unleash his prowess. As the second overall pick of 2008, Beasley shared a brotherly bond with last season's second overall pick, Kevin Durant. In terms of physical attributes and individual talent, Beasley even surpassed Durant. At the free throw line, Beasley received a pass from his veteran teammate, Wade, and promptly pivoted. Confronted by Arteast's defense, Beasley engaged in a physical tussle, accelerating through the contact. He bulldozed his way into the paint. Observing this, Yao joined the help defense. In response, Beasley decisively slammed on the brakes and swiftly executed a mid-range jumper. Swish, the ball soared perfectly through the hoop. The Heat, powered by Beasley, expanded their lead to double digits before the first quarter concluded. As the second quarter commenced, the Heat players continued to assert their dominance, particularly Michael Beasley. Standing at 206 centimeters, he was adept at playing both the small forward and power forward positions, embodying a versatile player. When matched against small forwards, Beasley capitalized on his height and weight to back down defenders, while against power forwards, he relied on his speed to break through. He adeptly showcased his strengths, effectively neutralizing his opponents. Indeed, the Heat's formidable weapon emerged at the three-point line, and in the next moment, Beasley decisively released a shot. The three-pointer found its mark, leaving the Rockets utterly powerless against Beasley. In a familiar corner of the bench, Suchong wore a look of self-reproach. He understood that the Rockets' current predicament, while not entirely his fault, was significantly influenced by his own performance. The widening score gap had commenced with his numerous turnovers. Otherwise, the Rockets would not have been so beleaguered. Suchong glanced at the system interface, yet the anticipated notification remained absent. He resorted to slapping his own face, attempting every conceivable method to awaken the system once more. System, come forth. Have you fallen asleep? Chapter 28, here it comes. Suchong eagerly awaited the system's announcement. Yet no matter how fervently he called out, the system remained utterly unresponsive. Helpless, Suchong could only stew in his own frustration. On the court, Michael Beasley played with an extraordinary prowess reminiscent of another great Michael. In a bid to curtail Beasley's scoring, Coach Adelman resorted to having Arteast use his physicality, almost explicitly instructing him to be more aggressive. Often, multiple defenders converged on Beasley, treating him like a star of LeBron James's caliber. Arteast became Beasley's persistent shadow, always ready to disrupt him the moment he received the ball. Under the relentless pressure from the Rockets' defense, Beasley's shooting percentage began to dwindle. Just as the Rockets glimpsed victory on the horizon, the true powerhouse of the Heat stepped up. Once Dwayne Wade shifted into high gear, the suspense of the game evaporated. As anticipated, Wade halted beyond the three-point line, and faced with Alston's defensive interference, his offensive decision was straightforward, a quick feint to the left. Then a sudden burst of speed. Utilizing his undeniable advantage in velocity, he barreled through the defense. Wade's ability to penetrate the defense is arguably among the elite in the NBA today. A mere aging Alston was no match for Wade's advance. In the blink of an eye, Wade surged into the paint. He executed a layup with ease. Following that, Wade showcased his three-point shooting skills, though not his forte. Once he found his rhythm, it seemed he could sink any shot, even from the free throw line. He launched 3 consecutive attempts from beyond the arc, each finding the net, leaving the Rockets gasping for breath. In a desperate bid to disrupt Wade, Adelman deployed multiple players for double teaming. This was his sole strategy, and the only one that seemed effective. Yet the outcome was merciless. In less than 2 minutes, both Alston and Brooks found themselves burdened with 3 fouls each. With no alternative, and to prevent both players from being disqualified, Adelman had no choice but to make another substitution. He glanced at the bench, where only Suchong remained available. Su, replace Alston. It's up to you, Adelman said, earnestly patting Suchong on the shoulder. This was undeniably a moment of great significance. Suchong stepped onto the court, trepidation etched across his face. System alert. Random skill acquired. Shaquille O'Neal's shooting ability. What? What did you say? Is this system so capricious? Is it deliberately messing with me? Despite the system's response, upon hearing he had acquired O'Neal's shooting ability, Suchong felt a surge of frustration. He wished he could self-destruct along with this troublesome system. In an instant, the basketball found its way into Suchong's hands, and fortuitously, he was unguarded by any Heat players. A prime opportunity to shoot. Bang! As expected, Su Chong's three-point attempt hit the front rim and bounced back out. Fortunately, the Rockets had control of the rebounds. Yao Ming soared, snagging the rebound and emphatically dunking over Haslam. A breathtaking display of athleticism. In the critical moment of the game, Yao Ming once again rose to the occasion. In the broadcast booth, commentator Yang Yi, witnessing Yao's spectacular dunk, bellowed, "It's Yao again." With his towering height, he secured the rebound and executed an awe-inspiring dunk. Just as Yang's words faded, the Heat players launched a swift counterattack. Wade, gliding like a cloud, propelled the ball towards the Rockets' half. On the sidelines, Coach Adelman shouted Su Chong's name. "Su, focus. Stop him." He urged Su Chong to immediately interfere with Wade's drive. "Regrettably, by the tee in such a short time, I have lost followers. It seems I must find a solution on my own." Chapter 29, Educated? At this moment, the Miami Heat initiated their fast break mode. Wade swiftly executed a perfect pass to Michael Beasley. Following this, it was Beasley's time to shine. With the basketball in hand, Beasley charged into the Rockets' paint without hesitation. At that instant, Yao Ming and Scola, both formidable defenders, promptly positioned themselves to obstruct Beasley's path. Upon witnessing this, Beasley immediately altered his offensive strategy. Though his ability to penetrate was impressive, completing a shot amid the dual interference of Yao Ming and Scola proved to be quite challenging. As anticipated, Beasley abruptly halted his advance, and in the next moment, he executed a rapid shooting motion. Swish. The shot landed perfectly. This was not merely Beasley's shooting. It was reminiscent of Michael Jordan's artistry. Yang Yi, entranced by the shot, couldn't help but express his admiration. However, Su Kun remained pragmatic. Recalling that Su Chong had made similar shots in previous games, yet the court had not been as accommodating. After making the basket, Beasley even taunted Su Chong, proclaiming, "Hey, Asian, this isn't your domain. Hurry back to Donghua." At this moment, Beasley was brimming with confidence, yet untouched by Eastern cultural humility. His temperament remained somewhat volatile. Even the Heat's coach, Spoelstra, found it challenging to rein in Beasley. Su Chong recognized that Beasley was a rebellious spirit since his entry into the NBA. With remarkable talent came a fiery temper, a devil among angels, intent on breaking my heart. Nevertheless, Su Chong chose not to retaliate against Beasley's taunts, fully aware of his own capabilities. In this match, Su Chong had either faltered or was on the verge of making mistakes, failing to pose any threat to the opponent's basket. Not only was he mocked by rivals, but even his teammates expressed dissatisfaction. Su Chong shouted to Alston, "Come on, give me the ball. I'm finding my rhythm." He felt he was on the verge of becoming as irritable as Guogu, actively seeking the ball from Alston. Yet, in the ensuing offensive play, Alston, as usual, advanced the basketball to the front court but, hesitating momentarily, unwittingly passed the ball to Su Chong. The sparse crowd of Rockets fans could hardly believe their eyes. "Not again. Why pass the ball to Su Chong? Don't give it to him. This fellow either makes mistakes or misses shots. Alston, what are you doing? This is a crime." But Su Chong had no time to heed their concerns. He dribbled a few times beyond the arc, then broke through, rising up to shoot. Due to his rapid release, the defending Mario Chalmers was unable to interfere in any way. In an instant, the basketball traced a beautiful arc in the air, swiftly finding its way through the hoop. Swish. The three-pointer was flawlessly executed. In that moment, all Rockets fans were utterly astonished. They could scarcely believe that Su Chong had dared to shoot, and, moreover, succeeded. A perfect swish? Could it be that the once omnipotent Su Chong had returned? This was the true Su Chong. I knew he would rise to the occasion. This was a life-saving three-pointer. Mario Chalmers, however, waved his finger at Su Chong, filled with provocation. "I'm going to lock you down." Su Chong looked at Chalmers incredulously and couldn't help but laugh. "How is it that while others boast after scoring, this opponent feels the need to show off after I score? You really have no idea about Guoji's prowess, do you?" On the Heat's bench, Spoelstra gazed at Su Chong with disbelief, attempting to reassure himself. This kid must have gotten lucky. After all, in the first quarter, Su Chong was entirely disengaged from the team's offense and had been making continual mistakes. Yet, turning around, Su Chong, under the pressure from Mario Chalmers, managed to hit another shot, which indeed seemed extraordinary. The Asian coach recalled an old saying from Donghua, "Who doesn't he enjoy a dumpling feast during the New Year?" He believed Su Chong had merely celebrated, and soon the festivities would conclude. But Su Chong was overjoyed. As long as this troublesome system responded, infinite possibilities awaited. During the defensive transition, Michael Beasley approached him, eager to showcase his bravado. "From now on, I'm going to dominate you," he declared, brimming with confidence. Su Chong rolled his eyes and calmly replied, "Then give it a try." Beasley, upon hearing this, was filled with rage. Since high school, he had been unmatched in America, which had fostered his arrogance. Especially after being selected as a role model this year, he felt he should have been the #1 pick. Eager to seize an opportunity to prove himself, he even sought to challenge Arteist, aiming to validate his prowess against the former Defensive Player of the Year. Beasley truly underestimated Su Chong. As expected, during the Heat's offensive possession, Beasley, fueled by determination, immediately displayed his offensive talent. Positioned at the free throw line, Beasley received a pass from Wade. Su Chong had just positioned himself in front of Beasley. Seeing this, Beasley felt invigorated. With a smirk, he lunged forward. This time, Beasley executed no feints, yet Su Chong found himself unable to keep pace with Beasley's strides. Beasley flicked the ball, scoring effortlessly, denying Su Chong any chance to defend. How about that? Hey, the NBA isn't as simple as you think. After scoring, Beasley continued to taunt with a relentless tone. You're still far from it. Su Chong miscalculated. He had assumed the system would randomly select a defensive skill, which gave him the confidence to confront Beasley. However, when Beasley made his move, the system remained unresponsive. Su Chong instinctively activated the system through his subconscious. To his astonishment, the recently acquired Carmelo shooting skill had transformed into a locking mode. Damn, this system is messing with me again. Su Chong seethed with anger, feeling as though he had been duped by this faulty system. Just as he wallowed in his frustration, the Rockets launched their second wave of attack towards the opponent's basket. After bringing the ball to the front court, Alston was about to pass it to Su Chong when Wade appeared right in front of him. Chapter 30, It's Up to You. Upon noticing that Su Chong's passing lane was obstructed, Alston was compelled to alter his passing decision and swiftly toss the basketball to the towering Yao Ming in the paint. However, Yao's situation was not any easier. As he received the ball beneath the rim, he was immediately confronted by the dual defense of Michael Beasley and Haslam, whose heights, while not comparable to Yao's, posed a formidable challenge. After all, 2 fists cannot contend with 4 hands. The 2 robust defenders pressed against Yao's waist, leaving him no opportunity to take a shot. Simultaneously, Sean Marion joined in the effort to stifle Yao, and in an instant, 3 defenders surrounded him, akin to a game of cards where Yao is outnumbered. Trapped by the Heat players, Yao found himself with little time left. With no other choice, he passed the basketball to Scola, but Marion quickly pivoted and blocked Scola's advance. Scola, with his elegant footwork, found himself equally stifled and had to redirect the ball once more to the perimeter. Receiving the basketball, Alston maintained his composure. Having gained a clear understanding of his shooting capability, he recognized that should he attempt a shot, the likelihood of it clanking off the rim was high. At such a critical juncture, a missed shot would subject him to scathing criticism online. In a hurry, he passed the ball to Arteist, who, surprisingly, as if passing the buck, returned the basketball to Su Chong. Thus, with merely 2 seconds remaining on the shot clock, the scapegoat Su Chong found himself in possession of the ball. Only 2 seconds left. Su Chong had the ball. In the broadcast studio, Yang Yi had yet to finish his sentence when Su Chong initiated his shooting motion. The moment he released the ball, Su Chong felt a sense of assurance. Indeed, the melon did not deceive him. Swish. The basketball sailed flawlessly through the net. Su Chong once again emerged as a pivotal figure for the Rockets, unexpectedly becoming their key player. Rockets head coach Adelman was equally exhilarated, raising his fist in celebration towards his assistant coach, who, understanding the moment, exclaimed, "I knew it. I knew this kid would step up." With back-to-back 3-pointers, Su Chong kept the suspense of the game alive. The morale of the Rockets players surged. During the remaining time in the second quarter, every member of the team brimmed with determination. Under the dual pressure of Yao and Su, Arteist and Scola combined their efforts, allowing the Rockets to equalize the score by the end of the second quarter. 57-57, both teams returned to square one. Inside the locker room, Heat head coach Spoelstra was visibly frustrated. He expressed his dissatisfaction with the defense displayed that evening, particularly regarding the perimeter defense. Do not afford them any opportunities. I have reiterated this countless times. This rookie possesses the ability to turn the tide, and we must maintain constant vigilance. When necessary, we can intensify our defensive efforts against him. And as for Yao, who has already secured 10 rebounds in the first half, we cannot allow him to continue claiming rebounds so effortlessly. The atmosphere within the Heat locker room was notably tense. Wade rallied the team, stating, "I will take on that kid in the second half." Conversely, the Rockets' locker room exuded a more tranquil ambience. "Su, you did well. Quickly tell me, were you playing possum during the first quarter?" Alston, having entered the locker room, began to tease Su Chong, who could only respond with an awkward smile. At that moment, Yao approached Su and patted him on the shoulder, advising, "The individual capabilities of our opponents are formidable, so do not underestimate them." Historically, the Heat tends to intensify their efforts in the third and fourth quarters. Wade has not truly engaged in the game during the first 2 quarters. He has been conserving his energy. We must remain cautious of Wade as the second half commences. Coach Adelman wholeheartedly endorsed Yao's insights. Indeed, we must contain Wade. Su, it's up to you. Do not let me down. Su Chong felt a pang of despair. How could he be tasked with limiting Wade? He reflected that even if he were to transform into Carmelo Anthony, defending against Wade would still be an insurmountable challenge. Known for his offensive prowess, Melo was far from a defensive stalwart. Being assigned to guard Wade felt like inviting misfortune. 15 minutes later, the third quarter commenced. True to Yao's prediction, Wade was the first to strike. Positioned beyond the three-point line, Wade executed a sudden stop, aimed at the basket, and without a moment's hesitation, launched a forceful shot. By the time Su Chong closed in, the basketball had already traced a beautiful arc through the air, striking the backboard and ricocheting into the hoop. In the broadcast studio, commentator Yang Yi, witnessing this, excitedly shouted into the microphone, "Look, this is Wade's prowess." Su Kun added, "Indeed, one must never underestimate Wade. This does not bode well for the Rockets." The Rockets players, sharp-eyed, recognized that this was not a favorable development at all. Their offensive approach became notably cautious. As Su Chong positioned himself at the 45-degree angle for a three-pointer, Alston passed him the ball. Immediately, Wade and Mario Chalmers converged upon him, with the Heat unexpectedly initiating a zone defense. Su Chong utilized Scola as a shield, creating a modicum of space before leaping to shoot. Despite Wade and Chalmers executing near-perfect defense, the rapidity of Su Chong's release left them with no time to react. Swish! The basketball found its way into the net. However, the referee ruled that Su Chong had stepped out of bounds, awarding only a 2-point basket. In the final moments of the third quarter, the Heat, propelled by the stellar performances of Wade, Beasley, and Marion, surged ahead. Wade's sharp outside shooting and consistent scoring, combined with Beasley's relentless drives to the basket, effectively exploited the Rockets' defense, particularly as he and Marion frequently exchanged positions, pulling Scola and Yao out of their comfort zones. This maneuver thoroughly diminished the Rockets' interior advantage, amplifying Yao's mobility issues. By the waning moments of the third quarter, Yao faced a flurry of fouls, reaching a total of 4. Coach Adelman recognized the gravity of the situation. With 1 quarter remaining, if you committed 2 more fouls, he would be disqualified from the game. This was an outcome no one wished to witness. After careful consideration, Adelman decided to substitute Yao out of the game, and the Heat extended their lead to 10 points. Yang Yi, observing the broadcast, lamented, "The Rockets are entirely subdued by the Heat. They must devise a remedy." Yujia remarked at this juncture, "Su Chong must rise to the occasion." However, Su Kun, reviewing the game statistics, adjusted her glasses and noted, "Su Chong has also accumulated 4 fouls." Chapter 31, The Outburst of Beasley. The tactics of the Miami Heat were exceedingly clear, relying on the cross movement of several players to stretch the defense repeatedly. At times, Su Chong found himself tasked with guarding Michael Beasley, a left-handed player of remarkable physical strength, which often left Su, known for his defensive shortcomings, at a disadvantage. His 4 fouls served as a testament to his struggles. However, Adelman hesitated to bench Su, for in comparison to his teammates, he was the most reliable scoring option. Thus, the burden of scoring for the Rockets rested predominantly on Su's shoulders, creating immense pressure for him. Each time he received the ball, he was met with a wall of defenders: Wade, Mario Chalmers, Michael Beasley, and Shawn Marion. This overwhelming attention sometimes made him feel like a superstar, coveted and feared. Yet despite this, Su opted not to pass. He understood that once Yao Ming returned to the bench, the entirety of the team's offensive duties would fall onto him. He had to step up and score. However, as Su penetrated the paint, a wave of regret washed over him, for at that moment, 2 formidable interior defenders, Michael Beasley and Haslam, charged towards him, blocking his path. Left with no other option in that critical moment, Su resorted to a sudden jump shot. Fortunately, his shooting prowess, reminiscent of Carmelo Anthony, prevailed, and the ball swished through the net. In the stands of the American Airlines Arena, fans watched in disbelief, unable to fathom the prowess of this young player from Donghua. In the broadcast studio, commentator Yang Yi exclaimed into the microphone with astonishment, "Once again, It is Su Chong who rises to the occasion. After Yao's departure, Su has taken on the offensive mantle, shattering the Heat's defenses. As the game progressed, the expression on Coach Spoelstra's face soured. Before the game commenced, he had some understanding of Su's technical abilities but did not anticipate that Su would pose a significant threat. Initially, Su's performance in the first quarter seemed to validate Spoelstra's skepticism. However, as the second quarter unfolded, Su appeared transformed, emerging as the Heat's most formidable adversary. As an undrafted player this year, Su's emergence left Beasley, the second overall pick, feeling quite embarrassed. Beasley had expected the spotlight to shine on him, only to find it stolen by Su. He vowed to prove his worth and ensure his team did not succumb to a player from Donghua. In the ensuing offensive possession for the Heat, Wade, as usual, brought the ball up court. The Rockets, aside from Su, focused primarily on defense, demonstrating commendable effort in that regard. Following Spoelstra's example, Adelman implemented a zone defense. Whenever Wade received the ball, at least two Rockets players would eagerly converge to thwart his advance. After several fruitless attempts to find an opening, Wade passed the ball to Beasley at the free throw line. Simultaneously, Artest positioned himself in front of Beasley, setting the stage for a showdown between a defensive powerhouse and an offensive talent. Despite Beasley's reputation as a troublesome player in the NBA, he was notably subdued in Artest's presence. Beasley, wary of engaging in a physical confrontation, glanced at the basket before swiftly executing a shot. His release was swift and decisive. Artest, though experienced, could not match Beasley's quickness, and the ball sailed through the hoop effortlessly. Yang Yi, witnessing Beasley's composed execution, couldn't help but commend. Michael Beasley's development model is undoubtedly reminiscent of Carmelo Anthony. Their technical styles are remarkably similar. Sukun concurred with Yang Yi, remarking that the duel between Beasley and Artest symbolized a transition between old and new generations. Indeed, Beasley's mid-range shot found its mark flawlessly. The defensive effort had been commendable, yet it posed no threat to Beasley. As time continued to slip away, the Rockets players visibly grew anxious. If they could not equalize the score by the end of the third quarter, the fourth would prove immensely challenging. Thus, in the final 3 minutes, Adelman called for a tactical timeout. Su, do not linger in the paint. Move to the perimeter. Shoot the three. Trust yourself. You can make it. Cast aside any psychological burdens. Adelman recognized the gravity of the situation and understood that if the game continued at this pace, defeat was merely a matter of time. To secure victory, the key lay in three-point shooting, and currently, Su is the Rockets' most proficient shooter from beyond the arc. Having made numerous iconic three-pointers in prior games, Su nodded in agreement with Adelman's strategy. Upon resuming play, Alston promptly delivered the ball to Su, positioned at the arc. The moment Su received it, he hesitated not, releasing the shot with precision. The ball traced an elegant arc through the air before nestling into the net. Su had quickened his shooting pace, leaving the Heat's defense struggling to keep up. Following that, Su and his teammates successfully intercepted the ball from Beasley. While Beasley possessed formidable driving ability and shooting skills, he harbored a significant flaw, his propensity to turn the ball over. When confronted with multiple defenders, Beasley often succumbed to pressure, making irrational decisions. Su had observed this tendency during Beasley's time in the CBA, understanding the nuances of the game better than many players. As anticipated, when Beasley received the ball at the free throw line, Su and Artest immediately closed in on him. In a desperate attempt to evade Artest's defense, Beasley exerted all his effort into a physical confrontation. Little did he realize, at that moment, Su Chong, the cunning one, unexpectedly made his move. Chapter 32. The connection between Yao and Su. Beasley faced a double team from Su Chong and Alston, and indeed, he displayed his CBA caliber. He missed the shot. In that instant, the Rockets seized the opportunity for a counterattack. Su Chong dashed like a meteor, dribbling the ball into the Heat's half-court, and then, with a stunning three-pointer, he successfully hit the target. Swish. The three-pointer was successful. The gap was finally narrowed to single digits. At this moment, it was Coach Spoelstra who felt the pressure. He paced anxiously along the sideline, thinking that after Yao's departure, the Rockets' offense would surely collapse with the current roster. Little did he expect. Su Chong emerged as an unexpected force. This caught the Heat off guard. In the final minutes of the third quarter, under Su Chong's leadership, the Rockets managed to reduce the deficit to 5 points. 76-71. Both teams entered the fourth quarter. As the fourth quarter commenced, it indeed reached a critical juncture. Either I defeat you, or you defeat me. Rockets head coach Adelman decisively made substitutions, and Yao finally returned to the court. This signified the Rockets had sounded the horn for a counteroffensive. In the stands of the American Airlines Center, fervent Rockets fans could not contain their excitement, chanting Yao's name. Yao, Yao, Yao. Suchong could not help but glance towards the fans, almost succumbing to the urge to cheer out loud. He felt a twinge of envy, yearning for the day when he would be regarded as a hero in the hearts of the fans, just like his older brother. In the studio, commentator Yang Yi was equally exhilarated, shouting, Yao has finally taken the court. It seems the Rockets are gearing up for action, just as Yang Yi had predicted. The Rockets began to ramp up their efforts. Suchong brought the ball to the front court, without wasting words. He glanced at his position and shot. The defending player was at his peak, with Wade nearly pressing his right hand against Suchong's face. Yet, regrettably for Wade, not only did he fail to intercept, but he also committed a foul. And 1. Instantly, the atmosphere on the Rockets bench erupted once more. Wow, Suchong is simply unstoppable. And 1. Moreover, it was Wade who fouled him. Su, well done. With Yao and Su, it is truly incredible. However, McGrady sat quietly on the bench, his sleepy eyes devoid of expression. On the court, Wade stood helplessly in place. He had not anticipated that Suchong could score under such intense defense. It was simply unbelievable. This guy, truly. This defies logic. At the free throw line, Suchong took a deep breath and then raised his hand to shoot. Swish. The basketball soared perfectly into the hoop. The deficit was now merely 2 points. After the change of possession, the Heat had their offensive opportunity. Wade brought the ball up the court. As the Heat star player, Wade needed to prove his prowess. In a flash, he boosted his speed, forcing his way into the Rockets' paint, seemingly aiming to dunk over Yao. However, Wade clearly underestimated Yao's prowess. He believed Yao, burdened by 4 fouls, would not dare to take the risk. Unfortunately for Wade, he was mistaken. Beneath the basket, Yao emphatically rejected Wade's layup attempt. An exquisite defensive play. He delivered Wade a magnificent block. This exemplifies Yao's strength. Once he returned to the paint, it was as if he had erected an additional barrier for the Rockets, providing an epic enhancement. This was the best testament to that. After Scola grabbed the rebound, he immediately found Suchong. Now, the Heat players, upon seeing Suchong receive the ball, felt a mix of aversion and fear. They desperately did not want the yellow-skinned rookie to have the ball, yet they were powerless. Several Heat players rushed towards Suchong, but he suddenly leaped gracefully. The basketball flew like a shooting star, arcing through the sky before descending into the Heat's hoop. With Suchong's successful shot, both teams returned to square one. The Rockets' morale soared to its zenith. As the Heat's head coach, Spoelstra appeared visibly flustered. He dared not be complacent, hurriedly calling for a timeout. Stay calm. If necessary, we can foul Suchong. Spoelstra shouted passionately at his perimeter players. Clearly, he had recognized the gravity of the situation, gradually realizing that the Heat had lost control of the game that night. In critical moments, they could only resort to fouling to halt Suchong's scoring. Yao, overhearing their strategy, called out to Suchong, "Be careful." Suchong nodded, reflecting that while Spoelstra was young, he was indeed a coach of NBA caliber, adept at not shouting directly for fouls. As the game resumed, the Heat had their offensive chance. Wade brought the ball to the front court and, without hesitation, took a three-pointer. He was evidently feeling anxious. Although Wade's shooting form was quite beautiful, his three-point shooting had never been his forte, and his shooting percentage left much to be desired. Sure enough, the ball ricocheted off the rim. In this scenario, if the shot missed, the Rockets would likely seize the rebound. Haslam leaped with all his might, but you merely needed to extend his fingertips to snatch the rebound. The Rockets swiftly transitioned from defense to offense, launching a rapid counterattack. Yao and Suchong were akin to 2 orioles singing amidst the green willows, their minds perfectly in sync. Yao's long pass found Suchong, who had already sprinted to the front court. At the three-point line, Suchong made a quick stop, glanced at the hoop, and shot. The ball found its mark once more. The connection between Yao and Su became the dominant theme of this period. With the combined efforts of Yao and Suchong, the Rockets swiftly widened the gap. Ultimately, the suspense of the game dissipated. The Rockets triumphed over the Heat with a score of 121-112. In tonight's match, Suchong emerged as the key player, amassing an impressive 34 points and 7 assists, almost single-handedly dismantling the entire Heat defense. After the game, as players from both teams shook hands, Beasley still bore animosity towards Suchong. "Su, the Rookie of the Year is definitely mine," he asserted. Suchong chuckled. "You might want to check with Rose about that." Suchong had not thought of himself, but he recognized that this year's top pick, Derrick Rose, could potentially deliver extraordinary performances in the future. Beasley ignored him and returned to the locker room, muttering, "It will definitely be me. No one can take it away." However, the Heat's head coach Spoelstra lauded Suchong's performance that night. "Honestly, I have never seen such a talented player. Suchong's shooting drove us to despair. His individual skills rendered our defense helpless." Based on tonight's performance, Suchong was even more outstanding than Wade. As Suchong walked back through the player tunnel, he spotted a familiar figure, causing his heart to tighten involuntarily. Chapter 33. Hidden intentions. The individual before him possessed a beauty laced with a hint of intellectual allure. She was none other than Diana. Following his victory, Suchong was in high spirits and playfully flicked his fingers at her in a gesture of greeting. Diana responded with a smile, impressive. "You managed to score quite a few points today. Is it a lot?" Suchong forced a smile. "I feel like this is just the beginning. Do you think you've become the star of the Rockets?" Suchong chuckled. "Your words make me sound like a courtesan. And how do you think you performed today? Winning the game, was it skill or luck?" Yet, Suchong decided to take the opposite stance, stating it was merely average. The opponent was too weak. As soon as he uttered those words, he realized he had misspoken. Diana had mastered the art of misrepresentation in the media, having previously distorted his words to create a sensational article. He quickly attempted to clarify, but it was too late. Diana tucked her recording pin into her impeccably tailored suit and remarked, "You're quite the excellent interviewee." With that, she turned to leave, her golden ponytail swinging like a slap across Suchong's face, awakening him to the gravity of the situation. He hurried after her. Wait, let's discuss this." Suchong quickly adopted a humble demeanor, seeking to appease Diana. A man must know when to be pliable and when to stand firm. Diana turned back, eyeing Suchong's hand resting on her arm. "Remove your hand, or I shall report you for sexual harassment." The laws of the beautiful eagle are not to be trifled with. Suchong was well aware that the laws of the beautiful eagle were never taken lightly, and he quickly withdrew his hand, exclaiming, "Sister, beauty, lady, what do you want from me?" Diana tilted her head and coldly replied, "I wish to interview you." "Interview away. Feel free to ask whatever you desire, but please refrain from publishing misleading news, all right?" Suchong had suffered enough from Diana's previous article, which had garnered him countless detractors, including the insufferable overweight general manager, Mori, who had summoned him for a discussion. He could not endure further torment. Upon hearing Suchong's consent for the interview, Diana's face lit up with triumph. "Then let me ask you this. Why have you suddenly become so formidable?" The moment this question was posed, Suchong's demeanor darkened. He was uncertain of her implications and whether she had discovered something. He replied with a smile, "Isn't it natural for a man to be strong?" "How vulgar," Diana retorted, genuinely turning to leave, her cold voice lingering. "Well, let's see how long you can maintain that strength." Suchong called out in desperation, "Hey, don't go. You should at least look back." As he watched her disappear into the crowd, he muttered in frustration, "Fine, I shall risk my life to accompany." But then reconsidered, realizing that Diana was not a gentleman either, and growled, "Accompany a fool." Indeed, the name Diana seemed destined for delivering news. Before the day was out, major sports websites in the beautiful Eagle Country were inundated with an article titled "Dong Hua's young prodigy claims to be the reincarnation of Jordan, declares the Heat trash." The article quickly attracted widespread attention from fans. Who is this kid? A draft pick. After 2 noteworthy games, he believes himself invincible? It's just 1 victory. Is it really that significant? Fans eagerly await the rematch between the Heat and the Rockets, hoping to see Wade turn him into a sieve. Indeed, Wade and Beasley had performed rather average that evening, which was not reflective of the true strength of the Heat. Even during practice the following day, several Rockets players engaged in discussions about the article. Arteist, upon seeing Suchong arrive at the training facility, promptly pulled out his phone. "Well done, Su. I share your sentiments." However, Suchong felt awkward, realizing he had no such thoughts. He explained, "I didn't really mean it that way. I respect the Heat and admire Wade. It was all that reporter's doing." Alston interjected, "But Wade won't see it that way. You must understand. Wade is quite vengeful." He rolled his eyes, relishing the situation. "If you face the Heat next game, he'll undoubtedly target you." Suchong felt a twinge of anxiety. Had he truly offended Wade? Would he be singled out? Could this be what they referred to as the Wade way? At that moment, Yao Ming approached Suchong, gently patting him on the head. "Don't worry, Wade won't be that way. But you must train diligently, even if Wade targets you. You must have the strength to defeat him." Defeating Wade? How magnificent must one be to overcome Wade? Suchong gazed at Yao, appreciating his warm words but unable to suppress his request. "Brother, could you refrain from patting my head in the future?" Suddenly, he recalled something crucial. Health card. He must ensure Yao's career could be prolonged. Ever since obtaining the extraordinary system, Su Chong had been accumulating skill points. After so many matches, he eagerly opened the interface. 50 points. Only 950 more to redeem the health card. An eternity away. A sense of disinterest washed over him, and he drifted through training until the next game. In the upcoming match, the Rockets faced the Pacers at home in the 16th round. This team was rather mediocre. If one were to consider a star, it could only be Granger. Moreover, the Pacers' goal this season was crystal clear: to tank. Consequently, Adelman opted to rest several key players for this game. Yao, who was physically drained, and Su Chong, embroiled in public controversy. At the start, the Rockets' role players, under Arteas' leadership, performed commendably. Gradually, these role players began to believe in their capabilities. With Su Chong as a cautionary tale, they felt they too could flourish. As expected, the Rockets ultimately suffered a narrow defeat, 90-91. Frustrated, Adelman unleashed a torrent of profanity at the role players, using Su Chong as an example to admonish them. This nauseating practice of uplifting one while belittling others left Su Chong too intimidated to speak. Su Chong couldn't help but reflect on how, indeed, where there are people, there are complexities. The workplace is fraught with challenges, pitfalls lurking at every turn. Yet, despite the scolding and the chaos, the next game awaited. And they must not let it affect the team's morale. Moreover, the next match was against the formidable San Antonio Spurs. Fortunately, Adelman was a man of words, rallying everyone with, in reality, not activating Yao and Su in the last game was to conserve energy, all in preparation to take down the Spurs. Do we have confidence? In the face of an awkward silence, Adelman deliberately turned to Su Chong and inquired, Su, do you possess confidence? Su Chong, unexpectedly called upon, was momentarily taken aback, responding, Chapter 34. The Dark Lord approaches. Currently, the San Antonio Spurs hold a record of 9 wins and 6 losses, occupying the 8th position in the Western Conference. To be frank, the Spurs are not in optimal form. This evening, they're also on the road. The Houston Rockets possess a formidable lineup. Yet, the Spurs are the Spurs, with their illustrious name. Who would dare to underestimate them? Even Joe, you would not dare. Nor would DeChiao, unless Duncan, Parker, and Ginobili were not on the court. Unfortunately, they are all fit and able, even capable of catching bats with their bare hands. On November 29, 2008, at 8 o'clock in the evening, thousands of diehard Rockets fans were eagerly awaiting in the stands of the Toyota Center. The Spurs have always been a bane to the Rockets. Although everyone is aware that defeating the Spurs, led by Popovich, on their home court is no easy feat, anticipation runs high, especially with Adelman, who is hopeful yet acutely aware that the variable in this game rests with Su Chong. However, when faced with the question that was meant to ignite his confidence, Su Chong refrained from the customary exuberance. This left Adelman somewhat embarrassed. He pressed on, Su, I ask you, please tell me loudly. Do you have confidence in defeating the Spurs? Yes. As long as what? Su Chong nearly slipped, ready to say that it depended on the system's reliability. Fortunately, Adelman interrupted him. Su Chong quickly corrected himself, declaring, as long as you let me play. Delighted, Adelman responded. Great. Today, you will have ample opportunity to shine. The Spurs are indeed a formidable opponent, and you must rise to the occasion to score. I believe you possess that capability. If all goes well, you will be matched up against George Hill, who is also a rookie, in an exceptional form. But I trust you can outshine him. Adelman began fervently motivating Su Chong, who was more than receptive to his words, as they were precisely what he wished to hear. Soon, amid the enthusiastic cheers of the fans, the starting players of both teams made their way onto the court of the Toyota Center. Meanwhile, across the ocean in the TX broadcasting studio, the absence of Yao Ming and Su Chong in the previous game left the commentators and fans alike feeling somewhat restless. Commentators Yang Yi and Su Kun began announcing the starting lineups for both teams. Welcome, dear viewers, to the 2008-2009 season, where the Rockets host the Spurs. Following the introduction, they presented the starting lineups. For the visiting San Antonio Spurs, Coach Popovich sent out the following players. Point guard, Tony Parker. Shooting guard, George Hill. Small forward, Michael Finley. Power forward, Tim Duncan. Center, Matt Bonner. On the home side, Coach Adelman fielded. Point guard, Alston. Shooting guard, Su Chong. Small forward, Arteas. Power forward, Scola. Center, Yao Ming. After introducing the starting lineups, the commentators began to converse. Yang Yi remarked somewhat dejectedly into the microphone. the Rockets have been performing quite well in recent games, especially with Soo Chung in the lineup, leading to a winning streak. However, I must say, tonight's opponent poses a significant challenge. Sukun interjected, "Indeed. The Spurs' performance this season has been average, yet Popovich's coaching prowess is unquestionable. Moreover, the Spurs lineup remains intact and stable, with Duncan, Ginobili, and Parker all present. Both teams are well acquainted with one another," Yang added. "I believe that tonight, Popovich will employ various strategies to contain Yao's scoring." Sukun nodded in agreement, acknowledging Yang's insight. The individual capabilities of the opponent are indeed formidable, but let us not forget that Soo Chung remains a wild card in the current Rockets lineup. Indeed, Soo Chung has surpassed everyone's expectations. We believe he will be the greatest variable influencing the course of tonight's game, and we anticipate a thrilling performance from him. Before long, the match commenced. As the referee tossed the basketball high into the air, the game officially began. Once the game started, you successfully tipped the ball over Tim Duncan's head. Alston quickly retrieved the ball and, as always, passed it to Soo Chung. At that moment, a familiar voice echoed in Soo Chung's ear. "Activate. Randomly selecting skill, Rondo template skill." Rondo? The one who stands at a mere 6 feet tall? As an outside player who cannot shoot threes yet can battle for rebounds in the paint? And now I'm to take guidance from the sideline? However, he was even more astonished that the system had directly chosen the Rondo template, meaning Soo Chung had lost his shooting ability. What the heck? Why him? This system is far too unreliable. Clearly, Soo Chung was dissatisfied with the randomly selected skill. Nevertheless, it was still better than having no skill at all. So he ultimately accepted it with a sense of resignation. After all, what choice did he have? Meanwhile, Soo Chung noticed a countdown associated with the Rondo template skill, and the duration matched that of the first quarter. Could this skill last an entire quarter? Just as he pondered this question, the Spurs defenders were already positioned. The player assigned to guard Soo Chung was George Hill. Indeed, it was George Hill. This player is known for his aggressive defense. Clearly, before the game began, Popovich had emphasized Soo Chung's terrifying prowess to Hill. Thus, as the match commenced, Hill approached Soo Chung without a hint of complacency. However, to be honest, Soo Chung suddenly appeared beneath the basket. At that moment, the two interior players from the Spurs immediately drew attention. In an instant, Tim Duncan and Matt Bonner surged forward to confront Soo Chung. However, upon witnessing this, Soo Chung did not halt his advance. Chapter 35. The center's duel. Soo Chung was not unwilling to halt. Rather, he found himself unable to stop, akin to having chewed a piece of gum. Resolutely, Soo Chung summoned his strength once more. In an instant, he collided heavily with Tim Duncan and Matt Bonner beneath the basket. While Matt Bonner's individual capabilities were rather average, almost playful in nature, Tim Duncan was anything but. He was heralded as the greatest power forward in NBA history, excelling in both defense and offense. Yet at that moment, Soo Chung seemed to possess the agility of a skilled dancer, deftly twisting his body, causing even the composed Duncan to leap in surprise. Seizing the opportunity, Soo Chung maneuvered through the defensive embrace of both players and executed a successful layup. The crowd at the Toyota Center erupted in a frenzy, with tens of thousands of Houston Rockets fans vociferously chanting Soo Chung's name. Soo Soo Soo. If Soo Chung hadn't known the ball had gone in, he might have thought the entire arena was collectively booing him. In the TX studio, the two commentators were equally astonished by Soo Chung's remarkable play. Yang immediately leaned into the microphone, exclaiming in sheer disbelief, "This is utterly incredible. Soo Chung has completed the layup." Amid the dual interference of Matt Bonner and Tim Duncan, Yang has successfully scored. Who could have imagined? Who could have imagined? Beside him, Soo Kun expressed his astonishment, saying, "Indeed, as a Donghua individual, to score under the watchful eyes of Tim Duncan is truly surreal." On the Spurs bench, Coach Greg Popovich wore a frown as he watched his players, hands on his hips in resignation. Undoubtedly, this was not the outcome Popovich had hoped to witness. Yet, he too was profoundly impressed by Soo Chung's recent breakthrough. In preparation for the match, Popovich had reviewed several game tapes of the Rockets, recognizing Soo Chung's exceptional prowess in outside shooting. Prior to the game, he had instructed his players to focus on defending against Soo Chung. Little did he expect Soo Chung to penetrate the Spurs' interior defense so decisively. What had changed in just a few nights? Popovich couldn't help but wonder how Soo Chung had transformed his playing style during his rest. The next round brought a test for the Spurs' offense. As Tony Parker brought the ball up court, he faced the interference of Alston. Parker's offensive choice was straightforward and direct. Utilizing a sudden change in rhythm, he accelerated, Successfully breaching the defense, it must be noted that Alston's defense was rather lackluster. Matching him against Parker was not an astute decision. In the blink of an eye, Parker had surged into the paint. Fortunately, the Rockets' interior defense was formidable. Yao Ming and Scola were both exceptionally skilled defenders, especially when working in tandem. Yao excelled at creating space, while Scola was adept at maneuvering. Indeed, as Parker penetrated the Rockets' interior, Scola found himself toppled. Yet, the referee did not blow the whistle. Parker pressed deeper, only to encounter the imposing figure of Yao Ming. The Frenchman understood that scoring against these two stalwart defenders was nearly impossible. He refrained from attempting a direct shot at the basket and swiftly passed to Tim Duncan. Simultaneously, Yao Ming positioned himself before Duncan, setting the stage for an anticipated showdown. In the Teak studio, commentator Yang Yi was electrified, nearly spitting into the microphone with excitement. Finally, it's Yao versus Tim Duncan. Who will emerge victorious this time? Let us await the outcome. In an instant, Tim Duncan charged towards Yao Ming with the ball. This, however, was not the wisest choice. Yao's defense was resolute. Regardless of Duncan's relentless assault, Yao remained steadfast. Realizing he could not overpower Yao, Duncan swiftly altered his offensive strategy, pivoting and taking a jump shot. In a flash, the ball traced a graceful arc through the air, striking the backboard with precision. It seemed as if the ball possessed a mind of its own, ricocheting and settling into the basket. Duncan's individual prowess was undeniable, particularly with his bank shot from a 45-degree angle, always leaving his opponents gazing up in despair. As the greatest power forward in NBA history, Tim Duncan, despite being unable to break through physically, was a player of remarkable basketball IQ. Faced with Yao's tight defense, Duncan's decision to shoot was decisive. Thus, the San Antonio Spurs, playing as the visitors, secured 2 points. The game continued. Following a change of possession, the Rockets seized their offensive opportunity. Suchong once again advanced with the ball. In recent matches, Suchong's performance had been nothing short of stellar, particularly against the Heat, where he applied relentless pressure on the opponent's basket. In this moment, Suchong maintained his outstanding form. Without uttering a single word, he faced the dual blockade of Tony Parker and George Hill, unfazed. Clearly, Suchong was brimming with confidence in his Rondo-esque abilities. In the next heartbeat, Suchong, undeterred, barreled through the interference of the two Spurs defenders, charging into the opponent's interior. At this critical juncture, several defenders, having learned from previous encounters, converged before Suchong simultaneously. Even the aging Michael Finley closed in, accompanied by Tim Duncan. These two stars were remarkably swift, almost appearing before Suchong in an instant. Upon witnessing this, Suchong halted his advance, yet in a split second, the basketball was already in Yao Ming's hands. It was a pass. Suchong understood Rondo's technical strengths. Forcing a drive against such formidable defenders would be unrealistic. Instead, he chose to focus on the assist, enabling his elder teammate to score. Undoubtedly, this was a sagacious decision. In a flash, the basketball found its way into Yao's grasp, just as Matt Bonner arrived to challenge him. Alas, Bonner's competitive level was no match for Yao Ming. In terms of height and weight, Bonner was utterly overpowered. At this moment, having received Suchong's exquisite pass, Yao Ming embraced the ball, ready to engage in a physical contest with his opponent. He forcefully knocked over the defending player. Then, he pivoted and leaped. But Duncan had already arrived to assist on defense. Chapter 36. Parker. The Clash of Stars. Yet, it was too late. Yao Ming forcefully slammed the ball into the hoop, executing a magnificent two-handed dunk. In that moment, Yao's dominion beneath the basket was vividly displayed. He resembled a ferocious beast, with no player capable of halting his advance. In the Teak studio, the two commentators fervently shouted into their microphones, "What a spectacular two-handed dunk!" Yao's supremacy under the basket is nearly insurmountable. However, we must not forget that this pivotal pass was delivered by Suchong. Indeed, few players can effortlessly thwart Suchong's passes, nor can they impede Yao's progression. Online viewers were equally captivated, deeply impressed by the synergy between Suchong and Yao Ming. Incredible. Suchong and Yao are developing an extraordinary rapport, which bodes well for the national team. If only Spacey, he could join the Rockets as well. Forming the East China Three Musketeers to dominate the NBA. It seemed that Suchong's technical attributes varied with each game, if I am not mistaken. His primary focus tonight was on facilitating passes. On the Spurs bench, Coach Popovich's face was etched with concern. The Rockets' continuous scoring through interior plays had rendered the Spurs' interior defense utterly ineffective. This was not the outcome Popovich had anticipated. Currently, the player tasked with defending Yao Ming was Matt Bonner, but regrettably, Bonner's physical attributes were on an entirely different level than Yao's. Popovich's intention in keeping Bonner on the court was to utilize fouls to halt Yao's momentum, but it appeared he had miscalculated. Even through fouls, there seemed no way to prevent Yao from scoring. As the game progressed, Popovich needed to devise alternative strategies. In the next offensive sequence, Tony Parker recognized the severity of the situation. He could sense that the Spurs' interior had been thoroughly breached by Yao. If the Spurs wished to secure victory, they could only place their hopes on outside scoring. This time, upon crossing into the front court, Parker faced Alston's defense without hesitation. He took the shot. Tony Parker possessed such capability. With a swift motion, the basketball flawlessly sailed through the hoop. Swish. It was successful. As one of the Spurs' triumvirate, at 26 years old, Parker was in his prime, and his wealth of experience allowed him to remain composed during the game. This three-pointer undoubtedly stabilized the Spurs' position. Alston's defense was utterly inadequate, failing to disrupt Parker's shot. Allowing Parker to score so easily was simply unacceptable. After all, he is Tony Parker. In the TX studio, commentator Soo Koon expressed dissatisfaction with Alston's performance. After all, the advantage Yao had painstakingly established in the paint was instantly nullified by the opponent. On the sidelines, Popovich personally applauded Parker, undoubtedly pleased with the outcome. Simultaneously, this aligned with Popovich's tactical plan. However, Rockets head coach Adelman appeared visibly agitated. Defense. Do not allow Parker any shooting opportunities. Soo, you guard him. Thus, Soo Chong was assigned to defend Tony Parker, striving to create as much disruption as possible. It was once again the Spurs' turn to attack. As before, Parker brought the ball up the court quickly, his first choice still being to shoot. Especially given his recent shooting rhythm, there was no reason for him not to shoot. Still at the three-point line, Parker found himself facing another defender, Soo Chong. Finally, Parker encountered a direct confrontation with Soo Chong. In the stands of the Toyota Center, tens of thousands of Rockets fans eagerly anticipated this matchup. Undoubtedly one of their favorites to witness. Parker did not regard Soo Chong as a threat. It was evident that Parker held great confidence in his shooting ability. He launched a pull-up jumper. Unfortunately, the defender in front of him was not Alston, but Soo Chong, who bore the attributes of a Rondo prototype. At the moment Parker released the ball, Soo Chong leapt into action, rising high to successfully block Parker's shot. What a splendid defensive play. He allowed the opponent no opportunity whatsoever. With a swift motion, Soo Chong executed the block perfectly, without committing a foul. This was a prime opportunity for a counterattack. In the TX studio, as commentator Yang Yi's words echoed, Soo Chong seized the basketball and, with remarkable speed, dashed towards the opponent's basket. In the blink of an eye, Soo Chong had reached under the Spurs' hoop. Due to his rapid ball-handling speed, no defender could impede Soo Chong's advance. This was Soo Chong's moment. With one hand, he secured the ball and effortlessly sent it through the hoop. Instantly, the atmosphere in the Toyota Center was reignited by Soo Chong. Tens of thousands of fans erupted in a frenzy, chanting Soo Chong's name. Soo Chong shook his head in mild exasperation. The chant was rather lackluster, almost reminiscent of his childhood. On the Rockets bench, Coach Adelman raised his arms in triumph, undoubtedly pleased with the scene before him. In Adelman's view, as long as Soo Chong could contain Parker's performance from the perimeter, victory would likely belong to the Rockets. After all, in the interior battles, while Yao might not hold an absolute advantage, he could certainly contend evenly with Duncan. As expected, when Soo Chong intercepted the ball from Parker's hands, Spurs coach Popovich appeared flustered. He had underestimated Soo Chong's capabilities. He did not anticipate that this undrafted rookie was not only a potent offensive threat but also possessed formidable defensive prowess. Throughout the remaining time in the first quarter, Soo Chong shadowed Parker like a phantom. Wherever Parker appeared, Soo Chong was quick to follow. Once Parker was entangled by Soo Chong, any hope of breaking through vanished. In the subsequent moments, the Rockets players maintained firm control of the game's momentum, with Soo Chong guarding the perimeter while Yao took on the offensive responsibilities. Under the performances of these two Chinese players, the Rockets swiftly amassed a significant lead. At the conclusion of the first quarter, the Rockets successfully extended their lead to double digits. At that moment, the scales of victory decidedly tipped in favor of the Rockets. Spurs head coach Greg Popovich made a substitution, bringing George Hill off the court and introducing Manu Ginobili. This change clearly indicated that the Spurs were poised to adjust their strategy. Indeed, upon Ginobili's entrance, he immediately exerted immense pressure on the Rockets' basket. Chapter 37. unyielding spirit Manu Ginbili, a player renowned for his remarkable three-point shooting ability, also possesses an extraordinary talent for penetrating defenses, leaving opponents with no opportunity to respond. Amidst the interference of several players, Ginbili boldly surged towards the basket, skillfully utilizing changes in rhythm to break through. This was a troubling development for the Houston Rockets. Their two towering interior players, Scola and Yao Ming, immediately launched a counterattack. Yet, as the duo confronted Ginbili, he halted his advance. Ginbili understood that breaching the defenses of both a standing and a reclining Yao Ming was a formidable challenge. Instead, he deftly passed the ball to the unguarded Tim Duncan. Upon receiving the ball in the paint, Duncan cast a brief glance at the hoop before releasing his shot. In an instant, the basketball seemed to possess a vision of its own, tracing a beautiful arc through the air and landing perfectly on the backboard. The ball went in. It was no surprise. Whenever provided with an opportunity, Duncan consistently applied pressure to the opponent's basket. However, it was clear to all that the true architect of this score was Ginbili. From the moment Ginbili entered the court, his impact was immediate, instilling a sense of urgency among the Rockets players. Yet, defending against Ginbili proved to be an arduous task. He moved with the fluidity of a serpent, darting toward the basket, and when retreating, he leaped gracefully to score. During this period, Ginbili began to showcase his individual brilliance. Realizing the urgency of the situation, Coach Adelman swiftly made adjustments to mitigate Ginbili's influence. He assigned the formidable Ron Artest to guard him. The mere mention of Artest's name instilled great pressure on offensive players. Initially, Artest's defense was effective, as he, like a skilled horseman, physically imposed himself on Ginbili. However, Ginbili, with his wealth of experience, began to exploit his speed and positioning to create distance from Artest. The once mighty Artest soon found himself exhausted, unable to keep pace with Ginbili's agility. In their subsequent matchups, Artest could no longer assert his dominance. Time and again, Ginbili effortlessly breached the defense. Moreover, the Rockets' offense faced its own limitations. Suchong, having lost the template skills of Rondo, no longer exhibited the impressive playmaking and captivating drives that characterized the first quarter. His new skills were disappointingly slow to materialize, leaving him devoid of Rondo's meager offensive capabilities. When Alston passed the ball to Suchong again, he attempted a drive against the formidable Spurs defense, only to find himself stymied, akin to many domestic players who charge into traffic without thought. Unsurprisingly, he found no opportunity, nearly losing possession. With the shot clock winding down, Suchong resorted to a desperate heave toward the basket. In a miraculous turn of events, Yao Ming, under the hoop, expended every ounce of his strength, soaring to seize the ball. In the blink of an eye, he leapt again, forcefully slamming the ball through the rim. In crucial moments, Yao remained a reliable presence, his dominance beneath the basket unmatched in the current NBA landscape. Witnessing Yao's spectacular performance, Yang Yi could not help but praise him. Su Kun chimed in, acknowledging Suchong's errant pass but commending Yu for executing the powerful dunk, declaring him the greatest big man in the world. However, the moment of jubilation was fleeting. Before the commentators' praises could fade, Ginbili once more acquired the ball on the perimeter. He surveyed the Rockets' defense for weaknesses, while Artest closed in, intent on stifling Ginbili's advance. Yet, Ginbili evaded direct confrontation, dribbling laterally and utilizing screens to shake off Artest. With a series of deft moves, Ginbili penetrated the paint, using his body to shield the ball from Yao Ming as he scored, earning a trip to the free throw line in the process. Unfortunately, Ginbili missed the ensuing free throw, but Duncan secured the rebound, allowing the Spurs to reset their offense and return the ball to the sizzling Ginbili. The Rockets, observing the exhausted Artest, could only mutter in disbelief. Suchong, upon hearing the commotion, leapt up with excitement, exclaiming, "Yes, here it comes." Yet, when his new skill manifested, he could not help but exclaim in frustration at its absurdity. "Beverly S. Mad Dog mode? Is this meant for me to bite people?" Before he could ponder further, Ginbili had already breached Artest's defense, executing a quick stop and jumper. Just as everyone focused on the hoop, an unexpected figure lunged at Ginbili. In that split second, Suchong seized the moment, delivering a swift slap that dislodged the ball from Ginbili's grasp just as he shot. Quick, precise, and ruthless, Suchong provided no opportunity for Ginbili to react. He swiftly regained possession and initiated a fast break, completing the layup in under 3 seconds. The speed left the entire Spurs defense in awe. On the Spurs bench, Coach Popovich appeared somewhat bemused, unable to fathom how Suchong had managed to steal the ball from Ginbili, particularly during his shooting motion. Jin Billy's ball handling, while not on par with Henry's, was still all-star caliber. This was utterly astonishing. Not only was Popovich taken aback, but even Jin Billy himself was momentarily dumbfounded. He had not anticipated the lightning-fast hands of this young player with yellow skin and black hair. In that moment, Suchong finally understood the meaning of Beverly's Mad Dog mode. Excitedly, he shouted to Coach Adelman, "Coach, I want to play basketball." Confused, Adelman, perhaps unfamiliar with slam dunk, asked, "What? What are you doing?" Realizing his slip of the tongue, Suchong quickly corrected himself. "Coach, I want to defend him." Adelman eagerly welcomed the prospect of a defensive stalwart to alleviate Arteist's burden, clapping his hands and urging, "Good, good, good. Keep him contained." As Jin Billy advanced the ball into the front court, Suchong immediately positioned himself before him. Jin Billy, still irked by Suchong's earlier steal, was determined to respond. The Spurs, recognizing that the Rockets had assigned this rookie to defend Jin Billy, wisely spread out to allow Jin Billy space for a one-on-one against Suchong. Chapter 38. Unyielding defense. Suchong readied himself, fully committed to defense, not daring to exhibit the slightest trace of complacency. After all, the breakthrough of the Demon Blade was no trivial matter. Ginobili, outside the three-point line, dribbled the basketball with an air of calmness, his eyes keenly fixed on Suchong, perpetually searching for vulnerabilities to launch a decisive strike. However, Ginobili was astute. He had no intention of allowing Suchong to entangle him. With a quick feint, he executed a swift jump shot, a most straightforward approach. In a flash, Ginobili unleashed a cold arrow, his speed nearly catching Suchong off guard. Observing the situation, Suchong hastily lunged forward. Despite managing to interfere, the basketball circled the rim a few times before finally dropping in. Even the peak performance Beverly might struggle to completely contain Ginobili. Thus, acquiring Beverly's defensive prowess did not guarantee Suchong the ability to thwart Ginobili's scoring attempts at every turn. With Ginobili's three-pointer sinking, the deficit narrowed to 5 points. It appeared as though the Spurs could equalize in the blink of an eye. In the subsequent possession, the Rockets managed a basket, but Ginobili promptly responded in kind. On the sidelines, Rockets head coach Adelman's expression began to twist into one of frustration. Yet, he found himself powerless. Resorting to bellowing at the court, "Sue, be more aggressive. Contain him. You can do it." At that moment, Adelman was devoid of effective strategies. His only recourse lay in Suchong's capacity to restrain Ginobili. Still, self-doubt gnawed at him. Could this young man truly rise to the occasion? Soon after, Yao Ming's attempt in the paint failed, and Tim Duncan seized the rebound. The seasoned Stone Buddha executed a long pass, successfully locating the fast-breaking Ginobili. Upon receiving the basketball, Ginobili surged towards the opponent's basket, his objective crystal clear, to assault the rim with unbridled ferocity. Like a tornado sweeping across the pampas, he charged the hoop, offering no chance for retaliation. Suddenly, a figure soared into the air, appearing alongside Ginobili. It was Suchong. In this pivotal moment, Suchong summoned every ounce of strength to thwart Ginobili's layup. While everyone watched, transfixed, Suchong continued to sprint with determination. He became a dark cloud, braving the storm's wrath. With great difficulty, he executed a block in midair, denying Ginobili any opportunity. A chorus of astonished gasps erupted from the crowd. No one could have anticipated that Ginobili's razor-sharp, fast break could be thwarted. Suchong had successfully blocked Ginobili's layup. Suchong had indeed blocked Ginobili's fast break. The exclamation reverberated as Yang Yi, overwhelmed with excitement, repeatedly echoed this sentiment, struggling to articulate his exhilaration. All present found it hard to believe what had just transpired. It was utterly inconceivable. Beside him, commentator Sukun marveled at the unfolding drama, observing that success is never easily won. While all the Rockets players had given up the chase on Ginobili, Suchong persisted. This remarkable quality made it difficult for him to fail. Yao Ming quickly approached Suchong, affectionately ruffling his hair. "Well done. Keep fighting." As anticipated in the ensuing plays, Ginobili found his rhythm completely disrupted by Suchong's relentless defense. Though he muttered in frustration, he could do little to change the tide. The second quarter was now halfway through. The Spurs had hoped to level the score, but unexpectedly, Suchong had emerged as a formidable opponent. Popovich wasted no time in adjusting his strategy, bringing George Hill back into the game and substituting Tony Parker. The Spurs modified their tactics, although Ginobili held the ball. He became the linchpin of their offense. They utilized Ginobili's gravitational pull to continuously feed the ball to Tim Duncan, who began to physically engage with Scola. In both technique and strength, Scola found himself unable to match Duncan's might. As Duncan barreled into Scola, the latter, despite his reluctance to flop, could hardly maintain his balance and fell to the ground. Yao Ming quickly rotated over, placing pressure back on Duncan. The Spurs star player, though presented with limited opportunities, relied on his experience, pushing against Yao for a few moments before executing a half-turn jump shot. Just as Duncan released the ball, Yao had leaped to block the shot. In midair, Yao ruthlessly swatted Duncan's attempt away, yet the referee's whistle pierced the air. What a shame, Yao Ming lamented. Sukun explained from the sidelines. Duncan is clever. He baited his opponent into jumping before taking the shot. Although Yao managed to block it, he indeed infringed upon Duncan's cylinder, resulting in a foul. Duncan calmly converted both free throws. Following the Rockets' inbound, Artest advanced the ball, but immediately passed it to Su Chong, who was now revved up. Su Chong executed a dazzling display of dribbling, yet George Hill's defense proved formidable, forcing Su to remain stationary. Since embracing Beverly's tenacious style, Su had realized that even the remnant of Rondo's offensive capabilities had evaporated. As Ginobili closed in, Su swiftly passed the basketball to Alston. In that moment, Alston found himself unguarded. After surveying the basket's position, he decisively took the shot. At last, diligence bore fruit. Alston did not disappoint Su Chong, as his three-pointer soared gracefully through the air and into the basket, marking a successful conversion. This shot served as a much-needed boost for the Rockets. However, the Spurs were far from surrendering. The game continued, with the Spurs focusing their efforts on Duncan. In the next offensive possession, as Ginobili brought the ball into the front court, Duncan began frantically signaling for the ball. As a longtime teammate, Ginobili was well aware of Duncan's intentions. With a sudden burst of speed, Ginobili accelerated, leaving Su Chong nearly grasping at shadows. Yet Su Chong was undeterred. With a swift sidestep, he closed the gap. Before he could advance further, he found himself colliding with a wall. Duncan had set a screen. Scola, the power forward, had no choice but to step up and contest Ginobili. Duncan seized the opportunity, driving into the paint as Ginobili passed the ball inward, arriving just ahead of Yao's defense. By the time Yao reacted, it was too late. Duncan, unguarded, executed a thunderous two-handed dunk. He pointed at Ginobili, and the two shared a knowing smile. As Ginobili passed Su Chong, he couldn't resist taunting. Now you know what basketball truly is. Chapter 39. This is basketball. Jin Billy swiftly dispelled the shadow cast by Su Chong, incessantly chattering in his ear. Su Chong found himself torn between retaliating with a barrage of expletives or opting for a more subtle approach. In a sudden move, Artest shoved Jin Billy aside, exclaiming, "I will not allow anyone to bully my brother." Su Chong felt an overwhelming gratitude, wishing he could embrace Artest and call him Big Brother. He vowed to regain his honor in front of Jin Billy and play with even greater vigor. However, the second quarter was drawing to a close. With Jin Billy's dazzling drives and unparalleled passing skills, he effortlessly connected with Tim Duncan. By the end of the second quarter, the Houston Rockets, playing on home turf, led the Spurs 65-62, a slender margin that barely signified an advantage. At halftime, Adelman consciously altered his strategy. Notably not a coach renowned for his defensive prowess, Adelman believed that solely focusing on defense would yield little opportunity. Offense was the best form of defense. Creating a constant threat to the opponent's basket was the key to victory. Su Chong, it rests upon you to showcase your offensive talents. I need you to step up and score from beyond the arc. Adelman concentrated all his hopes on Su Chong. Watching Adelman devise a three-point strategy for him on the tactical board, Su Chong felt a sense of helplessness. He was acutely aware of his limitations. Should the system provide a superior skill template, his potential would be significantly enhanced. Yet, if the system faltered, to pose a threat to the opponent's basket from long range seemed a daunting challenge, one he felt utterly incapable of meeting. However, true to their virtue of sparing others embarrassment, Su Chong could hardly refuse Adelman's request. After all, one could always hope for a stroke of luck. As the third quarter commenced, Su Chong's rondo template came to an end. Ding! Upon hearing the familiar sound from the system, Su Chong felt a mix of anxiety and excitement. Here it comes, he mentally chanted, eager to see what awaited him. Randomly locked, Westbrook's drive, excellent. Yet, upon further reflection, this seemed less than ideal. During halftime, Coach Adelman had meticulously outlined an outside shooting strategy. Little did he expect to acquire Westbrook's driving ability. This was entirely off the mark. This meant Su Chong would have to contravene his coach's tactics. As the ball found its way into Su Chong's hands, the crowd surged with anticipation, fully expecting him to triumph in his inaugural offensive play of the third quarter. Meanwhile, the Spurs dispatched George Hill to shadow Su Chong closely. Hill clung to Su Chong like glue, reminiscent of Bruce Bowen's relentless defense. Following Adelman's established strategy, Su Chong and his teammates began to circulate the ball. After a few quick passes, the ball returned to him. Yet, Hill intensified his defense, sticking even closer than before. Su Chong bent slightly, extending upward. And as he tapped his toes, Hill instinctively leapt. But Su Chong merely faked him out and charged toward the basket. The infusion of Westbrook's driving ability transformed Su Chong's physical prowess, making him feel as though he had undergone intense training. His agility was explosive, nearly beyond comprehension. Tim Duncan had positioned himself under the basket, but Su Chong, undeterred, launched himself upward, maintaining his speed. Duncan raised his arms high, crossing them above his head, allowing Su Chong to deliver a thunderous dunk. Unbelievable. It was simply astounding. Even the typically composed Su Kun found himself stirred. Recalling the last time he witnessed such an electrifying dunk, LeBron's memorable poster of Duncan, everyone had anticipated Su Chong would attempt a three-pointer. But no one foresaw his audacious drive. Yang struggled to hold back tears, torn between pride for Su Chong and sympathy for Duncan. Indeed, the speed of Su Chong's drive was blinding. Duncan barely had time to react. Ever since acquiring Westbrook's breakthrough ability, Su Chong felt an exhilarating surge of strength coursing through his legs, almost compelling him to grab the rebound. Upon landing, he was overwhelmed with elation, unable to contain himself. He shouted to the heavens, "This is basketball. This is basketball." The atmosphere in the Toyota Center erupted once more, as tens of thousands of fans chanted Su Chong's name. Su MVP, Su MVP, Su MVP. On the Spurs bench, Coach Popovich's jaw nearly dropped to the floor, utterly astonished. He stared at Su Chong's retreating figure, his mind racing to comprehend the impossibility of it all. How could this be? How could this player's speed have transformed so drastically? Popovich's first instinct was to suspect Su Chong of doping, given the stark contrast to his earlier performance. "Watch out for the opposing guard," Popovich shouted to Jin Billy and Hill. Following a change in possession, the Spurs seized their offensive opportunity. Jin Billy approached the front court with calm determination. Just as he crossed half court, Su Chong appeared before him like a specter. Jin Billy, acutely aware of Su Chong's formidable defensive prowess, remembered Su's tenacity akin to Beverly's. As Su Chong surged toward him, Jin Billy quickly passed the ball to George Hill. Just as Hill prepared to shoot, Artest materialized before him, denying any opportunity for a shot. With limited options from the perimeter, Hill passed the ball to Tim Duncan. The basketball spun around before ultimately landing in Duncan's hands. In critical moments, the Spurs relied on Duncan's individual brilliance. Upon receiving the ball, Duncan engaged in a physical confrontation with Scola, intending to use his superior physique to overpower Scola's defense. In terms of height and weight, Duncan was virtually unmatched. Indeed, Scola was no match for Duncan. After several powerful collisions, the Rockets' power forward staggered back, unable to withstand the onslaught. As Zhang Weiping would say, it was a clear case of bullying. At that moment, Duncan decisively opted to pivot. Chapter 40. Torn asunder, Tim Duncan spun like a top, driving directly towards the basket. He glanced up at the rim and opted for a mid-range shot. However, just as Duncan released the ball, another defender materialized before him, Yao Ming. Under the basket, Yao's right hand, like an impenetrable net, rose at a crucial moment, successfully blocking Duncan's shot. Despite Duncan's formidable prowess, breaching the Rockets' interior defense single-handedly proved to be a formidable challenge. The possession was seized by Artest, who promptly passed the ball to Alston. The latter surged forward with the speed of a 100-meter dash, darting towards the opponent's hoop. Yet, Jin Billy's defensive response was equally swift. Upon seeing Alston poised for a layup, Jin Billy decisively intervened from the right side, successfully executing a perfect block. Nonetheless, the ball did not remain in the Spurs' control. It fell directly into Su Chong's hands. In an instant, all Spurs players heightened their alertness. Indeed, the very next second, Su Chong, clutching the basketball, charged fiercely towards the Spurs basket, disregarding all else. Jin Billy attempted to block again, but Su Chong was no Alston. He offered Jin Billy no chance whatsoever. Like a meteor slicing through the fierce Pampas winds, he barreled through Jin Billy, firmly slamming the ball into the hoop with one hand. What a spectacular dunk! What a magnificent play! It was Su Chong again. His athletic prowess was truly explosive. Remarkable. He sent Jin Billy flying, much to the delight of the crowd. Su Chong was undeniably versatile, excelling in perimeter defense, passing, and even penetrating the defense himself. Indeed, it seemed that after the third quarter commenced, Su Chong was determined to make his mark. In the Toyota Center, numerous Rockets fans could not help but praise Su Chong's performance. Even Rockets head coach Adelman promptly offered warm applause for Su Chong. With consecutive attacks on the rim, Su Chong's sudden burst of energy plunged the entire Spurs defense into disarray. After careful contemplation, Popovich opted for a tactical timeout. Since the third quarter began, Spurs players had struggled to find their rhythm. They were unable to thwart Su Chong's penetrations defensively, and offensively, they faced significant challenges as well. Not only could they not penetrate Yao's defense, but they also struggled to find shooting opportunities from the perimeter. The Spurs found themselves in a bottleneck. On the Spurs bench, Popovich endeavored to maintain his composure. How many times have I told you? Do not allow that Asian guard to gain possession. Be bolder in your perimeter offense. Seize opportunities to shoot. Do not hesitate. Popovich emphasized the need for a more daring outside attack, while also making a substitution. George Hill exited, and Tony Parker entered the fray. During this period, Hill's performance had been lackluster, ineffective offensively and defensively, unable to contain Su Chong. For the most part, he seemed to be merely a spectator. Upon returning to the game, Parker's entry alleviated some pressure off Jin Billy. As anticipated, the Spurs' subsequent offense flowed more smoothly, with a noticeable increase in perimeter firepower. When Parker brought the ball up the court and noticed Su Chong defending Jin Billy, he executed a jump shot from beyond the arc. Although Alston was dubbed the jumping soul, his physicality was insufficient to disrupt Parker's shot. Parker, undeterred by Alston's interference, completed the shot with determination. In an instant, the basketball soared through the air, tracing a beautiful arc before swiftly descending into the hoop. With a decisive flick of his wrist, Parker scored a three-pointer. He made an immediate impact upon his entrance, delivering a stunning blow to the Rockets. A much-needed lifeline for the struggling Spurs. What a play! Tony Parker stepped up at a crucial moment. As the announcer's words faded, the Rockets' basket once again faced pressure from the opponent. Still from beyond the arc, Su Chong received Alston's pass, radiating confidence. He assessed the positioning of the defending players, akin to a doctor diagnosing a patient, swiftly identifying the openings. In the next moment, Su Chong, clutching the basketball, surged forward, slicing through the crowd with surgical precision. Even as Parker and Jin Billy reached out to interfere, Su Chong's explosiveness was extraordinary. In the blink of an eye, he effortlessly maneuvered past the two Spurs stars, penetrating deep into the Spurs interior. At that moment, despite Parker and Jin Billy's utmost efforts, Su Chong's momentum left them in his wake, merely spectators to his brilliance. Su Chong reappeared under the basket. On the Spurs side, Michael Finley rushed to provide help, attempting to disrupt Su Chong's advance. Although Finley played with vigor, age had begun to take its toll. As he neared the twilight of his career, he was increasingly marginalized, relying on fleeting moments of brilliance to make an impact. Nevertheless, the spirit of the veteran remained unyielding. He sought to halt Su Chong with his defense. However, as Finley positioned himself before Su Chong, the latter took off, effortlessly bypassing Finley and charging towards the basket. In this crucial moment, all defensive pressure fell upon Tim Duncan and Matt Bonner. The two interior players established their positions, jointly guarding the Spurs' paint, forming an impenetrable barrier, as if to declare, "This is a no-fly zone." Their collaborative defense was remarkably swift. Arriving just in time to confront Su Chong before he could reach the hoop, Su Chong leapt high, exerting all his strength, clutching the basketball firmly as he aimed for the opponent's rim. In that moment, he seemed to entirely disregard Duncan and Bonner's defense. Yet, how could Duncan allow himself to be overlooked? He too leaped high, waiting for Su Chong to fall into his trap. Chapter 41. The unexpected hero. As Su Chong approached Duncan's enormous hand, he suddenly evaded in midair, skillfully sidestepping Duncan's seemingly inevitable block. He then confronted Matt Bonner directly, executing a spectacular dunk right over him. Yet another breathtaking slam dunk. The Spurs seemed utterly helpless against Su Chong. In the studio, the commentator Yang Yi found himself at a loss for words to express his emotions. He regretted that his earlier interview with Su Chong had been rather superficial, lamenting his lack of deeper insight into Su's personal life. Beside him, guest commentator Su Kun couldn't help but exclaim, "It is evident that Su Chong's prowess is steadily improving with his growing experience." At merely 20 years of age, He may not be considered particularly young in the NBA, yet his skills and mental fortitude already surpass that of his peers. Young, he concurred. Indeed. We must recognize that this is merely Su Chong's rookie season. Given his current trajectory, I firmly believe that the future holds great promise for him. On the court, the Houston Rockets players began to exuberantly celebrate with Su Chong, playfully bumping and high-fiving him. Arteas flexed his muscles and remarked, "Hey, if you build a physique like mine, you'll be even more formidable." Su Chong, however, mused inwardly, acknowledging the sharpness of Westbrook's drives. Meanwhile, Popovich shook his head in frustration. This was far from his desired scenario, particularly Su Chong's relentless breakthroughs, which were simply uncontainable. Despite having exhausted all strategies and making numerous personnel adjustments, nothing seemed effective against Su Chong's onslaught. The third quarter had become a showcase of Su Chong's individual brilliance. With no viable options left, Popovich called for yet another tactical timeout. At the whiteboard, he meticulously strategized, acutely aware that if they could not maintain their scoring gap, the ensuing battles would be daunting. As the fervent cheers of the fans filled the arena, the Rockets and Spurs returned to the court. In the Spurs' offensive possession, Jin Billy, as usual, brought the ball up court with an unhurried demeanor, allowing the Spurs to exhibit their hallmark stability. They passed the ball fluidly, leaving the Rockets somewhat perplexed. Ultimately, the ball landed unexpectedly in Michael Finley's hands. Finley, who had been virtually invisible throughout the third quarter, immediately took his shot. Observers noted that he hadn't attempted a single shot until now. It was intriguing that the Spurs chose to entrust the ball to the veteran for the concluding play, igniting the Rockets' defenders' imaginations. Initially, Arteas had been matched up against Finley, but the Spurs' peculiar tactics led to a swift repositioning, leaving Arteas defending Jin Billy instead. As Finley received the ball, he found himself unguarded. He seized the opportunity and launched a shot. The basketball soared swiftly into the hoop, a clean score. Indeed, experience proved invaluable. Fortunately, the scoreboard did not reflect the notion that an old veteran could single-handedly turn the tide, but Finley's elegant mid-range shot exhilarated him, prompting him to pump his fist in triumph. Unbeknownst to many, during the recent timeout, Popovich had resolved to shift the team's offensive focus. In a bold move, he instructed his players to concentrate their efforts on the role players, particularly Michael Finley. Throughout the game, Finley had been an unseen force, both defensively and offensively. Popovich believed this was not a true reflection of Finley's capabilities. At 35, it was time for the veteran to showcase his true skills, especially his impressive three-point shooting. "Let us hand the ball to Finley. Use mid-range shots to dismantle the Rockets' defense. Finley, do not hesitate. Apply pressure on the opponent's basket. We cannot afford to lose this game in such a disheartened manner," Popovich commanded fervently. In the subsequent play, witnessing Finley's excitement, Su Chong decided to deliver a little shock of his own. After receiving the ball, he wasted no time and unleashed a shot. With explosive speed, he darted forward like a bolt of lightning, effortlessly breaking through Jin Billy's defense. By the time Tony Parker attempted to help, he was already too late. It was no surprise. The defensive capabilities of these Spurs stars were rather mediocre, making it exceedingly difficult to contain Su Chong. Su Chong once again found himself in the Spurs' paint. Positioned at the free throw line, Finley, with his wealth of experience, resorted to various tactics, attempting to tug on Su Chong's jersey. Yet, Su Chong, employing Westbrook's ferocious style of play, granted Finley no opportunity. He paused momentarily, then accelerated once more, surging past Finley. Though Finley grasped a corner of Su Chong's jersey, it proved futile. Indeed, Westbrook's south ability to drive was astoundingly effective, especially against the aging Spurs, where he seemed to penetrate with ease. Ultimately, the Spurs could only watch helplessly as Su Chong soared toward the basket for another layup. Thus, Su Chong relentlessly exploited his drives, wreaking havoc in the Spurs' interior defense. Just as he was poised to continue his dazzling display, the whistles signaling the end of the third quarter echoed through the arena. Su Chong glanced at the scoreboard. After the conclusion of the third quarter, the Rockets had successfully widened their lead to 20 points. Yet, a twinge of regret nestled within him. Just as he had found his rhythm, it was abruptly halted. However, Su Chong's teammates were thoroughly pleased with his performance, fully aware that half of their 20-point lead was attributable to him. As the fourth quarter commenced, Su Chong felt an involuntary surge of anxiety. Westbrook's breakthrough skill had concluded. No one knew what random skill the system would assign next. Skill ended. Randomly selected. Reaper's shot. Reaper's shot? The Reaper. Durant. Chapter 42. Submission. Or broken. Upon hearing the familiar sound emanating from the system, Suchong felt an immediate surge of excitement. Before he could thoroughly contemplate the situation, the San Antonio Spurs had already initiated their offensive play. It was Tony Parker who advanced the ball into the front court. Just before the three-point line, Parker passed the ball to Michael Finley. Finley, with remarkable composure, took his shot. However, Suchong, having lost his defensive prowess akin to Beverly, could do little to effectively disrupt Finley's attempt in time. He could only watch helplessly as Finley executed the shot. The seasoned veteran, after all, still had the capacity to deliver in crucial moments. This critical three-pointer successfully narrowed the gap to 17 points for the Spurs. Finley's contribution from beyond the arc was certainly not good news for the Rockets. In the Teague studio, commentator Yao Ming explained the unfolding situation, albeit with a sense of foreboding, for the Rockets were facing the formidable Spurs that night. Achieving victory against such an opponent was no small feat. As the next round commenced, it was the Rockets' turn to attack. As usual, Suchong lingered near the three-point line after receiving the basketball. The Spurs, having suffered from Suchong's relentless drives, were wary and prepared to intercept him. Several defenders braced themselves, anticipating his penetration. George Hill waved his hands, trying to predict from which direction Suchong would break through. Prior to the fourth quarter, Popovich had reintroduced Hill, hoping this young player could keep pace with Suchong and disrupt him through diligent movement. Meanwhile, Tony Parker was poised to provide assistance. And even Duncan in the paint seemed eager to engage. Suchong dribbled laterally, nearing the top of the three-point arc, while Hill meticulously guarded Suchong's potential path to the basket. Yet, in a surprising turn, Suchong glanced at the hoop and, in the next moment, leapt to take a shot. With his elegant jump shot, the basketball spun rapidly through the air, evading the two defenders and finding its way into the net. A three-pointer. It was in. Suchong had scored. Yao Ming excitedly narrated the scene, and Suchong responded with fervor. Su-kun chimed in, noting that while Suchong had been tearing through the opposing defense with his drives, one must not forget his exquisite three-point shooting ability. Yao Ming continued with enthusiasm, affirming that Suchong was not only a formidable penetrator, but also possessed an unanswerable shooting prowess. Suchong's arsenal was undeniably vast. This unexpected three-pointer plunged the Spurs into despair. The exhilaration of the two renowned commentators mirrored the sentiments of the fans. In the stands of the Toyota Center, tens of thousands of Rockets fans were elated. Although they all recognized Suchong's remarkable three-point shooting skills, they were taken aback by his immediate pull-up shot without any preparatory movements. Meanwhile, Popovich's eyes were filled with despair. As the head coach, he had meticulously reviewed countless tapes of the Rockets games leading up to this match, thoroughly understanding each player's performance, including the recently surging Suchong. Popovich knew this unexpectedly emerging rookie was a challenging adversary, yet in his mind, the Rockets' primary core remained Yao Ming. Despite Suchong's frequent dazzling displays, he often lacked balance, never shooting while driving, nor passing while shooting, and never attacking while passing. His impressive performances seemed to be fleeting moments of brilliance, occasionally aligning to yield significant points. However, after today's game, Popovich realized that Suchong presented an even greater dilemma than Yao. Since the third quarter, Suchong had completely dominated the game. The Spurs had scarcely managed to thwart any of his offensive attempts. Although everyone knew he would drive, they were powerless to stop him. Just as Michael Finley had found his shooting rhythm from beyond the arc, Suchong struck back with another three-pointer, leaving them utterly frustrated. Yet, the game continued. Duncan led a lineup featuring Finley, Ginobili, Hill, and Parker as they sought to close the gap. In their next defensive play, it was Ginobili who took the shot from the three-point line. This time, however, Suchong merely offered a token gesture of interference, deliberately conserving his energy. The high-intensity match had begun to take its toll, and he was unwilling to exhaust himself further. Having acquired Durant's shooting ability, Suchong intended to focus solely on the offensive end. As for defense, it wasn't entirely unnecessary, but even with maximum effort, the results would be minimal. After all, the Rockets were currently in the lead. Ginobili's open shot found its mark, but before the Spurs could celebrate, less than 10 seconds later, Suchong mirrored the action from the same spot. Despite the combined efforts of Parker and Ginobili to disrupt him, the outcome remained unchanged. The three-pointer found nothing but net. Such unreasonable shooting ability left the two Spurs stars feeling mentally overwhelmed, leading to a series of shooting errors from Ginobili and Parker. They were desperate to score and needed points desperately. On the Rockets side, Suchong was not only making shots from the perimeter, but was also unstoppable in mid-range situations. The point differential swiftly ballooned to over 20. Thus, the suspense of the match was effectively extinguished. Although the tenacious Popovich and his equally determined Spurs had yet to concede defeat, the current state of both teams suggested that the chances of triumph were exceedingly slim. Popovich still clung to the hope of a miracle, reminiscent of the NBA's slogan, "Where amazing happens." But today, the prospect of a miracle had all but vanished. As Tony Parker prepared to respond with another three-pointer, Suchong suddenly emerged from behind. He leapt high and, with his right hand, swatted the basketball down. Suchong observed that Parker had exerted himself to the limit. Seizing the moment with a steady score, Parker had attempted a risky shot, unexpectedly succeeding. Yet, the basketball not only fell neatly into Suchong's grasp, but he also maintained control of it. Suchong then dribbled the ball across half-court, charging forcefully towards the opponent's basket. This time, he opted not to shoot, but instead soared into the air, completing a powerful dunk with both hands. In the stands of the Toyota Center, the atmosphere among the Houston Rockets fans was once again ignited by Suchong, with Suchong executing a spectacular dunk. The suspense of the game was ultimately laid to rest. However, at that moment, everyone was taken aback. Chapter 43. Renowned as Suchong landed, he unfortunately twisted his ankle, crashing heavily to the ground. Anxious, Adelman nearly rushed onto the court to assess Suchong's condition personally. Upon seeing Suchong limping off the court, Adelman quickly inquired, "How are you?" Suchong shook his head in silence, inwardly grumbling, "I'm not the team doctor. How should I know?" Adelman leaned in closer to examine Suchong's injury, reassuring himself that it was likely not serious. However, Suchong urged, "Hurry and get Yao down here. If he twists his ankle, that would be a serious issue." Adelman promptly organized a substitution, but by now, the game had entered garbage time. Aware that the game was beyond saving, Popovich reluctantly sent in the bench players for the final 6 minutes. During this time, both teams fielded a group of substitutes. Ultimately, the Rockets triumphed decisively over the visiting San Antonio Spurs with a score of 119-98. The Rockets fulfilled expectations on their home court, and Suchong once again proved to be the pivotal player in their victory, amassing a remarkable total of 34 points and 6 steals. After the game, in the players' tunnel, Spurs head coach Popovich expressed his profound admiration for Suchong's individual capabilities during an interview with ESPN. "To be honest, he is the most talented NBA superstar I have ever encountered. His personal skills are exceptional whenever the Rockets face a threat. Suchong consistently rises to the occasion and scores. His physical attributes are nearly unparalleled, coupled with a diverse array of offensive techniques. He can shoot, showcase his talents from the perimeter, and, importantly, he can also defend. I have not seen such a gifted player in quite some time," he concluded, adding, "I truly admire him." Similarly, Spurs star Ginobili praised Suchong's abilities after the match. "Competing against Suchong is a torment. His physical prowess is astonishing, especially during the second quarter, where his defense left me at a loss for options. Congratulations to Suchong on his victory. However, I believe that in our next encounter, the Spurs will claim the win." In the locker room, head coach Adelman expressed his fondness for the young man from Donghua, with dark hair and yellow skin. Previously, he had wished to marry his daughter to Suchong. Now, he found himself wishing he could transform into a woman just to marry him. Embracing Suchong, he exclaimed, "Well done, Su. I knew that only your performance could lead the team to victory. You are truly a genius." Suchong's face revealed a hint of embarrassment, for he was most aware of his own limitations. He was no genius. In fact, he considered himself rather weak. His outstanding performance that night was entirely dependent on the system's capabilities. Should he lose the system, or if it selected subpar skills, he could swiftly fall from grace. After all, the higher the expectations, the greater the disappointment. Nonetheless, that night, Suchong became an idol in the hearts of every Houston fan. They adored this prodigious young talent as if he were sent by the heavens to save them in the city of Houston. On the internet, a multitude of Rockets fans expressed their admiration for Suchong through comments. "I once believed that you was the strongest player in Asia, but now I believe it is Suchong. He is extraordinary. Who could imagine a rookie, especially an Asian player, achieving 34 points and 6 assists? Yet, dissenting voices also emerged. While I think he played well, he is still quite immature. For instance, his offensive repertoire is extensive, but he struggles to switch between them seamlessly, which will hinder his development." This comment was swiftly drowned out by Suchong's fervent supporters. "If you know so much, Why don't you play for the Rockets? Do you really need to say anything? Su Chong simply scores in the most effective manner. Is there a need for change? The critics soon exited the forum, while others continued to celebrate. I scarcely know how to articulate my feelings at this moment. To be honest, before the game began, I could hardly believe the Rockets could secure a win. If we follow the developmental template, Su Chong could be the next LeBron James. No. He should be compared to Michael Jordan. In an instant, Su Chong became the hot topic among NBA fans. On Twitter, his name topped the trending list, surpassing even the recently concluded presidential election. Brown, the candidate, triumphed over his opponent to become the president of America. This caught the Rockets off guard, as they had not anticipated the need to print so many of Su Chong's number 3 jerseys. Fans went wild trying to obtain his jersey in the days that followed. However, Su Chong remained oblivious to all this, as he immediately prepared for the back-to-back games ahead. Next, the Rockets faced the Denver Nuggets at the Pepsi Center. Located in the Colorado Plateau at an elevation of 606 meters, making it the highest arena in the NBA. Playing here tests a player's endurance and willpower, as the high altitude often leaves visiting players fatigued. Thus, this venue is often referred to as a Devil's home court. Achieving victory against the Nuggets on their home turf would not be an easy feat recently. The Nuggets had traded Allen Iverson to the Detroit Pistons, acquiring Chauncey Billups in return. Under head coach George Karl's leadership, the Nuggets, with Billups' guidance and Anthony's outstanding form, had secured consecutive victories, winning all of their last 5 games, including against formidable teams like the Celtics and Spurs. They currently held the 3rd position in the Western Conference. During the pregame press conference, reporters focused on Su Chong, with Nuggets head coach George Karl candidly stating, "I have heard of Su Chong. He is the talk of the town among fans." Reminiscent of Yao Ming in his rookie season, when asked how he planned to counter Su Chong, Karl chuckled, "I am not the Rockets team doctor. I do not know how to deal with him." The implication was clear. Su Chong had sustained an injury in a previous match. Naturally, reporters were keen to know whether Su Chong would play in this game. When asked by a reporter what he would do if Su Chong played, Karl replied confidently, "The Nuggets possess the most talented superstars in the NBA. We fear no opponent. Most importantly, this game is being held at the Pepsi Center in Denver, so I believe victory will ultimately belong to us." In his view, regardless of Su Chong's strength, basketball is fundamentally a team sport. However, he did not explicitly state that Su Chong, as a Donghua player, while demonstrating immense potential, may not sustain such performance levels indefinitely. On the day of the match at the Denver Pepsi Center, even before the game commenced, the Nuggets supporters were already filled with anticipation, with tens of thousands of fans eagerly awaiting the commencement of this grand battle. The cheers of the Denver Nuggets fans resonated so powerfully that they seemed capable of lifting the very roof of the arena. Indeed, the fans are an integral component of the home court advantage. However, the predominant concern among the crowd remained. Would Su Chong take to the court? Chapter 44. The Devils' home court at 8 o'clock in the evening. The grand screen of the Denver Pepsi Center illuminated, announcing the starting lineups for both teams. The players and fans of the Nuggets eagerly speculated whether the remarkable Su Chong would take the court for this match. When the starting roster was unveiled, they felt a mixture of regret and exhilaration. Su Chong was indeed playing. The atmosphere among the fans surged to a fever pitch, as tens of thousands of supporters roared in fervent encouragement for their team. Across the ocean, in the distant eastern Huagua, within the broadcasting studio, commentator Yang Yi began to reveal the starting lineups for both teams. Coach George Karl's starting 5 for the Nuggets included Chauncey Billups, Dante Jones, Carmelo Anthony, Kenyon Martin, and Nene Hilario. Meanwhile, for the visiting Rockets, Coach Adelman opted for a lineup featuring Rafer Alston at point guard, Su Chong at shooting guard, Tracy McGrady at small forward, Luis Scola at power forward, and Yao Ming at center. Adelman maintained his previous starting combination, indicating his confidence in this Rockets squad. As the game commenced with Yao and Nene jumping for the tip-off, it marked the start of the contest. Both Yao and Nene were drafted in the same year, with Yao being the first overall pick while Nene was selected 7th in the first round. In terms of physical attributes, Nene was not inferior to Yao. During the battle for possession, Nene managed to touch the basketball, but luck was not on his side, as he failed to regain control, allowing Yao to retrieve it instead. Alston quickly scooped up the ball and passed it to Su Chong. The moment the ball reached Su's hands, the crowd erupted into a thunderous cheer, with tens of thousands of fans jeering loudly at Su in an attempt to rattle his composure. Little did they know, even in his home games, Su was accustomed to hearing the taunts. At that moment, A familiar voice echoed in his ears. Showtime. What's this? Let us see what you've got, little buddy. Su Chong felt as though he were unboxing a surprise gift, filled with anticipation. First quarter skill acquired. Chris Paul template. Chris Paul. And a full template at that? It seemed the system was becoming increasingly generous. Although Paul's scoring ability was not akin to that of the league's prolific scorers, his passing prowess and basketball IQ were among the finest in the NBA. Overall, it was a commendable acquisition. The Denver player assigned to defend Su Chong was Dante Jones. As a lesser-known player for the Nuggets, Su wasted no time engaging Jones in conversation. Instead, he accelerated, utilizing a change of pace to effortlessly break past Jones's right side. Su demonstrated impressive agility reminiscent of Chris Paul. In an instant, he found himself beneath the opponent's basket, where the interior defenders, Carmelo Anthony and Kenyon Martin, swiftly positioned themselves to obstruct his path. However, Su had already devised a strategy. Remaining unfazed, he prepared for the impending physical confrontation. Just as he was about to engage with both players, Su executed a swift shake, sending the basketball, as if guided by an unseen force, directly into Yao's waiting hands. In the paint, Yao faced only Nene as his defender. Having shared the draft class with Nene, Yao was acutely aware of Nene's capabilities. Thus Yao, with the ball in hand, initiated contact, using his shoulder to nudge Nene. Although Nene appeared robust, he had faced significant challenges, including a diagnosis of testicular cancer earlier in 2008, which had imposed both physical and psychological burdens. Despite his resilience, Nene felt a lingering sense of difference from his peers. Ultimately, Yao executed a graceful hook shot, effortlessly scoring without any defensive pressure. Su's timely pass had been impeccable, showcasing Yao's dominance beneath the rim, which seemed nearly insurmountable. With such momentum, it appeared that the Rockets would secure a victory in Denver without much difficulty. Commentator Yao Ming, witnessing the impressive performance of the two Eastern Huagua players, was filled with anticipation for the match. The game continued, and the Nuggets, playing on their home turf, began to increase their intensity. Chauncey Billups, swiftly advancing past half-court, made a decisive play, launching a high pass to the cutting Carmelo Anthony. Anthony soared into the air, delivering a thunderous dunk that ignited the entire Pepsi Center, as fans erupted with chants of Melo. The atmosphere reached a thrilling crescendo. From the outset, both teams abandoned any pretense of testing the waters, diving straight into the fray with fervor. Next came another opportunity for the Rockets. Su Chong, quickly advancing the ball, drew the attention of multiple defenders, including Billups and Jones. Billups, both experienced and highly skilled, was a formidable presence. Drafted third overall by the Celtics in 1997. He had long been a contender for the title of best guard, excelling in passing, scoring, and defense among the league's small guards. Observing Jones engage Su in a physical confrontation, Billups shadowed Su like a specter, poised to capitalize on any opportunity to defend. As the situation intensified, Jones applied more pressure, prompting Billups to reach in for a steal. Yet, amidst their combined efforts, Su maneuvered through them like a wisp of smoke, effortlessly completing his breakthrough. With the acquisition of the Chris Paul template, Su had also inherited Paul's ball-handling finesse. The basketball seemed to adhere to his palm, making it a Herculean task for the two Nuggets guards to wrest it away from him. After bypassing them, Su swiftly passed the ball to the waiting Yao in the paint, who, undeterred, prepared to exploit his towering height and weight advantage against Nene. At that moment, Kenyon Martin approached. Chapter 45. A true contest. As the encirclement of Yao Ming by Nene and Martin became evident, Yao Ming swiftly pivoted, executing a subtle feint that sent Martin soaring into the air as if propelled by a spring. This prodigy, 2 years Yao's junior, was renowned for his aerial prowess. Yet, Yao had anticipated this, and with a deft movement, reclaimed the ball, then dexterously maneuvered his foot inward, reminiscent of the legendary Olajuwon, effortlessly bypassing Nene to score. The Rockets, right from the outset, showcased a seamless collaboration between Su Chong and Yao Ming, sounding an immediate alarm for the Nuggets. On the sidelines, Coach George Karl shouted instructions, urging his players to obstruct Su Chong and withstand Yao Ming in the paint. Clearly, from the very beginning, Karl and the Nuggets had underestimated the formidable partnership of Su Chong and Yao Ming. However, as the third-ranked team in the Western Conference, the Nuggets possessed their own unique strengths. Notably, they had never been known for their defensive prowess. Their philosophy was simple: you may score, but I shall score even more. On the offensive end, the Nuggets swiftly demonstrated their scoring talent. At the free throw line, their star player, Carmelo Anthony, received the ball, the moment the basketball touched his hands. A wave of cheers erupted from the crowd, a testament to Anthony's influence. As the Nuggets' most prominent star, Carmelo Anthony's scoring repertoire was indeed extensive, earning him the moniker offensive kaleidoscope. This player, who entered the league just a year after Yao Ming, had long since proven his scoring capabilities. Prior to the game, the Rockets had already acknowledged Anthony's threat, with Coach Adelman advising his players to prioritize denying him the ball. Consequently, as Anthony received the basketball at the free throw line, the Rockets' defenders honed in, particularly Artest, who was quick to apply tight coverage. Against Artest's robust physique, Anthony found himself at a disadvantage. Yet he remained undeterred in his confidence. After a couple of tentative movements, he caught a glimpse of the hoop, and in the next instant, Carmelo Anthony unleashed a swift shot. The speed of his release left even the seasoned Artest momentarily stunned, merely watching as the basketball sailed through the net. The exquisite mid-range jumper found its mark. Though Artest felt frustration, he recognized the reality. Anthony's shot was simply unguardable. It was as if he could enlarge the basket itself. Artest's defense had been impeccable, yet formidable talent often eclipses even the best efforts. The commentators lamented Artest's plight while simultaneously marveling at Anthony's remarkable shot. As the game progressed, the Rockets struggled to find their rhythm, facing mounting pressure. They continued to Chapter 46, the duel of the guards. Upon seeing Chauncey Billups make a basket, Adelman rushed to the sidelines, his voice rising in a fervent admonition to his players. Hey, get your act together. Do not grant the opposing team any opportunities. Prevent them from making three-point shots. Sue, you guard Chauncey. Adelman was profoundly dissatisfied with Alston's performance. Fully aware of his defensive capabilities, the prospect of Alston successfully containing Chauncey Billups was utterly implausible. In critical moments, the reliance fell squarely upon Sue Chong. Adelman had gradually developed a dependence on Sue, recognizing that victory hinged on his performance, both offensively and defensively. However, Sue did not adhere to Adelman's strategy. Instead, he primarily focused on offense, aspiring to emulate the template set by Chris Paul. While Chris Paul is known for his defensive skills, he is predominantly an offensive player. Consequently, Sue aimed to exploit his strengths to conserve energy. During another offensive possession for the Rockets, Sue received the ball at the three-point line, instantly drawing the attention of the Nuggets and Oppo's defenders. Dante Jones, already on the fringes, seized the opportunity to match up against the highly regarded rookie, putting forth tremendous effort, nearly pressing his face against Sue's, employing both hands and feet to completely stifle him. Despite this, Sue's expression remained impassive, his confidence in his abilities unwavering. Or perhaps it was his faith in his template that fortified his resolve. In a sudden burst of speed, Sue deftly maneuvered past the steadfast Dante Jones. Observing this, Kenyon Martin quickly moved to provide assistance, creating a double team against Sue. Yet, just as Sue was about to engage in a physical confrontation with both Jones and Martin, he executed a flawless 180-degree turn, slipping through the defenses of the two Nuggets players with remarkable finesse. In an instant, Sue found himself positioned beneath the basket. At that moment, the Nuggets star player, Carmelo Anthony, joined the defensive fray. Carmelo, who, like Sue, preferred scoring over defense, could not afford to let Sue score uncontested and was compelled to intervene. Simultaneously, Nuggets center Nene Hilario rushed towards Sue with astonishing speed. This time, the Nuggets defense meant business. In this pivotal moment, Sue made a decisive choice. Quick as lightning, he lofted the basketball towards the rim, and Yao Ming, anticipating the play, leapt for an alley-oop and executed a thunderous dunk. An exquisite display of athleticism and a brilliant pass. Sue successfully connected with you. This assist was indeed crucial. The sound of the dunk reverberated throughout the Pepsi Center in Denver. Yao showcased his dominance beneath the rim once again. After the dunk, he immediately flashed Sue a thumbs up. Ever since Sue assumed a regular starting role with the Rockets, Yao's scoring efficiency had significantly improved. He often found himself unguarded, capitalizing on opportunities to score. Sue was undoubtedly the architect of this success. As the Nuggets prepared for their offensive opportunity, the Rockets needed to shift their focus to defense. After Chauncey Billups advanced the ball into the front court, Adelman erupted once more, urgently calling out Sue's name. Sue, get over and defend. Cut off his passing lanes. Do not give him any space to shoot. Reluctantly, Sue approached Billups, who, upon seeing Sue, remained unfazed. With ample time, he launched a barrage of trash talk at Sue. You think you can stop my shot? What an overestimation of your abilities. With that, Billups quickly executed a shooting motion, while Su exerted every effort to contest the shot. Unfortunately, Su's template was Cree, however, before the commencement of the second quarter. George Karl summoned Carmelo Anthony to the sidelines for a discreet exchange of insights. On the Rockets' side, Alston was the first to notice this and promptly reported it to Adelman. Aware of Karl's intentions, Adelman understood that the coach was beginning to devise a strategy. It remains uncertain what alterations they might introduce in the second quarter. Chapter 47. A lavish feast for Anthony. As the second quarter commenced, the last thing Su Chong wished to witness materialized before his eyes. Alert. Chris Paul template concluded. Reward, 10 attribute points. Warning. Moncrief defensive template activated. Moncrief's defensive template? Who on earth is Moncrief? As a seasoned faux basketball fan, Su Chong momentarily struggled to recall this individual's identity. It was only after a brief contemplation that he suddenly realized. Though indeed a Hall of Famer and a two-time recipient of the Best Defensive Player award, Moncrief's scoring ability was rather mediocre, averaging a mere 11 points per game. Su Chong could not help but exclaim, "No offensive capability?" He never anticipated that this system would play such a trick on him. At such a crucial moment, he received something so unwelcome. It seemed that in this second quarter, he would have to focus solely on the defensive end. Su Chong could only comfort himself. Shortly after the second quarter began, the home team, the Denver Nuggets, began to launch a fierce assault on the Rockets' basket. It was none other than Carmelo Anthony. Arteas shadowed him closely, applying pressure within the three-point line, making it uncomfortable for Anthony to receive the ball. The star of the Denver Nuggets sought to secure more possession and began positioning himself on the perimeter. As Chauncey Billups brought the ball across half-court, he orchestrated the movement of his teammates, and after a few swift passes, he delivered the basketball to Carmelo Anthony without hesitation. Upon receiving the ball, Anthony merely glanced at the hoop before forcefully shooting. The entire motion was seamless and fluid, catching Scola, who was supposed to guard Anthony, off guard. The shot was already taken before he could react. With Anthony positioned on the perimeter, the Rockets' interior player's speed was no match, failing to disrupt Anthony effectively. With a flick of his wrist, the basketball soared through the air and swished through the net. At that moment, the offensive maestro of the NBA showcased his true prowess. Adelman immediately recognized the gravity of the situation. He understood that once Carmelo Anthony began receiving passes continuously from the perimeter, the Rockets' defenders would be rendered helpless against him. Moreover, the Rockets found themselves not only in a defensive crisis but also struggling offensively. In the first quarter, Su Chong had been the primary executor of the Rockets' perimeter offense. Yet now, he seemed transformed, having lost his desire and talent for scoring. Concurrently, the Nuggets' perimeter defenders began to focus their attention on Su Chong. Whenever he received the ball beyond the arc, at least two defenders would swiftly converge upon him. With no other option, Su Chong was compelled to pass. He quickly sent the basketball to an unguarded Arteas. Upon receiving the ball, Arteas' face displayed immediate bewilderment. He had not anticipated the pass would come his way. Left with little choice, he had to attempt a shot. The result was disheartening. Arteas' shot clanged off the backboard. In the ensuing battle for the rebound, Yao Ming also found himself at a disadvantage as the Nuggets center, Nene Hilario, adeptly established position, using his superior physicality to secure the basketball. In the next moment, Nene Hilario swiftly tossed the ball to the already sprinting Carmelo Anthony. The Nuggets seized a golden opportunity for a fast break. Carmelo Anthony, with the ball in hand, charged towards the hoop as if propelled by sheer will, channeling his inner friend LeBron, taking off in a single leap to execute a soaring layup effortlessly. The crowd at the Pepsi Center erupted, anticipating the imminent spectacular dunk. Carmelo Anthony leaped from a distance, his left arm extended, right hand raised, poised to deliver a graceful axe dunk to finish the fast break. Yet, the crowd collectively gasped, "Oh no." Su Chong had soared high, resembling an eagle descending from the heavens, forcefully blocking the basketball. With the enhancement of the Moncrief defensive skills, Su Chong had transformed into a formidable defensive force. Sprinting closely behind, just as Carmelo Anthony was about to complete his one-handed dunk, Su Chong leapt simultaneously, executing a blocking maneuver. Astonishingly, he arrived just in time, successfully completing the challenging block. Clearly, having acquired Moncrief's extraordinary skills, Su Chong's jumping ability, physical resilience, and timing for defense had been elevated to an epic level. Ultimately, Su Chong turned what could have been a highlight reel dunk by Anthony into a mere backdoor. There was no opportunity for the Rockets defenders to react at all. If this shot were to succeed, it would undoubtedly dampen the spirits of the Rockets, who were just beginning to gain momentum. Chapter 48. Rampage. Fortunately, J.R. Smith's shooting accuracy did not disappoint. The basketball rebounded off the backboard with a resounding thud. Yao Ming effortlessly snatched the rebound. The game continued, and the second quarter was already past its midpoint. The Rockets organized their offense in the front court, with Artest quickly seeking out Su Chong on the perimeter. There was hope that Su could leverage his exceptional breaking ability to score with a layup or secure a three-point shot. However, to everyone's surprise, Su did neither. He refrained from breaking through or shooting directly, opting instead to pass the ball to Alston. Su was acutely aware of his own limitations. He knew that, given his current capabilities, creating pressure on the Denver Nuggets basket would prove challenging. The most prudent course of action was to facilitate a pass. Thus, the basketball found its way into Alston's hands. Upon receiving the ball, Alston wore a bewildered expression as he looked at Su, utterly perplexed by Su's intentions. With no alternative, Alston steeled himself and took the shot. Thud. The basketball successfully hit the rim. Under immense pressure, Alston managed to score. However, the good fortune was short-lived. In the next possession, the Denver Nuggets began to ramp up their efforts. Once again, it was J.R. Smith. This unpredictable player confounds observers with his blend of mediocrity and unwavering confidence. He evidently possessed a strong belief in his abilities. At the three-point line, J.R. Smith decisively seized the ball from Chauncey Billups and, without hesitation, launched a shot. His shooting speed was astonishingly quick. Even Su Chong, tasked with guarding him, could only attempt to interfere without applying substantial defensive pressure. In the blink of an eye swish, the basketball soared directly through the net. It must be acknowledged that the electrifying J.R. Smith is a force to be reckoned with. His shooting speed is truly remarkable. He takes the ball and shoots immediately, leaving defenders with no opportunity to react. In this final 3 minutes, J.R. Smith transformed into Denver's lethal weapon. Not only could he score from beyond the arc, but he also adeptly utilized sudden shifts in rhythm to break through defenses, thoroughly overwhelming Su Chong. Su had initially believed that by adopting Moncrief's defensive template, he could effectively curtail J.R. Smith's scoring. Yet, he gradually realized that his aspirations far exceeded his current capabilities. The altitude of Denver was indeed exhausting him at an alarming rate. He even contemplated sitting down on the floor for a brief respite. Fortunately, the second quarter concluded swiftly. The home team, the Denver Nuggets, held a temporary lead of 65-54 over the Rockets, an 11-point advantage. During halftime, Coach Adelman exhibited an uncommon degree of tension. Do not rush. Take your time. There is ample opportunity ahead. We are only 11 points behind our opponents. In the second half, I need each of you to create chances for you. Attack the opponent's interior as much as possible. I believe Nene cannot impede U.S. onslaught. Adelman had clearly shifted focus away from Su Chong as the offensive nucleus, indicating his lack of faith in Su's ability to pressure the opponent's basket. After all, Su's performance in the second quarter had been rather dismal. Aside from a single block, he had contributed little of note. He failed to bolster the team offensively and was unable to contain the opposing core players defensively. Nevertheless, he understood, as a rookie, one inevitably encounters the proverbial rookie wall. Soon, after a 15-minute intermission, both teams returned to the court. Despite Su's mediocre showing in the second quarter, Adelman opted to give him another chance. As the third quarter commenced, Su fervently prayed for the system to grant him a reliable skill. Before long, a familiar voice echoed in his ear. Skill acquisition complete. Moncrief defense skill concludes. Randomly selected. Griffin dunk ability. Griffin. Upon hearing the name, Su was instantly elated. Finally, he had received the star skill he desired. Instantly, he brimmed with anticipation for the third quarter. As the game resumed, the Nuggets reintroduced their star player, Carmelo Anthony, while retaining J.R. Smith on the perimeter. Clearly, having tasted success in the previous quarter, they sought to continue their momentum and deliver a devastating blow to the Rockets in the third. Shortly after the game commenced, J.R. Smith executed a swift change of direction at the three-point line, effortlessly bypassing Su Chong and charged straight towards the Rockets' basket. However, J.R. hesitated, contemplating attempting a layup over Yao's towering presence, yet hesitating with uncertainty. Consequently, he decisively passed the ball to Carmelo Anthony. What? J.R. Smith opted to pass? In the TX studio, commentator Yang expressed disbelief. Everyone had anticipated that J.R. would challenge Yao, yet he chose to pass instead, revealing a thought process distinct from the norm. At the free throw line, Carmelo Anthony received the ball and showcased his unparalleled mid-range shooting prowess. With a swift motion, the basketball rippled through the net, solidly scoring. Carmelo Anthony once again demonstrated his caliber to the world. However, The fans in the Pepsi Center were not allowed to revel in their joy for long. Su Chong immediately responded, standing on the perimeter with the ball in one hand. Su exuded an air of authority, while J.R. Smith stood before him as the defender. According to Coach Adelman's strategic intent, Su was meant to penetrate the interior and seek opportunities to pass to Yao. Yet, Su did not comply. In the next instant, Su's sprinting speed was remarkable. With a single step, he effortlessly shed J.R. Smith's interference, and then, with a second acceleration, he charged fervently towards the basket. Just as everyone assumed Su would pass the ball to Yao, he leapt with all his might. Even Nene, stationed in the paint, was taken aback. Is he really jumping from so far away? Is he aiming to pass midair, or is he attempting a self-alley-oop? Nene, however, could not afford to dwell on such thoughts. This audacious young player dared to leap in his direction, and he was determined to show Su a thing or two. Indeed, Nene exhibited remarkable courage, leaping to meet the approaching Su. Zhang Hong internally lamented, "Damn, I jumped too early. What to do now?" As he saw a massive block hurtling towards him, Zhang Hong simply closed his eyes. Chapter 49. The Neurotic Blade with his eyes closed. Su Chong's mind was filled with the image of the ferocious nun from moments ago. Suddenly, he was jolted violently, landing on the ground, clutching his painfully struck chest. He gazed at the towering figure of Nin before him, who stood motionless. Su Chong had no time to concern himself with him. The roar of the spectators enveloped him as he frantically searched for the ball. At that moment, Artaist shoved him from behind, exclaiming, "You've really messed up now." Before Su Chong could respond, Artaist continued, "Do you think you're Jordan? He closes his eyes for free throws, and you close yours for a dunk?" Su Chong feared he had ruined everything. Yet, Artaist pushed him again, adding, "But that dunk was absolutely phenomenal." Su Chong then saw the instant replay of his dunk on the big screen. He had charged at Nin, a shot, colliding fiercely with him, forcing Nin down from midair while the basketball was violently slammed into the hoop. An astonishing dunk. Su Chong's jaw dropped in disbelief, exclaiming inwardly, "Is that really me? That's incredible." Even Adelman, the coach of the Rockets, appeared bewildered, never expecting Su Chong to unleash such explosive power. In the broadcast studio, commentator Yang Yi spoke passionately. "What a treasure of a player. That dunk exudes sheer dominance." At a critical moment, Su Chong has once again stepped up. The entire Nuggets team seemed momentarily dumbstruck by the explosive display. It was evident that Su Chong was ready to unleash his full potential. However, Mr. George Karl, the head coach of the Nuggets, was far from pleased with his player's performance. With a hint of frustration, he declared, "How many times have I told you? Do not allow this Asian player to gain easy penetration. If necessary, commit a foul. We must defend our home court without hesitation." The Nuggets swiftly initiated their offense. Junior Smith, upon receiving the ball, refused to let go and continued his advance. Although this player often made bewildering decisions, once he found his shooting rhythm, he became a formidable threat to the basket. Junior Smith halted at the top of the three-point arc, while defender Alston positioned himself closely. Alston exhibited remarkable tenacity, staying tightly glued to Junior Smith. Suddenly, Junior Smith made a forceful shooting motion, disregarding Alston's interference, and launched the ball with astonishing speed. Alston lunged to block the shot, but he was a fraction too late. The basketball soared toward the Rockets' hoop, and Alston's hand inadvertently struck Junior Smith's wrist, prompting the referee to blow the whistle without hesitation. In the studio, Yang Yi's excitement was palpable, though tinged with disappointment. Foul. Alston with the defensive foul, and this is a three-point play. Junior Smith stepped up to the free throw line. Yang Yi, showing bias towards Yao Ming and Su Chong, shared the hope of many fans from the Eastern country for a Rockets victory. At the free throw line, Junior Smith released the basketball gently. To everyone's astonishment, his free throw resulted in an embarrassing airball, an unfathomable miss. Just moments earlier, Junior Smith had made a highly challenging three-pointer despite Alston's tight defense. Yet he failed to convert the straightforward free throw. Truly, the neurotic blade's Achilles heel lay in seemingly simple shots. Although the free throw was missed, Adelman was still anxious, never anticipating that such a distraction would disrupt the Rockets' rhythm. Carmelo Anthony had already made life difficult for the Rockets' defense. If Junior Smith, particularly in his current hot form, joined the fray, it would undoubtedly spell disaster for the Rockets' perimeter defense. Su Chong recognized that, given the current state of the Rockets players, halting the opponent's offense on defense was becoming increasingly unrealistic. To secure victory, they could only counter-score for score, using magic to defeat magic. In the next possession, on the three-point line, Su Chong received the basketball, his gaze filled with determination. He appeared confident in his personal abilities, even with Junior Smith already in position to defend. Yet, it was well known that Junior Smith was not particularly adept at defense, and when faced with Su Chong, he held no advantage in height or physique. Su Chong made a swift change of direction, deliberately initiating physical contact with Junior Smith. At the moment of collision, bolstered by the template of Griffin's dunks, Su Chong mustered all his strength and sent Junior Smith flying. In the blink of an eye, Su Chong charged toward the Nuggets' paint. Having previously showcased his dunking prowess during Chapter 50, the Neurological Blade versus the Neurological Blade as the electrifying dunking skills of Griffin concluded, an unexpected twist unfolded. Granting Su Chong the Neurological Blade ability of Junior Smith, Su was taken aback, exclaiming in disbelief at the sudden change. Swiftly realizing the potential threat posed by Junior Smith's reckless dunking, he evaded the player just in time. Fortunately, Yao Ming arrived, towering over Junior Smith and effectively blocking him. Junior Smith felt as though he had been struck by a colossal truck, his rhythm disoriented, akin to the chaotic pounding of garlic. Su Chong seized the moment, darting back to snatch the basketball from Junior Smith's grasp. Clutching the ball, he sped towards the opponent's hoop, searching for an opportunity. However, the Rockets' sluggish pace left them trailing behind, merely spectators in the unfolding drama. Chauncey Billups, exerting every ounce of energy, chased Su but was unable to impede his advance as he entered the key area. With a powerful leap, Su executed a stunning dunk, once again captivating the audience. Inwardly, he marveled at Junior Smith's formidable dunking prowess. Yet, regardless of the dazzling display, the dunk merely garnered 2 points. Its true essence lying in the significant boost it provided to the Rockets' morale, a troubling sign for the home-court Denver Nuggets. Recognizing the urgency, the seasoned coach George Karl called for a tactical timeout, believing it essential to calm his players and cool Su Chong's fervor. He urged his team to remain composed, emphasizing the need to disrupt Su's rhythm to secure victory. The directive was clear. Under no circumstances should they afford Su another opportunity to dunk. Upon returning to the court, the Nuggets players adhered closely to Coach Karl's strategy, with the exception of Junior Smith, who seemed detached from the team's tactical framework. Rather than passing the ball to Carmelo Anthony, Junior Smith opted for a solo play. However, upon resuming after the timeout, his shooting touch inexplicably vanished, resulting in a miss that ricocheted off the rim. The ensuing battle for the rebound became critical as Yao and Nene leaped simultaneously. Yet, Yao, utilizing his height and positioning, effortlessly secured the rebound and promptly passed the ball to Su Chong. Their synergy had significantly improved over the course of the game, allowing them to anticipate each other's intentions through mere glances. Upon receiving the pass, Su Chong surged forward, merging 3 strides into 2, racing towards the Nuggets' half. In this pivotal moment, another Nuggets guard, Chauncey Billups, emerged, exerting every effort to catch Su. However, with a sudden burst of speed, Su left Billups in his wake. Faced with an open basket, Su took a 3-point shot, the ball soaring like a missile toward the hoop. To his dismay, it struck the rim and rebounded. Without hesitation, Su lunged forward to reclaim the ball, only to find Billups returning, aggressively contesting him. Determined, Su decided to take another shot despite the interference from Billups, who was relentless in his pursuit. Su lost his balance and fell to the ground. Yet the referee whistled for a foul against Billups as the ball fortuitously swished through the net, an and-one opportunity. At the free throw line, Su understood the nature of Junior Smith's erratic behavior. The more pressure he faced, the more unpredictable he became. Imagining Billups' tight defense, Su twisted his body to release the free throw, which swished through the net amidst the jeers of thousands of Denver fans. In the midst of the game, Artest playfully patted Su's back, inquiring about his peculiar free throw technique, which seemed even more bizarre than Hayes. Su simply replied with a smile, "It's a secret." As time progressed, Coach George Karl recognized the ticking time bomb that was Junior Smith. Keeping him on the court risked igniting chaos for either the Rockets or the Nuggets, with the latter appearing more likely. Consequently, he decided to substitute Junior Smith with Dante Jones, who, while lacking the scoring sharpness of Smith, was capable of executing tactical plays and consistently contributing defensively without major blunders. Upon entering the game, Dante received the ball and, unlike Junior Smith, promptly passed it to Carmelo Anthony. This was the outcome Coach Karl had longed for. Having barely seen the ball since the third quarter began, Anthony, now eager to score, immediately engaged Artest, employing a dazzling array of dribbles to create space. Ignoring Artest's defense, he executed a strong pull-up shot, sending the ball on a graceful arc into the hoop, one of Anthony's signature moves. What a splendid shot! Carmelo Anthony's offensive prowess remained unparalleled when he sought to score. No defender could easily hinder his progress. Undoubtedly, he was one of the greatest offensive players on the planet. As the TX studio commentator, Yang Yi extolled Anthony's brilliance. The Rockets were poised for their next offensive play. On the three-point line, Su received the ball, only to be confronted by his old rival, Dante Jones. Yet, Su had already discerned the nuances of his current skill. He suddenly feigned a breakthrough, prompting Dante Jones, who stood before him, to retreat hastily a few steps. At that critical moment, Su Chong unexpectedly opted to take a shot. However, the basketball seemed to have a mind of its own. Chapter 51. Momentum in Su Chong's eyes. He was akin to Junior Smith, possessing the potential for unparalleled sharpness, should he wield it wisely. Alas, he perhaps overestimated himself. His three-point attempt crashed into the backboard. A miss. How could this happen? Su Chong gazed in bewilderment as the ball flew away, but a glance ahead clarified everything. Dante Jones had fallen. He had been faked out by Su Chong. It was as if Su had taken an open shot. "Oh, Junior Smith, why do you struggle so much with your game?" Just as despair began to envelop Su Chong, unexpectedly, Yao Ming stepped forward. In this crucial moment, Yao asserted his dominance in the paint, leaping with all his might. He successfully intercepted the ball with his right hand. There was no doubt about it. Yao secured the rebound. Nene, facing Yao, appeared diminished, utterly outmatched. In the next instant, Yao leaped again, cradling the ball with both hands and driving it toward the hoop. Naturally, Nene was unwilling to grant Yao an easy opportunity. He leapt with all his effort, attempting to disrupt Yao's shot. Yet it was all in vain. Ultimately, Yao completed a dunk over Nene. To add insult to injury for the Nuggets, Nene was called for a foul. The Rockets were awarded a 2+1 opportunity. Yao also had the chance to step to the free throw line. Yao's experience mirrored that of Su Chong's. The stands of the Denver Pepsi Center erupted with a chorus of boos directed at Yao from the thousands of home fans, particularly from the section closest to the hoop. Nuggets fans hurled insults at Yao, hoping to rattle his composure. However, Yao remained unperturbed, steady as a mountain. His free throw found its mark. During this period, the Rockets, propelled by the stellar performances of Yao and Su, one inside, the other outside, gradually narrowed the deficit to 5 points. The score stood at 87-82. And the Rockets could see a glimmer of hope for an equalizer. Meanwhile, the pressure began to mount on the Nuggets players. With just 2 minutes remaining in the third quarter, George Karl knew he had to make a change. On the sidelines, he repeatedly called out Carmelo Anthony's name. Clearly, Anthony was not only the savior in the eyes of Nuggets fans but also in Karl's. He placed almost all his hopes for victory on Anthony, urging him to take control of the game in the final 2 minutes of the third quarter and score decisively. Carmelo Anthony would not disappoint Coach Karl. To maximize his strengths, he positioned himself on the perimeter to receive the ball. Mid-range shots, three-pointers, he was a maestro of offense. As Anthony halted at the top of the arc, the Rockets' defensive stalwart, Artest, immediately confronted him. Artest employed his characteristic brute force, engaging in physical defense. After all, his muscular physique was hard-earned, and he feared no NBA superstar. Seeing this, Anthony swiftly took a step back. In the next moment, he leapt, executing a shooting motion. This was a step-back jumper. Instantly, the basketball soared into the Rockets' hoop. Su Chong, witnessing this, was taken aback. Wasn't the step-back three-pointer a signature move of my brother, Dung? It seemed Melo had mastered it long ago. Indeed. There was a reason Carmelo Anthony was hailed as a scoring dynamo. The step-back three-pointer was simply magnificent. The Nugget star, Carmelo Anthony, rose to the occasion once more. It was an unanswerable three-pointer. At that moment, Anthony had reached the pinnacle of his prowess. Artest had been completely blindsided. The score shifted to 90-82, an 8-point deficit. The pressure now rested squarely on the Rockets players, and they hoped to exert sufficient pressure on their opponents in these final 2 minutes. The commentators were utterly captivated by Anthony's performance, praising the significance and brilliance of his crucial basket. Yet, the game was far from easy. Following Anthony's three-pointer, Rockets head coach Adelman promptly called a timeout. He needed to strategize. Should Anthony be allowed such unfettered opportunities to shoot, the Rockets would undoubtedly face defeat this evening. To secure victory, they had to rely on Su Chong's contributions. Su, take bold shots. I believe you can accomplish what Carmelo can. You possess that capability. From this moment forth, you have the freedom to shoot at will. Unleash your potential. Adelman's words caught Su Chong off guard. He internally grumbled. This old man is being a bit overly ambitious, isn't he? while I can replicate what Anthony does. The system needs to provide me with a comparable player. Right now, I'm Junior Smith. However, Su Chong would not dare defy Adelman directly, for he had showcased his shooting prowess in prior games. Nevertheless, he felt a twinge of awkwardness and uncertainty. He glanced at both hoops, contemplating. You want me to play like Anthony? I would love to, but let us just hope I don't embarrass myself. At this moment, Su Chong could only take it one step at a time. Returning to the game, the Rockets regained possession. Unsurprisingly, the ball found its way into Su Chong's hands. All eyes in the stands were fixed on his performance. Upon seeing Su receive the ball on the perimeter, the Nuggets fans unleashed their traditional cheers. Simultaneously, two Nuggets defenders converged on Su, Deng Ty Jones, and Kenyon Martin. One inside, one outside, one tall and one short. One closely guarding while the other was ready to provide support. Typically, only all-star caliber players would garner such defensive attention. This underscored the Nuggets' recognition of Su Chong's potential, as they realized that this Eastern player could deliver unexpected blows with precision. Yet, George Karl still underestimated Su Chong's individual capabilities. In the next moment, Su effortlessly bypassed Deng Ty Jones with a single step. Kenyon Martin immediately stepped up for a defensive challenge, using his explosive physique to confront Su. At that moment, Su was not merely Su, he was Junior Smith. Passing was out of the question. It was utterly impossible. He continued to push against Martin, forcing his way into the paint. Chapter 52. The O'Neal Template? No, it's Little O'Neal. Kenyon Martin relentlessly pushed Su Chong back with his chest. Yet, Junior Smith was always unpredictable. One could never foresee his actions. Suddenly, the shoelace on Martin's left foot came undone. As he stepped up with his right foot, he fell to the ground. Just as Su Chong was about to charge directly into the paint, Nene and Anthony swiftly moved in from both sides to provide defense. Clearly, Su Chong had to decisively choose to break through towards Carmelo Anthony's side, for it was well known that Anthony was not a player who relished or excelled in defense. At this critical moment, Su Chong used his shoulder and the momentum of his sprint to forcefully push past Anthony's interference. However, he did not dare to be careless. Gripping the basketball with both hands, he surged toward the Denver Nuggets basket and leapt into the air. Once again, he executed a powerful two-handed dunk. The entire Pepsi Center in Denver reverberated with the sound of the rim trembling. Both head coaches, George Karl and Rick Adelman, were left in disbelief. Karl had not anticipated Su Chong's terrifying prowess, as he single-handedly broke through the Nuggets' defense, even completing a dunk over Anthony's head. It was nothing short of astonishing. Adelman, on the other hand, was taken aback that Su Chong would penetrate the paint for a score, especially since his strategy had aimed to keep Su Chong shooting from beyond the arc. Moreover, it was sheer luck that Martin tripped over his own shoelace. Nevertheless, Su Chong ultimately scored. A cat is judged by its ability to catch mice, and a player is valued by their scoring ability. A thunderous dunk. I would wager that if Su Chong were to participate in the NBA Slam Dunk Contest this season, his talent would surely earn him the championship. His athleticism was simply explosive, making it impossible for anyone to halt his advance with ease. A truly great player. Yao Ming found himself utterly at a loss for words, unable to express Su Chong's brilliance any further. Following Su Chong's magnificent dunk, the point differential narrowed to 6. 84-90. Only a minute remained. It was now the Nuggets' turn to attack. At this moment, tens of thousands of fans in the stands of the Pepsi Center were fervently chanting for the offense, while a considerable portion of the crowd shouted MVP in support of Carmelo Anthony. The Nuggets fans eagerly awaited their star player to step up and score. Anthony took his shot, positioned at the three-point line. Despite facing Artest's interference, he wasted no time and attempted a strong shot. Anthony's shooting speed remained impressive. However, luck was not on his side this time. The basketball circled the rim before bouncing back out. After an intense battle, both teams were exhausted, having pushed their physical limits. Yao Ming once again dominated the rebounding battle. Unsurprisingly, he secured the rebound, and, equally predictably, the ball was passed back to Su Chong. Su charged forward to initiate a fast break. Unexpectedly, Denver's guard Chauncey Billups stepped up at that moment. He forcefully grabbed Su Chong's jersey just as he was about to accelerate. This was a blatant foul. One must acknowledge Billups' high basketball IQ. He chose to commit a foul to halt Su Chong's fast break, a decision that proved quite valuable. With no choice left, the Rockets had to engage in a half-court battle. On the perimeter, Su Chong maintained possession, refusing to waste any time as he suddenly accelerated. He overtook Dante Jones with sheer force, cutting inside. Anthony rushed in from the side, but his defensive efficiency left much to be desired. Suchong accelerated again, effortlessly bypassing Anthony. The superstar from the Denver Nuggets Chapter 53, power forward number 2 Suchong silently lamented in his subconscious, sharing his grievances with the system. Although he did not acquire the physical template of Shaquille O'Neal this time, the smaller O'Neal was still a commendable option. Jermaine O'Neal, a high school draft player, was selected 17th by the Portland Trail Blazers in the 1996 draft alongside Kobe and Iverson. He later achieved 2010 stats with the Pacers and was a multiple-time All-Star. Known for his defensive prowess, Suchong found himself curious about how he would fare defending against Anthony. As the fourth quarter commenced, the Denver Nuggets, playing on their home turf, sprang into action. After 3 quarters of play, George Karl understood that, given the current state of the Nuggets, defeating the visiting Houston Rockets at the Pepsi Center hinged primarily on their offensive capabilities. The Rockets' offense was too sharp, making victory through defense an unlikely prospect. Moreover, defense had never been the Nuggets' forte. A critical concern was that their key interior player, Nene Hilario, had already accrued 5 fouls. Another foul would result in his ejection. Reluctantly, Karl opted not to field Nene and instead called upon Birdman Anderson. Although this flamboyantly adorned center provided a significant presence in the paint, he lacked the offensive capabilities of Nene. Thus, the star player, Carmelo Anthony, had no choice but to shoulder the offensive burden as mandated by Coach Karl. As Chauncey Billups brought the ball up court, he was immediately met with tight defense from Alston. Aware of Billups' impressive prior performances, Alston pressed forward, engaging in close contact. However, this season Billups chose not to engage in prolonged tussles with Alston. Instead, he seized the moment to swiftly pass the basketball to Carmelo Anthony, stationed near the free throw line. The team's most prominent and reliable superstar was now in position. Observing the situation, Billups noted that Scola was assigned to defend against Anthony. Scola had previously demonstrated his inability to keep pace with the nimble Melo. Upon receiving the ball, Anthony made a few subtle steps back before executing a smooth turnaround jump shot, his movements fluid and precise. By the time other Rockets players attempted to provide support, it was far too late. Carmelo Anthony, undeterred by Scola's interference, unleashed a flawless shot, securing 2 points. The Rockets found it increasingly challenging to contain Anthony's mid-range prowess. If they wished to emerge victorious, curbing his scoring would be imperative. In the broadcast studio, commentator Yao Ming offered insightful analysis, emphasizing that for the Rockets to succeed, they must contain Anthony. Coach Adelman recognized the issue at hand and knew that pressure needed to be applied to Carmelo Anthony. Yet, he also understood the daunting task of limiting Anthony's scoring given the current state of the Rockets. Unperturbed by the seemingly insurmountable challenges, Adelman resolved to focus on offense, believing that once they opened up scoring opportunities, victory would follow. The clash of 2 coaches who prioritized offense over defense, Adelman versus George Karl, was a battle of wills. As the Rockets advanced, Coach Adelman fervently urged his players to pass the ball to Suchong. Unbeknownst to him, his faith in the young player was profound. That evening, Suchong had already contributed to 1/3 of the team's points. It was entirely reasonable for Adelman to place the team's hopes of victory on Suchong's shoulders. Alston, preoccupied with his thoughts, was sluggish in orchestrating the play. Adelman, growing impatient, shouted for him to run the play and quickly pass the ball to Suchong. Reluctant till Chapter 54, no one can be the savior. Suchong was well aware of Anderson's characteristics. Moreover, the Birdman had just stepped onto the court for the fourth quarter, brimming with energy. His rebounding and shot-blocking prowess were formidable indeed. Without a moment's hesitation, Suchong passed the basketball directly to Yao Ming. Upon receiving the pass, Yao effortlessly extended his frame and sent the ball soaring into the hoop. What a magnificent play! Suchong's pass was truly exquisite, and Yao's dominance beneath the rim was simply unparalleled. Witnessing 2 domestic players connect on the NBA stage was nothing short of a dream come true. Yao Ming, observing the splendid moment, radiated joy. Sukun chimed in, "Indeed, they have ignited my anticipation for the national team's matches." On the other side, George Karl was enveloped in despair over his team's defense. Watching Suchong have his way in the paint, Karl began to doubt his own judgments. Are you all playing a joke out there? Stop allowing him to penetrate the paint so easily. Don't let him distribute the ball with such ease. Focus. Defense. Defense. Even George Karl had begun to emphasize the need for defense. Meanwhile, in the stands of the Denver Pepsi Center, thousands of fans displayed expressions of dismay. Although the score difference remained a mere 3 points, the current state of the team was far from reassuring. Many Denver Nuggets fans were anxiously biting their nails. In the next defensive round, the Nuggets entrusted the offensive duties to Carmelo Anthony. As the chosen one of the Denver Nuggets, Anthony knew he had to step up and score. Just as Anthony received the ball at the top of the three-point arc, before Arteas could reach him, Suchong appeared in front of Anthony. Even more perplexing was Suchong signaling to his teammates to back off. He intended to personally guard Carmelo Anthony. Adelman shouted in frustration from the sidelines, "Su, what on earth are you doing?" Even Su Kun, who was commentating, was momentarily at a loss for words. Suchong is standing before Carmelo Anthony. Is he really going to guard the Melo himself? Yet Yang Yi, as if reading the situation, speculated. Perhaps Suchong wishes to prove himself. He aims to outshine Anthony on both ends of the court. Anthony, not one to be easily fooled, recognized Suchong's intentions. This kid certainly does not regard the Melo lightly. Holding the ball confidently in one hand, Anthony dribbled in front of Suchong, as if to say, to be honest, I have never feared anyone's defense. Noticing Suchong's unyielding demeanor, he taunted, "Hey, kid, do you dare to challenge me one-on-one? You truly underestimate yourself." Before he could finish his sentence, Anthony suddenly accelerated, dribbling with his left hand, attempting to cut forcefully to the right side of X Chapter 55. Recruited by Anthony? No way. Sukun shouted loudly at Yang Yi beside her. Indeed, just as everyone was puzzled by Suchong's logic, under the basket, Yao Ming had already leapt high. An aerial relay. My goodness. Once again, it was a connection between Suchong and Yao Ming. This aerial relay was simply imaginative. Completely unbelievable. Suchong's sudden pass caught the Denver Nuggets defense completely off guard. Yang Yi, shedding his earlier tension, remarked incredulously. After completing this dunk, Yao Ming immediately gave Suchong a thumbs up. It must be said that as time passed, the chemistry between Yao Ming and Suchong became increasingly remarkable. In the ensuing moments, Suchong transformed into a defensive stalwart, consistently utilizing his robust physique to overpower the Nuggets' perimeter. Defense was inherently the Nuggets' weak point. Moreover, the offense that George Karl relied on faced frequent obstructions. Suchong's exceptional physical prowess and defense rendered the Nuggets' offensive powerhouse, Carmelo Anthony, entirely ineffective. Once Carmelo Anthony lost his shooting rhythm, it dealt a devastating blow to the Denver Nuggets. Indeed, this proved to be the case. In the following minutes, the Denver Nuggets offense came to a complete standstill. No player was able to step up and score. In stark contrast, the Rockets flourished. The synergy between Suchong and Yao Ming grew increasingly impressive, capitalizing on Yao Ming's dominance under the basket to score consecutively. Gradually, the point difference surged to double digits. George Karl had no choice but to call for a tactical timeout and make substitutions. At this juncture, Coach George Karl found himself with no retreat, compelled to bring Junior Smith onto the court. Although Junior Smith had a tendency to disregard tactical play, his individual abilities were beyond question. He was both a devil and an angel. Whether he would be a devil or an angel was left to fate. However, at this point, George Karl had no other options. Upon returning to the game, with only 2 minutes remaining in the fourth quarter, the Rockets held a commanding 13-point lead over their opponents. Unless something unexpected occurred, the Rockets were on track to secure victory. Once Junior Smith entered the game, the entire Denver Nuggets fan base placed their hopes on him. Yet, considering Junior Smith's unpredictable nature, relying on him to orchestrate a comeback seemed rather implausible. As anticipated, when Junior Smith received the basketball beyond the three-point line, before anyone could react, including himself, he abruptly attempted a shot. A quick release, executed with a relatively attractive shooting motion. In an instant, the basketball traced a beautiful arc through the air. However, the outcome fell short. The ball ricocheted off the rim and bounced out. Suchong, exasperated, shouted at Junior Smith, I told you before, no one was guarding you, and you still couldn't make it. Junior Smith, frustrated, rushed in to grab the rebound. However, there was no room for him in the paint. Chris Anderson and Yao Ming leapt simultaneously, both attempting to snatch the ball but failing to gain possession. Ultimately, Suchong seized the opportunity, leaping up to secure the basketball. Like a power forward, he swiftly passed the ball to Alston. In that moment, a chorus of boos erupted throughout the arena. Suchong seemed to glide on the spectators' jeers, charging down the court with fervor, directly penetrating into the lane. Alston flicked his wrist, and the basketball returned to Suchong. With a powerful two-handed dunk, he scored again. The suspense of the game had completely dissipated. Meanwhile, Junior Smith remained fixated on Suchong's earlier words, persistently attempting three-point shots, yet failing to make a single one. With his contributions, the score was set at 112-103. The visiting Rockets achieved a hard-earned victory at the Denver Pepsi Center. In post-game statistics, Suchong recorded a dazzling 33 points and 11 assists, along with 4 blocks and 5 steals. He had nearly single-handedly propelled the Rockets to triumph in this evening's contest. The boos echoed throughout the Denver Pepsi Center. However, the jeers from the Nuggets fans were not directed at the Rockets supporters, but rather at the Nuggets players themselves. In tonight's game, aside from Carmelo Anthony's relatively commendable performance, the rest of the Nuggets players were completely out of sync with the rhythm of the match. Thus, a loss became a foregone conclusion. Sue, congratulations on your victory. To be honest, you are a genius just like me. I hope we have the opportunity to collaborate in the future. At the conclusion of the game, the Nuggets star player, Carmelo Anthony, personally approached Suchong to engage in conversation. Clearly, after the intense battle of the evening, Carmelo Anthony was thoroughly impressed by this versatile young man, capable of both finesse and strength. With his various breakthroughs, three-pointers, and defensive and assisting abilities, he was indeed a multifaceted player. Carmelo Anthony, who aspired to capture an NBA championship, naturally sought to recruit formidable players. Recently, he had traded for Allen Iverson, but unfortunately their chemistry did not materialize, leading to their separation. Undoubtedly, Suchong was the ideal candidate. What he could accomplish, Suchong could as well, and what he could not, Suchong could still manage. Upon hearing Anthony claim that he was also a genius, Suchong had never encountered such flattery. It seemed that extroverted players were fond of such praise. He was too indifferent to engage further with Anthony. However, noticing Suchong's lack of response, Anthony assumed he had not comprehended his intent and reiterated, "I hope to play alongside you. Together we can definitely secure the championship." With Anthony's words reaching this point, Suchong had no reason not to respond. Suchong smiled and replied, "Sure, I'm looking forward to it." "Really?" Anthony grinned widely, his enthusiasm palpable as he gazed at Suchong. Suchong nodded, stating, "Yes, you are welcome to come to Houston." With that, Suchong's statement left Carmelo Anthony momentarily speechless. Just then, Arteist playfully smacked Suchong on the head. "What was that for?" Suchong protested against the professional boxer's lighthearted action, exclaiming in frustration. He felt like trading him to the Denver Nuggets on the spot. However, Arteist merely flashed Suchong a mischievous grin and gestured behind him. "Look who's here. David Stern has arrived. You're not allowed to hit my head anymore." Suchong couldn't help but turn around to take a look, nearly cursing aloud. Chapter 56. The Art of Persuasion. It was Diana. With a smile, Diana waved at Suchong, a mix of confusion and mockery in her expression. "Hey, Sue, what are you waiting for? Hurry over. The young lady has been waiting impatiently." Before Suchong could respond, Arteist gave him a firm push from behind, propelling him forward like a bowling ball, landing right in front of Diana. "Congratulations. You secured another victory on the road, and tonight you triumphed over Carmelo Anthony," Diana remarked. Suchong was already aware of Diana's tactics and dared not speak recklessly. No, Anthony and I are friends. He is my idol. The outcome is between the teams. There is no rivalry between me and Melo." Upon hearing this, Diana burst into laughter. "Sue, I can hardly believe you just said that. Your verbal skills are quite impressive now." Suchong smirked. "Have you tested my verbal skills?" "Of course," Diana replied, crossing her arms, her basketballs seemingly on the verge of bursting. Zhang Hong noticed her lack of awareness regarding his teasing and added, "Actually, I'm quite skilled in other areas too." Diana immediately grasped his implication and, pointing at Suchong, retorted, "I can't believe you're so lewd." Suchong fired back, "Me? You're the one being despicable. Are you not aware of your own actions? As the saying goes, when friends come, there's fine wine. But when a wolf arrives, it's time to grab the shotgun." With that, Suchong turned to leave, but Diana caught his arm. "What is the matter?" Suchong glared at her, only to see her eyes wide with curiosity. "Sue, I must ask you, what is going on?" "What is going on? You're insane," he replied, unwilling to divulge more, recalling how she had previously asked similar questions, seemingly having stumbled upon his secret. As expected, Diana pressed further. "Why is your style on the court so varied? And it seems your physique undergoes changes too? Well, if the body doesn't change, then why not to see a doctor?" Suchong quickly averted his gaze and dashed off to rejoin his team. Yet he could still hear Diana's voice trailing behind. "Sue, I will uncover your secret." He feigned ignorance, muttering to himself, "Pa, you wish to discover my secret? Just wait until I uncover yours. You won't even realize mine. Nevertheless, a sense of trepidation lingered. Although his secret was less significant than Diana's, if she ever discovered it, it would be a monumental disaster. If the world knew he relied on a system to play basketball, how could he ever hold his head high again? This anxiety, however, was soon overshadowed by a wave of positive news. Following the game, the media erupted with headlines: Rockets defeat Nuggets. The Devil South home court conquered by the Rockets. Who can stop the Rockets? Young talent Soo Chung emerges as the game's key player. Unstoppable Rockets. This season, the Rockets have become championship contenders. Young star from Donghua scores 33 points and 11 assists, crowned MVP. In no time, Soo Chung's name became the subject of fervent media coverage, with many outlets and fans heralding him as the greatest Asian player of all time, surpassing even Yao Ming in popularity. Yet, dissenting voices emerged as well. ESPN published a sensational headline: Soo Chung, Anthony and I are friends, but there are victories and defeats among friends. I won. When Artest gleefully presented the news to Soo Chung, he could already guess its source: Diana. What on earth did this woman want? But soon, he pushed those thoughts aside. For him, there was only one pressing desire: to expedite Yao Ming's acquisition of the health card. After all, Soo Chung's ultimate dream was to help Yao secure an NBA championship ring. On the flight back to Houston, Soo Chung eagerly opened the SYSD Chapter 57, a night reverting to liberation before the match. Before the game, Houston Rockets head coach Rick Adelman, in an interview with reporters, clearly acknowledged the formidable strength of their opponents. Despite the Rockets having achieved a remarkable 9 consecutive victories, defeating the Golden State Warriors on home turf would undoubtedly pose a significant challenge, especially considering they had rested for less than 24 hours following their match against the Los Angeles Clippers. It was destined to be an arduous battle. On game day, the Toyota Center was filled to the brim with spectators. The Rockets' 9-game winning streak had inadvertently elevated the team's market presence. The arena was nearly at full capacity. Meanwhile, in the CSTV Sports studio, commentators Yu Jia and Zhang Weiping were preparing to analyze the match, with Yu Jia announcing the starting lineups for both teams. The Rockets' lineup featured several notable changes. Zhang Weiping remarked that a piece of good news was the return of Sean Battier, who had recovered from injury since the last game. However, he also noted the unfortunate news that Soo Chung would be coming off the bench. Yu Jia read aloud the Rockets' starting lineup: point guard, Rafer Alston; shooting guard, Ron Artest; small forward, Battier; power forward, Luis Scola; center, Yao Ming. Soo Chung had not displayed impressive form in the previous game against the Clippers, leading the coach to omit him from the starting lineup tonight. Zhang Weiping, however, expressed his disagreement, suggesting that Adelman valued the defensive prowess of Battier and Artest to restrict the Warriors' perimeter offense. As Yu Jia glanced at the Warriors roster, the visiting team, under head coach Don Nelson, presented their starting 5: point guard, Jamal Crawford; shooting guard, Corey Maggette; small forward, Steven Jackson; power forward, Ronnie Turieff; center, Andris Biedrins. Zhang Weiping observed that while there were no superstars in the Warriors' starting lineup, the team's offensive capabilities under Nelson were undeniably sharp. It would not be an easy task for the Rockets to secure a victory on their home court. Zhang Weiping's words proved prophetic. As the game commenced, the Warriors swiftly unleashed a 9-0 scoring run. Jamal Crawford, in exceptional form, consistently sank three-pointers. Steven Jackson, the team's primary offensive weapon, drew numerous fouls from Yao Ming in the paint. Before long, the Warriors had widened the lead to 11 points, and the pressure mounted on the Rockets players. Adelman seized the moment to substitute Alston for Soo Chung. Upon Soo Chung's return to the court, he activated a skill: Illuminate, randomly lock on Ray Allen's three-point shooting ability. This ability was commendable, as Ray Allen was renowned in the NBA for his formidable three-point shooting. Soo Chung received a pass from a teammate, and due to his recent entrance into the game, the Warriors' defense was not immediately focused on him. Without hesitation, Soo Chung leaped and executed a textbook shooting motion. The basketball sailed smoothly into the opponent's hoop, a perfect swish. Soo Chung's three-pointer struck like a sharp blade into the Warriors' heart, narrowing the score gap to just 8 points. Commentator Yu Jia, witnessing Soo Chung's three-pointer, was filled with excitement. Meanwhile, on the Warriors' bench, Don Nelson was visibly displeased, shouting at his players, "Hey, don't give this Asian player any easy shooting opportunities. Apply defensive pressure." Soo Chung's remarkable shot ignited the atmosphere among the Rockets fans at Toyota Center, as tens of thousands erupted in fervent chants of his name. In the studio, Zhang Weiping, as if foreseeing the future, exclaimed, "Another three-pointer by Su Chong." In critical moments, "We must rely on Su Chong." Yu Jia echoed. Su Chong scores a three-pointer on the very first offensive play. It seems he is in fine form tonight. However, the Warriors showed no signs of letting up. Jamal Crawford advanced the ball, positioning himself at the three-point line, seemingly intent on responding with a shot of his own. But at the crucial moment, he faltered, losing his confidence as the Rockets' defenders closed in. Among them was Sean Battier, famed for his defensive skills, who rushed to impede Crawford's advance. Realizing the imminent threat, Crawford was forced to take a hurried shot, which surprisingly found its way into the basket. In a pivotal moment, Crawford stepped up decisively, aiding his team with a successful outside shot. On the sidelines, Don Nelson was ecstatic, sensing the dawn of victory. In fact, prior to the game, he and his coaching staff had meticulously analyzed the matchup between the Warriors and Rockets. In Nelson's seasoned perspective, the key to victory lay in exploiting the perimeter. If the Warriors could capitalize on their outside shooting, success would be within reach, especially given the formidable presence of Yao Ming and the Rockets' interior defense. The Warriors' perimeter shooting was indeed their greatest asset. As the game progressed, the pressure on the Rockets intensified. Before long, the Rockets retaliated sharply. Once again, it was from beyond the arc. Su Chong exuded confidence, taking his time to position himself, his gaze fixed unwaveringly on the hoop. The Warriors, aware of his capabilities, dispatched two defenders, Jamal Crawford and Corey Maggette, to confront him, engaging in physical confrontation without hesitation. Chapter 58. The shot was unreasonable yet. Su Chong did not confront his opponents head-on. He understood that his skills were merely a template of Ray Allen's shooting form, and his physical prowess was not particularly robust. As the two defenders charged towards him, Su Chong decisively opted for a jump shot. Clearly, he possessed considerable confidence in his three-point shooting ability reminiscent of Ray Allen. In an instant, the basketball traced a graceful arc through the air, landing effortlessly in the net. Su Chong's shot was successful once more. Oh my goodness! This was utterly remarkable. Su Chong had boldly disregarded the interference from Jamal Crawford and Corey Maggette, forcing the shot with stunning success. Su Chong's shooting touch tonight was simply unfathomable. The Warriors' perimeter defense was entirely unable to apply any pressure on him. In the studio, Yu Jia appeared profoundly astonished by Su Chong's consecutive three-pointers, her eyes filled with disbelief. Zhang Weiping rationally remarked, "Su Chong indeed possesses an exquisite three-point shooting ability." Meanwhile, in the stands of the Toyota Center, Rockets fans expressed their awe after witnessing Su Chong's three-pointer. "Incredible! This player from Donghua has an astonishing shooting speed." Completely disregarding the Warriors' defense, they marveled at Su Chong's exceptional talent. If he maintained this pace, he could undoubtedly secure a spot in the All-Star game. Crawford and Maggette must be questioning their existence, as they were utterly unable to keep pace with Su Chong. Victory belonged to the Rockets. The Rockets fans in attendance began to fervently chant Su Chong's name, calling for him to be the MVP. Su Chong felt a tinge of embarrassment. It had barely been a few minutes since the game started, and they were still trailing. If this continued, it could lead to a disastrous outcome. On the sidelines, Warriors head coach Don Nelson rubbed his hands nervously, realizing he had underestimated the situation. Based on Su Chong's previous dismal performance, he had assumed the rookie from Donghua was merely fortunate to have a few standout moments, with the offensive burden still resting on Yao Ming's shoulders. Particularly after the game commenced, Adelman had surprisingly benched Su Chong, knowing that the Rockets would predominantly focus their offense on Yao Ming. However, it appeared that the towering Yao had not received many offensive opportunities. Instead, this rookie from Donghua had swiftly entered the game and seized control of the team's offensive rhythm, catching the Warriors completely off guard. With no other options, Don Nelson had no choice but to place his hopes on the players on the court, praying they could respond from the perimeter. Jamal Crawford advanced the ball with remarkable speed, transitioning from the backcourt to the frontcourt in a matter of moments. However, Rockets' Battier was relentless, closely shadowing Crawford and denying him any shooting opportunities. As Crawford crossed half-court, Battier was already in position. Approaching the three-point line, he faced Su Chong on one side and Artest on the other, both prepared to double-team him. Seeing this, Jamal Crawford began to panic. Artest's defensive prowess was unquestionable, and he was well aware of Su Chong's formidable defensive capabilities. After all, during the game against the Nuggets, Su Chong had once blocked a shot from Carmelo Anthony. Crawford understood the disparity between himself and Anthony all too well. Without hesitation, he passed the basketball to his teammate, Corey Maggette. Upon receiving the ball on the right side of the three-point line, Suchong immediately closed in. Maggette took a decisive shot, but his touch was evidently lacking. Thud. The basketball clanged off the front of the rim. Both Hugh and Warriors center Andris Biedrins leaped for the rebound. Clearly, Biedrins was no match for Yao, as the two players were not even in the same league. When Biedrins collided with Yao in midair, it felt as if his body had crashed against a solid stone. He was utterly unable to exert any force. Thus, Yao effortlessly secured the rebound, presenting the Rockets with a prime opportunity for a fast break. As is well known, Yao Ming is a player of exceptional basketball intelligence, so upon grabbing the rebound, his first instinct was to look for a fast break opportunity. Instantly, he spotted Suchong's figure. Without hesitation, Yao launched the basketball with his right hand, delivering it perfectly into Suchong's grasp. At the moment Suchong received Yao's pass, he found himself at the apex of the three-point arc. Before him lay an unobstructed path. With no D, Suchong has completely transformed into a three-point assassin. He consistently sinks an array of challenging three-point shots, despite the Warriors employing targeted disruptions against him, even resorting to deploying three players simultaneously to hinder his efforts. Chapter 59, a dramatic turn in the match. To be candid, Ray Allen's three-point shooting prowess resembles a superbug. No matter how he shoots, the ball finds its mark. This capability has plunged the Golden State Warriors players into a profound state of disarray. Even when Suchong finds himself with no space to shoot, he invariably passes the ball to the towering Yao Ming. Once the ball reaches the paint, the Warriors' defense proves utterly ineffectual. Thus, throughout the majority of the first quarter, Suchong leveraged his unanswerable three-point shooting ability to swiftly extend the lead to double digits, 23-36. At the conclusion of the first quarter, the Warriors found themselves trailing the Rockets by 13 points. Remarkably, Suchong had already accumulated 17 points in just one quarter, setting a new personal record. As the second quarter commenced, while Rockets fans eagerly anticipated Suchong unleashing another barrage against their opponents, an unfortunate turn of events unfolded. Wait, Ray Allen's shooting ability has concluded, and Junior Smith's scoring template is now locked. Not this unpredictable player again. Suchong's expression was a mixture of emotions. Having previously faced Junior Smith and acquired some of his skills, Suchong possessed a certain understanding of Smith's personal capabilities. This player is undeniably talented. Yet his greatest flaw lies in his inconsistency. One moment, he may execute a difficult three-pointer, but the next, he might relinquish possession to the opposing team. The Warriors initiated their assault in the second quarter. After a lackluster first quarter, the players were visibly more focused. Coach Don Nelson was furious. He demanded his team exhibit utmost diligence throughout the game. The Warriors' star player, Stephen Jackson, immediately stepped up. On the three-point line, Jackson, with a stoic expression, received a pass from a teammate and suddenly took his shot. At that moment, the player defending Jackson was Ron Artest, the most formidable defender on the Rockets roster. Throughout most games, Coach Adelman preferred to assign Artest to guard the opposing team's core players. In the first quarter, Artest's defensive focus had been unwavering, effectively limiting the opportunities for Jackson, the Warrior star. However, at this moment, while Artest had positioned himself well, he was unable to apply any interference because Stephen Jackson's shooting speed was astonishingly rapid. In the blink of an eye, Artest momentarily relaxed his vigilance, granting Jackson the opportunity he needed. With a swift motion, the basketball soared through the air and swished through the net. At that instant, Artest made no move to react. Wow, Jackson's shooting speed was breathtaking. The Rockets' defenders failed to disrupt the shot. It seemed the Warriors were poised to unleash their full potential. In the studio, Ujia suddenly sensed an ominous premonition. When Stephen Jackson entered the NBA, he was drafted in the second round, 14th overall. His emergence as the Warriors star was entirely due to his relentless effort. Coach Zhang remarked that Artest and Jackson were very familiar with each other, having been teammates on the Indiana Pacers. Indeed, Ujia continued, Jackson's two major achievements were leading the Warriors to the We Believe upset and his involvement in the Malice at the Palace alongside Artest. In the ensuing moments, Jackson began to dominate the court. The Rockets' next offensive opportunity saw Junior Smith, it should be Suchong, bringing the ball up the court, only to be immediately besieged by multiple defenders. Suchong chose not to pass but instead executed a sudden stop and change of direction. His intent was clear, to carve a path through the two Warriors defenders using a change of rhythm. Unfortunately, the defenders offered no opportunity for Suchong. Both Jamal Crawford and Corey Maggett remained acutely focused, effectively blocking Suchong's movement, while Junior Smith indeed possessed a degree of penetrating ability. Achieving a complete breakthrough was far from guaranteed. Thus, under the pressure from the two defenders, Suchong lost possession of the ball. This presented yet another golden opportunity for the Warriors. In a flash, the basketball landed in Steven Jackson's hands. The Warriors star demonstrated his skills, using his speed to shake off Arteas' defense on the three-point line. In the next moment, he forcefully drove towards the basket. Although Yao Ming attempted to contest the shot, regrettably, his defense did not impede the Warrior star's advance. With a sudden pivot, Jackson swiftly completed his shot, his motion fluid and unencumbered. The basketball found indeed. Suchong. Do not attempt to break through. Simply take the three-point shot. Just as you did in the first quarter, execute that jump shot with confidence. Almost all the Houston Rockets fans were chanting Suchong's name, urging him to take the three-pointer. And Suchong complied without hesitation. After all, his previous attempt to break through had faltered. Surely, the three-point shot would not fail him as well. After a brief moment of contemplation, Suchong decisively initiated his shooting motion. Chapter 60. Daring to injure Yao. Tired of living. Everyone held their breath, quietly observing Suchong's shot. The basketball swiftly soared towards the hoop. With a decisive motion, it was undeniable that Suchong's shooting speed remained remarkably quick. In an instant, the ball hurtled towards the Warriors' basket. However, it did not find its mark and instead ricocheted off the baseline. A clang. After entering the second quarter, Suchong's three-point shooting touch plummeted dramatically. This was certainly not a favorable development for the Rockets. In the studio, Yu Jia expressed her concerns anxiously. Adelman wore a look of disappointment. He immediately recognized the gravity of the situation. Adjustments were imperative. The Warriors seized their offensive opportunity. Jamal Crawford pushed the ball forward with great speed. Upon entering the Rockets' half, he swiftly passed the ball into the hands of Corey Maggett. From the arc at the top of the three-point line, Corey Maggett executed a shot right over Suchong's head. As Suchong lost his shooting feel, the Warriors players discovered their rhythm from beyond the arc. The Warriors quickly narrowed the gap to 7 points. Adelman, sensing the urgency, promptly called for a tactical timeout. It was essential to calm his players. Simultaneously, Adelman needed to devise a new strategy. On the Rockets bench, he urged, stay composed. Do not fall into the Warriors' pace. Sue, I know you are fatigued. Take a moment to rest. In the upcoming plays, we must attack the opponent's interior. Get the ball to Yao as much as possible. Meanwhile, I need you to fortify our perimeter defense. Do not allow the opponent any chances from outside. Adelman replaced Alston with Battier, hoping to bolster their defense. Suchong, with his height and long arms, often delivered outstanding passes, making him a viable option at point guard. However, Suchong had lost the right to shoot. During the previous timeout, Adelman explicitly instructed Suchong to limit Corey Maggett's shots defensively. From Adelman's perspective, although Suchong's three-point shooting percentage had sharply declined, his defensive skills remained intact. Assigning Suchong to guard the opponent's second-in-command was undoubtedly the best choice. Little did they know, Suchong had completely lost his defensive prowess. Corey Maggett showed no hesitation against Suchong's interference, effortlessly completing his shot. The entire motion was remarkably fluid. Suchong could not allow Corey Maggett to score so easily before him, so he decisively reached out to intercept at the moment of Maggett's shot. However, this defense not only failed to disrupt the shot but resulted in the opponent scoring, and the referee called a foul on Suchong, granting the opponent a three-point play opportunity. In the Chapter 61, Old Nelson falls into despair. The injury to Yao Ming cast a dark cloud over the entire Rockets team, raising the anxiety levels of every player to an unbearable height. Even the fans clutched their heads in dread, unable to bear witness to the unfolding events. Most concerned among them was Suchong. Just when he had been tirelessly striving to ensure Yao's health, the unfortunate injury struck prematurely. Suchong, with his bushy beard reminiscent of Turiaf's, felt an overwhelming urge to tear his beard out in frustration. After a brief examination by the team doctor, fortunately, the injury was deemed minor. Yet, even a minor setback had a palpable effect on Yao's performance. At the free throw line, you missed both attempts, the ball clanging off the rim. It is well known that Yao's free throw prowess is among the finest in the NBA. This failure stemmed from his ankle injury, rendering his right foot incapable of exerting force. Reluctantly, Adelman called upon the Rockets' diminutive center, Chuck Hayes. Suchong seethed with anger, unable to fathom that the Warriors players would resort to such despicable tactics for victory. What incensed him further was that Turiaf's blatant foul had gone unnoticed by the referees. who merely called a common foul. In the next defensive play, as Arteis dribbled the ball up the court, Suchong boldly called for it, positioned at the three-point line. He caught the ball, determination radiating from his gaze. Standing before him was Warriors player Corey Maggette, who clearly underestimated Suchong's ability to score, displaying a lack of caution. Suddenly, in a heartbeat, Suchong sprang forth, effortlessly leaping past Maggette. With sheer speed, he barreled toward the basket. Undeniably, Suchong's explosiveness was remarkable. In an instant, he had completed his breakthrough. Suchong surged toward the hoop, and despite the defenders' best efforts, including Turiev and Andris Biedrins, who positioned themselves to obstruct him, they were powerless to halt his advance. Drawing from J.R. Smith's playbook, Suchong unleashed a second burst of energy, carving a path through the defensive duo. In a flash, he found himself beneath the basket. Under immense pressure, Suchong leapt, clutching the ball with one hand, executing a spectacular dunk. It was indeed Suchong. Coach Zhang was electrified by the successful shot, his excitement reminiscent of witnessing Kobe in action. Yu Jia expressed her relief, proclaiming, "Finally, Suchong has found his rhythm." Effortlessly bypassing two Warriors defenders, no player could halt his advance. The dunk was nothing short of magnificent. The Toyota Center erupted, with thousands of fans chanting Suchong's name. In this moment, the Rocket supporters glimpsed the light of victory once more. Meanwhile, on the Warriors bench, the veteran coach Don Nelson wore a look of astonishment. Such speed? How could this be possible? The Warriors star, Steven Jackson, responded immediately on the offensive end after witnessing Suchong's spectacular move. At the free throw line, he received the ball and accelerated forcefully. With his robust physique and adept control, he quickly evaded Arteis' defense. Yet, just as he prepared to charge toward the basket, he suddenly realized a grave mistake. The basketball had vanished from his grasp. In the tussle against Arteis, although Jackson had broken through, Suchong had deftly snatched the ball from him. By the time Jackson realized, Suchong had sprinted to the opponent's basket, finishing with an effortless layup. With 2 minutes remaining in the second quarter, J.R. Smith's template finally came into play. "Damn it, this template nearly cost me," Suchong quipped after scoring. It seemed the template's effect had arrived later than usual. Chapter 62. The answer. Iverson. In the next moment, while Jamal Crawford was still reminiscing about how Suchong had executed his breakthrough, Suchong was already racing toward the basket, clutching the basketball with fervor. This exemplified Suchong's speed. He provided the defenders with no time to react. In the paint, Ronnie Turiev and Andris Biedrins had just begun to interfere, but they were already a step too late. In an instant, Suchong appeared beneath the hoop and executed a two-handed dunk right over Ronnie Turiev's head. Clearly, Suchong's objective for this drive was Turiev. He had to stand up for his elder brother. At that moment, the atmosphere in the Toyota Center surged to a fever pitch, with a significant portion of the Rockets fans rising from their seats, applauding Suchong with uncontainable excitement. In the broadcast studio, commentator Yu Jia immediately shouted hysterically into the microphone, "It's Suchong again. A spectacular breakthrough, an unstoppable dunk." All the defenders of the Warriors, whether on the perimeter or inside, found themselves unable to keep pace with Suchong's lightning speed. Perhaps this was the true embodiment of swiftness. Coach Zhang laughed heartily, exclaiming, "Suchong has found his rhythm. Let him play." However, Don Nelson's expression darkened considerably. The situation he feared most had indeed come to pass. With only a minute left in the second quarter, this final stretch had devolved into Suchong's personal showcase. He repeatedly utilized his indefensible drives to challenge the opponent's rim. Each Warriors defender exerted their utmost effort, yet they could not fundamentally impede Suchong's advance. By the conclusion of the second quarter, the home team, the Rockets, had established an 8-point lead over their opponents. During halftime, in the visitors' locker room, despair was evident on Don Nelson's face as he furiously pointed at the tactical board, shouting, "Hey, can you all get your act together? How many times must I say it? Do not give Suchong any opportunities to break through. Have you managed that? If you cannot stop this Asian player, then just foul him." I did not want to see Suchong driving to the basket in the second half. It was well known that Don Nelson had a fondness for international players, having once nurtured the talents of Dirk Nowitzki and others. Yet, he remained skeptical of Suchong. A rookie on the perimeter, despite Yao Ming gradually establishing himself in the NBA through several outstanding seasons. 15 minutes later, the teams resumed play. After the halftime adjustments, Yao Ming reappeared on the court. However, Suchong was filled with concern. "Yao, how's your foot? If it's not well, you shouldn't play." Yao Ming nodded resolutely. Thus, the Rockets deployed their strongest lineup to face their adversaries. As the third quarter commenced, Suchong remained focused, awaiting the system's announcement. System prompt. What could it be? With the score so tight, Suchong dreaded the possibility of receiving a frivolous skill from the system. Junior Smith's offensive template concluded. Random selection of the answer's dribbling template. The answer. Iverson. Dribbling template. Upon hearing Iverson's name, Suchong's eyes gleamed with excitement. As a devoted NBA fan, he was intimately familiar with Allen Iverson, the former star of the 76ers and arguably the greatest player of his height in history. Suchong, however, had learned to be cautious, repeatedly asking, "Is it the answer, Iverson? Allen Iverson?" Upon receiving confirmation from the system, Suchong felt an invigorating surge of power coursing through him. He was eager to test his newfound abilities, and shortly, Alston perceptively passed the ball to Suchong, who stood at the top of the three-point arc. After receiving the basketball, Suchong did not immediately drive. Instead, he gestured to his teammates, signaling them to create space for him. The players promptly complied, clearing the area, leaving only Yao and Scola near the baseline, poised to contest for rebounds. Is Suchong going to take on a one-on-one? Coach Zhang mused aloud. In the next moment, Suchong faced Warriors' Corey Maggette, calmly observing him before swiftly executing a series of crossovers, utilizing his unparalleled speed to break through. Maggette appeared mesmerized, unable to keep pace with Suchong's dazzling dribbling. Almost instantaneously, two other Warriors players, Steven Jackson and Ronnie Turieff, rushed to confront Suchong. Faced with their double team, Suchong's choice was simple. He would evade them. With a feint of his foot and a deceptive motion of his right hand, he left the two defenders bewildered. Thus, Suchong effortlessly drove to the basket. Andris Biedron's help defense was too slow, offering no resistance, allowing Suchong to score with ease. The crowd at the Toyota Center erupted into thunderous applause. My goodness. I feel as though I am witnessing a deity playing basketball. Suchong's style of play mirrored that of Allen Iverson. A flawless drive. A perfect layup. This Asian player had the potential to become one of the greatest guards in NBA history. His extraordinary talent left the Warriors defenders with no opportunities to respond. Rockets fans fervently praised Suchong's performance, while on the bench, head coach Rick Adelman applauded Suchong from the depths of his heart. Finally recognizing the formidable nature of his individual skills, the pressure shifted entirely onto the Warriors players. On the sidelines, Coach Don Nelson paced back and forth, his composure shattered. During halftime, he had demanded that every Warriors player apply maximum pressure on Suchong defensively. If they could not prevent his drives, they were to foul him to halt his progress. Yet now, Suchong moved as effortlessly as if he were simply out for an errand. The entire Warriors defense seemed transparent to him, offering no resistance whatsoever. With no hope of stopping Suchong on defense, Don Nelson had no choice but to place all his hopes on the offensive end. He shouted from the sidelines, "Shoot them down." Chapter 63, A Rampage. The ball found its way into the hands of Jamal Crawford. This player swiftly dribbled past half court and, with remarkable speed, passed the ball to the Warriors' small forward, Steven Jackson. As the team's star player, he had already accumulated 18 points in tonight's match, showcasing a commendable scoring touch. However, upon entering the third quarter, he seemed to lose his ability to score, remaining silent on the scoreboard. At the free throw line, as Steven Jackson prepared for a pull-up jumper, Artest suddenly appeared before him. Without any hesitation, Artest barreled into Jackson, effectively disrupting his shot. Consequently, Steven Jackson found himself engaged in a physical tussle with Artest. At that moment, Suchong stealthily slipped beside Jackson, seizing the opportunity while Jackson's focus was entirely on his confrontation with Artest. In an instant, Suchong snatched the basketball from Jackson's grasp. He then sprinted towards the opponent's basket with the speed of a 100-meter dash. Although Jamal Crawford and Corey Maggette exerted their utmost efforts to pursue him, Suchong's velocity was simply too overwhelming, leaving them watching as his back receded into the distance. Ultimately, Suchong executed a layup with ease, adding 2 more points to the scoreboard. Don Nelson was utterly infuriated. He had not anticipated such a drastic decline in his players' performance following the start of the third quarter. Both their defense and offense had deteriorated significantly compared to the first half. What a perfect steal! Suchong once again played the role of the key player. This steal was truly pivotal. His speed rendered the defenders incapable of responding in time. The point differential had widened to double digits, suggesting that, given the current pace of the game, the Rockets' victory over the Warriors at home was all but assured. In the studio, Yu Jia confidently proclaimed that the Rockets would emerge victorious in this match. Meanwhile, in the stands of the Toyota Center, over 20,000 Rockets fans had already begun to celebrate what they believed to be an impending victory. Witnessing the Rockets' momentum, Warriors head coach Don Nelson promptly called for a tactical timeout. He felt the need to unleash his frustration on his players. After delivering a scathing reprimand, Nelson urged his players to shoot boldly. All 5 of you have the green light to fire away. It's impossible for you lot to contain Su Chung defensively now. So let me see your offensive prowess, he stated coldly to his disciples. Upon resuming play, the Warriors' offense indeed underwent a transformation. This time, Jamal Crawford, the point guard, quickly passed the ball to Corey Maggette. This season, Maggette had been averaging around 19.3 points per game, earning his title as the team's second-in-command. More importantly, Maggette was renowned for his three-point shooting. Yet, in tonight's game, he had not been afforded many shooting opportunities. Now that the star player was struggling to find his rhythm, it was imperative for Maggette to step up and score. At the three-point line, Corey Maggette took a deep breath and suddenly released the ball. The player tasked with defending Maggette was none other than Su Chung. However, Su's defensive reaction was sluggish, failing to interfere with Maggette in time. Thus, the basketball soared swiftly over Su's head and perfectly swished through the net. A three-pointer made. The Warriors' second star, Corey Maggette, showcased his shooting prowess. This three-pointer was akin to a lifeline for the Warriors. The Rockets needed to tread carefully, Yu Jia thought anxiously. On the Warriors' bench, Coach Don Nelson rarely displayed a satisfied expression, but this time he did. In the ensuing moments, the Warriors players, emboldened by their newfound confidence, began to frequently exploit three-pointers to attack the Rockets' basket. Simultaneously, the Warriors' defenders gradually devised a strategy to combat Su Chung, interior defense. Su's scoring primarily relied on maneuvering past all defenders before executing a layup. This method was necessitated by his lack of shooting ability. The system had only granted him Allen Iverson's dribbling template, not his shooting prowess, meaning Su could only score by navigating past all defenders and then finishing. However, this scoring method was not without its flaws. The Warriors discerned this weakness, realizing that defensive players needed only to interfere with Su at the last moment. In the following moments, defenders focused their efforts on the interior. Once again, Su employed Iverson's exceptional dribbling skills to deftly evade his opponents. He then accelerated with astonishing speed, successfully bypassing interior defenders Steven Jackson and Ronnie Turieff. However, just as Su prepared for a layup, Andris Biedrins appeared before him, his right hand soaring through the air to execute a block. Su's layup attempt ultimately ended in failure. The fans were left in shock, unable to fathom that the seemingly celestial Su Chung could be thwarted. Su himself was equally stunned. He had not anticipated that the Warriors would employ such tactics to counter his drives. Simultaneously, Su realized his vulnerabilities and shortcomings. Fortunately, the third quarter was nearing its conclusion, with only 3 minutes remaining. Following his block, Biedrins swiftly passed the ball to Jamal Crawford on the perimeter. This was a prime opportunity for the Golden State Warriors to counterattack. Crawford charged forward, his speed allowing him to penetrate the lane in the blink of an eye. Due to his rapid ball handling, the Rockets' defenders were unable to react in time, resulting in a successful 2-point score. On the subsequent defensive possession, the Warriors adhered to their previous strategy, attempting to impede Su Chung's drives. Nevertheless, Su was not idle. He sought ways to counteract the defense. In the next defensive possession, Su opted to maintain possession and drive once more. This time, after a series of swift directional changes, Su unleashed his full power. With a smooth combination of moves, he effortlessly faked out Maggette. Steven Jackson rushed to help defensively, but Su remained unfazed, breezing past him with ease. Undeniably, with the enhancement of Iverson's dribbling template, Su's driving ability was indeed formidable, allowing him to glide past defenders with almost every step, heading straight for the basket. However, simultaneously, the Warriors' interior stalwart Andris Biedrins was already stationed beneath the rim. Chapter 64, Beasley's shooting prowess having tasted success moments ago. Biedrins had delivered a significant block to Su Chung. Now, he raised his hands early, determined to obstruct Su Chung's path as much as possible, poised to deliver another emphatic rejection. However, Su Chung had no intention of shooting. Instead, he swiftly passed the basketball to the imposing Yao Ming in the paint. With control over the ball, Yao executed a powerful two-handed dunk. The crowd erupted. What a spectacular display. As the defender tasked with guarding Yu was momentarily distracted by Su Chung's advance, it naturally opened a window for Yao. Thus, Su Chong and Yao frequently threatened their opponent's rim in this manner. Warriors head coach Don Nelson quickly realized that relying solely on defense to counter the Rockets was futile. He boldly decided to instruct his players to unleash a full offensive assault. Countering offense with offense was undoubtedly the most astute solution Nelson could conceive, and it reflected his philosophy. In the next offensive possession, the Warriors indeed followed through. On the three-point line, Corey Maggott received the ball once more. Since the beginning of the third quarter, he had been the standout performer on the team. Although Su Chong possessed the ability to score through incisive drives, he harbored a significant flaw. His defense was subpar. At that moment, upon seeing Maggott about to shoot, Su Chong dared not be complacent. He rushed to defend vigorously. Yet Maggott showed no hesitation. He launched his shot despite Su Chong's interference, executing the motion with seamless grace, leaving Su Chong helpless to do anything but watch as the basketball swished through the hoop. In disbelief, Su Chong wondered how this player could be so swift. Though he felt momentarily dazed, he regretted not having the defensive prowess of Battier. In the final 3 minutes, the visiting Warriors repeatedly capitalized on this strategy to score with fervor. The Rockets' perimeter defense was crumbling, utterly devoid of any capacity for resistance. Even Battier and Artest were unable to contain the Warriors' scorching outside shooting. As the third quarter concluded, the Rockets found themselves trailing once again, 89-84. No one had anticipated that the Warriors would seize a 5-point lead as they entered the fourth quarter. The true battle was about to commence. During the latter half of the third quarter, while Su Chong contributed offensively, his defense resembled that of a sieve. This was not a true reflection of his abilities. Starkly contrasting with his previous performances where he had exhibited remarkable perimeter skills, even managing to limit scoring against opponents like Carmelo Anthony. Yet tonight, it seemed as if Su Chong had lost his defensive capabilities entirely. In the studio, commentators Yu Jia and Zhang Wei lamented and pondered Su Chong's performance. As the fourth quarter commenced, the Warriors maintained their shooting rhythm from the previous quarter. It seemed that their shooting touch was infectious. Not only was Corey Maggott on fire, but the team's star, Stephen Jackson, also found his shooting stroke. Conversely, Su Chong, having lost the penetrating abilities akin to Iverson, was unable to exert any pressure on the basket. Mistakes plagued him, and the Rockets' other perimeter players mirrored this trend. Artest, Battier, Alston, and Lutherhead were all ice-cold. After numerous attempts, every shot clanged off the rim. With no alternative, the Rockets had to rely on Yao in the paint to secure points. When Alston passed the basketball to Yao, the Warriors' interior duo, Ronnie Turieff and Andris Biedrins, quickly surged forward to contest him. Having suffered a right foot injury earlier in the second quarter, Yao, despite his determination to continue, was significantly hindered. Under the dual pressure from his opponents, Yao's shot was thwarted, as if the rim itself had conspired against him, and the rebound was firmly secured by the Warriors. Turieff snatched the rebound, and the Warriors launched a swift counterattack. After a series of deft passes, the ball found its way into Stephen Jackson's hands. The Warriors' star immediately charged toward the opponent's basket and executed a stunning two-handed dunk. Within the first 3 minutes of the fourth quarter, the balance of the game had been firmly grasped by the Warriors. Observing the turn of events, Adelman had no choice but to call a tactical timeout. During this brief respite, he placed his hopes squarely on Su Chong's shoulders. After all, Su Chong had previously saved the team from dire situations. Adelman believed in his capabilities. Give the ball to Su. I trust you possess the strength to showcase your talent, whether through drives or shots. You must create pressure on the opponent's rim. Adelman earnestly urged Su Chong. However, Su Chong felt a lack of confidence. After 3 minutes into the fourth quarter, he had yet to receive the system's assistance, an utterly bewildering situation. Upon returning to the court, the basketball found its way into Su Chong's hands. Meanwhile, the stands of the Toyota Center erupted with thousands of fans chanting his name. At the three-point line, Jamal Crawford and Corey Maggott positioned themselves before Su Chong, amplifying the pressure he felt. With no other recourse, Su Chong fervently prayed for the system's intervention. Ding! Hurry up and grant me skills. Ding! Randomly locking onto Michael Beasley's shooting ability. Michael Beasley. Su Chong recognized this name and was quite familiar with it. After all, Beasley had showcased exceptional performance in a previous game against the Heat, and he was this year's second overall pick, boasting impressive individual scoring capabilities. Though not a superstar, he was certainly adequate for the task at hand. In the next moment, as Su Chong acquired Beasley's abilities, he suddenly accelerated with a swift step. Simultaneously, Su Chong launched a shot. Chapter 65, Stepping forward, a gasp escaped the lips of the Rockets fans, their focus unwaveringly fixed upon the basketball. In an instant, the ball traced a swift arc through the air before plunging into the hoop. Success. Soo Chung had finally made his mark. At that moment, neither Jamal Crawford nor Corey Maggette could keep pace with Soo Chung's shooting finesse. Coach Zhang Weiping erupted with joy, exclaiming, "Beautiful." Yu Jia, equally elated, felt as though the indomitable Soo Chung had returned, his shot nothing short of ethereal. Both stood firmly in support of the Rockets, envisioning the dawn of victory. Meanwhile, on the Rockets bench, head coach Adelman waved his arms in excitement, reveling in the outcome he had longed to witness. "I knew Soo Chung could do it." On the opposing bench, Coach Don Nelson harbored no desire to see Soo Chung regain his shooting touch. Yet, even if Soo had found his rhythm, it mattered little to Nelson, for he brimmed with confidence in his players' abilities. He believed that, given the current form of the Warriors, they could triumph over the Rockets on their home turf. As anticipated, the Warriors were indeed on fire. Although their star player, Stephen Jackson, might not yet command widespread fame, he was undeniably an underestimated talent. Positioned beyond the arc, as Corey Maggette drew multiple Rockets defenders, Jackson found himself unguarded. Maggette swiftly passed the ball to Jackson, who wasted no time in executing a shot. In a flash, his offensive prowess was on full display. The basketball soared through the air as if guided by an unseen force, flawlessly finding its way into the net. Another stunning three-pointer. The momentum that the Rockets had just begun to build was swiftly overshadowed by the immense pressure, and the fans in Toyota Center felt their confidence wane. This was formidable. Stephen Jackson's three-pointer was unstoppable, leaving the Rockets' perimeter defense exposed. If this continued, the gap between the Rockets and Warriors would surely widen. Now, a moment of truth had arrived for Coach Adelman, a test of his mettle. Fans began to murmur, none wanting to endure such a stifling defeat at home. Yet, the Rockets players had truly given their all. Both Alston and Artest had exerted themselves defensively, but the primary issue lay with Soo Chung. In the fourth quarter, Soo had acquired the shooting skills of Beasley, yet his defensive capabilities remained unenhanced. Soo recognized this truth. Unable to bolster the team's defense, he resolved to exert himself on the offensive end. In quick succession, Soo seized the opportunity to advance the ball from the backcourt to the front. This time, he altered his approach. Unlike before, he did not force his way into the paint through sudden changes in rhythm. Upon reaching the three-point line, he swiftly executed a shot. Remarkably, he had launched a three-pointer. The basketball arced gracefully through the air before perfectly nestling into the net. Beasley's shooting ability was indeed impressive. Rumor had it that Beasley had once dominated LeBron James in a one-on-one, and it seemed there was truth to the claim. Soo watched in exhilaration as the ball swished through the net, and on the Rockets bench, Coach Adelman could not contain his excitement, applauding Soo's performance. Well done. This was precisely the outcome Adelman had yearned to see. That three-pointer was executed with such flair, denying the opponent any chance to react. Following this, Soo concentrated all his efforts on defense. Despite lacking any defensive skills, he believed that with the right attitude and focus, he could seize opportunities to defend effectively. On the Warriors' side, the ball was still in the hands of Jamal Crawford. This future sixth man of the year remained a formidable presence. After crossing half-court, Crawford immediately passed the ball to the team star, Stephen Jackson. Artest, tasked with defending Jackson, closed in quickly. It was undeniable that Artest's defensive prowess was exceptional. He maintained his position while keeping his right hand poised to disrupt. His textbook defense was in place. Jackson, thoroughly familiar with his former teammates' tenacious style, understood that forcing a shot against Artest would likely end in failure. At that moment, the gap between the Rockets and Warriors was merely 6 points. A single offensive misstep could grant the Rockets a chance to close the gap. In an instant, Jackson passed the ball to his teammate, the sharpshooting Corey Maggette. The moment the ball landed in Maggette's hands, Soo rushed to confront him, engaging in a physical contest. Maggette, known for his assertive and rather arrogant demeanor, had previously made headlines for inadvertently knocking out a referee. He had boasted, "On the court, I am a heavy-duty truck. I will bulldoze through anything in my path." This evening, he had repeatedly barreled through Soo to score, dismissing Soo's defense with disdain. Despite Soo's best efforts, Maggette still attempted a shot. Unfortunately, the outcome was harsh. His attempt clanged off the rim. Ultimately, Maggette's arrogance led to his downfall. The rebound was effortlessly secured by Yao Ming. In a flash, the Rockets seized the opportunity to counterattack. Yao's long pass deftly navigated through multiple defenders, finding Soo amidst the crowd. Finally, Soo could unleash his penetrating abilities. In an instant, Su surged into the front court, charging towards the hoop. His speed was astounding. Despite the Warriors' defenders giving their all, they could not keep up with him. 2 seconds later, Su drove to the basket and successfully completed the layup. 4 points. The disparity between the two teams dwindled to a mere 4 points. In the stands of Toyota Center, tens of thousands of Rockets fans glimpsed the light of victory once more, believing that triumph was beckoning the Rockets. On the Warriors bench, Don Nelson's lips twitched involuntarily as he witnessed Su's layup. He felt a twinge of panic, having never anticipated that Su could score with such remarkable speed. Furthermore, what surprised Don Nelson even more was that Su Chong was able to successfully defend against Corey Maggett's shot. If the Warriors' perimeter shooting could not break the deadlock, then the suspense of the match would be utterly dissipated. Therefore, the forthcoming offensive efforts of the Warriors would be of paramount importance. Chapter 66, without a doubt. Defeating the Warriors. The Warriors persisted in their attempts at long-range shots. At the three-point line, Stephen Jackson encountered the formidable defense of Ron Artest once again. However, this time, Stephen Jackson opted not to pass. Having witnessed Corey Maggett's failed shot in the previous possession, Jackson felt compelled to take matters into his own hands to rescue his team in this crucial moment. As the star player of the team, he mirrored Maggett's shooting technique: a sudden stop, a pull-up, and a shot. Ultimately, the outcome was identical, as the ball ricocheted off the rim and was effortlessly snatched by the towering Yao Ming. In an instant, the basketball was back in Su Chong's hands. An excellent opportunity for a counterattack for the Rockets. This time, Corey Maggett surged forward with the force of a heavy truck, exerting all his strength. Finally, persistence bore fruit. Just as Su Chong was about to lay up, Maggett caught up to him. Utilizing his momentum, Maggett leapt to block. Little did he know, this was all part of Su Chong's strategy. To secure a more reliable score, Su Chong deliberately slowed his layup to entice Maggett into jumping for the interception. The bait was taken. As Maggett leapt, Su Chong swiftly executed a dunk. In the next moment, the ball was emphatically slammed into the hoop, while Maggett was whistled for a foul. A 2+1 situation. This foul by Maggett was utterly regrettable. Should Su Chong convert this shot, the gap between the two teams would shrink to a mere point. Go Su Chong. In the broadcast studio, Coach Zhang and Yu Jia were filled with excitement. Meanwhile, in the stands of the Toyota Center, tens of thousands of Rockets fans fell silent, their attention fixated on Su Chong. He crouched, rose, and shot. The free throw was successful. Instantly, thunderous applause erupted throughout the Toyota Center as fans began to chant Su Chong's name in a frenzy. In that moment, Su Chong seemed to embody the role of the team's savior. Truly remarkable, Su Chong. His prowess was undeniable. The fourth quarter was entirely his showcase. No one could obstruct his advance. It was simply astonishing. Victory was destined to belong to the Rockets. Fans roared in a fervor, eager to instill their encouragement into Su Chong's mind. Meanwhile, Warriors head coach Don Nelson decisively called for a timeout. He needed to calm his players, who were not only erring frequently on defense, but also acting recklessly on offense. Throughout the timeout, Nelson emphasized the offensive issues, recognizing the severity of the situation. He understood that for the Warriors to contain the Rockets' scoring, it seemed almost impossible. To achieve victory, they needed to find their shooting touch. Only then could the Warriors contend for a win. Upon returning to the court, both Corey Maggett and Stephen Jackson showcased a significant decline in shooting ability as fatigue set in. The Warriors continued to struggle with their long-range shots. In the remaining moments of the fourth quarter, Maggett and Jackson attempted 2 more outside shots, all of which failed to find the net, providing Su Chong with opportunities. During this period, Su Chong unleashed his full potential, consistently scoring through his extraordinary individual talent. Thus, in the final moments of the fourth quarter, Su Chong completely transformed into the Rocket savior. After 4 intense quarters, Su Chong successfully led the Rockets to victory, defeating the Warriors with a narrow margin. Following the conclusion of the game against the Warriors, Rockets head coach Rick Adelman urged his players to return to the locker room promptly for rest, as their next opponent awaited, the challenging Memphis Grizzlies. Additionally, the match against the Grizzlies was a back-to-back encounter, leaving the Rockets players with less than 24 hours to recuperate. After freshening up, they boarded a flight to Memphis, a significant test of their stamina. The next day, at 8:30 p.m. at the FedEx Forum, home of the Memphis Grizzlies, fans erupted into a cacophony of excitement even before the game commenced. On the big screen, the starting lineups for both teams were announced. Despite the toll of the previous exhausting battle, Coach Adelman included Su Chong in the starting lineup once again, albeit with slight adjustments. Point guard, Su Chong. Shooting guard, Ron Artest. Small forward, Shane Battier. Power forward, Scola. Center, Yao Ming. On the other hand, the Grizzlies, under coach Mark, fielded a star-studded starting five. Point guard, Kyle Lowry. Shooting guard, O.J. Mayo. Small forward, Rudy Gay. Power forward, Marc Gasol. Center, Darko Milicic. Mike Conley also sat on the bench. After the players exchanged pleasantries, the game officially began. Perhaps sensing Soo Chong's exhaustion or perhaps due to the system's whims, Soo Chong was unexpectedly awarded the most powerful skill, godly breakthrough. The deity of basketball, of course. Being Michael Jordan, Soo Chong felt a surge of adrenaline at the mention of this skill, contemplating how to showcase his divine prowess. As the game commenced, Soo Chong exuded confidence. From the very first minute, he demonstrated his offensive talent. Defending Soo Chong at the perimeter was Kyle Lowry. At that time, Lowry had yet to evolve into the championship-winning guard he would later become, but he was physically robust. However, he stood a full 20 centimeters shorter than Soo Chong, leaving him at a distinct disadvantage during their matchup. In an instant, Soo Chong exploited his rhythm and physical advantages, accelerating to complete a breakthrough. Lowry could not keep pace with Soo Chong. In the next moment, Soo Chong surged toward the basket, confronting Marc Gasol's interference, and without hesitation, executed a thunderous dunk. The entire FedEx Forum fell silent, utterly astonished by the dazzling display from this East Asian player. But in the subsequent possession, the Grizzlies promptly retaliated. Mayo stepped up. As this year's third overall pick, Mayo was brimming with confidence in his outside shooting abilities. With exuberance, he faced Artest's defense and launched a pull-up jumper. Chapter 67. Breaking through the opponent's interior. Acquiring the ultimate skill. It is no wonder that O.J. Mayo exudes such confidence. He once surpassed the likes of Derrick Rose to become the top high school player in the nation, and during the draft, his best comparison was Kobe Bryant, with his least favorable comparison being Ben Gordon. This particular play showcased his prowess, simple yet profoundly effective. In an instant, the basketball soared into the hoop. The possession shifted. The Houston Rockets seized their opportunity to attack. As the newly appointed point guard, Soo Chong, swiftly advanced the ball into the front court. He was immediately met with the defensive presence of several Grizzlies players. The Grizzlies opted for a zone defense, utilizing their numerical advantage to disrupt the Rockets' passing flow. Soo Chong, undeterred by the confrontation, quickly passed the ball to Artest as Kyle Lowry and O.J. Mayo rushed toward him. Artest, too, faced relentless pressure from the Grizzlies, prompting him to return the ball to Soo Chong. At this moment, Soo Chong received the basketball on the right side of the three-point line, with Kyle Lowry assigned to defend him. Yet, Soo Chong felt no trepidation regarding Lowry's defense. He was brimming with confidence in his divine breakthrough ability. If this skill proved ineffective, then the system would indeed be of little value. Holding the ball with one hand and adopting a triple threat posture, Soo Chong sprang into action before Lowry could react, driving past him on the right. However, Lowry, seasoned in defense, reached out with his right hand to disrupt Soo Chong's momentum at the very moment he surged forward. Simultaneously, O.J. Mayo rushed in to assist with the defense, closing in on Soo Chong. In this pivotal moment, Soo Chong revealed his explosive power. He took a giant step, slipping past Lowry, and with his next stride, Lowry found himself unable to grasp even the fabric of Soo Chong's jersey. In the blink of an eye, Soo Chong faced Mayo's defensive effort and unleashed a magnificent spin move, gaining a half-step lead over Mayo. As Mayo attempted to grab Soo Chong's jersey with both hands, it was already too late. Soo Chong surged toward the paint like a comet. Beneath the hoop stood Darko Milicic, poised to confront the oncoming Soo Chong. Soo Chong, fueled by determination, did not halt his advance. Instead, he engaged Milicic head-on. Yet, this time, Soo Chong encountered formidable resistance. While he had easily surpassed Lowry, he found himself at a disadvantage in height and strength against Milicic, who, despite his struggles, was the second overall pick in the 2003 draft and had once been heralded by the media as the next Yao Ming. His physical prowess was undeniable, and his shot-blocking ability formidable. Nevertheless, Soo Chong relied on his Michael Jordan-esque ability to penetrate as he charged toward Milicic. At the moment of impact, Soo Chong felt as if he had collided with a wall. Conversely, Milicic experienced a similar shock, his body reeling as if struck by a raging torrent, causing him to stumble back a step. Milicic gazed at Soo Chong with a mixture of fear and disbelief, unable to fathom the core strength emanating from this Asian player. Soo Chong seized the moment, exerting his power once more. In a second collision, Malisic involuntarily retreated several more steps, finding himself backed against the baseline. Seizing the opportunity, Suchong leaped from the ground, cradling the ball with both hands, and executed a thunderous dunk. 2 more points added to the scoreboard. As Suchong completed this spectacular dunk, the FedEx Forum fell into a hushed silence. Fans, coaches, commentators, and players alike were left in awe of Suchong's display of skill. What an astonishing breakthrough, they whispered. Could it be that this Eastern player possesses physical capabilities that surpass even LeBron James? Is this truly within the realm of human possibility? In the TX Sports studio, Yang Yi nearly leaped from his seat, exclaiming, "The greatest dunk in NBA history." Suchong just sent Darko Milicic reeling beyond the baseline. On the Rockets bench, head coach Rick Adelman wore a look of astonishment. He couldn't help but exclaim, "We have struck gold. His athleticism is simply extraordinary." Adelman praised Suchong profusely. This play significantly boosted the morale of the Rockets, who had primarily relied on Suchong's individual talent for scoring throughout the game. Conversely, the Grizzlies often depended on Mayo and Lowry to score through three-point shots. Originally, the two teams appeared evenly matched. However, Coach Adelman suddenly opted to substitute Suchong out for a rest. The reasoning was clear. He feared for Suchong's safety. Witnessing Suchong execute such an unassailable breakthrough and score left Adelman momentarily speechless. He recognized that this manner of scoring could lead to injury. Suchong was the team's prized asset, and any injury to him would severely impact the team's performance. Thus, the outstanding Suchong found himself inexplicably sidelined. By the end of the first quarter, the home team, the Grizzlies, held a temporary lead of 27-18 over the Rockets, leading to growing resentment directed toward Adelman. As the second quarter commenced, Adelman, realizing the gravity of the situation, promptly reinserted Suchong into the game. The Grizzlies regained possession and, learning from their first quarter errors, made tactical adjustments. As Kyle Lowry brought the ball into the Rockets' front court, he chose not to pass to O.J. Mayo. Instead, he utilized Mike Conley's screen to forcefully penetrate the Rockets' interior. This was the result of the Grizzlies' tactical shift. As Coach Mark demanded his players to aggressively attack the opponent's paint and create scoring opportunities, Lowry's pace was blisteringly fast, and in the blink of an eye, he barreled into the lane. Simultaneously, Yao Ming and Scola, the Rockets' towering pillars, rushed to contain Lowry's advance. This was precisely what Lowry had anticipated. As both Yao and Scola converged upon him, the Grizzlies' orchestrator swiftly delivered a delicate lob pass. The ball soared just above Scola's head, landing perfectly in the hands of Darko Milicic. Under the rim, the formidable Milicic launched into the air, clutching the ball with both hands and executing a spectacular two-handed dunk. This electrifying moment ignited the crowd's enthusiasm, instantly elevating the atmosphere within the arena. In the stands of the FedEx Forum, thousands of fervent Memphis Grizzlies fans rose to their feet, showering the second overall pick of 2003 with enthusiastic applause and cheers. Meanwhile, across the ocean, in the TX Sports studio, commentator Yang Yi couldn't help but praise Darko Milicic after witnessing his thunderous dunk. If the Rockets aspired to secure victory that evening, their primary task was to limit Darko Milicic's dunks as much as possible. However, the good times were short-lived. Chapter 68. The young talents emerge for the next round. Suchong resolved to teach Darko Milicic a lesson. This time, he relied on his Michael Jordan-like ability to break through, swiftly penetrating the Memphis Grizzlies and Oppo's interior defense. Undeterred by the dual interference of Marc Gasol and Milicic, Suchong executed a feint, evading Gasol, and soared directly towards Milicic. Milicic was left astounded by Su's dazzling maneuvers, reminiscent of a young Dwight Howard facing Kobe Bryant. Before he could react, Su had already leaped into the air, completing a thunderous dunk over Milicic's head. The divine breakthrough of the basketball god had significantly enhanced Suchong's dunking prowess. Thus, Su once again delivered a breathtaking dunk right atop Milicic's head. In the wake of this spectacle, Grizzlies head coach Mark immediately adjusted his lineup. Throughout the first quarter, Milicic had been engaged in a fierce contest with Yao Ming, leading to a rapid decline in his stamina. Clearly, Mark recognized that Milicic had reached his physical limits, and the psychological impact of such a devastating dunk was immense. A substitution was imperative. Seeing Milicic exit the game, Yao Ming began to assert himself more confidently. Subsequently, Yao began to demand the ball in the paint. Although overpowering Milicic proved somewhat challenging, taking on the freshly entered Hakeem Warwick was a mere formality. Time and again, Yao scored effortlessly over Warwick. The latter found himself at a complete loss. The pressure in the paint hampered the Grizzlies' perimeter game significantly. After Su Chong's dunk over Malisic, the entire Grizzlies' perimeter defense grew increasingly tense, placing immense focus on Su. To prevent a repeat of the earlier incident, Kyle Lowry cautiously backed off by nearly a step when matched against Su, clearly opting to guard against a sudden acceleration rather than a drive. Influenced by his previous success, Su's confidence surged. Upon receiving a pass from a teammate beyond the arc, Lowry remained vigilant, intent on thwarting Su's penetration. Having played several games, Su had developed a keen sense for reading the flow of play and quickly discerned the defensive vulnerability. Glancing at the basket, he made a sudden probing step to the right front. Lowry, completely focused on Su, instinctively leaped to his left rear to block Su's path. However, Su swiftly pulled the ball back and launched a jump shot from beyond the arc. With 2 steps of separation, Lowry leaped in vain to contest the shot, barely maintaining his balance and nearly losing his footing. As Su's shot soared through the air, it traced a beautiful arc before effortlessly sinking into the net. A successful three-pointer. Even Su was astonished by his own shot. The fact that he had made a three-pointer was remarkable, but even more so was its successful execution. Lowry was equally taken aback, watching Su with a complex expression, utterly powerless against this Asian youth who stood 20 centimeters taller and possessed versatile skills. Yang Yi excitedly announced to the broadcast camera, Su Chong sinks the three-pointer. The Rockets have successfully leveled the score. Following Su's spectacular three-point shot, the countenances of both head coaches displayed contrasting emotions. Adelman, on the sidelines, was ecstatic, vigorously pumping his fist in celebration. During a timeout, he had urged Su to increase his perimeter shooting in the second quarter, and clearly, Su had heeded that advice and succeeded, much to Adelman's delight. Conversely, Grizzlies coach Mark wore a grave expression, feeling somewhat helpless. He had not anticipated that his team would be dismantled by a young Asian player with black hair and yellow skin. There was simply no way to contain Su's scoring, whether inside or out. The FedEx Forum fell into a hush, the Grizzlies fans shaking their heads in disbelief. This was not the team they recognized. In truth, Su Chong hesitated to continue playing so boldly. He was no longer the sharpshooter he once was. His recent three-pointer had been a stroke of luck. Coach Mark substituted Mike Conley for Kyle Lowry. The future scoring leader of the Grizzlies was still a sophomore, despite his high draft position and the team's intention to nurture him. However, his recent performances had been lackluster, resulting in Lowry claiming the starting position. With Lowry visibly rattled by Su, Conley was eager to seize this golden opportunity to showcase his talents. The Rockets also took advantage of the moment, inserting Rafer Alston and shifting Su to the shooting guard position. The Grizzlies assigned Rudy Gay to guard Su. Gay, the 8th overall pick in the 2006 draft, had a history with the Rockets. After being selected by them, he was traded to the Grizzlies in exchange for Battier. This complicated relationship felt akin to encountering an ex-girlfriend who once looked down on you. One could not help but strive to perform their best. As Su received the ball at the top of the three-point arc, he was met by the combined defensive efforts of Rudy Gay and Mayo. Both players, embodying boundless energy, charged towards Su, intent on halting his advance. However, Su, being merely human, felt the strain of fatigue. Throughout the second quarter, most of the Rockets and Oppo's offense had revolved around him, predominantly relying on his ability to penetrate, which was a considerable physical challenge. Now acutely aware of his own limitations, Su chose not to play as recklessly as before. He quickly spotted Alston, unguarded, and opted to pass. Alston, possessing a respectable three-point shooting ability, found himself in a prime position. After receiving the pass, he had ample time to assess the basket, lingering for over a second before taking his shot, which swished cleanly through the net. Another three-pointer successfully landed, delivering a heavy blow to the Grizzlies' defense. The Grizzlies players, particularly Gay, Mayo, and Conley, were growing increasingly frustrated, eager to prove their worth in this contest, yet finding it ever more difficult. Turning their attention to the Grizzlies and Oppo's offensive opportunity, Rudy Gay seized his moment, confidently opting to take matters into his own hands. Utilizing his rhythm changes, he swiftly broke past Alston's defense, charging towards the Rockets' interior. However, as Gay surged past the three-point line, he found himself entangled with Su Chong. Chapter 69, The Return. The Divine Presence on the Court. Su Chong positioned himself closely against Rudy Gay, engaging in a physical confrontation with his opponent. Although Rudy Gay was taller and heavier than Su Chong, lacking the ferocity of Arteist, he was still a formidable figure of muscle. Su Chong was pushed back a few steps, but fortunately, Alston arrived just in time. Rudy Gay struggled against both players, finding it difficult to make progress. He decided to force a play, hoping to draw a foul. However, as he attempted his shot, possession slipped away. Alston, quick on his feet, seized the opportunity and snatched the basketball from Gay. Before anyone could react, the Rockets initiated a counterattack. Instead of opting for a solo offensive, Alston promptly passed the ball to Su Chong. Clutching the basketball, Su Chong surged forward with determination, despite having reached the limits of his stamina. He was determined to seize this golden opportunity for a counterattack. The Grizzlies' defenders, though tenacious, could not keep pace with Su Chong's speed. He charged toward the opponent and Oppo's basket and executed a one-handed slam dunk, effortlessly scoring in transition. 2 more points. During this period, both the Grizzlies and Oppo's defense and offense suffered significant setbacks. The Rockets seized the moment and swiftly expanded their lead to double digits. 57-45, the Rockets entered halftime with a 12-point advantage. As the third quarter commenced, Grizzlies head coach Mark reintroduced his starting 5. Clearly, the Grizzlies were intent on making a final push in the last quarter. In contrast, Rockets coach Adelman replaced Su Chong with Sean Battier, recognizing that Su had already shouldered the offensive burden in the previous games, and his stamina had reached its limits. Allowing Su to play in the third quarter could risk injury. Thus, for the sake of player protection, Adelman made the prudent decision to let Su rest. Su understood Adelman and Oppo's good intentions, but couldn't and Oppo's help but remark, "Coach Mantu, you should protect Yao a bit more. He gets injured even more than I do." Seeing Adelman and Oppo's furious expression, Su refrained from further comments. However, the Rockets and Oppo's offense significantly diminished without Su, failing to exert any pressure on their opponent and Oppo's basket. Meanwhile, after a brief rest, the Grizzlies' key players regained their energy, particularly O.J. Mayo. As the third quarter began, Mayo showcased his talent. Boom, boom, boom. He swiftly sank 3 consecutive three-pointers, leaving the Rockets stunned. Simultaneously, the connection between Mike Conley and Marc Gasol incessantly threatened the Rockets' basket with mid-range shots. The Rockets found themselves utterly defenseless. The FedEx Forum was ablaze with excitement from the Grizzlies fans. This time, it was Adelman who was taken aback. Any of the players of the Grizzlies on the court appeared to have realized this as well. Consequently, they began to alter their strategy. Chapter 70. Attack, attack, attack. Unable to thwart Su Chong and Oppo's relentless penetrations on the defensive end, the focus shifted entirely to offense. Consequently, the prominent stars of the Grizzlies prepared to intensify their offensive efforts. Kyle Lowry, holding the ball beyond the arc, remained unhurried, meticulously surveying the defensive gaps of the Rockets. Despite his modest stature, Lowry's passing prowess and basketball IQ rank among the elite in the NBA, undoubtedly earning him a spot in the All-Star game and a championship title as a point guard. After a moment of calm observation, Lowry suddenly accelerated. Arteist, caught off guard, lost track of Lowry. Su Chong promptly rushed to provide support, positioning himself in front of Lowry. In that brief moment, Lowry deftly flicked his wrist and opted to pass. Like lightning, the basketball found its way into O.J. Mayo and Oppo's hands. The rookie, upon receiving the pass, instantly transitioned into a shooting motion. In an instant, the ball soared through the air and swished through the net. What a shot! Mayo showcased his remarkable shooting ability once again. The Grizzlies were clearly not prepared to concede the match just yet. They were fighting back. The commentator's tone suggested an impending defeat for the Grizzlies, yet they trailed the Rockets by a mere 4 points, leaving ample opportunity for victory at FedEx Forum. Since Su Chong's entrance onto the court, the Rockets had effectively placed the offensive reins in his hands, and this possession was no different. Positioned at the three-point line, Su Chong gripped the ball with one hand, facing Mike Conley and O.J. Mayo. The two defenders were taut with anticipation, fixated on the ball in Su Chong and Oppo's possession, ready to disrupt his actions at a moment and Oppo's notice. However, Su Chong exhibited remarkable patience, refraining from an immediate drive, instead studying the defensive weaknesses of his opponents. The Grizzlies had fortified their defense, presenting no significant vulnerabilities. Though Alston, the Rockets guard, stood unguarded on the right side of the three-point line, Su Chong understood the futility of relying on Alston's current form for scoring. Ultimately, Su Chong resolved to take matters into his own hands, swiftly executing a shooting motion without breaking through the defense. Mayo and Conley were taken aback. Their defensive focus had been entirely on Su Chong's south potential drive. So when he opted for a shot, they were caught off guard, lacking sufficient time to contest. The basketball sailed effortlessly over their heads, perfectly finding its way into the basket. Swish! The crisp sound of the net rippling echoed through the arena. A three-pointer. Su Chong had chosen to shoot from beyond the arc, and the Grizzlies offered no interference. He succeeded. The studio commentators were even more high at the arc of the three-point line. The only player left to defend Su Chong was Mike Conley. This scene left commentator Yang Yi somewhat astonished. What? The Grizzlies have only deployed Mike Conley to guard Su Chong? What scheme is Coach Mark concocting? Do they really believe that Mike Conley can thwart Su Chong's drive? Yet, Su Chong himself was indifferent to the number of defenders surrounding him. All he desired was to score. Chapter 71. Gradually entering the realm of excellence, Su Chong nearly mirrored the shooting technique of Mike Conley from moments prior. The instant he received a pass from his teammate, he decisively executed a shooting motion. Once again, the three-pointer found its mark. Su Chong and Amp. Oppo's shooting speed and arc surpassed Conley and Amp. Oppo's mid-range efforts, creating a lively back-and-forth competition between the two players. As the third quarter progressed, both Conley and Su Chong unveiled their offensive prowess. Simultaneously, the Grizzlies and Oppo's formidable inside duo of Marc Gasol and Darko Milicic also showcased their skills. The dynamic rookie, O.J. Mayo, along with Rudy Gay, exhibited remarkable enthusiasm. In the Grizzlies lineup, every player appeared capable of contributing points, while the Rockets largely depended on Su Chong's offensive efforts. Despite having rested for a while earlier in the match, Su Chong found himself outnumbered as the Grizzlies managed to seize the lead by the end of the third quarter. With a score of 87-84, placing them 3 points ahead of the Rockets. Arteas took on a coaching role, rallying his teammates with fervent encouragement, urging them to stay vigilant. Su Chong recognized that it was time to reveal his true skills. The fourth quarter transformed into a genuine showdown between the two teams. As the final period commenced, both head coaches maintained their best lineups without substitutions. Upon receiving the ball in the offensive zone, Su Chong was met by Mayo's defense. Contrary to expectations, Mayo, not renowned for his defensive prowess, surprisingly showcased unexpected strength. Su Chong initially aimed to exploit his speed advantage for a breakthrough, yet he found himself thwarted by Mayo and Oppo's defense. After 2 quick accelerations, he remained stationary, unable to penetrate Mayo and Oppo's guarding. The Grizzlies and Oppo's fans in the FedEx Forum erupted with excitement. Su Chong quickly sensed something was amiss. A flash of realization struck him. His skill was inexplicably absent. He silently pleaded, "System, please assist me." But the system did not respond. Instead, Rudy Gay approached, intent on stealing the ball from the immobilized Su Chong. In a moment of urgency, Su Chong hastily passed the ball into the paint. At a critical juncture, Yao Ming received the basketball, only to be closely guarded by Milicic. Unfazed, Yao executed a series of dazzling footwork maneuvers, effortlessly evading Milicic's attempts to block him. Ultimately, he seized the moment and slammed the ball into the hoop with force. In this battle of international big men, Yao's skills shone brightly, establishing a clear dominance. Spectators praised his textbook offensive technique, a testament to his training under Olajuwon. It appeared that he was finally ready to unleash his full potential. Milicic stood powerless beneath the basket as the score narrowed to a single point. The Rockets sensed an opportunity to equalize or even surpass the Grizzlies. However, the Grizzlies countered with equal vigor. Mayo, having excelled defensively, also shone offensively. Positioned beyond the three-point line, Mayo swiftly received the ball and launched a shot, denying Alston any chance of defense. The basketball soared toward the hoop, swishing through the net, a splendid three-pointer. The score gap widened to 4 points. The Grizzlies and Oppo's fans erupted in heartfelt cheers for Mayo. Many believed he would emerge as the team and Oppo's future cornerstone, with limitless potential. On the Rockets and Oppo's bench, Adelman grew increasingly anxious. He had underestimated the Grizzlies' offensive capabilities, initially believing that Su Chong's prowess alone would secure an easy victory. However, it had become evident that prevailing over the Grizzlies on their home court would not be a simple task. Moreover, Su Chong appeared to be faltering once again. Adelman shouted from the sidelines, urging Su, "Stay focused." Su Chong awkwardly smiled back before immersing himself in the game, internally chanting for the system to grant him a skill. Crucially, the Rockets had designated Su Chong as their primary offensive weapon, passing him the ball once more. As he received the basketball beyond the three-point line, Grizzlies defenders converged upon him. They understood that allowing Soo Chong an easy shooting opportunity from the perimeter would jeopardize their chances of victory. Their objective was clear: to limit Soo Chong and Apos' scoring at all costs, particularly preventing him from shooting from the outside. Thus, in the fourth quarter, every time Soo Chong received the ball, the Grizzlies players once again employed a double-team defense. The pressure intensified as Mayo and Conley closed in on him. Yet, what troubled Soo Chong more was the system's silence. Just as he contemplated relying on his innate abilities for an offensive maneuver, the system finally activated, bestowing him with Jamal Crawford and Apos' offensive skills. Without time to ponder, Soo Chong executed a shooting motion, but the two defenders remained steadfast. After a few deceptive moves, he unleashed a shot, challenging the defenders and Apos' interference, and launched a clean jumper from outside. Soo Chong and Apos' confidence in his abilities was unwavering. Even the commentators couldn't and Apos' help but praise him. Conley and Mayo and Apos' defense was practically in Soo and Apos' face, yet he remained unfazed. This shot was nothing short of perfection. Soo Chong's audacious shot successfully penetrated the opponent's defense, the basketball soaring through the air before swishing through the net. Elated, Soo Chong recalled his recent encounter with Crawford, a player he admired, known not for superstardom, but as a phenomenal sixth man, renowned for his shooting accuracy and exceptional layups. With newfound freedom, Soo Chong unleashed a barrage of attacks on the opponent's basket: three-pointers, driving layups, mid-range shots. He transformed into a scoring machine, unstoppable by any defender in his path. Soo Chong reflected on the reality that many NBA players lacked not skill, but the support of their teams and teammates. Although he now embodied Crawford and Apos' style, he enjoyed the privileges akin to LeBron and Apos' receiving boundless support. Thus, the ball flowed freely. On the defensive end, every time Conley received the ball, Soo Chong was quick to apply pressure. He had become wiser, recognizing that while his defensive maneuvers might not be flawless, his physical advantages were significant. He utilized his height and reach to effectively position himself against Conley. At that moment, the formidable defensive stalwart Artist from the Rockets swiftly provided assistance. And under the dual pressure exerted by Soo Chong and Artist, Mike Conley and Apos' circumstances became increasingly arduous. Gradually, the point differential between the two teams began to widen. The Rockets consistently relied on Soo Chong's extraordinary performance on the offensive end, rapidly establishing a 10-point lead. In response, Coach Mark grew anxious and urgently called for a tactical timeout. However, Soo Chong had already found his rhythm. A mere timeout could hardly impede his momentum. Chapter 72. An impressive 11 consecutive victories. The emergence of championship potential. Regardless of the adjustments made by the Grizzlies, they were fundamentally unable to constrain Soo Chong's scoring prowess. In contrast, although the players of the Grizzlies exhibited remarkable tenacity, their stamina had significantly waned, leading to substantial vulnerabilities on both offense and defense. As time progressed, they found themselves increasingly outmatched. In the final 3 minutes of the fourth quarter, the Grizzlies had completely lost their ability to contend with the Rockets. The score was fixed at 113-119, with the Rockets narrowly claiming victory by 6 points on the road. Following this match, the Rockets had astonishingly secured an 11-game winning streak, prompting some to dream of the remarkable 22-game winning streak they had achieved earlier in the year. This impressive performance propelled the Rockets to fourth place in the Western Conference standings, heightening their chances of making the playoffs and even contending for the Western Championship. The media's adoration for both the Rockets and Soo Chong reached a fever pitch. During the post-game press conference, a reporter directly inquired, "Soo, your performance in these recent games has been exceptional. Are you satisfied with yourself?" Without hesitation, Soo Chong replied, "Overall, I am somewhat satisfied." When pressed about what he was not satisfied with, Soo Chong, half seriously, responded, "Sometimes I am not entirely pleased with my abilities." He, like a typical American player, shrugged and added, "I mean, at times, I am unsure of what techniques I will employ, which leaves me somewhat perplexed." The reporters, oblivious to his meaning, continued to probe. "Now that the Rockets have become championship contenders, many believe you could very well be a candidate for this season's MVP award. What are your thoughts?" To be honest, upon hearing this accolade, Soo Chong felt a surge of excitement. However, he was acutely aware that his chances of winning were slim. as his immediate priority was to acquire skill points to assist Yao Ming in extending his career. Inadvertently, Su Chong vocalized his inner thoughts. Does winning the regular season MVP come with skill point rewards? The reporters were left bewildered by his statement. Yet their resourcefulness birthed sensational headlines. The young star of Donghua transforms into the Rockets and Oppo's savior. Triumphs over the Grizzlies in a tough away game. Rockets claim 11 consecutive victories. Who can halt Su Chong and the Rockets and Oppo's progress? Su and Oppo's madness. Averaging 31 points. He surpasses Yao Ming to become the strongest player outside the American League. Just as Su Chong exited the press conference, his agent Fagan approached him with a furrowed brow. Su, I have both good and bad news to share. Su Chong and Amp. Oppo's buoyant mood was instantly dampened by Fagan and Amp. Oppo's tone. Please, just tell me directly. Spare me the suspense, he implored. Fagan continued. The good news is that we've received numerous sneaker endorsement offers from major brands, including Nike, Adidas, and Jordan, all with generous terms. That's fantastic. I can choose any of them. Su Chong responded eagerly. However, Fagan sighed. Unfortunately, there's a bad piece of news as well. What is it? Su Chong braced himself, sensing trouble. Fagan revealed. The bad news is that you have already signed a sneaker contract in your home country. Signed. When did that happen? Su Chong was oblivious to this development, believing he was still unencumbered by any agreements. Fagan, looking resigned, confirmed, it exists. I and Amp. Oppo's. Seen the contract. But I Haven and Amp. Oppo's. Received any sneakers. Su Chong protested. Your exclusive sneakers are on their way, and from now on, you must wear their brand, or you risk being sued. Su Chong was indifferent about which shoes he wore. But he couldn't and Amp. Oppo's. Help but inquire. Which brand is it? Adidas. Fagan replied. That and Amp. Oppo's. Fine. It's the same brand as Duncan, Garnett, McGrady, Howard, and Arenas. However, Fagan's expression shifted. It's Adidas One, your own Donghua brand. Su Chong was taken aback by this revelation, and after a moment of contemplation, he exclaimed, Adidas One? The one endorsed by Spring Brother? Su Chong could hardly believe his ears. Signing with such a controversial brand could lead to severe backlash. I must terminate the contract immediately. He insisted. Fagan shook his head. You signed a lifetime contract. Terminating it would incur exorbitant penalties. Su Chong felt a wave of frustration wash over him. A lifetime contract? With a staggering penalty for breach? He couldn't help but berate his previous carelessness. No wonder the system operated so recklessly. It was all too casual. As he watched Fagan hand over the sneakers, the gravity of the situation nearly brought him to tears. Fagan had framed the situation as one good news and one bad news, but the bad news overshadowed everything else. Without further ado, Su Chong hurriedly boarded the flight back to Houston with the team. Their next match was yet another back-to-back, this time against the Atlanta Hawks. The Hawks roster still boasted numerous superstars, including Joe Johnson, Al Horford, and Josh Smith. In their last 5 games, the Hawks had only fallen to the Lakers led by Kobe Bryant, indicating their formidable form. This presented yet another challenging opponent. Although playing at home, Adelman felt a sense of uncertainty. Game day, December 9th, 8:30 p.m. At the Toyota Center, thousands of fans eagerly awaited the commencement of this epic clash. The starting lineups for both teams were gradually unveiled on the big screen. For the Rockets, Coach Adelman deployed what he believed to be his best 5. Point guard, Alston. Shooting guard, Su Chong. Small forward, Arteist. Power forward, Scola. Center, Yao Ming. This lineup had propelled the Rockets to their remarkable 11-game winning streak, and Adelman had grown increasingly adept at utilizing it without hesitation. On the opposing side, the Atlanta Hawks boasted an impressive roster. Point guard Mike Bibby, the 1998 number 1 draft pick, now 30 years old and in his prime, was renowned for his exquisite passing. Joe Johnson, a shooting guard and prolific scorer, was a perennial all-star averaging over 20 points per game. The explosive Josh Smith played small forward, while Marvin Williams, the 2005 number 2 draft pick, occupied the power forward position. Completing the lineup was Al Horford, the previous year's 3rd overall pick, as the center. As the fervent cheers resonated in the Toyota Center, the starting players from both teams stepped onto the court. Seizing the moment, Josh Smith turned to Su Chong and remarked, Hey, I hear you've been on quite a roll lately. Not too bad, Su Chong humbly replied, only to hear Smith declare, Today, I intend to ensure you score not a single point. Chapter 73, The Arrival of Kobe and Amp. Oppo's skills. In the studio, Commentators Yang Yi and Soo Koon engaged in an animated discussion. Both the Houston Rockets and the Atlanta Hawks have been performing admirably lately, particularly the Rockets. Under the leadership of Soo Chung and Yao Ming, they have achieved an impressive 11-game winning streak in the NBA regular season. And tonight they are poised to pursue their 12th consecutive victory. Soo Chung has averaged an astounding 31.2 points per game during this streak, undoubtedly placing him among the elite scorers in the NBA. The Rockets and Oppos fans have seemingly forgotten about Tracy McGrady, who, according to recent reports, is preparing to seek a trade. Soo Koon responded, "In my view, McGrady is unlikely to leave Houston, although Soo Chung has completely taken over McGrady and Oppos' role. The Rockets are on the right path and should have no trouble making the playoffs this season. Once they reach the playoffs, they will naturally harbor hopes of winning the NBA championship. I believe McGrady will not miss the opportunity to contend for the title." As Yang Yi and Soo Koon continued their commentary, the players from both teams took their positions on the court. The much-anticipated showdown was about to commence. Yao Ming and Al Horford stood beside the referee. With the referee tossing the basketball high into the air, the game officially began. Al Horford, standing at only 208 centimeters, had no height advantage against the towering Yao Ming. The offensive possession was effortlessly claimed by Yao. Artist rushed to retrieve the ball and swiftly passed it to Soo Chung. Meanwhile, the stands of the Toyota Center erupted with tens of thousands of Rockets fans chanting Soo Chung and Oppos' name. Following the Rockets and Oppos' 11-game winning streak, Soo Chung had become a superhero in the eyes of all Rockets supporters. There was no need for Soo Chung to showcase his skills. Merely having the ball in his hands was enough to ignite anticipation among the crowd. Fans began speculating whether Soo Chung would focus on attacking the interior or the perimeter tonight. The Houston fans eagerly awaited a miracle from Soo Chung. Soo Chung himself pondered what unique surprises the system might have in store for him today. Lost in thought, he advanced with the ball beyond the three-point line. At that moment, the familiar voice of the system echoed. Randomly locked Kobe's offensive skill set. Kobe? Upon hearing the name, a glimmer of excitement ignited in Soo Chung's eyes, startling his defender, Josh Smith, who braced himself, fearing an imminent attack. Internally, Soo Chung marveled, "Finally, I have acquired Kobe and Oppos' skills. This game should pose no significant challenges." Although he had only a limited time to utilize Kobe and Oppos' skill set in the first quarter, Soo Chung brimmed with confidence for the night and Oppos' match. As long as he performed at his usual level, defeating the Hawks seemed well within reach. At this point, Josh Smith ceased waiting idly and moved in aggressively to contest the ball. Atlanta and Oppos' head coach, Mike Woodson, had conducted thorough research on Soo Chung before the game. Reviewing nearly all available footage of Soo Chung and Oppos' NBA appearances, though his appearances were few, Woodson understood that to limit Soo Chung and Oppos' scoring in this match, he needed to apply substantial pressure. Thus, he strategically assigned the physically imposing Josh Smith to guard Soo Chung, aiming to continuously pressure him and deny any shooting opportunities. Soo Chung, however, remained unfazed. As Josh Smith approached, he deftly maneuvered the ball to the side, using Scola and Oppos' screen to create space, then leaped for a jump shot. Swish! The basketball swiftly sailed through the net. Soo Chung successfully made his first three-point attempt, bolstered by Kobe Bryant and Oppos' shooting prowess. Despite criticisms of Kobe and Oppos' tendency to miss shots, in this instance, his shooting ability instilled confidence. Excellent shot. Soo Chung maintained the rhythm from his previous game, although the Hawks implemented targeted defenses against him. Stopping Soo Chung from scoring remained an arduous task. As Yang Yi noted, it was nearly impossible to completely restrict Soo Chung and Oppos' scoring potential. However, while the Hawks struggled to contain the Rockets on the defensive end, the Rockets found it equally challenging to stifle the Hawks and Oppos' offensive efforts. In the next offensive possession, Mike Bibby advanced with the ball. The 1998 second overall pick was not in a hurry to attack. Instead, he patiently awaited his teammates to position themselves. Beyond the three-point line, Mike Bibby appeared to stroll leisurely, giving no indication of an impending offensive move. Yet, the moment Alston relaxed his guard, the seasoned Bibby swiftly initiated a shooting motion. By the time Alston attempted to close in, it was too late to impede Bibby's shot. The basketball sailed effortlessly over Alston's head and settled firmly into the net. The Hawks swiftly responded. Mike Bibby's three-pointer left the Rockets' perimeter defense helpless. As the game commenced, both teams' key players displayed their long-range shooting capabilities. It seemed that tonight would culminate in a three-point shooting showdown. Just after Yao Ming voiced this sentiment, Suchong altered his offensive strategy in the next possession. He refrained from continuing his perimeter assault. Upon receiving a pass from a teammate, he swiftly drove toward the basket. Josh Smith closely trailed Suchong, using his robust physique to apply pressure. Suchong recognized Smith and Oppo's prowess as a shot blocker as he leaped. It felt as though he were a hawk swooping down on its prey, leaving no room for Chapter 74, an unstoppable dunk. Josh Smith possesses remarkable physical attributes and astonishing jumping ability, rightly earning him the title of NBA Slam Dunk Contest champion. As Suchong observed Smith soaring through the air, he twisted in mid-flight and, only after Smith began his descent, released the basketball. Previously, people praised Su for his lightning-fast shooting speed, but this time, they marveled at how deliberately slow his shot was. Utilizing his hang time, he created a minuscule window of opportunity. Smith could only watch helplessly as the ball swished through the hoop. 2 points. Following Su's successful shot, Toyota Center erupted in jubilation once more. Even Rockets and Oppo's head coach Rick Adelman couldn't Oppo's help but give Su a thumbs up in approval. Yang E, the commentator for TX Sports, echoed the sentiment, exclaiming, "An unbelievable shot." During this offensive play, Al Horford and Josh Smith had practically smothered Su with their defense. Under such circumstances, Su still managed to make the basket, and the sheer audacity of it was astounding. On the Hawks bench, Coach Woodson wore a grave expression. He believed he had prepared a solid defensive strategy, only to witness this unexpected outcome. As the team and Oppo's head coach, Woodson was acutely aware of his players and Oppo's capabilities, and Smith had performed admirably in defense. It wasn't that Smith lacked skill. Rather, Su was simply extraordinary. Find a way to foul him. Do not allow this Eastern player to penetrate the paint so effortlessly. Woodson bellowed incessantly. Yet, despite his fervent exhortations, Su continued to showcase an array of indefensible offensive maneuvers, as if presenting a textbook on outside shooting. Whenever Su scored in the style of Kobe, he couldn't help but glance skyward, silently wishing, how wonderful it would be if you were still here. However, remembering it was 2008, he felt invigorated, knowing Kobe was undoubtedly still active, fueling his fighting spirit as if he had been injected with adrenaline. The Hawks and Oppo's defense felt to Su like an open road at 4 in the morning, remarkably unobstructed. Despite the Hawks and Oppo's lackluster defense, their offensive prowess was undeniably sharp, particularly from beyond the arc. Mike Bibby and Joe Johnson showcased their offensive talents in succession. Although Su and Alston had performed commendably on defense, it proved futile. This time, after receiving a pass from Bibby, Joe Johnson found himself one-on-one with Su at the top of the three-point arc. The crowd eagerly anticipated this showdown between stars. In an instant, thousands of fans at Toyota Center erupted into a frenzied chant of Suchong's name. However, Su's performance was rather lackluster this time. Johnson, upon receiving the ball, executed a series of crossovers, using rhythm changes to force his way past Su into the paint. As he neared the Rockets and Oppo's interior, Johnson suddenly slammed on the brakes, and Su charged into his path. At that moment, Johnson made his shooting motion. Swish. The basketball found its mark once more. Johnson and Oppo's actions illustrated that experience often trumps youth. Despite Su possessing Kobe and Oppo's offensive skill set, he consistently lagged a step behind in game judgment and defensive reactions, lessons he would need to learn through relentless competition. As the Hawks and Oppo's head coach, Woodson remained deeply troubled by his team and Oppo's defense. To fundamentally curtail Su and Oppo's scoring, Woodson explored various strategies, such as having Bibby and Johnson match up against Su, or assigning Bibby and Marvin Williams to contain him. Yet, the results were underwhelming. In contrast, Su thrived during this period, executing a barrage of shots with remarkable ease. After receiving the ball at the free throw line, Su began his personal exhibition. Alston had already positioned himself beyond the three-point line, ready to receive a pass from Su and unleash a surprise shot. Many Rockets fans at Toyota Center widened their eyes, fixated on Su and Oppo's every move. At this moment, Marvin Williams, who was tasked with defending Su, though a highly touted second overall pick in 2005, had faced a rocky path in the NBA. Nevertheless, he stood firm against Su, showing no signs of struggle. Williams even initiated physical contact with Su. But in an instant, Su executed a quick spin, leaving Williams off balance. Nearly toppling to the floor, Su wasted no time, striding confidently toward the basket. Meanwhile, Hawks center Al Horford rushed to provide defensive support, raising his arms to maximize his defensive reach. Simultaneously, Horford braced himself for a confrontation with Su. However, Su's speed was simply too formidable. In a single stride, he darted past Horford, who lacked sufficient time to interfere. Beneath the basket, Su soared, clutching the ball with one hand to deliver a thunderous dunk. A display of raw, aesthetic power. Su's speed and strength were vividly showcased in this offensive maneuver. Neither Horford nor Williams could match Su's prowess. Yang erupted into ecstatic shouts into the microphone, mirroring the excitement of the fans at Toyota Center. Wow, Su's dunk was simply flawless. No one can easily thwart his ascent. He seems to be a prodigy born for basketball. Who would dare believe that the illustrious Al Horford could not prevent an Asian player from dunking? Hopefully, Su could maintain this momentum into the second quarter. As the first quarter drew to a close, only 2 minutes remained. Currently, the home team, the Rockets, held a 6-point lead at 28-22. The Hawks began to ramp up their efforts, slowing the pace of the game. Joe Johnson swiftly advanced the ball to the front court, immediately passing it to Mike Bibby. Originally, Johnson intended for Bibby and Opos as shooting ability to reduce the deficit, but surprisingly, Bibby opted not to shoot. Instead, he charged toward the Rockets and Opos basket with great determination. Chapter 75, Stalemate, once again acquiring McGrady and Opos' skills. Though Mike Bibby is a seasoned veteran, it is undeniable that he remains at the pinnacle of his career. In a sudden burst of acceleration, Bibby caught the Rockets' defense off guard. In the blink of an eye, he was beneath the basket, where Yao Ming and Luis Scola hastily attempted to disrupt him, swiftly forming a double team. However, at that critical moment, Mike Bibby chose to pass. Or perhaps it was his intention to pass from the very outset of his drive. His sole aim was to utilize his playmaking abilities to enable his teammates to score. He deftly delivered the basketball to the interior player, Al Horford. In an instant, the ball found itself in Horford's hands, who wasted no time charging towards the Rockets and Opos basket. His speed rendered Yao Ming unable to react. In a heartbeat, Al Horford executed a powerful dunk, silencing the Toyota Center once more. The fans were left in disbelief, as it was evident that the Rockets and Opos supporters had not anticipated such audacity from the Hawks and Opos players in attacking the Rockets and Opos paint. On the Rockets and Opos bench, head coach Rick Adelman appeared somewhat stunned. He had clearly underestimated Mike Bibby's ability to penetrate the defense as well as Al Horford's impact. On the offensive end, the Rockets immediately responded. As the best performing player in the first quarter, Su Chung naturally took on the offensive responsibility. Positioned at the three-point line, he was confronted by the Hawks and Opos defensive stalwart, Josh Smith. Alongside him were Mike Bibby and Joe Johnson, while Al Horford and Marvin Williams prepared for action. This time, Smith and Opos' defense was resolute as he engaged Su Chung in physical contest, hoping to thwart his drive. However, it proved ineffective. In merely 2 seconds, Su Chung effortlessly broke through Smith and Opos' tight defense. As he approached the basket, another defender, Marvin Williams, positioned himself to impede Su and Opos' advance. Throughout the first quarter, Williams had frequently attempted to guard Su, but had been consistently outmatched. Undeterred, Marvin Williams charged towards Su, striving to halt his progress. Alas, despite his vigorous defense, Su Chung unleashed a second burst of energy, swiftly evading him, and made a beeline for the opponent and Opos' basket. One cannot deny that under the influence of Kobe and Opos' skills, Su Chung and Opos' capabilities were truly formidable. With remarkable agility, he penetrated the paint. Both Al Horford and Josh Smith were poised for defense. Smith, having lost his position earlier, quickly regained it, yet Su and Opos' momentum was overwhelming. Relying on his athletic prowess, Su executed a rapid spin. In less than 2 seconds, neither Horford nor Smith could prevent his advance. At that moment, Su seemed to be a whirlwind, skillfully evading both defenders and charging toward the basket. This exemplified Su Chung's innate talent, akin to that of Kobe Bryant. Upon reaching the basket, Su showcased a powerful two-handed dunk. In the broadcasting studio, commentator Yang Yi exuberantly shouted into the microphone, "What a spectacular drive! An exquisite dunk. This epitomizes Su Chong and Oppo's individual prowess. He directly assaults the opponent and Oppo's basket. No one can halt his advance." The Hawks' defense at that moment resembled a desolate Houston street at 4 in the morning. Su Chong's breakthrough rendered everything effortless. In the stands of the Toyota Center, tens of thousands of Rockets fans simultaneously chanted Su Chong and Oppo's name. On the sidelines, Adelman offered enthusiastic applause, undoubtedly thrilled to witness such a scene. However, Adelman's joy was short-lived. In the subsequent possession, the visiting Hawks demonstrated their sharp offensive prowess. This time, after receiving the ball at the free throw line, Josh Smith utilized his exceptional physicality to engage in a confrontation with Ron Artest, subsequently forcing his way to the basket. In the next moment, leveraging his extraordinary athleticism, Smith successfully found himself beneath the Rockets and Oppo's basket. Yao Ming would not grant Smith an unimpeded path to the rim. He swiftly positioned himself in Smith and Oppo's trajectory. Just when everyone anticipated that Smith would pass, he unexpectedly elevated the ball with a flick of his wrist. Indeed, Smith managed to score despite Yao and Oppo's interference as the basketball soared through the air, tracing a beautiful arc, gracefully bypassing Yao's defense before settling into the net. This marked the Hawks and Oppo's second consecutive successful assault on the Rockets and Oppo's interior, and with Smith's shot, the teams transitioned into the second quarter. Now, it was Su Chong's turn to feel anxious. After all, the commencement of the second quarter signified the expiration of the Kobe Bryant skills he had acquired. At that moment, Su could only hope that the system would bestow upon him equally formidable skills. After experiencing the first quarter, Su was acutely aware that the Hawks were not to be underestimated. For the Rockets to triumph over their adversaries in the Toyota Center, they would need to give their utmost. As Kobe's offensive skills concluded, the second quarter skill activated. McGrady's peak offense. McGrady. Is it truly McGrady? Could it be that the skills of teammates are also at his disposal? Although Su Chong still had many uncertainties, there was no doubt that McGrady's offensive capabilities were more than sufficient. As the second quarter began, the first to strike was the visiting Hawks. Josh Smith, leveraging his athleticism, instantly surged forward. He adeptly maneuvered past Artest, resembling a small cannon, and successfully positioned himself beneath the Rockets' basket. Once again, Yao Ming stood in his path. Yet this time, Smith was poised to showcase his dunking prowess. Chapter 76. Dunk. The unstoppable Su Chong. In a flash, Josh Smith had already appeared beneath the basket. Naturally, Yao Ming had also taken defensive action. However, despite Yao and Oppo's defense being in place, Josh Smith still opted to dunk. What astonished everyone was that Josh Smith had completed the dunk right over Yao's head. The force was immense, like a thunderclap. Yao intended to block the shot, but the speed of Josh Smith's attack was simply too swift. After all, he had once won the NBA Slam Dunk Contest, showcasing extraordinary athletic talent. After completing the dunk, on his way back on defense, Josh Smith deliberately bumped into Yao, seemingly attempting to provoke him. How about that, Yao? Yao shot him a fierce glare, but remained silent. Witnessing this, Su Chong silently vowed to give Josh Smith a taste of retribution for Yao. Soon, in the ensuing offensive possession, Su Chong immediately showcased his offensive prowess. Without hesitation, he received the basketball at the three-point line, only to be confronted by Joe Johnson. While Josh Smith had already retreated into the paint. Seizing the opportunity to avenge Yao, Su Chong charged forward with determination. He skillfully maneuvered past Joe Johnson. However, Marvin Williams had also positioned himself to defend. In an effort to thwart Su Chong's drive as much as possible, he resorted to small, disruptive actions. At the moment Su Chong was about to shake off Marvin Williams, the latter audaciously yanked Su Chong and Oppo's jersey with both hands. Clearly, Marvin Williams had a keen awareness of Su Chong's capabilities. He understood well that if Su Chong managed to break through, the consequences would be dire. At that moment, Marvin Williams had no retreat. He could only resort to this method to impede Su Chong's advancement. Yet, regrettably for him, even with a firm grip on Su Chong's jersey, he could not prevent Su Chong and Oppo's breakthrough. Su Chong accelerated again, relying on the core strength reminiscent of Tracy McGrady, forcefully breaking free from Marvin Williams and Oppo's interference. In an instant, Su Chong had penetrated to the basket. The two Hawks and Oppo's interior defenders Josh Smith and Al Horford were poised for defense. Josh Smith was eager to spring into action, aiming to deliver a resounding block to Soo Chong. Yet, Soo Chong did not halt his advance. Instead, he leapt, charging straight at Josh Smith. At this critical moment, Josh Smith also soared into the air, intent on stopping the ball. However, as soon as their bodies collided, he felt as if he had been struck by a speeding train. There was no chance for retaliation. Subsequently, he could only watch in disbelief as Soo Chong barreled into the basket, forcefully slamming the ball through the hoop. Soo Chong had emphatically dunked over Josh Smith, successfully avenging Yale. As Josh Smith stood there, bewildered, the Rockets fans in the Toyota Center erupted with excitement, chanting Soo Chong and Oppo's name in unison. Yale, on his way back on defense, immediately high-fived Soo Chong, signaling approval. Well done. Clearly, Yao was immensely satisfied with Soo Chong's performance. In fact, Yao had not anticipated Soo Chong's explosive power to be this formidable. Even with Marvin Williams gripping Soo Chong tightly, he was unable to thwart his progress. Youngie, utterly captivated by Soo Chong, was equally thrilled. He shouted into the microphone, "It's Soo Chong again." Soo Chong, the Hawks' defense at that moment, posed virtually no pressure on Soo Chong. He had dunked over Josh Smith. It was evident that tonight's battle was destined for a Rockets victory. On the sidelines, Hawks head coach Mike Woodson shook his head in disbelief. He had done everything possible in the first quarter. Woodson had deployed a plethora of players in a relentless effort to contain Soo Chong. Yet, without exception, none of those players could exert significant pressure on him. Most of the time, Soo Chong could effortlessly make his shots. And now, it was still the same. As the game continued, amidst the frenzied cheers of the Rockets fans, the Hawks players needed to score quickly in their offensive possession. The responsibility fell to Mike Bibby. As a player with high basketball IQ, he remained calm and collected. Upon reaching the front court, the defenders immediately focused on Mike Bibby, including Soo Chong and Alston. Both players were intensely focused. And just as Mike Bibby was about to initiate a drive, they appeared in front of him, executing a double team. What decision would the Hawks and Oppo's offensive linchpin make? As the commentator Young Yee's words faded, Mike Bibby promptly passed the ball. He did not deliver it to the interior Josh Smith, but instead to Joe Johnson, who was also at the three-point line. After receiving the ball, Johnson took a deep breath and opted for a three-point shot. At that moment, Alston and Soo Chong, the Rockets' perimeter defenders, had their attention fixed solely on Mike Bibby, leaving Joe Johnson unguarded. The Hawks' perimeter sharpshooter took his shot with poise, effortlessly sinking the basket. In an instant, the basketball sailed swiftly through the hoop. Another three-pointer hit the mark. No one had anticipated that the Hawks could maintain such high offensive efficiency. It seemed that no matter how hard the Rockets tried, they were unable to fundamentally prevent their opponents from scoring. The point differential between the two teams lingered around 6 points. Adelman grew anxious. According to his plan, the Rockets were to rapidly extend their lead in the second quarter. However, the reality was that Soo Chong had exerted himself to the fullest, accomplishing all he could, yet the score remained unchanged. After spending considerable time together, Adelman understood that Soo Chong might not be able to sustain his exceptional performance. There was a strong possibility he would fall into a shooting slump in the third or fourth quarter. Thus, for the Rockets to secure victory at home, they needed to capitalize on Soo Chong's favorable condition and swiftly extend their lead. Chapter 77. Yao Ming begins to assert himself. The pressure of the game once again fell upon the players of the Rockets. However, the fans in the stands of the Toyota Center remained unwavering in their support for the Rockets. With each offensive play, the crowd erupted in frenzied cheers, chanting the names of the players with the ball. As Alston crossed the half-court line, he was immediately besieged by several Hawks players. After 2 quarters of play, it seemed the Hawks defenders had become wise to their tactics. They understood that stopping Soo Chong's drives was nearly impossible, but containing Alston appeared to be a feasible task. In an instant, Mike Bibby and Marvin Williams charged towards Alston, and predictably, Alston was forced into a turnover. Seeing the 2 Hawks players approaching aggressively, he instinctively passed the ball to Soo Chong. Yet, at that very moment, another defender was already in position, Joe Johnson. With his exceptional basketball acumen, Johnson anticipated Alston's decision and made a timely interception. In a flash, Johnson surged toward the Rockets' basket. Despite the Rockets' frantic attempts to return to defense, they struggled to keep pace with Johnson, who effortlessly scored with a layup. The point differential shrank to 4. Once the Hawks began to play seriously, it became evident that scoring against their defense would not be an easy feat for the Rockets. On the sidelines, Adelman quickly discerned the Hawks' strategy and shouted to Su Chong, "Su, you take control." By allowing Su Chong to bring the ball up from the backcourt, they could effectively counter the Hawks and amp Oppo's aggressive defense. This proved to be a wise decision. As Su Chong halted at the three-point line, the Hawks and amp Oppo's defenders, Josh Smith and Marvin Williams, positioned themselves before him. Su Chong, however, refrained from any unnecessary movements and opted to shoot directly. His shooting motion was rapid, and the release point was significantly higher than before, but the ball did not find the net. Instead, it struck the backboard with force. Just as everyone thought the Rockets and Oppo's offense had faltered, Yao Ming, who had been stationed inside, showcased his remarkable talent. Rising high, he utilized his unparalleled height to fend off Al Horford's interference and successfully grabbed the rebound. In the next moment, he executed a powerful dunk, with a resounding thud. The atmosphere in the arena reignited as the fans erupted with enthusiasm. Yang Yi, in a moment of excitement comparable to scoring himself, shouted, "Yao has stepped up." When Su Chong and Oppo's shot had missed, it was Yao Ming who emerged as the savior, overpowering Horford to complete the dunk. The point gap was restored to 6. Although Yao had not been particularly impressive throughout the game, this dunk served as a powerful retort to his critics. He remained the most formidable center in the NBA. On the Hawks bench, Coach Mike Woodson wore a troubled expression. The last thing he wanted to witness had unfolded. When God closes one door, he often shuts the window as well. Not only was Su Chong performing exceptionally, but Yao Ming was also in formidable form. Woodson knew all too well that the primary disparity between the Hawks and the Rockets did not lie in their perimeter shooting, but rather in the paint. While Al Horford was a competent interior player in the NBA, he was still a sophomore rookie, more adept at defense than offense. Most importantly, the Rockets had Yao Ming. Yao possessed an outstanding height advantage over Horford. Even though Horford was a strong defender, he could not match the presence of the towering Yao. Therefore, if Yao was granted a shooting opportunity or if the Rockets began to exploit this advantage, the Hawks would find themselves utterly defenseless. Otherwise, defeat was inevitable. Woodson shouted from the sidelines, urging his players to be more aggressive and create threats against the Rockets and amp Oppo's basket. As the second quarter neared its end, both teams sought to establish a lead before halftime, making the second half of the game more manageable. The Hawks were particularly anxious, determined to close the gap and avoid falling behind. As the Hawks launched their offensive, McGrady swiftly brought the ball to the front court. Avoiding any unnecessary dialogue with the Rockets and Oppo's defenders, his choice was straightforward. He opted to pass. This time, McGrady did not dish the ball to Joe Johnson, who had previously shot from beyond the arc. Instead, he quickly passed it to Josh Smith, having previously disrespected Yao Ming in an earlier game. The Rockets fans had taken note of Smith's actions. As Smith received the ball, a chorus of boos erupted from the stands of the Toyota Center. Undeterred by the cacophony, Smith became even more resolute, engaging in physical confrontation with Artest. In his prime, Smith matched Artest and Oppo's physicality. Even with Artest and Oppo's defense fully in place, Smith confidently took the shot. In an instant, the ball sailed through the hoop. Indeed, Artest found himself unable to assert any advantage against the explosive Smith. Woodson immediately applauded Smith from the sidelines, encouraging him to continue applying pressure on the Rockets' basket and not grant their opponents a moment's respite. This play ignited new hope for the Hawks and bolstered Smith's confidence. In the ensuing moments, he unleashed his prowess, relentlessly attacking Artest with his superior athleticism and finesse, all while keeping an eye on Su Chong, eager to avenge his earlier misstep. Chapter 78, Carter and Amp Oppo's dunk, casting shadows over opponents. However, Su Chong rarely afforded him opportunities. Utilizing McGrady and Amp Oppo's exquisite jump shot and explosive first step, he consistently posed a threat on the opponent's territory. Besides Su Chong, the towering Yao Ming also gradually found his shooting rhythm. Together, these two players effortlessly breached the opponent and amp Oppo's defense. Yet throughout the second quarter, neither the Rockets nor the Hawks could overpower the other. The score remained a 6-point margin. As the second quarter concluded, the home team, the Rockets, led 66-60. During halftime, Coach Adelman continually inquired about Su Chong's condition. "Su, how are you? Can you continue?" Su Chong was momentarily taken aback by Adelman's questioning, staring blankly at his coach and responding, "Of course, no problem. But, Coach, why do you ask?" Adelman candidly expressed his concerns. "Su, Our coaching staff has reviewed your previous game footage, and we and Oppos, VE drawn a conclusion. You often maintain an outstanding performance for one quarter, but as the next quarter begins, your performance declines sharply. Suchong was startled by Adelman's words. Had Adelman uncovered his secret? He anxiously gazed at his coach, feeling his hands and feet grow cold. Adelman continued, "So, is it an issue with your stamina?" He spoke to Suchong with the earnestness of a father-in-law concerned for his son-in-law. Suchong exhaled in relief, grateful that Adelman merely believed it was a stamina issue. He quickly reassured the seasoned coach. "Rest assured, Coach, my stamina is fine. Any previous drop in performance was simply due to my desire to alter my playing style." Upon hearing Suchong and Oppos' response, Adelman promptly advised, "Then tonight, you must not alter your style indiscriminately. Stick to the rhythm of the first two quarters. On defense, we have Arteist and Battier. We do not need you there. In the third quarter, focus solely on offense." Nodding in agreement, Suchong could not help but feel a lack of confidence in himself. After all, once the third quarter commenced, McGrady's scoring ability might vanish, and the system would lock in on skills Suchong could hardly predict. Approximately 15 minutes later, the third quarter commenced. Ding! Randomly locked Vince Carter's dunking ability. Upon hearing the system's voice, Suchong felt an exhilarating surge. Carter. And it was Carter's dunking ability. Wow! Ignoring the bewildered looks from those around him, he expressed his excitement. At long last, he could experience the thrill of dunking. Despite having executed numerous powerful dunks in prior games, scoring using Carter and Oppos' style would be the ultimate joy. As the third quarter began, the visiting Hawks initiated their offense. Outside the arc, Josh Smith received the ball and opted not to drive inside for a score, but instead took a shot from the perimeter. During halftime, Hawks coach Mike Woodson also made tactical adjustments. He believed Josh Smith could showcase his three-point shooting ability. Engaging in constant physical battles in the paint with Arteist would severely deplete Smith's stamina and could even risk injury. It was wiser to position Smith on the perimeter to score through his three-point shooting. Woodson and Oppos' strategy proved successful. At the top of the arc, the Hawks star player faced Arteist's defense and executed a pull-up jumper. Swish! The ball swiftly sailed through the hoop, and it was a clean shot. In an instant, Josh Smith had reduced the deficit to 3 points, 63-66. The Hawks sensed an opportunity to equalize, but the Rockets quickly responded. Following Coach Adelman and Oppos' strategy from halftime, Suchong continued to spearhead the team's offense, positioned beyond the three-point line. Su received the ball just as the Hawks defenders Marv Williams and Joe Johnson swiftly closed in on him. Before they could establish their positions, Su took the initiative and completed a breakthrough. With a quick step, he surged past the two Hawks perimeter players and into the lane. Within 2 seconds, Su had charged toward the basket. Al Horford and Josh Smith were already prepared to contest the shot. However, at that moment, no matter what defensive maneuvers the two Hawks and Oppos' interior players attempted, it was inconsequential for Su was poised to dunk. With a resounding crash, Su propelled himself toward Josh Smith. Just as the two players were about to collide, Su pushed off with his right foot. Instantly, he soared into the air. Carter and Oppos' leaping ability was on full display as he forcefully executed a dunk with his left hand. In that moment, Josh Smith was utterly powerless. Bam! Su slammed the ball down with tremendous force into the hoop. The Toyota Center erupted as Rockets fans leapt from their seats, exuberantly cheering for Su. In the broadcast booth, announcer Yang Yi and guest Su Kun could not contain their admiration for Su's dunk. My goodness, Suchong just dunked over Josh Smith. Although Su had previously dunked over Smith in the first 2 quarters, this time, the power and speed of his dunk were far more formidable. In that moment, Su seemed to defy gravity. The soaring Donghua athlete, Yang Yi could hardly believe his eyes, at a loss for words to describe Su's performance. Beside him, guest Su Kun excitedly remarked, for a Donghua athlete to execute such a dunk. Suchong and Oppos' physical gifts are nothing short of monstrous. The Hawks and Oppos' defense was in position. Yet neither Al Horford nor Josh Smith could thwart the impending play. Frankly, given Su and Oppos' current physical prowess, he could even claim a championship at the Olympic Games. Su Kun was evidently so impressed by Su that he began to ramble. Beneath the basket, Josh Smith stood frozen in disbelief, seemingly still recovering from being dunked on by Su. How could this guy be so fast? And did he just fly? The star player of the Hawks has undoubtedly left a lasting psychological impact. Chapter 79, McGrady's concern the weight of competition suddenly bore down upon the players of the Hawks. Even their head coach, Mike Woodson, could not remain seated on the bench, pacing nervously along the sidelines. In the stands of the Toyota Center, tens of thousands of fans fervently chanted Sue Chong's name. Meanwhile, in a Houston suburb, the Rockets star player, McGrady, sat on his sofa, intently watching the game. His leg had nearly healed. He could have returned to play in the match against the Warriors on December 13th, but chose not to. He wanted to make his comeback when the team needed him most. After consulting with the team doctor, he estimated that he would be fully recovered in about a week. Nonetheless, McGrady felt a sense of melancholy, particularly upon witnessing Sue Chong's unanswerable slam dunk. He experienced unprecedented pressure, unable to believe that during his time away from the game, the Rockets not only thrived but continued to win. Moreover, this previously unheralded undrafted player was on the verge of usurping his position, whether in the eyes of the coach, the players, or the fans. McGrady felt a pang of anxiety. On the court, the Hawks were unburdened by such worries. Their sole desire was to triumph. Joe Johnson had been exceptional since the start of the third quarter, demonstrating remarkable vigor on both offense and defense. This time, after receiving a pass from Mike Bibby on the perimeter, Johnson accelerated suddenly. Unable to keep pace, Alston found himself outmatched. In an instant, Johnson barreled past Alston, who attempted to intercept but was a moment too late, helplessly watching as the Hawks players surged toward the paint. Yet, the Rockets were prepared. Positioned at the free throw line, Sue Chong and Arteas stood ready to confront Johnson's path. Upon seeing this, Johnson quickly hit the brakes. In the next moment, the ball swiftly found its way into the hands of Josh Smith, who was elated to finally face Sue Chong in an offensive play after being thoroughly outplayed in defense. Smith yearned to reclaim his pride. Unfortunately, Yao Ming and Scola denied him that opportunity. As he received the ball, both Yao and Scola charged towards him simultaneously. Although Smith attempted a shot, the ball could not penetrate Yao and Oppo's defense. In an instant, Yao swatted the ball away with great force. Coach Mike Woodson shook his head in resignation. He understood that, given the current capabilities of the Hawks roster, repeatedly attacking the opponent's interior was not a wise strategy. Thus, during halftime, he emphasized to Josh Smith the importance of focusing on outside shooting in the second half. Yet, Smith, ever defiant, continued to seek revenge against Sue Chong, persistently attacking the paint. As the core of the Hawks' offense and defense, Woodson relied heavily on Smith, making it impossible to replace him. Consequently, Woodson adjusted the lineup, opting to substitute Zaza Pachulia for Al Horford. The formidable Pachulia entered the game, standing at 211 centimeters tall. While he could not compare to Yao and Oppo's towering presence, he possessed solid rim protection and finishing ability. More importantly, Pachulia was known for his unpleasant defensive maneuvers and penchant for physicality. Sue Chong had heard of him and thought to himself, I must keep my distance. If I were to be injured by him again, it would be truly unfortunate. Back on the court, Johnson received a pass at the three-point line, only to be met with a double team from two Rockets players. Undeterred, Johnson acted decisively, launching the ball toward the opponent's basket. However, the ball seemed to tire midway, falling short of the hoop. Pachulia, just on the court, successfully caught the ball and turned to back down Yao Ming. Filled with confidence, Pachulia present, Sue Chong serves as the touchstone in the competitive arena, one whom everyone desires to test. Joe Johnson is already prepared. Chapter 80. Formation Change, the Deathly Quintet. Joe Johnson surveyed the positioning of his teammates, effortlessly dribbling the basketball. Suddenly, he swiftly transitioned into a shooting motion. The ball soared through the air, swiftly finding its way into the hoop. Once again, a three-pointer was made. This evening, Joe Johnson's shooting touch from beyond the arc was truly exceptional, as he succeeded in consecutive attempts. Throughout this remarkable display, Sue Chong was left with no time to react, merely giving a thumbs up to Joe Johnson. Impressive indeed. In the studio, Sue Kun remarked, another three-pointer. She glanced down at the statistics and continued. Joe Johnson boasts a shooting percentage of 43.7 this season, with a remarkable three-point accuracy of 36. Yang added, the numbers are indeed impressive, but we must recognize that Joe Johnson is not merely a shooter. He possesses dribbling skills and playmaking ability, making him exceedingly difficult to defend. Indeed, despite Sue Chong's defensive efforts, he seemed to find no advantage in his matchup against Joe Johnson. Judging by tonight's performance alone, Johnson's contribution was indispensable, unparalleled by any other Hawks player. In the most challenging moments for the Hawks, Joe Johnson once again emerged as a beacon of hope. Adelman, on the other hand, appeared unperturbed by the Rockets' defense. He frantically shouted from the sidelines, "Sue, unleash your offensive prowess. Attack the opponent's interior." Adelman understood that the Rockets' defense, akin to a mere veil of modesty, posed little threat. Some even deemed defense an impediment to the flow of the game. He recognized that if the Rockets could dismantle the Hawks' interior defense in the third quarter, victory would naturally belong to them. In the ensuing offensive possession for the Rockets, thousands of fans in the stands fervently chanted Sue Chong's name, eagerly anticipating his response. Indeed, Sue Chong delivered. At the three-point line, he exhibited remarkable composure. Meanwhile, the defenders assigned to Sue had now increased to 3. Coach Mike Woodson had dispatched a trio of players to impede Sue's advance, including his longtime rival Josh Smith, with Joe Johnson poised to assist, while Mike Bibby provided supplementary defense. Sue Chong, unhurried, stationed himself at the top of the arc, his gaze fixed on the shot clock. With just 4 seconds remaining, he made his move, not for a three-pointer, but with a sudden drive between Josh Smith and Marvin Williams. Like a dragon emerging from the sea, he burst through the layers of defense, successfully penetrating to the opponent and Oppo's basket. In a flash, Zaza Pachulia, guarding the Hawks' interior, immediately converged to contest. Sue soared into the air, fearlessly engaging in a physical confrontation with Pachulia. If this situation continues, the Rockets are likely to face a collapse. Yang E also spoke with a grave expression. Indeed, the time has come to test Adelman and Oppo's coaching abilities. Adelman, anxiously shouting from the sidelines, urged for patience and assured success rates. But what good is that? The Rockets find themselves ensnared in difficulties on both offensive and defensive fronts. Chapter 81. Zaza was incensed. Adelman, unable to endure any longer, hastily called for a timeout. This situation could not persist. He gestured animatedly on the tactical board, yet no brilliant strategies emerged. Arteist, unable to contain himself, exclaimed, "Coach, give me the ball, and I will break the deadlock." Adelman stared at Arteist, seemingly inspired by his fervor. He nodded and replied, "That makes sense." Arteist addressed his teammates. "When I step onto the court, pass me the ball. Let me assault the opponents." Seeing the fierce Arteist take charge, none dared to voice dissent. However, one voice piped up, No. I believe you should draw the defense. Then let Sue Chong finish." Arteist was about to retort when he realized it was Adelman speaking. With great reluctance, he acquiesced to the coach and Oppo's perspective. Sue Chong noticed Arteist's discontent and quietly said as he approached the court, "Tai go." Yet Arteist clapped Sue Chong on the shoulder. "It's on you." Sue Chong grinned, all right, but thought to himself, "Damn, you nearly dislocated my arm." Back on the court, Sue Chong set aside his reservations. It was time to play freely. After all, he still possessed a useful skill. The Rockets exhibited newfound patience in their play, with Alston bringing the ball past half-court before promptly passing it to Arteist to orchestrate the offense. Just when the Hawks assumed Arteist was preparing for a solo act, he passed the ball to Sue Chong near the three-point arc. As Sue Chong received the basketball, the crowd erupted in MVP chants. Rockets fans eagerly anticipated Sue Chong and Oppo's relentless assault on the opponent and Oppo's basket. Josh Smith rushed forward, yet this slight moment of hesitation allowed Sue Chong to penetrate the defense. Although Josh Smith was physically formidable, he could not match Sue Chong and Oppo's sheer speed. In an instant, Sue Chong exploited his speed advantage, effortlessly shaking off Josh Smith and Oppo's interference. He leapt into the air, bending sideways like a drawn bow, preparing for a dunk. The other Hawks defenders quickly converged. Al Horford and Zaza Pachulia leapt to intercept. Yet, their help defense arrived a fraction too late. In just 1 second, Sue Chong soared toward the basket. The motion was fluid, raw, and powerful, a perfect Carter-style slam dunk. How could this be possible? Hawks head coach Mike Woodson could hardly believe his eyes. Not just him, but the entire world deemed this play impossible. To everyone, Sue Chong and Oppo's dunk over the towering Hawks seemed like a figment of imagination. Yet, Sue Chong accomplished it. This play marked a turning point. Whenever the Hawks fiercely guarded Arteist, Sue Chong consistently emerged to deliver a crushing blow. Conversely, when their focus shifted to Sue Chong, Arteist would step up to score. With only 1 minute remaining in the third quarter, the home team Houston Rockets had once again taken the lead, establishing an 11-point advantage. For the Hawks players at this moment, retreat was not an option. They had to give their all. Attack! Woodson bellowed from the sidelines, unable to effectively disrupt Suchong's play on defense. They had no choice but to rely on their offensive prowess. At the three-point line, Josh Smith initiated an offensive play. In this critical moment, he resolved to shoulder the responsibility. The Toyota Center erupted in boos, while a significant portion of fans chanted defensive slogans. Rockets fans hoped to inspire their players through this fervor. Suddenly, Josh Smith, at the three-point line, boldly forced his way through Arteist and Oppo's defense, launching a surprise shot. Arteist had exerted every effort to interfere, but Josh Smith and Oppo's height and reach, along with his quick release, rendered Arteist and Oppo's defense ineffective. In a flash, the basketball soared past Arteist's reach and swiftly found its way into the Rockets' basket. Josh Smith stood firm under immense pressure. With this successful three-pointer, the point differential between the two teams shrank to just 8 points. In the final 40 seconds, the Hawks naturally hoped to equalize before the third quarter concluded. While the Rockets aimed to preserve their lead, the stands were alive with excitement. Almost all Rockets fans were on their feet, their attention fixated on Suchong. With only 40 seconds remaining, both teams had one final opportunity for offense, and predictably, the Rockets and Oppo's possession was entrusted to Suchong. Yao Ming and Oppo's intuition proved correct. At the three-point line, Suchong held the ball with determination in his eyes, facing off against Josh Smith. The core players of both teams finally had the chance to clash directly. Rockets fans were ecstatic. This was the confrontation they had long anticipated. Josh Smith personally defended Suchong, flanked by Marvin Williams and Al Horford. Although it appeared Suchong was engaged in a one-on-one with Josh Smith, he actually had to evade the interference of three defenders. Commentator Su Kun could not help but exclaim in admiration. On the court, Suchong feigned a move, then accelerated forcefully. Dribbling with his right hand, he quickly changed direction while using his shoulder to collide with Josh Smith. Simultaneously, all of the Hawks' perimeter defenders rushed towards Suchong. In that critical moment, Suchong suddenly spun around, swiftly freeing himself. Next, he charged straight toward the opponent's basket. In the paint, Zaza Pachulia and Al Horford, the Hawks' formidable interior players, did not dare to be complacent and swiftly positioned themselves to interfere. They stood like two mountains in Suchong and Oppo's path. Yet, Suchong did not falter. Faced with towering obstacles, Suchong once again extended the lead to double digits. This powerful dunk transformed the Toyota Center into a jubilant sea of celebration. Zaza Pachulia shook his head in helplessness, a surge of anger brewing within him. A young guard from Donghua had audaciously executed multiple dunks right over him. Undoubtedly, Pachulia felt a deep sense of humiliation. It was time for him to awaken. If he could not confront his opponent head-on, he would resort to a more covert approach. Just before the Atlanta Hawks initiated their final offensive of the third quarter, head coach Mike Woodson decisively called for a tactical timeout. He needed to devise a new offensive strategy, for this possession represented the Hawks and Oppo's last chance in the period. If they aspired to secure victory at the Toyota Center, they had to score on this opportunity. With just 19 seconds remaining, the Rockets and Oppo's fans erupted in frenzied chants of defensive slogans, eager to rally behind their team. Meanwhile, the Hawks star player, Joe Johnson, orchestrated the offense. As he received the ball just beyond the three-point line, Suchong immediately closed in on him. In the next instant, Johnson passed the ball to Josh Smith. The ever-reliable Ron Artest appeared before him, ready to defend. Simultaneously, Suchong, who had been wreaking havoc on the offensive end, swiftly joined the defensive effort as the two players converged on Smith. Utilizing his physical advantage, Smith aggressively charged forward but was met with equal force from Artest, who stood his ground. With the shot clock dwindling, Smith decisively tossed the ball to the interior, targeting Zaza Pachulia. Upon receiving the pass, Pachulia wasted no time and attacked the Rockets' basket with determination. However, Yao Ming had already positioned himself effectively. Yao immediately closed in on Pachulia, denying him any opportunity to maneuver. Yet, in a surprising turn of events, Chapter 82, has the fast break become a thing of the past? Zaza Pachulia finally revealed his true colors, showcasing his signature move. After Yao Ming was elbowed, he fell to the ground with a thud. Zaza Pachulia, indifferent to his plight, seized the opportunity and executed a thunderous dunk. Immediately, Raja Bell rushed over and shoved Pachulia, confronting him fiercely. The Hawks players quickly intervened to separate the two. Alston and Scola surrounded the referee, incessantly voicing their grievances. It was evident that this was a blatant foul. However, the baseline referee remained silent. At that moment, the Toyota Center erupted with fury from thousands of Rockets fans. The uproar was deafening as they directed a barrage of insults toward the referee and Pachulia, expressing their disdain and extending heartfelt greetings to them and their families. Zaza Pachulia was deemed a criminal. Were the referees blind? This was a foul. A clear, unequivocal foul. This was the Rockets and AMP, Oppo's, home court. The referee and AMP, Oppo's decision was nothing short of absurd. How could they overlook such an obvious foul? My goodness, did these referees have connections? Their officiating was unworthy of the NBA. As the head coach, Adelman was also furious, pacing the sidelines and vociferously complaining to the technical table. Unfortunately, the referees remained unresponsive. Su Chong helped Yao to his feet. Are you all right? Yao shook his head, signaling that he was fine. Yet, Su noticed that Yao and AMP, Oppo's eyebrow had been cut by Pachulia and AMP, Oppo's elbow. The team doctor rushed onto the court to apply a quick bandage, but Yao insisted on continuing the game. Although the conflict on the court had been diffused, the tension was palpable. During the Rockets' offensive possession, Su Chong, standing at the three-point line, refrained from conversing with the defenders. He was determined to avenge his older brother. With just 8 seconds left in the third quarter, it was more than sufficient. Su Chong charged like a lion, swiftly penetrating the defense. Simultaneously, the Hawks defenders, Al Horford and Zaza Pachulia, positioned themselves to block. Pachulia leapt high, one arm raised and the other across his chest, brandishing his massive elbow defensively. Yet, Su Chong did not halt his advance. In the face of the two prepared defenders, Su leapt high, engaging in a fierce physical confrontation. In a thunderous moment, Su vaulted over Pachulia, forcefully slamming the basketball through the hoop. He hung onto the rim, still straddling Pachulia and refusing to descend. In an instant, the entire Toyota Center erupted into deafening cheers, the very outcome every Rockets fan had yearned to witness. The commentator, Yang Yi, was filled with fervor, exclaiming, "What a perfect dunk! Su Chong has once again unleashed a thunderous slam over Zaza Pachulia." At the moment Su dunked, Pachulia was rendered almost powerless. Although Su Kun maintained composure, he couldn't help but voice his discontent, lamenting that Pachulia's earlier actions against Yao were inexcusable, and Su had indeed avenged Yao's injury. Zaza had just dealt Yao a powerful blow, nearly inciting a brawl, but he had savored the moment. This time, he intended to deliver a crushing elbow to Su and Oppo's face, unaware of Su's speed and leaping ability. Instead, he found himself humiliated by Su's prowess. With Su's remarkable dunk completed, the third quarter concluded with a 10-point deficit, 89-79. Coach Mike Woodson felt moderately satisfied with his players' performance, as the Hawks had withstood the Rockets' relentless assault during that stretch. Although they still trailed by 10 points, there remained a glimmer of hope for a comeback, should the Hawks muster their efforts. They were acutely aware that to secure victory, curbing Su Chong and Oppo's influence was paramount. Meanwhile, Su was a bit anxious, for Carter and Oppo's dunking skill had vanished with the end of the third quarter. What skill he would acquire for the fourth quarter remained uncertain. "Come on, give me something new. I want to dominate." Locking in, randomly selecting Curry's three-point shooting. Curry, the three-pointer, another extraordinary skill. It seemed the erratic system was finally becoming more perceptive. Upon hearing that the chosen skill was Curry's three-pointer, Su Chong was immediately filled with confidence for the upcoming match. One could even describe his confidence as overflowing. After all, this was Curry's three-point shooting. What does that imply? Curry and Oppo's three-point ability is hailed as the most formidable of the 21st century, if not in history. Shortly after the fourth quarter commenced, Su Chong showcased his newfound three-point prowess. Before even reaching the arc, he halted his advance. Josh Smith and Joe Johnson, fully aware of Su's terrifying ability to drive, immediately rushed toward him. However, before they could close the distance, Su had already released the ball. "Wow, Su is audacious." The commentator Yang Yi expressed disbelief at this scene. Yet, before he could finish his thought, the basketball whizzed through the air and swished through the net. In that moment Su shot. Nearly all the Hawks and Oppo's defenders were caught off guard, astonished that he would attempt a shot. They were even more astonished that not only did he dare to shoot, but he also succeeded. Incredible three-pointer. The crowd was in disbelief, as nobody anticipated Su would take a shot from that position. Neither Josh Smith nor Joe Johnson managed to interfere with Su. A flawless three-point shot, Yang Yi exclaimed in astonishment. Su Kun was also losing composure, as everyone had expected Su to rely on his speed to force his way through. Which was utterly astonishing. Not only they, but even the Rockets fans in the stands were taken aback. Wow, Su actually shot a three. It seemed the suspense of this match had completely evaporated. Su Chong, undoubtedly the most versatile star I have ever seen, as the head coach of the Hawks. Mike Woodson was left dumbfounded. He could hardly believe that Su Chong would suddenly launch a shot from a step beyond the three-point line, and that it actually went in. He was skeptical that Su Chong and Oppo's three-point shooting was merely skill. He believed it to be sheer luck instead. The pressure abruptly shifted onto the players of the Hawks. An offensive opportunity arose for the Hawks. Mike Bibby swiftly brought the ball to the front court, avoiding unnecessary entanglements with the Rockets' defenders. Faced with Su Chong's interference, he decisively executed his shooting motion. Mike Bibby and Oppo's intention was unequivocal. He aimed to promptly respond with a three-pointer. Unfortunately, Su Chong had learned from past experiences. At the very moment Mike Bibby was about to release his shot, Su Chong preemptively extended his hand for an interception. The timing was impeccable. Su Chong successfully blocked the shot in midair. He achieved the block, and it was executed right above Mike Bibby and Oppo's head. In the studio, Yang Yi was once again astonished. He could hardly believe his eyes. After all, Su Chong had not previously showcased his defensive prowess in earlier matches. Yet this time, he had directly thwarted Bibby's attempt. Su Chong understood well that Mike Bibby, a seasoned veteran, had seen his stamina significantly decline after enduring such a high-intensity game for an extended period. This was evident in his dribbling, which indicated he was nearing his physical limits. After blocking Bibby and Oppo's shot, Su Chong immediately dashed behind him to retrieve the basketball, racing towards the front court. Naturally, instead of charging directly to the basket during this counterattack, Su Chong elegantly halted at the three-point line. He glanced up at the hoop, and in the next heartbeat, he released a shot with astonishing speed. This maneuver left the Rockets fans in the Toyota Center utterly bewildered. What was he doing? Not driving to the basket? Was he actually attempting a three-pointer? Why stop at the arc? What was Su Chong thinking? Just as the Rockets and Oppo's fans were engulfed in confusion, Su Chong completed his shooting motion, and in an instant, the basketball soared through the air, tracing a beautiful arc before settling securely into the hoop. He succeeded once more. Following his shot, the crowd erupted into a tsunami of cheers. The chants of MVP reverberated throughout the arena. The Rockets had firmly seized control of the momentum. Su Chong, almost single-handedly, propelled the Rockets to a lead both in score and in spirit. Yang Yi in the studio expressed his sentiments. Tonight was undoubtedly Su Chong's night. Each of his shots sent the defenders into disarray. No one could halt Su Chong's scoring. Yang Yi was increasingly convinced that the Rockets had completely commandeered the rhythm of the game. Meanwhile, Hawks head coach Mike Woodson was on the sidelines, shouting incessantly, "What are you waiting for? Shut him down immediately. If that fails, take him out." Chapter 83. The Surge of Consecutive Victories. Mike Woodson's words struck the arena like a colossal stone cast into a turbulent river, immediately stirring the atmosphere into a frenzy. With Yao Ming and Oppo's previous experience as a cautionary tale, Arteis dashed towards the sidelines upon hearing Woodson and Oppo's remarks. Yao, Scola, and Su rushed to intercept him, fearing that this volatile individual might provoke an explosive incident. Yao quietly urged his teammates, "Everyone stay alert. Don't fall into the opponent's trap." The Rockets and Oppo's players heightened their vigilance and resumed the game. Su understood that he was the primary target. Thus, he too became increasingly cautious. Both Joe Johnson and Josh Smith intensified their defensive efforts, yet they exhibited sportsmanship and refrained from following the coach and Oppo's directive to target the player rather than the ball. Su, wary of advancing too deep, began to extend his shooting range. As he dribbled past half-court, Josh Smith had already positioned himself beyond the three-point arc. However, Su did not proceed further. Instead, he leaped from near the center circle. "Su, what are you doing?" Arteis, stationed in the corner at the edge of the three-point line, could not contain his astonishment. The crowd erupted in a commotion. Yet, before anyone could fully grasp the situation, the basketball swished through the net. "What? This is impossible." Everyone was left in disbelief. Only Su shrugged his shoulders and shook his head in a manner that suggested he had everything under control. After all, Curry and Oppo's logo shot had also become a signature move. As Su and Oppo's shooting distance increased, the fans collectively held their heads and exclaimed, "Oh, my God!" Yang Yi, witnessing the incredible scene unfolding on the court, could not help but exclaim, "I have never seen anyone play like this in an official match." Su-kun shook her head repeatedly. While this style of play may not be sustainable, it could potentially herald a new trend. For now, however, it was evident that Su was exceedingly audacious. With less than 3 minutes remaining, the point differential had ballooned to 17. Ultimately, Hawks coach Mike Woodson, observing the dire situation, shook his head and closed his eyes. He substituted most of his starters, resigning himself to defeat. Deep down, he understood that no amount of effort could alter the outcome. After all, Su and Oppo's performance that evening was nothing short of extraordinary. From his gravity-defying dunks in the early game to his three-point shooting prowess showcased in the final quarter, he was simply uncontainable. The match concluded with Su breaking his personal scoring record, amassing a remarkable 43 points, and helping the Rockets secure their 12th consecutive victory. Invincible. Post-match, the Toyota Center erupted in applause and cheers from Rockets fans, many of whom began chanting MVP in reverence to Su. As Su reveled in the adulation of the crowd, Diana appeared behind him. "Congratulations on breaking your scoring record this season. Care to share your thoughts?" she inquired, placing a microphone before him. Su did not refuse. He harbored a strong suspicion that Diana was privy to his secret. Although he was not entirely certain, he acquiesced to her request. Su regarded this woman with a mix of fear and caution. "More than breaking my scoring record, I wanted to defeat the Hawks. Clearly, we achieved that tonight. The Hawks are a formidable team, posing significant threats both offensively and defensively. To triumph against them at home and secure our 12th consecutive win will undoubtedly bolster our morale." Diana listened to Su and Oppo's rehearsed remarks with a bemused smile, clearly unsatisfied with his response. Just as she was about to speak again, Arteist interjected, "Hey, Su, are you flirting with our lovely reporter?" Su quickly clarified, "Don't say that. She wanted to interview me." Arteist smirked mischievously. "So you and Oppo's saying the beautiful reporter is trying to flirt with you?" Diana shot a glare at Arteist and sternly replied, "Ron, you should choose your words more carefully." Ron Arteist shrugged and rolled his eyes. "I know this young man is quite handsome and plays well. It's only natural that you'd want to interview him." Observing Diana and Oppo's increasingly serious demeanor, Arteist pulled Su away, exclaiming, "Come on, let us go." Diana shouted after them, "Hey, my interview isn't over yet." However, Arteist ignored her, continuing to drag Su forward. As they neared the locker room, he warned Su, "Listen, this girl is incredibly intense. I admit that, but you need to keep your distance. She's not someone to be trifled with. She could ruin you." Su was perplexed and about to inquire further when Arteist suddenly shoved him into the locker room. Cheers erupted as champagne sprayed across Su's face. The Rockets commenced a jubilant celebration. Following this match, the Rockets extended their winning streak to 12 games, firmly securing the 4th position in the Western Conference. After the thrilling clash with the Hawks, the Rockets prepared for an away game against the Warriors. This marked the second encounter of the season between the Rockets and the Warriors. At Oracle Arena, the Rockets maintained their stellar form. From the outset, Yao showcased his talent in the paint with a series of emphatic dunks and mid-range shots, leaving Warriors center Andris Biedrins utterly defenseless. Su demonstrated scoring capabilities reminiscent of Larry Bird. Together, Su and Yao overwhelmed the home team, leaving the Warriors with little recourse. The final score settled at 99-87, marking the Rockets and Oppo's second victory over the Warriors and extending their winning streak to 13 games. Subsequently, the Rockets headed to Staples Center to face the Los Angeles Clippers. In this rematch, the outcome was similarly favorable for the Rockets. The Clippers, with a clear objective of rebuilding, fielded an entirely youthful squad by the third quarter. Ultimately, after a hard-fought 4 quarters, the Rockets triumphed over the Clippers without breaking a sweat, successfully achieving their 14th consecutive victory. In their rematch against the Nuggets, the Rockets easily secured victory as star player Carmelo Anthony was sidelined due to injury. The Rockets celebrated their 15th consecutive win. The media has begun to herald the remarkable winning streak of the Rockets. It is well known that during the 2007 to 2008 season, The Houston Rockets established an impressive record of 22 consecutive victories, second only to the legendary 33-game winning streak achieved by the Lakers in the 1971-72 season, who boasted the extraordinary talents of Elgin Baylor, Wilt Chamberlain, and Jerry West. Discussions abound regarding whether the Rockets can replicate or even surpass this remarkable feat in the subsequent season following their 22-game triumph. After all, for a team to achieve such consecutive victories over 2 seasons is a rarity in NBA history. On December 19th, the Rockets faced the Kings at their home ground. Prior to this match, the Kings were also in formidable form, having secured 4 consecutive victories. In a pre-game interview in the players' tunnel, Kings head coach Eddie Jordan boldly proclaimed his intent to end the Rockets' winning streak. While it is widely acknowledged that the Rockets were in excellent form, having amassed a remarkable 15-game winning streak, Jordan confidently asserted that regardless of their current success, they would leave the Toyota Center with a defeat. His audacious remarks undoubtedly stirred the spirits of the Rockets players. However, Rockets head coach Rick Adelman found himself in a delightful quandary regarding the starting lineup for this match. Tracy McGrady had returned from injury and had shown in the previous game against the Nuggets, contributing 23 points and 9 assists off the bench. Yet, McGrady's position overlapped with that of the promising player Sue Chong. The decision of whom to select posed a significant dilemma for Adelman. At 8:30 p.m., the Toyota Center was filled to capacity, with a palpable air of excitement. The starting lineups for both teams were displayed on the large screen. After careful consideration, Adelman ultimately decided to retain the original lineup. Rafer Alston at point guard, Sue Chong at shooting guard, Ron Artest at small forward, Luis Scola at power forward, and Yao Ming at center. Meanwhile, Eddie Jordan fielded his strongest lineup for the Kings: Bino Udrih at point guard, John Salmons at shooting guard, Francisco Garca at small forward, Brad Miller at power forward, and Spencer Hawes at center. As the game commenced, Yao Ming effortlessly seized possession over Spencer Hawes. In the next moment, the basketball found its way into Sue Chong's hands. However, Sue was visibly anxious, aware that any lackluster performance would betray Coach Adelman's trust. Under immense pressure, he even allowed McGrady to come off the bench for him. Fortunately, at that moment, the system activated once more. Random lock for the first quarter. LeBron James's driving layup. Chapter 84. Various unstoppable dunks. Sue Chong was thoroughly amused. Yet another insurmountable skill. As the game progressed, he could keenly sense that the system had ceased to be a hindrance. The skills he acquired were essentially reflective of those possessed by the elite players in the NBA. This, however, left Sue Chong feeling somewhat disoriented. Upon obtaining LeBron and Apos' breakthrough ability, he was instantly met with the defensive prowess of multiple Sacramento Kings players, including Bino Udrih and John Salmons, who immediately engaged him in physical confrontation. Undeterred, Sue Chong executed a sudden pivot, effortlessly evading his defenders, and then surged forward once more. His remarkable physical attributes, combined with an unparalleled speed advantage, propelled him into the heart of the Kings' defense. Sue Chong's breakthrough speed was akin to a lightning strike. In the broadcasting studio, Yang had barely finished his sentence when Sue Chong appeared beneath the hoop, cradling the basketball. Within the 3-second zone, Sacramento's center, Spencer Hawes, had already positioned himself. Standing at an impressive height of 216 centimeters, he was drafted 10th overall in the previous year's first round, a player of considerable talent. Last season, Hawes averaged a modest 6 points and 4 rebounds, but this season he had elevated his performance to an impressive 12 points and 9 rebounds, establishing himself as a notable presence in the NBA. Under the basket, Sue Chong leaped with the ball. Naturally, Spencer Hawes would not allow Sue Chong an easy dunk over him, so he exerted every effort to contest the shot. Yet, Sue Chong and Apos' newfound abilities mirrored LeBron and Apos' peak performance in terms of breakthrough strength. Despite Hawes putting forth all his might, he was utterly incapable of stifling Sue Chong and Apos' momentum. And indeed, in the next instant, Sue Chong completed a thunderous dunk right over the head of the Kings and Apos' center. The Toyota Center erupted in fervent cheers, with tens of thousands of fans shouting Sue Chong and Apos' name in unison, chanting MVP. Meanwhile, the broadcast camera immediately focused on Tracy McGrady, seated on the bench. The look on McGrady and Apos' face was inscrutable, his sleepy eyes revealing no discernible change in emotion. The game continued, and the Kings and Apos' offense remained largely unaffected. In the subsequent play, the star player John Salmons quickly responded. However, Instead of driving straight into the Rockets and Oppos interior, Salmons opted to operate from beyond the arc. Upon receiving the ball, he unleashed a shot that arced beautifully through the air, landing solidly in the hoop, clean and decisive. The Rockets and Oppos' ongoing issue was their lackadaisical perimeter defense. After several games, Coach Adelman had already recognized this problem. As long as Soo Chong excelled offensively, the defense would inevitably exhibit vulnerabilities. Nevertheless, the Rockets and Oppos' coach had grown accustomed to this dynamic. On the next play, Soo Chong received the ball on the perimeter amidst rising MVP chants. Concurrently, the Kings' defensive intensity was markedly heightened compared to previous possessions. In addition to Bino Udry and John Salmons, small forward Francisco Garcia joined the fray. Suddenly, 3 Kings defenders surrounded Soo Chong. Would he choose to pass this time? In the studio, Yang Yi watched the screen intently. Suddenly, Soo Chong took his shot. This time, rather than driving, he opted for a direct jump shot. The outcome was predictable. Although Soo Chong had acquired LeBron and Oppos' ability to finish at the rim, he had not gained the skill for three-point shooting. The ball predictably clanged off the rim, leaving Soo Chong momentarily bewildered. He had assumed that the skills he received encompassed LeBron's entire offensive repertoire, only to realize the system had not deceived him. On the bench, McGrady appeared somewhat gratified upon witnessing Soo Chong and Oppos' missed three-pointer. While he hoped for a Rockets victory, he did not wish for Soo Chong to overshadow him with an outstanding performance. After all, should Soo Chong excel too greatly, McGrady and Oppos' playing time would dwindle significantly. Underneath the basket, the younger Spencer Hawes managed to snag the rebound ahead of Yao Ming. In an instant, the visiting Kings seized the opportunity for a counterattack. Hawes swiftly passed the ball to Francisco Garcia, who drove decisively into the front court, completing an effortless layup. The Kings scored 2 points. This counterattack was largely a consequence of Soo Chong's reckless shot attempt. Consequently, in the ensuing plays, Coach Eddie Jordan deployed an array of defenders to constrain Soo Chong, particularly along the three-point line. Just as Soo Ch, it was truly astonishing. A quintessential embodiment of violent aesthetics. Yang Yi found himself at a loss for words to adequately describe Soo Chong and Oppos' dunk. In that moment, he was engulfed by a profound sense of shock and incredulity. The broadcast camera once again focused on Tracy McGrady, seated on the bench. It was evident that McGrady wore an expression of discomfort on his face. He had not anticipated that Soo Chong and Oppos' physical prowess would be so explosively remarkable. McGrady understood that even at the pinnacle of his own athleticism, he could not replicate such a direct dunk as Soo Chong and Oppos'. As Soo Chong completed this spectacular slam, the atmosphere in the Toyota Center was reignited. Tens of thousands of fans erupted in a frenzied chant of Soo Chong's name, as if the Rockets supporters were already convinced of their team's impending victory. However, mere seconds later, the Sacramento Kings offense posed a significant threat to the Rockets' basket. This time, the ball was in the hands of John Salmons. On the court, Salmons swiftly advanced the ball into the front court. Rather than opting for a shot, he executed a sudden step, charging into the Rockets and Oppos' paint. In the blink of an eye, John Salmons surged beneath the basket. Although he had been operating around the three-point line since the game's inception, this did not imply a lack of ability to attack the rim. This brief foray instantly caused the Rockets' perimeter defense to falter, as Salmons prepared to assault the basket. The Rockets' defensive stalwart, Yao Ming, appeared before him in an instant, successfully obstructing Salmons' path. Yao's towering height was an imposing barrier that intimidated all. Salmons realized that he could gain no advantage over Yao's towering presence. After a moment's contemplation, he wisely opted to pass the ball. In an instant, the basketball found its way into the hands of center Spencer Hawes. Without a moment's hesitation, Hawes seized the opportunity and executed a decisive dunk. The Kings' interior power was formidable, signaling that this contest would be a fierce battle. Not to be outdone, the Rockets quickly revitalized the game. Soo Chong received the ball and, leveraging his speed, charged once more towards the opponent's basket. At this juncture, Soo Chong had already gained a step on John Salmons. However, the seasoned Salmons promptly recognized the gravity of the situation. He understood that if Soo Chong were allowed to penetrate the basket so easily, the consequences would be dire. Thus, Salmons swiftly reached out to impede his progress. Chapter 85, Unstoppable. Scoring galore. John Salmons clutched Soo Chong and Oppos' jersey, taut as a drawn bow, brimming with tension. Yet, Soo Chong and Oppos' explosive power was simply overwhelming. He forcefully dragged Salmons toward the paint. Brad Miller and Spencer Hawes, stationed in the key, rushed over to interfere. However, their defensive efforts proved futile, posing no significant threat to Suchong. With a thunderous force, he slammed the basketball into the hoop, executing a spectacular dunk. The defenders grimaced and shook their heads, exclaiming in frustration, "This kid is utterly uncontainable." Suchong himself was astonished by how effortlessly he breached the opponent and Oppo's interior defense. Involuntarily marveling, LeBron truly embodies the essence of basketball royalty. He is undeniably formidable. As the game progressed, the home team, the Rockets, firmly grasped control of the match. After crossing half court, they clearly designated Suchong as the focal point of their offense. The Kings found themselves utterly incapable of fundamentally restricting Suchong and Oppo's penetrations. Eddie Jordan, the Kings coach, was at his wits' end, desperately brainstorming strategies from the sidelines. He shouted various defensive tactics, yet the situation remained grim. Time swiftly passed, and the first quarter was nearing its conclusion. At that moment, Eddie Jordan called for a tactical timeout, recognizing the urgent need to calm his starting players. He acutely sensed that if the game continued at this pace, the Kings would inevitably collapse, resulting in a devastating blow to the morale they had built from their recent winning streak. Hence, he resolved to take a bold gamble. Eddie Jordan bellowed, "Everyone, stay alert. We cannot allow them easy points. We must strive to equalize the score." However, Rockets coach Rick Adelman posed a singular inquiry. "Sue, can you maintain your stamina playing like this?" Suchong stretched his limbs, assuring, "Coach, I and Oppo's am perfectly fine. Just keep an eye on." He refrained from mentioning Yao Ming and Oppo's name, aware that he couldn't dictate his appearance on the court. Soon, both teams resumed play. John Salmons, the Kings and Oppo's star player, took it upon himself to confront Suchong directly. He signaled to his teammates to refrain from double-teaming, opting for a one-on-one showdown. Seeing this, Suchong heightened his focus for the impending challenge. Observing keenly, he detected that Salmons was not closing in on him. Rather, his weight was leaning backward. Clearly, Salmons anticipated Suchong and Oppo's drive, adopting a stance to concede a jump shot while guarding against penetration. Salmons was slightly angled, poised to recover should Suchong charge. Understanding Salmons and Oppo's intention, Suchong resolved to test the waters. In the next moment, he decisively dribbled towards Salmons. Fully aware of the risks, and the player has exhibited commendable performance within the Kings and Oppo's roster. Up to this point, Francisco Garcia has participated in 12 games, averaging 9 points and 2.6 rebounds per game. Notably, he possesses an exquisite proficiency in three-point shooting. Positioned at the right side of the three-point line at a 45-degree angle, Francisco Garcia found himself unguarded. After a fleeting glance at the basket, he decisively took his shot. However, Artest had already leaped into action. Chapter 86, attempting to guard me? Impossible. Originally, Artest intended to double-team Brad Miller. However, his defensive positioning was less than optimal, and as he rushed over, he collided directly with Francisco Garcia, prompting the referee to blow the whistle immediately, awarding Garcia 3 free throws. The basketball sailed flawlessly through the hoop on all 3 attempts, granting the Kings 3 points. Yet, such is the nature of basketball, the dynamics can shift dramatically in an instant, leaving no room for complacency. This served as a wake-up call for the Rockets, who quickly regained their focus. In the ensuing moments, the Rockets seized complete control of the game. Suchong stood at the three-point line, facing John Salmons. This time, Salmons, having learned from past mistakes, retreated even further while defending Sue, wagering on Sue's south potential drive to the basket. Unfortunately for him, this gamble proved erroneous. Observing the excessive distance in Salmons' defense, Sue seized the opportunity to shoot, executing a graceful jump shot. The basketball arced beautifully through the air above the Toyota Center before striking the rim. Fortuitously, Yao Ming reacted swiftly, leaping to secure the rebound and sending the ball through the hoop once more. Subsequently, the Rockets shifted their focus to defense, with Adelman implementing a 2-to-3 zone strategy. As the ball found its way into John Salmons' hands, Sue and Yao were already positioned perfectly. Yao engaged in physical confrontation with Salmons, while Sue, leveraging his speed, executed a sudden steal. In a flash, Sue darted towards the front court, accelerating with fervor. The Kings' backcourt duo, Bino Udrih and Francisco Garcia, exerted all their might, but were utterly unable to keep pace with Sue. Su charged into the King's paint, soaring for a two-handed dunk that echoed through the arena. The score gap widened, and the Rockets fans erupted into a frenzy, momentarily convinced that the suspense of the match had dissipated entirely. Before the game commenced, some fans may have presumed that Brad Miller, the Kings and Oppo's imposing figure, would prove ineffective in the paint against Yao Ming, who was expected to dominate and become the greatest threat to the Kings. However, as the game unfolded, it was Su Chong who emerged as the Kings' nemesis, capable of breaking through, dunking, and stealing the ball with remarkable prowess. Recognizing the futility of attempting to penetrate the Rockets' defense through interior play, Kings head coach Eddie Jordan swiftly altered his strategy. He decided to rely on the individual capabilities of Bino Udrih and Francisco Garcia for scoring. His contingency plan, initially intended for the game and Oppo's final moments or a tense standoff, was now being deployed much sooner than anticipated. Upon returning from the timeout, the Kings' offense displayed a newfound composure. At the three-point line, Bino Udrih showcased his shooting skills, sinking 3 consecutive shots from the same spot. Simultaneously, Francisco Garcia began to aggressively attack the Rockets' interior, propelling the visiting Kings to a 12-4 scoring run. By the end of the first quarter, both teams found themselves tied at 32-32. During this quarter, the player tasked with defending Bino Udrih, Rafer Alston, continued to exhibit his usual inconsistency. While his playmaking was adequate, his defensive lapses were glaring, failing to contain Udrih effectively. Artest also struggled, perhaps seeking to maintain some dignity against his former team or overly eager to prove himself. He found himself overwhelmed by Francisco Garcia. Witnessing the lackluster performances of his key players, Adelman was on the verge of a meltdown. He promptly made substitutions, bringing in Tracy McGrady, for he was acutely aware of Su Chong's intentions. Thus Francisco Garcia resolved to pass the ball. However, at that very moment, Su Chong was far from idle. Chapter 87. The quality of the Rockets and Oppo's jerseys is quite impressive. At the precise moment when Francisco Garcia delivered the pass, Su Chong suddenly extended his hand and executed a clean steal from Garcia. The timing was impeccable, and it was executed flawlessly without any foul. Su Chong immediately surged forward with the ball. The Kings' defense was remarkably swift. Just as Su Chong intercepted the ball, their point guard, Bino Udrih, hurriedly appeared before him. He sprinted alongside Su Chong, attempting to halt his advance through a foul. Bino Udrih desperately tugged at Su Chong's jersey, yet Su Chong was like a rampaging bull, fixated solely on the hoop. He could not be restrained. Su Chong summoned his strength once more, channeling the essence of the flying pig, Charles Barkley, to its utmost potential. He deftly shook off Bino Udrih's interference. In an instant, Su Chong shot forward like a bullet, crashing into the opponent's basket with an electrifying force. Buzzing. Another thunderous dunk. No one could hold him back. Bino Udrih's attempts to impede Su Chong were utterly futile. Even his grasp on Su Chong's jersey proved ineffective. Su Chong's core strength was simply terrifying. The commentator, Su Kun, remarked with awe, "I dare say, Su Chong's physical prowess rivals that of Yi Jianlian, or perhaps even surpasses it." In the stands of the Toyota Center, the Rockets and Oppo's fans were equally ecstatic, exclaiming, This is clearly LeBron James and Oppo's style of play." Indeed, this was the Asian version of LeBron. A young man with yellow skin and black hair turned the Kings' defense upside down, unable to hold him back. Just how formidable is this individual's strength? Ever since the Kings and Oppo's center, Brad Miller, had instilled a sense of insecurity in Su Chong. Both Francisco Garcia and Bino Udrih were utterly astounded by this yellow-skinned, black-haired youth, particularly Bino Udrih. At the moment he grasped Su Chong's jersey, he felt as though his entire body was being dragged along by Su Chong. One can only imagine the sheer magnitude of Su Chong and Oppo's core strength. That said, the quality of the Rockets and Oppo's jerseys was indeed commendable. For the majority of the second quarter, the Rockets, capitalizing on Su Chong and Oppo's remarkable performances on both ends of the court, established a definitive lead, especially when Su Chong matched up against Francisco Garcia, effectively neutralizing the latter, who had previously dominated the first quarter. Frankly, players like Francisco Garcia were most vulnerable to Su Chong and Oppo's defensive style. His exceptional physical attributes and blistering speed, which were typically advantages, became liabilities in this matchup. By the end of the second quarter, the Rockets had amassed 65 points, while the visiting Kings lagged at 54, leaving the Rockets ahead by 11 points. The suspense lingered. but the scales of victory began to tip in favor of the Rockets. Soon, after the halftime break, the third quarter officially commenced. To Suchong's surprise, his Barkley Flying Pig template remained effective. The Rockets initiated their offensive. When Battier passed the basketball into Suchong and Amp, Oppo's hands, the fans in the Toyota Center erupted with fervent cheers. Each Rockets fan eagerly anticipated Suchong to rise to the occasion and reverse the tide, propelling the team to victory. However, within the vicinity of the basket, numerous Kings fans lay in wait. Upon seeing Suchong receive the ball up front, they wasted no time in revealing their true colors. The fans unleashed a cacophony of boos in an attempt to disrupt Suchong's focus. Yet, such jeers held no power over him. He had grown accustomed to them. Since joining the NBA, Suchong had faced varying degrees of booing in nearly every game. He understood that the most effective way to counteract these taunts was through scoring. At the free throw line, upon receiving a pass from a teammate, Suchong chose to back down against John Salmons. The latter, seemingly undeterred, maintained a leisurely defense. Throughout the first two quarters, John Salmons had failed to gain any advantage over Suchong. As they faced off for the first time in the third quarter, Salmons advanced, bracing himself against Suchong's lower body. In response, Suchong squared his shoulders and charged forward like a tank to assert dominance over John Salmons. Suchong exerted nearly all his strength, crashing into Salmons with unyielding force. In that instant of collision, John Salmons felt as though a colossal mountain was bearing down upon him, leaving him utterly defenseless. The tremendous impact caused Salmons to lose his balance completely. By the time he regained his composure, Suchong had already barreled into the basket. What? John Salmons had been shoved down to the hoop. What is going on? Can John Salmons not muster any spirit? His defense was truly lackluster, unable to contain even an Asian player. In the stands of the Toyota Center, many Rockets fans cooed and Oppo's help but mocked John Salmons upon witnessing the scene. After all, his chronic inattentiveness on defense was a well-known issue. His strengths lay not in defense, but rather as an offensive weapon. Beneath the basket, the Kings' formidable duo, Spencer Hawes and Brad Miller, simultaneously positioned themselves in Suchong and Oppo's path. The two NBA stars formed an impenetrable wall. To be candid, when Suchong saw these two giants before him, he felt a lack of confidence. Although he had previously dunked over both players with ease, such aggressive maneuvers were excessively taxing on his stamina. After a moment of contemplation, Suchong made a decisive choice. He would pass. Suchong and Oppo's pass soared high, perfectly arching over the two towering centers and landing on the right side of the backboard. Simultaneously, Yao Ming leapt into the air, securing the basketball with both hands beside the rim. The next moment, buzzing, a thunderous two-handed slam echoed throughout the entire Toyota Center. Wow, what a play! The synergy between Suchong and Yao Ming resulted in a flawless alley-oop dunk. In the sports commentary booth, commentator Yang Yi was overwhelmed with exhilaration upon witnessing this. As a commentator from Donghua, he felt immense pride seeing a domestic player deliver such a spectacular performance against the Kings. Meanwhile, in the stands of the Toyota Center, the Rockets and Oppo's fans transitioned from a raucous uproar to an astonished silence. What surprised everyone the most was that Suchong had begun to showcase his flair. Chapter 88. The mini power forward Suchong boldly approached Adelman and suggested, "Coach, how about I play the power forward position?" Adelman, initially perplexed, ultimately acquiesced to Suchong's proposal. The Rockets deployed a unique lineup, featuring a large and small combination. McGrady took on the point guard role, Arteist manned the shooting guard. Battier occupied the small forward position, while Suchong and Yao Ming filled the power forward and center spots, respectively. While the arrangement seemed manageable, Adelman harbored significant concerns regarding Suchong, the slender power forward. Although Suchong demonstrated strength and skill befitting an interior player, the shift from shooting guard to power forward felt rather drastic. Adelman's agreement stemmed from two considerations. It allowed both McGrady and Suchong to remain on the court simultaneously, and Suchong had consistently exceeded expectations, prompting Adelman's curiosity about the surprises he might unveil this time. On the Kings and Oppo's bench, head coach Eddie Jordan shook his head in resignation upon witnessing the Rockets and Oppo's formation. Nevertheless, he remained vigilant. "Stay sharp. Do not underestimate that Asian player." The Kings commenced their offensive. Bino Udry received the ball in the backcourt, but took his time, gradually dribbling up the court. Once his teammates settled into position, he began to contemplate his next move. Faced with McGrady's defensive pressure, Udry executed a sudden change of direction and accelerated. McGrady, still recovering from an injury, hesitated to exert himself and found himself half a step behind Udry. In a desperate attempt, he reached from behind, but Udry skillfully evaded him. McGrady could only watch as Udry surged into the three-point arc. Yet, the Rockets and Oppo's interior defense swiftly converged. Suchong and Yao Ming positioned themselves at the free throw line, flanking either side to form a formidable second line of defense. Udry, undeterred by their presence, continued his advance, opting to penetrate through Suchong and Oppo's side. He initially believed this decision to be straightforward. However, as he approached Suchong, he sensed something amiss. Udry intended to use his momentum and impact to push past Suchong, but regardless of his efforts, Suchong stood his ground as if cemented in place, unyielding, not retreating an inch. Realizing the gravity of his predicament, Udry had no choice but to forcefully accelerate once more. Suchong remained steadfast, akin to a mountain. In a last-ditch effort, as Udry collided with Suchong, the latter extended his right hand and deftly stripped the basketball away. Completely focused on finding a way past Suchong's defense, Udry was caught off guard by the audacity of this Asian player to snatch the ball. Caught in surprise. By the time Udry processed what had occurred, it was too late. Suchong swiftly passed the ball to the fast-breaking McGrady, who took long strides toward the basket. With an open lane, he executed a one-handed slam dunk. McGrady joyfully pointed at Suchong, a gesture of gratitude for the assist. The fans in the Toyota Center erupted in cheers, moved by the solid defense and teamwork on display. What an exquisite dunk by T-Mac. Yet, the steal and assist proved even more spectacular. Witness the connection between McGrady and Suchong. It truly ignites anticipation. One might even think we have two T-Macs on the court. On the sidelines, Eddie Jordan wore an expression of resignation. He had repeatedly cautioned his players to keep an eye on Suchong, yet it was evident the Kings players had not heeded his warnings. The commentator Yang Yi's voice brimmed with incredulity. It's Suchong and T-Mac. A flawless steal, a perfect assist, and a magnificent dunk. Sitting nearby, Su-kun began reviewing the statistics, noting Suchong and Oppo's recent defensive prowess. It appears his strength has significantly improved. Opponents struggle to budge him, Yang Yi remarked. Indeed, Adelman's creativity in assigning Suchong to the power forward position is commendable. Yet, what is truly astonishing is Suchong and Oppo's immediate affirmation of his capability. However, Udry was visibly irked. As a renowned thief of the ball himself, he typically stole from others. Yet this evening, he found himself outmaneuvered by a rookie, and a Chinese player at that. Feeling humiliated, he shot a frustrated glance at Suchong. Soon, Udry returned to the front court, seemingly prepared for his next move. He gestured for John Salmons to set a screen, which Salmons promptly executed, using his body to shield Udry from McGrady and Oppo's defense. Capitalizing on the change in rhythm, Udry forcefully accelerated, leveraging the SCR in the face of the Kings and Oppo's relentless defense. The Rockets and Oppo's perimeter players found themselves bereft of opportunities. Whether it was the recently recovered McGrady or the defensively challenged Battier and Arteist, they were utterly lost amidst the Kings and Oppo's frenzied hustle. Ultimately, after a series of ricochets, the basketball found its way into Suchong and Oppo's hands. Chapter 89, a stunning dunk. At the free throw line, Suchong received a pass, and like hungry wolves, the defenders from the Kings immediately closed in on him, John Salmons and Francisco Garcia. Although these two players may not boast significant fame, their enthusiasm on the court is commendable. And they have both showcased remarkable performances this evening, particularly in defense, creating considerable trouble for the Rockets. Thus, when they both confronted Suchong, an overwhelming sense of pressure descended upon him. Yet, deep within, Suchong remained unfazed, possessing unwavering confidence in his personal abilities. With decisiveness, Suchong made his move. Protecting the basketball, he took a giant stride, barreling toward the heart of the Kings and Oppo's defense. Spotting a gap between the two defenders, he thrust the ball forward. And John Salmons and Francisco Garcia felt as if they were being swept away by a tidal wave. Unconsciously, they stepped back. And when they attempted to close the distance again, Suchong leaped, the ball firmly in hand, and instantly appeared beneath the hoop. Spencer Hawes, guarding the paint, summoned every ounce of his strength. However, Suchong chose not to engage him directly. Instead, he pulled the basketball back and executed a jump step. soaring past Spencer Hawes and Amp, Oppo's side. His legs propelled him into the air as if equipped with springs, and he soared over Spencer Hawes, forcefully completing a thunderous dunk right above him. The entire audience gazed at Suchong with a mixture of disbelief and admiration. How could this be? A dunk over Spencer Hawes? This young man and Oppo's leaping ability rivals that of professional high jumpers. Rumor has it that Suchong and Oppo's jumping prowess is rather average. How could he suddenly exhibit such strength? Is there some hidden technology in his basketball shoes? This is utterly extraordinary, with half his body above Spencer Hawes and Amp, Oppo's head. At that moment, Rockets fans collectively questioned their existence. Meanwhile, in the broadcasting studio, commentator Yang Yi was utterly astonished by Suchong and Amp, Oppo's dunk. Suchong just dunked over Spencer Hawes. At this instant, it seemed as though Suchong had taken flight, and no Kings player could halt his advance. Is this real? This is undoubtedly the first time I have witnessed such a phenomenon in my many years of commentary. Suchong's performance was nothing short of flawless. On the Rockets bench, Adelman wore an expression of incredulity. While he knew Suchong possessed some capability to drive, he never anticipated that Suchong would successfully navigate through the interference of three superstars. This clearly shattered Adelman and Amp, Oppo's preconceived notions. Simultaneously, Suchong's breakthrough left the Kings players momentarily stunned. Coach Eddie Jordan, without hesitation, called for a tactical timeout. In the blink of an eye, Suchong ultimately opted to pass the ball. Beneath the hoop, Yao Ming cradled the basketball, directly leaning against the sturdy sophomore Spencer Hawes. However, Spencer Hawes and Amp, Oppo's robust physique firmly held Yao in place.